Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Rare Nature Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It has been such a long time since Inko has seen her baby. The beloved forest hatchling that had taken so much after her that it helped forget her previous mate altogether. With a fur coating, he was easily the softest hatchling in their entire clan. With various shades of green crawling all over him and blanketing him, he easily blended into his homeland, providing cover when his smaller body couldn't produce enough power to truly defend against predators yet. Not that Inko had let any such barbarians near her precious hatchling, not until he was old enough to start training his quirk. That is, if he ended up having a quirk. Her poor baby had been one of the rare hatchlings that were born quirkless. The magic in his body hadn't properly traveled through his body to give him any divine powers in which he could use in his future life. On top of that, his already frail body had never truly grown, muscle-wise or height-wise. He stayed as graceful, yet fragile as a leaf, all the way up until it was expected that she would start to show. In short terms, her darling Izuku hadn't only been quirkless but appeared to be a runt as well. It was because of this that the clan leaders, two of Inko's oldest friends, Mitsuki and Mabu, had banished him from the clan. It had been so horrible. Inko had cried when Mitsuki had called her to their home to tell her what needed to be done. They couldn't have hatchlings that couldn't contribute for the good of the tribe. It would waste needed resources and disgrace their well-known fairness. All clans held their own moral standards, each different depending on the clan leaders. For them in particular, not banishing Izuku would be unfair to previous members that had been banished for the same reason. Hatchlings that couldn't pull their weight and would only take from the clan. Inko knew this well. She had cried with the mourning parents, as one of the clan's most capable healers, when they were forced to watch their hatchling be chased out into the outside world. Unsafe for already defenseless hatchlings. To think that her Izuku would face the same fate. Why, in her emotional state, she had begged Mitsuki and Masaru to just kill them both instead. She couldn't live knowing that her baby would be out there without her, while she herself would be powerless to prevent it. She couldn't ask Mitsuki to just make exceptions for her because of their friendship, nor could she just blatantly disobey an order from her clan leader. But he was her hatchling. Her little Izuku was the only family she had left, the only one that made life without her mate, as terrible as he was, worth living. He filled the hole in her heart with a great sense of love and hope, offering the happiness that she knew would never exist when he was forced away. Even if she bared another hatchling, which was unlikely to happen, then she would never be able to feel that same positivity again. The thought had only caused her to become angry, as well as heartbroken. She knew that bargaining with Mitsuki and Masaru would never work, but not only because of Izuku's status and their need to be just to everyone else who has been in similar states as him. Their own hatchling, young Katsuki, was pretty supportive of the whole thing. She didn't understand why. Her son and Katsuki had grown up so close when they were younger. Izuku always admired Katsuki's great strength and intelligence, looking and treating the blonde as if he were a god. Where it all went wrong, well, that she knew, deep down she knew. Yet she didn't want to accept it until she was forced to. Even to this day, she could still hear everything. Izuku's cries of hurt and betrayal, Katsuki's cruel laughter as he and some of his friends chased Izuku out. It was all terrible, so much so that she needed to leave immediately if she didn't want to cause a scene, only to come back and hear Katsuki still joking with his friends about how good it was to finally be rid of her useless son. It hurt. It hurt so much that she could hardly bear it. Izuku had been nothing but sweet and patient with those little that hell spawns. He had been nothing but a pure angel, undeserving of all of the cruelty that had been bestowed upon him because of her and her mate's faulty genes. Yet these young devils didn't appreciate him as they should have. They didn't see that power meant nothing when you were rotten to the core. Izuku. How much had her poor son been forced to endure? Now that she knew the true diagnosis, everything just seemed to fall into place. She used to see other hatchlings tease Izuku about being a late bloomer, but never until now did she understand that their words had truly been malicious. She just saw it as hatchlings being hatchlings. They couldn't resist a few jokes here and there. It was up to their parents to properly de-escalate them when things went too far. Only, that didn't happen for her Izuku, did it? That didn't happen because he ended up being quirkless, giving people no reason to care about him if he was just going to be thrown out anyway. All of it was horrible. Inko knew that their system was flawed. She understood it quite well. She had often confided with Mitsuki, before Izuku's birth, about such matters. She didn't help bring those innocent hatchlings into the world to just watch some of them be sent out to die. It was an act of cowardice on many levels, but Mitsuki and Maresu were still firm on their decision. Many other tribes shared the practice, so it wasn't like they were disgracing their name or being unreasonably harsh. Now that her Izuku was gone, Inko could only blame herself for not pushing further when she had the chance. Maybe if she had provided those poor hatchlings with a chance to be medical professionals or help healers, then they'd still have a purpose. Oh, look at her. She had a weak version of telekinesis, pretty useless when comparing it to a lot of quirks. Yet she found her use in helping to care for others, something you didn't need a quirk for. You just need a good heart, the ability to learn, and a drive to go further. All things that hatchlings could have if they were just given a chance. But now it was too late. Now, her hatchling was gone and it was all her fault. If her genes weren't faulty, if she had just told fate to screw off and give her a new mate, if she had just pushed her clan leaders earlier, her own hatchling and hundreds of others wouldn't be dead right now. Hundreds of innocents' lives, gallons worth of blood staining her hands. Oh, how the thought sickened her. She had always been one to try and remain positive, because being negative about everything never fixed anything, but all she could focus on was how hopeless the situation was. Her hatchling was gone, the weight of her lack of action much earlier had been the causation of many sufferings, and she could only watch as the one she used to call a close friend turned her back on her family for the good of the clan. If only she had not been such a fool for thinking that that was truly the reason behind Mitsuki's actions. How blind she was. Inko. A soft voice called out to her, followed by a gentle hand laying itself on her shoulder. Inko, please. I know you can hear me. The green-haired woman breathed out a long sigh, gripping the edge of her skirts as she glanced back. Well, think of the devil and she will appear. Mitsuki Bakugo stood behind her, eyes knowing but sympathetic as she tried to grab her friend's attention. It was a wonder that the blonde-haired woman had still thought that they could ever go back to the way they were after what she helped do to Izuku. After what her son had done to Izuku. Now that Inko's eyes were open, she had yet to decide whether Mitsuki was blind or just that heartless. I know that you miss him. Mitsuki tried to get her friend to turn around, but Inko remained unmovable. Nature dragons had the least physical strength out of the species, especially in the face of fire or earth dragons, but what made that up was their natural ability to heal. Either themselves or others, it varied when the mutation of quirks became more popular. And still, with that, Inko always had the strength to turn away from Mitsuki. Masaru too, for that matter. Her sense soured immediately, causing both the fire and earth dragon to cough a bit. The shift from fresh, clean grass to smoke was so abrupt. The smell was unpleasant, but with enough preparation, it could be handled. He would have been 16 today. Inko whispered, looking back at the vast sky that her windows so generously gifted her. The tone of blue was almost calm to look at, the clouds too. Though that was before she remembered how Izuku's hair used to be like a cloud, fluffy and soft to the touch. Then it just made everything more depressing. Had he not been murdered, I believe he would have made it to 16. Inko, we've talked about this. Mitsuki sounded a bit annoyed, but Inko couldn't bring herself to care. Actually, scratch that, Inko didn't even want to try to bring herself to care. Mitsuki knew the repercussions of her actions. She could claim that her intentions were good all she wanted, but she knew that when push came to shove, sending off a hatchling was one of the easiest ways to lose respect. Hatchlings were to be cherished and cared for, they were the most precious beings to a dragon. To just send one off and die. Mitsuki may not have faced people trying to overthrow her, but she definitely didn't have everyone supporting her. There were very few who felt the same as Inko, unforgiving of the leader's actions. Many saw it the way that Mitsuki saw it, but they were cowards. Only agreeing because their leader deemed it the correct choice. Like a flock of sheep. Inko had never been more disappointed in her clan than she had been once she realized how truly pitiful some had turned. I'm sorry you lost him, alright? But he was quirkless and a runt. You know our laws dash. I never agreed with them if you recall. A hint of growl followed Inko's words. It provided enough warning that Mitsuki released her friend's shoulder and took a step back. Her mate remained even farther than she, prepared to handle the situation if such a need arose but willing to stay out so it didn't seem like he was pressuring Inko. Mitsuki and Inko had been friends for a longer time, it would probably be easier if his mate was the one to do the talking. I told you thousands of times that sending already defenseless hatchlings out there to die was not a show of strength but a show of stupidity. Inko released the grip she had on her skirts, now glaring out of the window as she allowed herself to begin her tangent. All of those hatchlings had the potential of becoming helpful members of the clan, even if they didn't have a quirk. They could go into the medical field, like me. They could help analyze battles, they could help make weapons or other tools. They could even act as surrogate parents since their quirklessness would likely be a recessive gene anyway. Inko, I know it seems like dash. Inko's hand shot up, silencing my. You don't have to say anything. She ground out, shutting her eyes as she willed herself to calm down. I should also point out that more members of our tribe had died from the shattering of their connection. You should know how important that is, Mitsuki, with how much Katsuki has been pulling away from you. Mitsuki winced from behind Inko's back, turning to stare at the floor while her mate gave their friend a shocked look. It had been no subtle shift in Katsuki. As he got older, he had begun pulling away from them more and more, insisting that he needed his space and an opportunity to grow to be his own person. But it was never a polite request. Katsuki and Mitsuki got into vicious fights about it, up to the point where Masaru would just drag his mate away unless he wanted their house, or possibly their village, to be burned down. Admittedly, from the small amount of time that Izuku was here, he was pretty good about keeping their son calm. He only had 3 years to solidify that bond before Katsuki had changed, but while the bond was there, it was a blessing to them. Katsuki was more agreeable since he had someone he considered safe to confide in, and he didn't feel the need to snap at them because he could just talk to Izuku beforehand. The way Inko acted, it was if she truly thought that she was the only one who missed him. Sure, not many people did, but that was mostly because they didn't know who he was. Recently, aka within the last few years, they had allowed more dragons entry to their clan. There were new names and new faces who didn't know the full history behind their ex-clan members. Which, ironically enough, connected to the next few sentences that left Inko's mouth. If hatchlings hadn't been sent away, then there wouldn't be members who have committed suicide because of the stress and pain. There also wouldn't be members who needed to be put down because they went feral. All 3 dragons grimaced at that. Dealing with a feral dragon was never a fun time. Given this particular situation, it was never only one dragon either. A hatchling usually had 2 parents, a carrier and a sire. Losing that hatchling could unleash 2 feral dragons onto the rest of the clan, and since one couldn't be used to bring the other back, they both had to be put down for safety. Sometimes it also acted as a show of mercy, putting the poor things out of their misery so they could join their likely dead hatchling in the afterlife. Maybe they'd be happy there. No one here has any excuse about how horribly things have been handled here. I don't care about what other tribes do, there's always an opportunity to be the first to do something. Inko took a deep breath and finally turned around. Her eyes still held residual anger, but now they also held a sense of longing. A bit of hurt. She wanted her hatchling, badly, but a close second came from Mitsuki and Masaru. She missed being able to trust their judgment. She missed their old friendship. It was supportive on most sides, for the majority of the part, and they were all happy. Katsuki had been cute when he was younger, a bit more intense than your average hatchling, but he had treated Izuku well and promised that he'd protect the baby nature dragon to prove he was the best friend that Izuku could ever have. TSK, yeah, that promise definitely stayed true. All Inko could see when she was Katsuki was someone who she should have gotten Izuku away from when he was younger. She should have treated Katsuki like the beasts that she protected her hatchling from. If you're only here to tell me that it's useless thinking about what my innocent hatchling could have been, then you can leave. I'd get tired of calling you a cold-hearted hypocrite anyway. Both Masaru and Mitsuki gasped at Inko's, once again, blunt manner. She could hear the underlying hurt behind their sounds and smell how their usually strong sense had watered down in a show of sadness. Did she care? Not too much. She was just being truthful with them, direct. She wouldn't make the same mistake that she made all those years ago. Hypocrites? Masaru inquired, backing him and his mate out of Inko's main medicine room. He had a feeling that neither he nor his mate would be able to handle what came out of their friend's mouth, but not knowing seemed worse. It left too much room for the imagination. Yes. Inko raised a brow, her scent returning to normal once again. It wasn't as potent, nor was it as pleasant as it was before they entered, but it was a bit better than the smell of smoke and pure ash. I know that if Katsuki's bond with you had shattered, neither of you would be able to come out of it with your minds intact. It must be a show of insanity to know that I haven't become feral or suicidal yet. Masaru had nailed it right over the head. He didn't know that Inko would say exactly that, but it was close enough to what he had envisioned. Tears welled up in his eyes, beginning to fog his glasses. He was the carrier between the two of them, so just imagining losing the already fragile bond he held with his son was enough to push him over the edge. Truly, he never expressed how much he admired Inko's strength of being able to go so long without her hatchling. It was impressive on one hand, though on the other she had a point. How had she gone this long? The other parents who were once put in her position never lasted more than 5 months before symptoms began to show. Mitsuki was a bit more restrained with her reaction, though in the face of her mate also being hurt by Inko's words, she couldn't help but growl a little. If Inko heard it, then she didn't comment on her. Her stare remained the same, her scent remained the same. She didn't flinch away like other dragons usually did when they heard their clan leader growl. Her friendship with Mitsuki had helped make her less afraid, obviously, but she also knew she was in the right. If Mitsuki wanted to retaliate, then so be it. Whatever she did would be nothing compared to being forced to live day by day without her hatchling, knowing it was her fault he was gone. Why she still stayed here was a mystery even to her. She could easily do what other dragon parents have done. Nothing was physically stopping her from taking her life or just leaving the clan. However, both options, when she truly thought about them, were like handing over another victory to Mitsuki and Masaru. The 2 dragons and their hellspawn had already murdered her hatchling. Would she allow them to murder her too? That didn't sound the most appealing. She would live to tell Izuku's story and hope that, If it prevented any more cases like this in the future, it could act as a redemption for her. So when it was time for her to leave this life, she'd be worthy of facing her hatchling from his place in the afterlife, where he'd be protected from dragons like the Bakugo family. She also happened to be one of the most experienced, competent healers in the tribe. So she refused to let other people suffer from her absence because of the stupidity of their chiefs. Chief Mitsuki? All three dragons snapped out of their weird three-way staring contest at the timid voice. Masaru quickly wiped his eyes while Mitsuki simply snapped her head over at the newcomer. She didn't bother to hide her defensive stare from the other fire dragon that had entered the tent. Everyone in their clan knew that she glared at people even if she wasn't upset with them. It was just difficult for her to put aside such emotions so rapidly, unlike her husband, who had mastered putting on a pleasant face even if he had just been insulted. Your son and his friends have returned from their hunting trip. But Inko had almost forgotten. Hearing Katsuki and the word friends in the same sentence was almost foreign to her, no matter how many times she's heard it. She didn't ever hear what happened, she didn't want to really know either, but apparently Katsuki had cut ties with his old friends not too long after Izuku had been banished. It wasn't the cleanest cut. She had been forced to hear Mitsuki arguing with the other dragon parents for hours about how Katsuki had just thrown them away like garbage. Maybe she was a bit biased, but what did those other dragon parents expect? Izuku had always been treated much better than those barbarians, and Katsuki had no issue just letting him go. It shouldn't have been much of a surprise to know that once he got tired of you, he'd let you know. But with the newcomers to their tribe, he's managed to gain a solid group of friends. Kept for more than a year or two. They were rather sweet hatchlings, if Inko had to admit, much better friends than she thought Katsuki deserved. There were times where Inko felt that she should warn the other youngsters of what Katsuki was like, but then she reminded herself that it wasn't her place. If Katsuki could make them happy, somehow, then those hatchlings deserved it. They were so kind. Ah, thank you. Masaru smiled, dipping his head when the other fire dragon bowed before swiftly exiting. They could hear the sigh of relief from the other side of the doorway, but nobody could really be offended by it. The room was likely stuffy with a mixed variety of scents, ranging from watered-down mush to smoky spikes. It was an unpleasant mix that really exposed just how all of them were feeling. Well, it seems your hatchling needs you. Inko followed the messenger's lead and swiftly walked out of the room, ignoring how Masaru and Mitsuki called her name. I'll be in the forest collecting more herbs if anyone needs me. She shut the door to the room when she had fully exited, continuing her quick pace as she passed multiple other healers. If they had seen her closing the door on their clan leaders, then nobody was bold enough to comment on her actions. Not only was she the head healer, but it had also become something of an occurrence. It was to be expected that, as a parent who had been forced to give up her hatchling, she'd be resentful. The only difference is that she's lived long enough for that resent to truly show itself. Her old friendship with the clan leaders was also widely known. A lot of dragons had actually liked that the head healer was able to calm their temperamental clan leader down very quickly. It led to peaceful debates instead of screaming fights that would eventually lead to destruction. Or it used to, anyway. Now anytime there was a debate, Inko would choose to not be present unless it really called for her attention. It led to Mitsuki feeling unsupported by her most trusted clan member, which just made her all the more defensive or aggressive. And as Masaru was feeling the same, he only became more discouraged. He couldn't stop his mate's anger storms from that position very well. It had its effects. Ms. Midoriya. Inko paused in her step, taking a deep breath when three voices called out to her. Lively and full of joy, it was the complete opposite of the environment she had just walked out of. And she didn't know whether to appreciate that or be wary of it. Especially once she registered just who was calling to her. Ms. Midoriya, wait up. The thumping of feet hitting the ground alerted her of how close the younglings were getting. For their sake, and only their sake, she plastered on a smile and turned to greet them. Her head bowed in respect at the first earth dragon who approached, followed closely by two storm dragons and one hybrid prince. Good evening, young Kirishima. Inko straightened up. I was just about to fetch some more herbs. Should I gather some special species for the feast you and the others have no doubt brought for the tribe? The red-headed earth dragon, young Izuku Kirishima, gave her the sharpest grin she would ever see. And, not sharp as in he had an attitude or it was fake, sharp because he had the most terrifying teeth out of everyone in the clan. They were dagger-shaped and sharp to the touch, able to pierce through armor so effectively and quickly. It made play wrestling really difficult since he liked to play nibble, but accidentally ended up taking chunks out when he was a hatchling. He also had a brief point in time where he liked to chew on his own tail, which landed him in her care for a bit. Ah, shucks, Ms. Midoriya. Izuku brought a hand up to scratch the back of his head, blushing a bit as his friends came to his sides. I wouldn't exactly call it a feast, but there will definitely be enough for everyone. Yeah, we made sure of it. Ah, young Denki Kaminari, with his bright smile and even brighter hair. He looked pretty excited about the prospect of food, though that was hardly anything new. He had been in her care more so than Izuku, mainly because his quirk caused him to short out so much when he was younger. To her knowledge, he was doing much better now. Then, of course, there was young Mina Ishido. She had reminded Inko of her own youth, with how excited she was about everything. New people, new things to learn, new things to do. Mina was always one for exploring and willing to get down and dirty to figure something out. All admirable traits. Inko had recommended that she think about coming to help her in the medical field, but respected that Mina wanted to take a more direct approach to help the clan. She wanted to become one of the warriors. The dragons who would be on the field of battle, deafening against enemies and assisting allies. It was such a nice day out for flying. No birds to accidentally knock into and no sun to permanently blind us. The pink-skinned girl waved her arms excitedly, eyes wide with appreciation as she gazed at Inko. She was not in her medical care more than monthly checkups, but she had grown up pretty close to Katsuki, which in turn allowed her to become close to the top healer doctor of their tribe. I'm glad. Inko nodded, giving Mina a sweet smile before her eyes fell on the last person of the group. He looked the least excited about this whole thing, placing himself the farthest he could without completely separating from the group. His eyes were mostly downcast, though Inko had caught him looking up every few seconds when his friends were talking. Katsuki. She nodded respectfully. She didn't like the other boy, but there was no reason she should be so petty as to treat him any less than she treated his parents. As long as he knew that their relationship would never be what it once was and didn't push for it to return, then that was enough for her. Izuku Midoriya. The correction didn't go unnoticed, and neither did the small wince when Inko raised a brow at him. Even after all these years, he was still making that mistake. One would think that someone as intelligent as Katsuki would have a better memory. Especially when reminders of why their relationship was so shaky were hanging off of his ears constantly. The jade jewelry acted as a constant reminder of the Midoriya family and how there was only one left now. Mostly because of Inko, but partially because of Katsuki as well. I hate to sound rude, but I must retrieve some more herbs now. I've run out of many these past few weeks and must restock if I am to continue successfully healing everyone. She bowed her head. Please, have a nice evening and I shall see you all at dinner. Oh, of course, Ms. Midoriya. Mina was the first to bow back, followed Denki and Izuku, then finally Katsuki. Sorry to keep you from your work. It's no trouble at all, young ones. Inko nodded her head in forgiveness before walking away. This time, if anyone called out to her or tried to get her attention, she ignored them in favor of going to the forest. Gathering the herbs she needed was a pretty quick job, quicker than she preferred. She just knew where everything was already. It left too much time for her to mourn further. Izuku loved to play out here while she was working when he was still with her. Izuku. The tears had started to fall, wetting the ground and causing some of the flowers or grass around her to wilt. My dear, beloved son, that I'm so sorry, I should have done more. I'm so sorry. The winds were cruel, the rainfall unrelenting. Trudging through the mud and the dying plant life was no easy feat, but Toshinori knew that he couldn't give up. He would not give up until he found the source of those heartbreaking cries. When he had come out here to help hunt, it had been much better outside. How it changed so drastically was beyond him, but he had little time to worry about that with the cries still echoing through the air. Those could only be the cries of a hatchling. And by the lack of reassuring rumbles or other such sounds, he could only assume the poor thing was alone. Why would a hatchling be out here alone? The only territory near this area was his and, to his knowledge, no one from his tribe had lost a hatchling. Could this be a hatchling from another tribe? If so, why was it all the way out here alone? Where were their parents? Hang on, little one. Toshinori roared out, trying to spread his wings to keep the rain from falling into his eyes. I'm coming. Just keep making sounds so that I may locate your position. The cries paused for a bit, though their echoes were enough to give Toshinori a direction. When they started up again, they were much louder, much more desperate. It begged him to just rip through all of this forest so that he could safely retrieve whoever was making such noises. It ended up not being necessary, as he closed in on who he was looking for. With a gentle claw, he pulled back some shrubbery to reveal the baby nature dragon. Oh, you poor thing. He cooed, leaning down to grip the hatchling by its scruff so that he could take it out. It cried out in alarm when he first made contact, curling up as if afraid that Toshinori would harm him. No such harm came after he was deposited on the ground, which left the hatchling looking confused as well as scared. It was shaking like mad, likely from the cold. Nature dragons didn't tend to have scales like the other types of dragons did, they had feathers and much more fur. It made them a bit more vulnerable to when they got wet, but helped them better against the cold compared to other dragons. To help the youngling, Toshinori shielded the two of them with his massive wings, smiling down when the hatchling chirped in thanks. As scared as it was, it still had manners. What a sweet little thing. I'm not here to hurt you, little one. Toshinori tried to keep his voice down as he spoke. He was so used to addressing large crowds or speaking with his advisors that he didn't have the art of speaking to scared hatchlings completely mastered yet. Why are you out here alone? You look like you haven't eaten for weeks. The hatchling was so frail looking, made worse with how he was soaked to the bone. It was truly agonizing to see, and Toshinori had to fight himself by just shifting back and hugging the shivering baby to him. He was a sucker for hatchlings, most dragons were. But a hatchling in this condition, this scared, probably wouldn't take his attempt at cuddling very well. He needed to find out what happened before any action was taken. Where are your parents? He tried a different question when the hatchling remained silent. Why aren't they with you? It took a good amount of coaxing, but eventually the hatchling sniffed before starting to sob. He was stuttering so much that Toshinori was worried that he'd bite off his own tongue as he spoke, but he explained his story clear enough. He only had a mother, as he never knew his father. He had also been quirkless and a runt, so he was banished from his old tribe. The Bakugu tribe, apparently. Not a tribe that Toshinori knew too much about, but they were allies, so maybe he could see what was going on there? Because as far as he could tell, young Izuku may have been quirkless, but he wasn't a runt. And being quirkless didn't mean he didn't have power either. As a fellow nature dragon, Toshinori could understand the signs. Why the boy's mother didn't as well baffled him, though he supposed that it couldn't be helped. Not many people knew the rare phenomenon, and for those who did, few believed it unless they saw it. Which was not pretty rare, if Toshinori had to say so himself. Still, that was no excuse to just throw out an innocent hatchling. Even if Izuku was quirkless and a runt, such a thing was just barbaric. It sounded like something the Todoroki tribe would do, which was saying something considering that they've moved on from the traditionalist viewpoints ever since Enji's parents had married. Which had to be about more than 10 years ago. Maybe even more than 20 years ago. IIH have N no WH where T to GG go. Izuku continued to sob, unaware of the decision that Toshinori had settled on. And no A1cc cares A about what H happens T to H hatchlings L like me. I care, little one. Toshinori leaned down to nuzzle against Izuku's side. His snout was large, but it almost swallowed Izuku up with how small and thin the hatchling was. They'd need to fix that immediately upon returning to the tribe grounds. I care about what happens to you and other hatchlings like you. Really? Izuku sniffed, trying to keep any more sobs from coming out. Yes, young one. Toshinori allowed his lips to part as his broad tongue came out, beginning to lick the hatchling to clean him. He was covered in dirt, grime, and a bit of blood, activating the protective instincts that all dragons had when it came to hatchlings. Even dragons that didn't have hatchlings would defend other hatchlings if needed. They were protective creatures after all. There was only so much that Toshinori could get off with just his tongue, so once Izuku looked less like he had just come from a battleground, he stopped. Come, we'll clean you more when we get home. He leaned down, intent on grabbing the hatchling's scruff again, but curious eyes had him pausing in his attempts. Home. Young Izuku squeaked out, looking so hopeful that Toshinori wanted to cry. Where GG going? Home? Yes, little one. Your new home, where you'll be properly protected and cared for. Toshinori waited for the youngling to nod before picking him up. He had to be mindful of the wet fur since it made young Izuku a bit more slippery, but nothing he couldn't handle. If push came to shove, he could probably also carry the hatchling in his claws if need be. He was small enough. The already unmerciful winds became even more disturbed as he took flight. His large wings easily covered hundreds of meters as he left the ground. He kept his claws positioned under his mouth in case Izuku actually did slip out of his mouth, smiling all the way until he got home. He wouldn't say it out loud, but as a dragon who didn't have a mate, he was rather lonely in terms of family life. Yeah, there were plenty of people who he considered family despite not having blood, but he wouldn't deny that having a hatchling to care for made him feel warmer than he ever did. Explaining the situation to Shoyuta and Hizashi had been awkward to say the least. A bit dangerous too, since Toshinori didn't have the hindsight to get Izuku to Chio first before confronting the two mates. As parents themselves, hearing that someone had just thrown away their own hatchling for something so trivial was not difficult, to say the least. Shuta's eyes had lit up in a dangerous red, his hair rising as his quirk activated along with his anger. Hizashi had been pretty upset as well, though he mostly expressed it through sadness as Toshinori did. It took both of them forcing Shoyuta into his room to prevent the storm dragon from marching outside and taking off to find the BSRD who had done such a monstrous thing. He couldn't imagine just casting his Hitoshi off. He would rather kill himself than ever be the one to hurt his hatchling like that. And if Toshinori was stupid enough to try to do such a thing to hatchlings, even quirkless ones or runts, then he'd kill the older nature dragon. No hesitation. You know that it's against our laws to just go attack them. Toshinori knew that he shouldn't be defending the Bakugas for what they had done. Personally, he didn't want to either. But he also didn't want his friend to get in trouble because he didn't take in all of the details of the situation. Izuku was away from those dragons, he would grow to move on from this betrayal. Hisashi and Hitoshi wouldn't be able to move on if Shoyuta got in deep trouble for interfering where he technically had no right. Never mind that this is barbaric, anyone in the area who had an ounce of intelligence could have picked that hatchling up and used him for unspeakable purposes. Shoyuta had sounded so venomous as he spoke. Tashinori ended up asking Hisashi to trust him with this while the other storm dragon could go tend to their hatchling. Just because his old tribe doesn't know the power he holds doesn't mean that everyone else is as stupid. Tashinori couldn't say that he wanted to argue with that. Then again, being closed-minded was dangerous, so for now, he'd give the Bakugas the benefit of the doubt. At least Izuku was with them now, that was what was important. If Tashinori was correct about the signs the hatchling was showing, which he was pretty confident in, then he may be the only one alive who could help Izuku properly grow. Perhaps you could introduce young Hitoshi to him? It was a lame attempt to defuse the situation, but Tashinori had nothing else to do. Something was better than nothing. I'm sure they would be great friends. Shoyuta had rolled his eyes at his oldest friend, but nevertheless, forced himself to calm down so he could confront his hatchling appropriately. It turned out more beautifully than either of them could have hoped. Hitoshi had been so excited at meeting another nature dragon like his Uncle Toshi. And, as someone raised by Shoyuta and Hisashi, he had become quite protective of Izuku very quickly. Acknowledging that Izuku was an unwilling orphan really played a role in how Hitoshi approached the other hatchling. Open arms, a welcoming smile on his face, and friendship to spare. It was perfect. The road that Izuku needed if he wanted to recover from the repercussions that would come from being abandoned. Chief, another letter. Tashinori snapped out of his memory-induced haze as Shoyuta held out a letter to him. He had been sitting in his office, staring at the first picture that Izuku had ever drawn for him, when he lost sight of the real world. It was a birthday present from the young nature dragon that also doubled as a thank you for bringing him into this life. The two of them stood in one of their territory's most popular hunting grounds, both in their dragon form. It was probably supposed to be reminiscent of when Tashinori had helped Izuku learn how to fly, if the blur of colors that would trail after them were anything to go by. The Blood Prince again? He grabbed the letter when Shoyuta pushed it closer and unrolled it to read. He had to rescan the letter multiple times, brow furrowed in concern as he took in its contents. This is certainly more violent, compared to the other ones. That was putting lightly. The handwriting had been far more crude compared to the last 6 letters they had gotten. As if the person who wrote this was angry and just smashed his writing utensil against his page. There were sections where the ink had blotted through the paper, dripping or crossing over other kanji and just making everything look like a big mess. I have grown tired of your refusal to meet my demands. All I have asked for is your son's hand in marriage. With our forces combined, we'd bring order and prosperity to all creatures alike. Not just 2 separate nations of dragons and non-dragons. Surrender your son's hand in marriage to me by the week's end or there will be war between our 2 tribes. This is not negotiable. Think carefully about what you do or say. I hope to hear back from you soon. Tamura Shigaraki. At least he stopped going to Izuku directly. Shoyuta shook his head, stuffing his hands in his pockets. On the outside, he looked unimpressed with their latest DLVY. Sound unimpressed too. Borderline bored with Shigaraki's attempts by now. But Tashinori knew his friend better. The storm dragon held himself tensely, his expression pinched a bit too tight to be considered bored. Tashinori couldn't blame the man. If Izuku had seen this that well, the boy had a bleeding heart. He'd probably beg him to just let him marry Shigaraki for the purpose of not going into war. Shigaraki has never made a move to strike at them, not since his father had failed miserably several years ago. Yet, that didn't mean that they should take this threat lightly. The current Blood Prince may not be as powerful as Tashinori's tribe and their allies at the moment, but necromancers and other dark sorcerers only needed so much time before they could collect enough power to really do some damage. And once that was done, who knew what would happen? From what Tashinori could remember, when he met a much younger Shigaraki, the boy was unpredictable. He had his moments where he almost resembled his father exactly. Calm, calculating, patient, vicious. Other times, it was like he would never mature out of his initial hatchling phase, petty, threw tantrums whenever he felt like he didn't get what he wanted, always expected life to be handed to him on a silver platter, didn't like being told what to do. The child part of him, Tashinori could kind of deal with. At least then, Shigaraki was too distracted by his own musings to really be that dangerous. While he was out and about, rebuilding his father's fallen kingdom, Tashinori didn't know what to feel. If Shigaraki had changed too much, if he had become more like his father, then there would be problems. Izuku wasn't ready to face that type of darkness yet, he was still too young and still trying to get a proper grasp of his power. He was still learning how to be a leader, the next tribe leader for when Tashinori inevitably retired. Or, more unlikely, killed, if Shigaraki's threat of war was to be believed. And like hell would Tashinori let his son step into the battlefield until the boy was at least an adult dragon. Which would take about another few years or so. Indeed. Tashinori nodded at Shoyuta, opening his desk and pulling out a locked box. He unlocked it quickly before placing Shigaraki's newest letter inside, adding to the growing collection. The first dozen or so letters that the Blood Prince had sent went directly to Izuku, as they were addressed to him. Now, Tashinori didn't make it a habit of going through his son's things. He trusted the boy and it was disrespectful to invade his privacy. However, when Izuku started to look more and more paranoid as letters kept coming to him, Tashinori knew that he had to take action. Sitting his son down, it took a good hour or two of chatting before Izuku spilled what had happened. A man named Tamura Shigaraki, the Blood Prince, not that Izuku knew who that was at the time, had been writing to him about a potential courting opportunity. Each letter he received was more detailed than the last, Shigaraki sounding more and more forceful when Izuku never wrote back. It started off simple. Shigaraki would compliment Izuku's looks or the great potential that he held in his deceptively small body. How Shigaraki had found out about Izuku in the first place was still being investigated. Admittedly, Tashinori knew that he couldn't keep Izuku a secret for long. The Greenette would need to be introduced as his heir to their allying tribes. Except for the Bakuga tribe, they could wait another dozen years or so. From there, it was only a matter of time before naive servants became too curious or too amazed at the production of another special nature dragon. That word would spread far and wide. Just not far enough that it reached even the Blood Prince's ear before Izuku's 13th birthday was a bit too much to handle. We should probably call a meeting about this. Tashinori decided, locking the box before shoving it back in his desk. He slammed it closed a bit more harshly than he originally intended, but in his defense, this wasn't something he was excited for. Shigaraki had just threatened them with war, which wouldn't only affect his tribe, but it could also affect their allies. Mainly, their two dragon allies, who also happened to be their closest allies, close bond-wise, not distance-wise. The Todoroki tribe. The Yaoyorozu tribe. I'll send a raven to the allying tribes. Shoyuta bowed his head before turning to leave the room. If it were possible, maybe he'd assign Hitoshi to stay with Izuku while this was all going on. The boy already had bodyguards, but it never hurt to be extra careful. Besides, there were places that Izuku would need to go to that the guards couldn't. Or really shouldn't go. Like, when Izuku went to help out at one of their tribe's orphanages. Having guards with him would be a no-brainer. He was out in the open and might need the protection. However, it also tended to scare some of the younglings, most of which were already struggling with the major depression and anxiety that came with being an orphaned hatchling. Not to mention that having guards that were obviously the prince's guards could potentially grab the wrong type of attention. Essentially, giving away Izuku's status and his position to any enemies nearby. Yeah, that sounded more and more like a good idea as Shoyuta traveled out of Tashinori's office. He or Hizashi could make more time in their schedule to watch Eri if Hitoshi was going to be accompanying Izuku around more often. Then again, the Greenette loved Eri, so maybe it wouldn't be too difficult to ask if there would be days where all three of them could just watch each other? Shoyuta shook his head. Izuku and Hitoshi were at proper ages where they needed to focus on learning about the tribe and what it meant to eventually be responsible for protecting and maintaining it. Izuku would be the leader and Hitoshi was still figuring out what he wanted to be. He'd spoken up before about possibly wanting to be what Shoyuta was to Tashinori, an advisor that would help Izuku make decisions or guide the young leader to the right path. Another choice that he was interested in though was their justice system. Naturally, the leading members of the tribe would oversee trials or help issue and enforce punishments. But leading members didn't mean the overall tribe leader. It was actually a group of council members that the tribe leader and their advisors would choose. Mainly because they worked closely with the tribe leader, but were more interested in also working with the other members of their tribe rather than solely the tribe leader. Hizashi helped out with trials, but he was someone who assisted with more severe ones. If tribe members were accused of stealing from neighboring territories, yeah, that was bad, but it didn't require as much attention. If someone were to be accused of, say, RPE or murder, then that could cause quite a stir-up. People tended to become a bit blind when someone was accused of such a horrific act. Something as simple as petty theft caused more disappointment than it did genuine rage or sadness. They've had some incidents in the past where someone was wrongly accused and almost falsely punished because the jury was too upset at the prospect to effectively analyze the evidence. Once that whole mess was sorted out by dragons who were trained to not lose their heads and remain emotionless for the entire thing, the true wrongdoers were put away. Putting away. On second thought, maybe there was a guard or two who could help protect Izuku. It wouldn't have to all fall on Hitoshi. If Shoyuta had talked to the captain of their warriors, then maybe he could arrange for their son to watch over Izuku? They got along well enough, though that could be said for almost everyone in the tribe, so it wouldn't be too suspicious to give him the task. If too much attention was drawn to it, then they could always say that it was a type of test for the young Earth Dragon skill. Yes, that would fly nicely as long as the captain agreed. Shoyuta continued to walk down the hall until he reached the room where they kept their messenger birds. It was a spacious area, filled to the brim with trees and bushes so that the birds had plenty of room to fly around. There were several windows connecting them to the outside world so they didn't feel completely trapped, but it also allowed for the day's kind sun to flow into the room. Shoyuta needn't light any lamps to find the bird he wanted. Calling to the ravens he sought, he held his arm up as they flew over to him. They perched gracefully along his arm and on his shoulders, swaying just a bit as he walked over to the connected room to write the actual messages. He didn't want to cause a widespread panic, and there was only so much room on the paper he had chosen to use. Nothing too formal either, since the situation needed to be treated delicately. So, perhaps something along the lines of, "I am calling a meeting at the Yagi tribe location in 3 days. All members of the leading family are invited. If possible, refrain from bringing too many servants or guards. The topic of discussion will only be disclosed at the meeting, in fear that this message may cause unneeded panic for the moment. I hope this receives you well and travel safely. Shoyuta Aizawa, advisor to Chief Toshinori Yagi." Not a bad first draft, though Shoyuta wanted to go over a few times out loud before sending it. He reread it a few times and made some slight adjustments to it before rolling it up. He pulled some of the customary ribbons for their tribe and tied a tight bow before sealing it with their seal and handing it to one of the ravens. "Todoroki's," he murmured, raising his arm as the first raven took flight. He watched it leave the room and one of the many windows to its enclosure before writing out the next ones. One to the Yayarosa tribe, one to the Tokoyami tribe, one to the Aoyama tribe, another to the Togata tribe. That it would be good to just call as many allies as he could without looking suspicious. They were trying to avoid a fight, but intimidation could be their main weapon. And lastly, to the gods above, Shoyuta didn't want to send a letter to the Bakugu tribe. He knew he probably should, as it would be the professional and logical thing to do. If this escalated to a point where Izuku ended up in danger and they needed to come together to help fight off the Blood Prince, a well-known dark force across their lands, then alerting them sooner would be better than later. Plus, if all of their allies were being included, then the Bakugas counted as allies. Still, Shoyuta couldn't help but feel that that line of thinking wouldn't help them in the long run. The Bakugu tribe was the one that gave Izuku up. Why would they care for his safety? Granted, there was a reason they gave him up, not a good one, but a reason nonetheless, and now that they had been disproven they might care. But that sounded so fake. It would undoubtedly hurt Izuku and the rest of them more than it would help them. Even if the Bakugus were known to have or be some of the most passionate warriors in their area, that itself was useless if they were. Shoyuta didn't even want to think about it. He had to stay professional here. If he wanted to, then maybe he could have his go at them later. For now, he needed to be Toshinori's advisor. He needed to do his duty before he even thought about what his heart wanted to do. Writing out the message to them was painful. It took all Shoyuta had to not crumble the paper up and throw it away. Or just flat out destroy it. His writing looked a bit more crude compared to the rest of the letters because of how hard he was pressing his writing utensil down onto the surface, but it said nothing rude, so he counted that as a win. As he watched the last raven fly off with the letter, he made a mental note to warn the members of the Bakugu family. If they had anything discouraging to say, then they were out of here. No hesitation, no questions, no second chances. The only reason they were being called out here like this was because they were allies. If this was something that could be taken more lightly, then Shoyuta would send a letter specifically asking them to cut their visits altogether unless it was for a yearly meetup. They all had early meetups, even after Izuku was found. It was just more difficult for Shoyuta to keep from glaring or growling in his throat whenever the Bakugu pair said something wrong or spoke too loud. Basically, almost everything that he used to tolerate was now untolerated and borderline hated. Shoyuta usually didn't find himself so petty about situations like this. Izuku himself was trying to move on, so it would probably be healthy for Shoyuta to follow his lead. It was just, whenever he felt like maybe he should be giving the Bakugas the benefit of the doubt, he remembered what state Izuku came to them in. He was alone, innocent, defenseless. He was an abandoned hatchling for something he couldn't control. From the logistical standpoint, sending him out could have also been similar to teaching an amateur dark magic and evil sorcery. aka, offering incapable or the wrong hands power. Izuku was still a child, anyone could have easily picked him up and tortured him for their own selfish needs for his power. Pushing all of that aside, for now, Shoyuta left the room to return to Toshinori. They'd have to plan how to go about this. The wording could get really difficult when you had to deal with NG Todoroki. He'd gotten better about not jumping to the wrong conclusions or the first chance at battle, but it never hurt to be safe with that guy. It would also do good to warn the Tokoyamis to be wary, since their territory was reasonably close to that of the Blood Princes. They'd all need to be prepared to explain why the heck Izuku was alive and suddenly powerful to the Bakugas. Not that they really deserved to have one or deserved the Greenette back in their lives after what they'd done, but it wouldn't take too long for some questions to come up. Many tribes already knew that Izuku wasn't even Toshinori's son. Wonder how they figured that out? Was it the appearance or the fact that Toshinori never had a mate? Once the tribe he came from was in the picture, Shoyuta could only hope that they managed to keep this at a strictly professional meeting on how to deal with the Blood Prince and wouldn't be digging up family drama along the way. He might actually ask Toshinori to completely break off from the Bakugas if they had to go there. The days leading up to the meeting had gone by pretty smoothly, all things considered. The ravens took a day or two to return, each with a message from the other tribes confirming that they'd be coming. There were also a few words of concern being passed around. No surprise, Shoyuta could admit that the wording may have been a bit ominous despite his best attempts. All the while, Toshinori worked with Shoyuta and Hizashi to prepare a schedule for how the discussion would go. The overall concern would need to be introduced first for some context, but from there were several ways the meeting could go. Starting to plan for a war, even if it hasn't been officially declared, would have to be one of the priorities. There was absolutely no way that Izuku would be married off to the Blood Prince. And even if they were to consider that idea, who's to say that the Shigaraki didn't have anything else in his sleeve? His father had been quite the cunning man, seemingly always prepared for whatever dent they threw to his plan. The reason that their war against him lasted so long was because there was just no pleasing him. Even when he got what he desired for a short amount of time, he needed destruction to assure it would stay that way. No doubt that his prince would follow that same lead. To prepare for that, aside from getting the details to their meeting figured out, Shoyuta also took the initiative to call in some backup for Izuku. His son would be one of them, followed by 2 trainees. They were friends to the prince and not individually popular enough in the entire kingdom yet to have any sort of connection to the chief's inner circle. It wouldn't draw too much attention while also making sure that the youngest nature dragon was safe. Earth Dragon Tetsu, sole hatchling to the captain of their guard. He was next in line to become the leader, though it would be a long time until he made that jump. He had yet to experience anything more dangerous than defending against rogue dragons or handling small crimes within the tribe. This would undoubtedly be one of his most daunting and challenging tasks yet, though Shoyuta was pretty impressed with how he didn't shy away from it. Admittedly, he would work with Izuku in the future to navigate keeping their tribe safe, so this could act as a head start. They could develop a deeper trust and sense of companionship. Storm Dragon Ochako Uraraka, also the sole hatchling to her own parents. Unlike Tetsu's family, she didn't start off working close to the chief. Her family was one of the tribe's architects. They focused more on keeping the overall flow of things in the main area operational. Things like designing new buildings, repairing damages in already existing ones, or tearing down old ones to be built newer and stronger were all part of the job. However, Ochako found a different calling, gaining a unique interest in medicine. With their current head healer, Chio Shizenji, as old as she was and without a protege, it was only logical that Ochako speaks with her growing passion. Tetsu, the new captain of their warriors, and Ochako, the oldest trainee under Chio. Plus Hitoshi, who was still juggling with the position he wanted to try for but knew that he wanted to work closely with their upcoming chief. The group was almost perfect and Izuku had been beyond ecstatic to learn that he wouldn't just be training with Toshinori. He'd actually get more time to spend with some of his friends, even if it had to be somewhat professional at certain times. Speaking of Izuku, what are we gonna say when the Bakugas see me? Izuku had changed quite a lot since the day he had been banished. No longer was he meek or frail, but now healthy-looking and more confident in himself. His powers still required additional training because of their wide range, but it was a far reach from previously being powerless. It's gonna be bad enough to admit that pretty much all of our allies except them know that I was taken in. Won't that make them mad? Shoyuta had considered that possibility quite a lot. More than what was probably healthy. When he spoke with Toshinori, the older dragon didn't seem that concerned with it. He reasoned that they had no business controlling any aspects of Izuku's life if they were so willing to just leave him to die. If they had an issue with it, then they could challenge him and lose. It was a big show of arrogance compared to how Toshinori usually approached topics that involved other dragon tribes, though Shoyuta could respect the others' refusal to give too much lenience. It's none of their business. They lost all rights to you and your life when they left you. Izuku didn't even flinch at Shuta's blunt DLVY. It's been a long time since he's been reminded of what has happened, though growing up in a healthy, more supportive environment did wonders for his mental health regarding the past. If they want an explanation, by all means, they can have it. But if they cause any trouble, then your father already has a plan for that. Izuku raised a brow. He's gonna challenge them, isn't he? Crossing his arms, he pet out his hip and gave his uncle figure a knowing look. His father was usually a patient, reasonable leader. However, it's been constantly made clear to him and to everyone in the tribe that he was very protective of Izuku. Not only because he was abandoned by his original tribe, but because only he could understand the burdens and struggle that Toshinori was going through. They both experienced the rare phenomenon that would occur only in nature dragons. They both had powers and responsibilities that came with those powers that other dragons wouldn't understand unless they experienced the struggle themselves. It wasn't necessarily a tragic challenge, per se. Certainly, having powers that would grow to become some of the most powerful forms of magic was a great honor. But it came with prices. You needed to train constantly, as powers were always changing and growing with the body. As the chief of the tribe, Toshinori, and eventually Izuku, had the entire tribe's safety on their shoulders. They needed to maintain peace with other nations and be prepared to lead the battle to victory should there be war. If they're being difficult, yes. Shoyuta nodded, continuing to walk beside Izuku. With the new bodyguards selected, they could now begin group training sessions. All dragons, whether they wanted or didn't want to be warriors or work with the chief, received physical training for their bodies and their quirks. As one would expect, turning into a giant flying reptile while also managing a quirk could get very difficult. One would say that you could easily become more of a danger to yourself if you didn't know how to properly control your body or your quirk. All warriors received special training, more of a balance between offense and defense as opposed to mainly focusing on defense for the other tribe members, but this new, group training, was an experiment. Izuku has been training with Toshinori for long enough to assure that he could control most of his newfound powers, so beginning to train with others was no longer a risk. Remember when I first tried to use my magic? Izuku brought a hand up, showing Shoyuta the visible aura that surrounded it. There were varying shades of jade and turquoise, see-through and appearing to be sparkling. You said Uncle Zashi almost fainted. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. In the list of things that Hizashi could have done, fainting was one of the least helpful things. Heck, even yelling out in alarm would have been more helpful. Because in that case, they could still focus just on making sure Izuku's body didn't shut down from the unexpected surge of magic instead of also needing to make sure that nothing had happened to his mate. Shock tended to do a lot to dragons. If Hizashi woke up and the last thing he saw was a hurt hatchling, who knows what condition he'd spring up in. Sho and I always had the friendliest little spats about my elemental abilities compared to his own. Izuku smiled at the memory. He and the hybrid dragon had bonded over their shared need to learn how to better control their fire manipulation. Contrary to popular belief, releasing the power wasn't actually that difficult. It was keeping it in or controlling it once it was out that was the most difficult. I never thought an argument could be friendly. Shoyuta remembered, multiple times, watching the young hatchlings and fearing the day he'd have to separate them because they got in an actual fight. It never happened, which surprised him. Most of Izuku's and Shudo's interactions when they were under 10 were lightly arguing about the best approach to controlling their fire or creating power moves. Yet, you two managed to prove that it's somehow possible. Izuku shrugged. We were never trying to put any ideas down, you know. His hands stopped glowing as he returned it to his side, beginning to think deeper into his bond with the Todoroki heir. Whenever he talked about friends he had now, his mind always, against his will, shifted to when he still had Kacch-Katsuki. When the two of them were still friends, it brought forth a warm feeling in his chest that none of his present friends could. Not to misunderstand, they brought him plenty of kindness and a sense of safety that he never thought he'd be able to feel after being banished. Yet, the fact that he could never not think of Katsuki when thinking about his friends irked him as much as it hurt him. When thinking too much about it, it almost gave Izuku whiplash. They were friends one minute, then the next Katsuki hated him and lived off of making Izuku suffer. The green net never got the answer to why that happened, though looking back on it, he didn't think he wanted it now. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. All that mattered was how Izuku grew up knowing that he'd probably never be able to trust Katsuki to that deep of a level. Maybe he's changed, maybe he hasn't. What happened in the future would happen. Izuku just hoped that their murky past didn't complicate things in the future. When he became chief after his dad retired, he knew he'd have to deal with the Bakugis in foreign affairs. Unless by some miracle, not a good one, they were overthrown. Izuku knew himself that he'd be able to handle Katsuki if they had a professional relationship. He just wasn't sure if he should expect the same from the other. Again, Izuku never knew what his ex-friend was thinking then, so he couldn't know now. It made Katsuki unpredictable in ways that Izuku almost feared. And as much as he didn't want to think about it until he had to, sometimes he just couldn't help himself. A reminder would show its face or he'd be worrying about becoming chief. It was so frustrating. Izuku, your markings are glowing. Shoyuta paused in his steps so that he could lay a hand on the younger dragon's shoulder. A subtle, but genuine look of concern crossed over his features as he took in what he was seeing. None of them were too bright, but Izuku's birthmarks were definitely glowing. Now, Shoyuta was no expert on Izuku's body, but he was pretty sure that that only happened when his magic was acting up. And since his magic didn't usually act up as long as Izuku was able to control it, meaning he was focused and emotionally content. You're worried about the Bakugis? The storm dragon murmured, waiting until Izuku had gotten a hold of himself before releasing the youngling's shoulder. More so than you're letting on. Izuku didn't answer him immediately, but the silence was still telling enough. That being said, Shoyuta knew that allowing Izuku to really think about it too much, at least in his presence, would lead to a bad time. So instead, he gestured for Izuku to continue following him to the training grounds. It was no surprise that the shock would take a while to settle in, just as it would take possibly longer to get out of his system. What would he think if his tribe had just abandoned him and he was forced to see them again? Scratch that. What would he do if he was forced to see his parents again after something like that? Izuku wasn't able to say much about his father, other than remembering that no one in the tribe liked to talk about him. His mother, on the other hand, sounded a bit confusing. On one hand, Izuku only had positive things to say to her. Even when he admitted that she didn't really do anything other than cry when he was sent away, he still saw her in a good light. It was rather impressive, since Shoyuta himself didn't think that he'd be able to speak positively about his parents if they didn't at least try to fight it if he was being sent away. On the other hand, he didn't know her very well. What he did know about dragon parents is that the suffering of losing a hatchling wasn't a one-way street. The hatchling would actually have the easier half, possibly. The bond between a hatchling being separated from its parents was intense. It took a year or two for proper maternal or paternal bonds with a hatchling to snap in place, but once it did, deadly consequences followed if that bond was ever tampered with. It's one of the main reasons that quirkless hatchlings or runts were no longer banished from most tribes. The hatchlings were gone, but their parents were likely to follow. How quickly they succumbed to their depression or feral instincts were determined by how long their hatchlings survived without them before dying. It was extremely sad to hear about it. One of the most vulnerable aspects of dragon culture. I know I should probably be over it by now. Izuku finally sighed in admittance, a blush painting his marked-up cheeks. As they finally stepped outside and started to walk along the path to the training grounds, his freckles began to stand out more against his birthmarks. It's been so long, and I doubt that anyone on the other side of this cares enough to want to deal with it. There is no dealing with it on their part, Izuku. Shuda's eyes narrowed in what he knew would be an angry glare, so he tried to keep his gaze forward in order to prevent a misunderstanding. Toshinori has heard him rant about this hundreds of times when they first got Izuku, but he could never really bring it upon himself to speak like this in front of the hatchling. It just felt out wrong in an odd way. Shoyuta was normally a pretty blunt person, but he was especially direct when things were difficult to talk about or danger was something to be aware of. To him, it was just no good to sugarcoat things or beat around the bush if something was that important. That said, not being able to talk with Izuku about his childhood was something that always confused him. So much so that even Hisashi had given up trying to help him figure out why. And his mate was nothing if not one of the most stubborn dragons there was when it came to helping him snap out of whatever mental fun, Hisashi's words, Shoyuta was in. They made their choice and you were the one who suffered as a result. Just as they were about to round the corner to where the rest of the group would be waiting, Shoyuta pulled Izuku so that they were facing each other. The glare had disappeared, but the older dragon still looked deadly serious. His hand squeezed Izuku's shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. You're stronger now and you're surrounded by people who care about you. If they want to start trouble, then that's on them. They're free to leave and we'll see how well it turns out for them when it's announced that you will be the chief after Toshinori. Izuku nodded his head, smiling to try and reassure the storm dragon. They both knew that he wasn't fooling anyone, but it worked as a good, "can we move on?" signal. Patting Izuku's shoulder, Shoyuta finally brought them around the corner to see that everyone who had been called was stretching. Ochako, Tetsu, Hitoshi, and Ha. So Shoyuta would be training them today and not Toshinori. Izuku wasn't told that, but whatever. It worked out either way since, even though Shoyuta couldn't erase his power, he could still probably kick Izuku's butt if he went too far. There you are. Tetsu was the first to call out, straightening up to wave his hand. He almost smacked Hitoshi in the face from where he was hovering over the earth dragon, pressing down on Tetsu's back to help the stretch. Once he almost got hit in the face, he leaned up as well to give the dragon below him an irritated look before greeting Izuku. Hey! He nodded, smiling when Izuku waved excitedly at him. He pressed his elbow in Tetsu's back, chuckling when the other yelped at the sensation. As one would imagine, having a pointy bone shoved between your shoulder blades was not very pleasant. That's for almost hitting me in the face, idiot. Izuku-kun. Ochako stood up and rushed towards the newcomers, throwing her arms around the nature dragon so she could pull him close. They hadn't had any time to really interact recently. The most they could get was a quick glance and greeting as they passed each other in the hall or when Izuku needed to be treated by Chiyo. Between preparations for the meeting and Ochako starting to do more active work with Chiyo, there wasn't much time. Then again, that's also been the case with Tetsu as well. None of them had had any chance to really speak with each other besides Hitoshi and Izuku because of how closely their fathers worked. Little Eri also had her moments where she'd be with them, but most of the time she was attending her own lessons with tutors. Her trauma from her previous situation made it difficult and unsafe for her, and possibly others, to interact with several strangers at once like in a normal school environment. Very few times she'd come in to have her checkups concerning her quirks and Ochako would be able to play with her a bit, but it never lasted long. It was so nice to finally be reunited with everyone for more than a few minutes. Even if it was just to kick the life out of each other through sparring. It's nice to spend time with you, Aga Dash. Oh, come on. Are you trying to kill my legs? Oh, stop being such a drama queen. Hitoshi rolled his eyes playfully before easing up a centimeter on the pressure against Tetsu's shoulders. I'm only trying to help, you know that. Not all of us have rubber for limbs. Tetsu grunted, trying to take deep breaths as his muscles were stretched to their limits. Really, he got that pushing yourself past your limits was the only way to really improve in the long run, but could he please have some mercy with stretching? Being flexible was important and all, but why did it have to hurt so much more than strength, speed, or endurance training? What was the difference that he was missing here? Was it a body thing? Compared to everyone else, he was a bit more on the bulkier side. Earth dragons tended to have more muscular builds, or at least more visibly muscular builds. Fire dragons had pretty muscular builds as well depending on the conditions and stuff like that. It was just the way their bodies developed. Storm and nature dragons had more lithe builds for their bodies. It came with relying more on magic than on physical strength. When, dragons still used magic instead of having quirks. Then again, quirks were technically their magic, but it was shifted in a way that it developed as a physical ability instead of remaining as its raw core. So maybe Tetsu was thinking about this the wrong way? Maybe it wasn't body-built structure, maybe he was just cursed with never being able to touch past his toes. Not like Izuku or Ochako, who could literally lay across their legs and reach the ground a few inches away from their toes when they bent over. Oh. Why? Oh, stop it, Dash. Sir, he's torturing me. It's not my fault you spend, 2 minutes stretching every week. That is a goddamned lie. Shoyuta sighed, bringing a hand up to pinch at the bridge of his nose as he watched his son and Tetsu argue. On the bright side, at least he could be assured that the younglings were at least somewhat warmed up for today's matches. He didn't know how long they've been stretching or if they did anything else, like jogging around, but he'd give them all the benefits of the doubt. As soon as this was settled, they could actually begin. That's enough, he announced, staring blankly forward as Tetsu and his son immediately silenced themselves. Hitoshi stood up, no longer putting any pressure against Tetsu, leaving the earth dragon to stand as well. All 4 younglings came to stand before him, hands at their sides while they stared at him expectantly. The shift from whatever was going on just now to this was pretty abrupt, but it was to be expected from children raised in this type of environment. There was a time for socializing, there was a time for fun, and there was a time for focus. What they learned here would help them in the future, whether that be leading the tribe or protecting the tribe. As you all know, we've recently received a threat from the Blood Prince. All of the hatchlings shuddered at the name, but Shoyuta continued. Your chief has called upon all of our allies to help settle the matter. They will be here tomorrow, a couple of hours before noon. Do you think the Blood Prince is actually going to go through with his threat? Tetsu stepped forward, subtly glancing at Izuku from the corner of his eye. When his parents told him that his friend had gotten that proposal, he had almost fainted, which was really saying something since he wasn't known for letting a lot of things faze him like that. I'm not saying we shouldn't take it seriously, but he can't possibly think that he'd win after his father just lost a war to our tribe? Shoyuta had discussed that very thing with Toshinori yesterday. It wasn't good to allow yourself to become arrogant, especially in the face of the Blood Prince and his army. But it was also difficult to really worry about whatever he might bring when both sides of the conflict knew he didn't have as much power as he talked up. Most of his army had been destroyed in their most recent war, and while it was true that he could just bring back some of his soldiers or concoct up some other evil creatures, it would take a few years before he was strong enough to stand up to them. And that was discounting the fact that they too would grow in size and power as time passed. Best not let Tetsu know that though. Shoyuta needed to be the adult here. It wouldn't do any of them good to just come out and say that he doubted Shigaraki's words too much. It would lead them all down a dangerous road. We haven't exactly had any contact with him ever since his father's defeat. Unfortunately. Another thing that would possibly need to be discussed. If a war turned out unnecessary and Shigaraki backed down from being intimidated, then it would be a good time to implement some warriors into his territory to keep an eye on him. Maybe some spies would work best? Why they hadn't had that now was a disappointment. Hindsight really was proving to be a bit an irritation. In any case, we need to assume that Shigaraki is foolish enough to try us and be prepared for when he assembles his forces. Shoyuta looked at each youngling, making it obvious that he was sizing them up before moving on to the next one. I'm pretty sure your mentors debrief you on this, but I'll repeat in case anything was left out. You 3 have been chosen to remain close to Izuku, acting as his bodyguards while this whole mess is getting sorted out. Sir, if I may interrupt? Ochako raised her hand, waiting until Shoyuta nodded at her before continuing. I asked Shizenji-san earlier and never got an answer, but would it not be better for Izuku to have more experienced warriors as his bodyguards? I mean, I'm honored that I've been entrusted with this task, but he is the future chief. Shoyuta knew this would come up. He just hoped that it would be after he finished explaining the first part. Well, there went that plan. Though he couldn't exactly blame the younglings for being curious. What he was proposing was kind of risky at first glance, not only for them but also for Izuku. Normally, I'd say yes to that. He rubbed a hand over his eyes. In this particular case, we're hoping to keep this on the down low. Like Tetsu pointed out, there's a chance that Shigaraki might not even go through with war once he realizes that we won't be fighting alone. In that case, there's no need to cause panic within the tribe. It'll only show the blood prints that he's succeeded in getting to us. That may just be the catalyst for a 100% chance of war. Ochako still looked a bit hesitant, but nodded anyway. Shoyuta could respect that she just wanted to look out for her friend the best way she understood now, and he could admit that they all sounded arrogant with the way that they were talking about what course Shigaraki would take, but the decision was non-negotiable. He knew they were all capable fighters, and even if they didn't think they could take on any of the Blood Prince's minions, they could help defend for long enough for someone else to get there. The priority here was keeping Izuku safe, but if they could do that subtly, then that would also be a big help. You've all trained together a few times in the past, so I trust you haven't forgotten what your friends can do. Shoyuta continued. Just remember, you've all grown as dragons and as warriors. No underestimation or you'll have no one to blame for your downfall but yourself. Harsh but sadly true. Everyone collectively winced, glancing at each other as Shoyuta held his hands up. Who wants to go first? I will. I'll go. Tetsu and Izuku both looked at each other, wicked grins pulling at their lips. It was an old rivalry between the two of them, Tetsu's more physical strength to Izuku's magic-focused strength. Since they hadn't gotten to train together very much after a certain point, it was never resolved. Now would be a perfect opportunity. A prospect that Shoyuta dreaded as much as he admired it. It was nice to know that, as trivial as it sounded, Tetsu and Izuku each had their own ambitions that would force them to push each other in battle. Plus, a good relationship that would keep any grudges away. Just don't destroy the training grounds. He warned, gesturing for Ochako and Hitoshi to stand beside him. Take your positions. Tetsu and Izuku bowed to him before walking away from each other. They each took about 10 steps in opposite directions before turning around to bow to each other. Upon straightening up, they each activated their power. Tetsu with his steel coating and Izuku with his magic, causing the nature dragon to glow a beautiful emerald green. The exposed birthmarks on both dragons almost cackled to life as they really got into it. It made them both look surreal, completely from another realm. It was an unfairly alluring combination between power and the natural beauty that dragons had. That most mythical creatures had. All they needed now was, begin. Why do I have to be here again? Katsuki hissed under his breath, shoving his mother away when she raised a hand to swipe at his head. He had already been smacked about 4 times and they'd only arrived on Tashinori's tribe grounds just 2 minutes ago. Don't you effing dare touch me, you effing hag. Keep your FING voice down if you're gonna curse so damn much. Mitsuki was quick to hiss back, shaking her head at her son's ridiculous behavior before focusing forward once more. She didn't want Katsuki here as much as he didn't want to be here. Despite Shuta's best efforts, she could tell that whatever would be discussed must be a sensitive topic. And if she knew her son, he didn't handle sensitivity very well. At least he didn't have to worry about them being dressed up. Unlike some of the leading tribe families, the Bakugas wore their military regalia during formal meetings. It never hurt to be prepared. A fight could break out at any moment or a meeting could be invaded. They were known for their combative nature anyway, so barely anyone ever bat an eyelash when they entered looking like they were ready for war. Masaru wore his usual brown cape, along with leathery armored pieces that settled on his chest, wrists, and shins. As an earth dragon, he naturally had a more durable body and didn't need much in the way of other protection. Mitsuki, on the other hand, had a bit more covering her upper arms and her thighs. She was a warrior who relied on agility and speed, so her armor was a bit lighter compared to her mates. That left their son, who chose to wear his usual split-colored leather coat, some pants, and his boots. They had yet to do any true fighting with other tribes, but if Mitsuki had to guess, then what Katsuki was currently wearing would become his battle regalia. His quirk required him to be able to gather sweat around his body to blow up, so the only protection he needed took the form of wrist guards that he wore even when he was hunting. They would help the sensitive skin near the underside of his wrists while his palms strengthened with each practice blow. To finish the look, he had brought the earrings that the Midoriya family had gifted him in honor of his birth. Mitsuki had tried insisting that they stay back home, so they wouldn't be at risk of getting lost or stolen while they were out, but Katsuki had only flipped her off. Seriously, ever since Izuku's death had truly hit Katsuki, he's refused to take the earrings off. She used to catch him wearing them to bed too, until he accidentally cut his ear and learned that his tossing and turning weren't good when combined with his head being pressed against a pillow. At first, she had assumed that it was because he was finally feeling guilty about being such a brat about the already heartbreaking situation. Later, she learned that it was because Inko had threatened to take them away from Katsuki a few times, claiming that he didn't deserve them after how he treated her son before the green net was forced away. She had never seen or heard Inko threaten Katsuki herself, but she wasn't surprised when Katsuki finally confessed about it happening. He cried about it too, one of the few times he's let himself cry in front of his parents. Inko was his godmother, his aunt. It hurt him dearly that she no longer liked him and crushed him when he realized how deep her dislike ran. It was around the second month or so that the nature dragon could bring herself to look at them without looking absolutely disgusted, so she must have threatened Katsuki when the youngling was trying to talk to her around that time. As much as it angered Mitsuki that her hatchling was being spoken to in such a way, her friendship with Inko and her understanding of the situation made it difficult for her to retaliate. It wasn't like Katsuki was being threatened with bodily harm. Inko would just take the earrings away. The earrings. The pieces of jade that Katsuki would hold on to, as a reminder to who Izuku once was before everything went to. Thinking about it, Mitsuki couldn't help but glance at the pieces of jade that swung slightly as Katsuki walked. A month ago, he had banned her or Masaru from touching them, even if they were offering to clean them from dirt or dust that might stick to them while Katsuki was out hunting. What they represented to him and how he treated them gave her hope that someday, they'd be able to move past this drift and they could help him as parents should help a grieving child. Oi, like you have any room to talk, you hypocritical beach. Now though, it didn't look like that would be happening anytime soon. Ehem. Masaru threw his mate and their hatchling a look, gesturing with his head that they were nearing the entrance to the capital. It looked different compared to how it looked the last time they were here. Last time, the building only had vine designs climbing along the walls in honor of their chief being a nature dragon. Now, those vines had several flower blooms attached to them, some looking a bit more open than others, yet none looked fully matured yet. What was the occasion? Perhaps this was an add-on because of Toshinori's hatchling. The little one must still be young if the flowers painted on are still blooming and haven't completely bloomed yet. Perhaps if there's time, they can see the little guy or girl. Let's save this for after the meeting. Masaru hugged his mate close and offered his son an encouraging smile. He's long since learned that trying to administer any physical affection towards Katsuki would be met with hostility or he'd move away unless he was the one to request the affection. It was in times like that did Masaru start really understand how much Inko had been going through. Also, her jabs started to hurt a bit more as days passed, but that was to be expected. She was allowed to be resentful as long as she didn't betray them or go on a tribal killing spree. Masaru walked his family up to the door before knocking. They waited about 2 or 3 minutes before a servant answered the door. Quiet and blank, the servant bowed his head stiffly before whispering a quick welcome and leading them inside. It was the complete opposite of their own tribe, where visitors were usually welcomed in a more boisterous manner that was, more often than not, considered too intimidating to really be an appropriate welcome. Oh well, the Bakugas were an intense and passionate group of dragons. It was already a given fact that they weren't famous for being quiet. The servant led the group along a couple of hallways before encountering a staircase. They traveled to the second floor before turning away and walking down another hall. Once they got to the end, they made a sharp right and walked down a bit before coming to a set of double doors. There were several voices already inside, their words too mumbled to properly make out. The servant took a deep breath before slowly opening the doors, announcing, "The Bakugas have arrived, chief." All chatter stopped immediately and the families who had already arrived looked up. Toshinori was the first to offer them a welcoming smile before gesturing to the seats in front of him. There were several that were still empty, so it could be concluded that they would be waiting for a couple of more families to show up before starting the meeting. Masaru pulled a chair out for his mate, pushing her in before taking his own seat. Katsuki, on the other hand, displayed his well-known nature and simply yanked a chair up before slumping down into it. He ignored the glare he could feel radiating from his old hag. She knew that he didn't want to be here and, right now, he couldn't give a damn how much the other tribes felt about him. He only cared about the Yagi tribe, as they were the Bakugas' longest allies and the Todorokis already had an issue with them. Just because they were at peace with each other, politically, didn't mean that they liked each other. It was an age-old rivalry that the Yagi tribe had to step in to stop. DK, how pathetic did that sound? They needed another tribe to step in to achieve an alliance. Talk about a blow to pride. Welcome. We're just waiting on the Togatas and the Tokoyamis. Their territories were the farthest away from the Yagi tribe, so that made sense. It was one of the rare cases where constantly being late wasn't seen as rude or irresponsible. Ah, of course. Mitsuki smiled back, though it was a bit strained. Shoyuda had turned to them as soon as they sat down and he's just been glaring at them. This wasn't exactly new, considering he's never been the type to smile that much when they had these meetings. But it was still unpleasant, especially since that glare changed to a blank stare when he looked at the Yaoyorisis or the Aoyamas. She'd been having this thought for a while now but hasn't really found an appropriate time to ask. Did they do something, or him or to the Yagi tribe, that warranted him making them constantly feel unwelcome in his general vicinity? Again, she hadn't ever broached the subject and would likely not breach the subject anytime soon. At least not until whatever was going on was solved. Ida, I am curious, why are you here but not the rest of your family? Mitsuki was brought of her thoughts as Tashinori looked towards the Todorokis. A young man with blue hair and thick-framed glasses sat to the left of the youngest heir, Shudo Todoroki. From the last name, she could identify him as the younger brother of Captain Tensei Ida, captain of the Todoroki warrior group. If he was here and his family was not, was he acting as a spokesperson on their behalf? None of the tribe leaders were foolish enough to just leave their tribe with no guardian when they were called away. There would always be a trusted member to look after things until they returned. For the Bakugis, that was Inko. For the Todorokis, she guessed it was the Idas, what with them being the captains of their guard and all of that. So if the youngest Ida was here, then there was no other explanation other than his elders being trusted to stay behind and handle things back home. Still, that there was some flaw to that logic. Young Ida was not much older than her own son, to her understanding. He seemed mature, but that was still a lot of responsibility being placed on someone who still had a few years to go before he should be traveling to these types of meetings alone. She always knew that the Todorokis were a bit more strict on Disnan, but this was, yes. Forgive me for neglecting to explain. I was hoping that I may get into contact with Miss Uraraka after this was over. Miss Uraraka? Mitsuki and Masaru shared a curious look. Since when did an Ida become so close to a family who served in the Yagi tribe? We've never heard of this Uraraka family. Oh yes, of course. Tashinori didn't seem to share their confusion. He laughed easily and shook his head at his own forgetfulness. Well, if that's the case, then would it work better for you to go see her right now? If seeing her is all you came here for, then there's no reason to bore you with this meeting. The youngest Ida blushed at Tashinori's call-out and looked to his chief, Enji Todoroki, for permission. For as angry as the man looked on a daily basis, his glare softened a bit as he nodded his approval. The youngest Ida said his thanks to his chief and to Chief Yagi before walking around the table and through the door. His footsteps down the hall sounded off until he made the turn, once again pushing everyone else to chat about something else until the last two families arrived. Speaking of sons, where is yours, Yagi-sama? The matriarch of the Todoroki tribe, Rei Todoroki, glanced around the table as if she was expecting him to be hiding somewhere. She sounded so disappointed as well, almost as if she was hoping he'd be here. Did she know about him? Has she met him before? I was hoping that we'd be allowed to see how he's grown. Dear, it hasn't been that long since we've seen him. Enji took hold of his mate's hand, gently rubbing the top of it with his thumb. Despite his dismissive words, his tone came out curious himself. Though I do share your curiosity. You have asked for our families to be here, yet he is absent. Mitsuki had to remind herself that Enji wasn't trying to be rude to Tashinori as he spoke. Their families and tribes were all right with each other, it was just between the two of them. Just because he sounds demeaning and condescending to them doesn't mean that that's the same with the Yagi tribe. As accusing as that sounds to her ears, Tashinori just offers his friend a patient smile. It's the only thing that helps keep her hands relaxed and not itching to leap across the table and gouge Enji's eyes out. For nice. Unfortunately, he injured himself trying out a new power move that he had been juggling around for some time, so our healer wants to patch him up before sending him over here. Shudo snorted, mumbling something along the lines of, I should have known, before straightening up after being given an expectant look from his father. The older dragon asked if Tashinori's hatchling was alright, dropping the issue altogether when the other chief assured that their healer just wanted to be sure he was fit for the meeting. Like, he wouldn't be spacing out or his body wouldn't be in pain by being forced to sit instead of lying down in a cushioned cot. As they continued to wait for the last families to arrive, Katsuki tuned out the talking and started analyzing everyone else present. They all looked way too relaxed for him to feel comfortable himself. He understood that the place was well guarded and all, but he was taught to always be ready if something were to happen. Even Enji Todoroki, known to be one of the best warriors in the land, bested only by Tashinori and the previously alive Blood King, was simply wearing some leathery armor on his wrists. His torso was bare, save for the elegant red cloth that clung to his broad frame. He looked the part of a regal chief without looking like a ridiculously fancy king. Katsuki would give him that. His queen on the other hand, Katsuki couldn't talk down on her even if she was wearing clothing that he would normally find a bit too fancy for his taste. She looked beautiful, like a delicate snowflake. Her white and blue top looked so flowy and comfortable, gracefully leading into the small cape that she sported behind her. The sleeves were thin, almost see-through, but had a glittery pattern along them that made her look like she was literally covered in small snowdrops. Her hands were free, a possible hint at her ice quirk and how quickly she could activate it just by touching something. It made sense why she might not wear armor once he remembered what her quirk was. The Yale Yorises thought he didn't even want to go there. They really did fill out the image of fancy schmancy tribal chiefs. Their clothing was a deep wine red, all of them. The father and mother sported long capes behind them while the daughter wore a trench coat-like piece with buckles in the middle that held the coat together. That confused him, since he also saw a zipper for her top half. So she had a zipper and buckles, and her sleeves broke connected to gloves near the wrist area. It was like she was wearing a full-body onesie, only the middle was open and her legs were replaced by a long tail. It was then that he noticed how much skin she was showing compared to her parents, or more like compared to everyone here. Wasn't that a bit much? Her stomach was open for all of them to see, as were her thighs. And the old hag used to lecture me about clothing. He wasn't gonna shame her for exposing that much skin, he knew Idra Kirishima for crying out loud. The Aoyamas were, undoubtedly, the worst out of all of them. Sure, they had armor on, but it was flashy as sheet. He understood that certain metals tended to glisten a bit in specific lighting, but the room wasn't even that bright. Yet still, the metal armor they wore shined as if they were being hit by 1,000 spotlights. Whatever they were wearing somehow sparkled on its own. Katsuki almost wanted to watch them walk out into the battlefield wearing that, just to be immediately noticed and shot down. It was a pitiful thought, which is why he almost wanted to watch it happen. They were the definition of target signs. He'd give them props for their placement though. Fairies weren't exactly known for their reliance on physical strengths. Their magic was a sight to behold and definitely shouldn't be messed with, but as quirks came into play more, that magic started to lose some of its original power. Just like other, once magical creatures, most fairies were stripped down to the bare minimum of magic that would shift to help form their quirks. Katsuki's heard that sometimes, in special cases, magic could also be responsible for self-healing minor injuries, but other than that it was completely useless. Unless the fairies had an extra powerful quirk, then their delicate bodies desperately needed the protection that armor provided. Apologies for our tardiness. Ours as well. The doors burst open, just as a servant had announced the arrival of the Togata and the Tokoyami clan. From the Togata tribe, Katsuki could pick out only the father and the son, as well as a background black-haired guy who he didn't give a shit about. He had assumed that the mother must have been left behind to tend to things back in their tribe. The same could be said for Tokoyami, only reversed the situation where the father seemed left behind while the mother and the son were here. If Katsuki was wrong, then whatever. From where he stood, there were people missing, and the only reason that made sense for that was that the tribe needed someone trustworthy to keep the whole thing managed until the chiefs returned. Welcome, welcome. Tashinori easily pardoned their tardiness and gestured to the remaining seats. The Togatas took the seat closest to Tashinori's left while the Tokoyamis joined the Bakugas, closest to the door. Oh heavens, that young Mirio, is that a ring on your finger? Congratulations, my boy. Yeah, we're gonna make a second pair for when we actually have our wedding. Katsuki turned his head to glance at the bubbly blonde at Tashinori's joyous declaration. He didn't care too much about Mirio being mated, but he couldn't help but be curious about the different mating traditions. To his understanding, unlike dragons who marked their mates with bites, elves were one of the creatures who used jewelry to signify couples. Matching piercings or hand-carved stones were some of the examples he's personally seen, but a ring? Looking closely, subtly of course, he did pick out the golden band settled comfortably on the blonde elf's finger. It had what looked like shaped jadeite in the center, separating it from some common ring. The other one, Amajiki, also had the same gold band with the same gemstone inside, though he wore it on his other hand. It was oddly symbolic, a representation that they were two halves of the same whole. Or whatever the stupid saying was. A quick round of congratulations spread through the room, everyone's voices getting mixed in so that Katsuki couldn't tell which compliment came from who. It was only when Shoyuta coughed that the attention once again shifted to Tashinori instead of fawning over the new couple. Yes, sorry about that. Tashinori coughed a bit before taking a few breaths. He brought himself back, turning serious as he finally began to discuss the reason they were here. It was about time, in Katsuki's opinion. They'd already been here for more than 15 minutes and still didn't know why. I'll get right to the point. We've received a threat of war from the Blood Prince. Several people, including Katsuki himself, openly gasped at the name Blood Prince falling from Tashinori's lips. They all knew the name by heart, despite the actual person being inactive ever since his family lost the war against the Yagi clan. The previously slain Blood King played a big part in that, with his death count and his cruelty towards his subjects. Who wouldn't know that Psycho's son? Someone like that couldn't just be forgotten, no matter how much time had passed. Not to mention he was taught about in school, educating young beings so that no one would ever become like him. That imbecile. What was the cause? Enji was the first to snap out of his stupor, his body igniting into flames. He raised his clenched fist, looking as if he were about to strike the table in his frustration. Is he trying to finish what his wicked father started? Tashinori shook his head. No, something a bit more twisted than that. He took a few moments to think about how he was gonna explain this. It was uncomfortable to talk about with his own son and his trusted advisor, so one could imagine how awkward it was going to be to admit to everyone else. But that what had to be done would need to be done, he supposed. For the past few years or so, he's been sending my son love letters. Toshinori brought up his hands to air quote the words. Was what Shigaraki sent considered love, or just lust? Not only for his son, but for the power that would follow if they were to marry? Actually, never mind, did it even matter? It was creepy. We haven't ever sent anything back, fearing that it would aggravate him enough to take action sooner. Toshinori sighed. I suppose it was only a matter of time before he became upset with our lack of a desirable response for him. But what he's been asking for is unthinkable. I don't care what promises Shigaraki makes, my son would never find happiness or safety if he were anywhere near that monster. Agreed. Rei's nose scrunched up in barely concealed disgust. Did the Shigaraki son truly think that they would just hand over Toshinori's, anyone's really, hatchling over to him? This whole thing was wrong on so many levels, she couldn't even begin to pick it apart into an explanation that would make sense. She supposed it couldn't be helped, they were facing the Blood Prince after all. It's also worth mentioning that, even if we were to do something so stupid as agreeing to the Blood Prince's terms, he could just go back on his word and attack anyway. His father certainly had no issue with it. We won't be making the same mistake twice. Toshinori confirmed, though he still looked and sounded wary. Just because they wouldn't fall into that specific trap didn't mean that the Blood Prince didn't have any more for them to stumble into. Maybe it was paranoia talking, maybe it was experience, whatever it was he needed to trust it if he wanted all of them to survive this. Hopefully, with minimum damage to speak of. If I'm to be perfectly honest with you all, I don't actually think that the Blood Prince has enough resources to declare a war he will win. However, not preparing for such an event would be foolish. It would be. The eldest Tokoyami spoke, her eyes narrowing as she began to think about what this could mean for her tribe. Out of all of the families here, they were closest to the Blood Prince's territory. If he was declaring war on the Yagi tribe, then he was declaring war on all of their allies as well. Allies like them. It didn't pass her thoughts that her tribe might be the first attacked if the time actually came. What will you have us do then? Should we be preparing for war? Nothing has been set in stone yet, so I find no reason to cause a widespread panic. Toshinori knew how unbelievable that may have sounded, but he and Shoyuta spent almost 2 full days going over all of this. He wouldn't say it if he truly didn't think it was important. What I wanted to request is that you state your place before we try to make any announcements. Our place? Mitsuki narrowed her eyes. You wish for us to reaffirm our place as your allies? No, I wish for you to confirm whether you would willingly involve yourselves and your tribe if the Blood Prince went through with his threat. Toshinori's eyes turned black, 2 deadly green dots replacing his pupils. The air seemed to thicken as he stood, holding up his hands before anyone could answer him. I want you to think about your answer. I know we're allies and one of the agreements that we have because of that is supporting each other should the need arise. But the Blood King is no joke, even if his family just lost a war. If you agree to join us, then you're agreeing to put yourselves and your tribes in a great amount of danger. Are you willing to do this? Well, when he phrased it like that, it suddenly became more difficult to answer. For the first few moments, several people looked like they still wanted to shout, "Yes, we will join you," at the top of their lungs. Toshinori couldn't blame them. Sometimes the need to do what seemed right at the moment, in this case defending your allies, was too easy to ride on. Now, as the reality of the situation sunk in, he could see the cogs turning in their heads. A heavy silence took over for what felt like hours. Nobody dared to make eye contact with him or with the other tribe leaders, out of fear that their decision may be influenced. There was a lot at stake here. Their opponent was still dangerous despite his temporary weakened state. Did anyone want to take the risk? How many of them would die if they actually went to war? How many families would suffer if someone didn't come home? How many hatchlings or other offspring would be left without parents? Is there a way to guarantee their victory, or would this just be a true gamble? Would Shigaraki even go down quietly if he lost? There were so many questions, so many concerns, with almost no answers. It really made the whole thing sound hopeless, no matter what they chose. They could join the Yagi tribe in defending his hatchling and save them all from being double-crossed in the end, or they could stay out of it and hope. They were playing it safe in the name of protecting their tribe. It was so difficult. There were morals to be met, but lives at risk. Would this risk be worth it in the end? Or would it all be for nothing? You are right, this will not be without risk. NG was the first to break the silence, choosing his words carefully as he finally addressed everyone in the room. His body alternated between leaning back into his chair or forcing himself to sit up straight in an effort to appear unfazed. If we join you and there is war, then we put the lives of our tribe members on the line. Should we win, hopefully we can rebuild. Should we lose? NG didn't even need to finish. They all understood the unspoken consequences. The benefits and the consequences go hand in hand. Enji's fists tightened from where it was lying on the table. It truly is a gamble. However, we are not a tribe to simply abandon our allies, especially knowing that they're already going to be putting themselves in harm's way to defend one of their own. We are not cowards, nor are weak. We will fight in your name until our last breath. Forcing his head to the side, Enji made solid eye contact with Tashinori. The blonde's pupils were still green, the surrounding area still black. To everyone else, they seemed to have a silent conversation for a few moments before Tashinori nodded and settled back a bit, allowing Enji to rise from his seat and stare at everyone else. My wife has also made a good point. Even if we were to cooperate with the demands of the Blood Prince, who's to say that he would stay true to his word? No, he can't be trusted. Not unless we give him a reason to stay true, which, coincidentally, happens to have the same solution as if we were to go to war. Enji allowed his words to settle into everyone's minds, trying not to appear too threatening as he gazed around the room. As much as he wanted to sound convincing, he didn't want to force anyone into an unfavorable situation. Not every tribe was like his. The Oyamas, for example, weren't known for their appreciation of combat. They defended themselves well, granted, but that didn't equal to a likeness or preference for fighting. Then there were the Tokoyamis, who were close to the Blood Prince and some of the perfect targets should word get out that they would be siding with Yagi. Everyone's situation differed, though ultimately, what brought them together was the distrust of the Blood Prince and the desire to help their friend. How much would this matter in the end? I agree with the Todorokis. It was the Yaoyori's turn to speak, with the father standing as well to join Enji. We have fought together before and have never been let down. Why should we back out when we have been called to help protect our allies? We already know that the Shigarakis can't be trusted, so why waste time? We might as well start preparing while we have the head start. With the two families cleared, it was almost like a domino effect. The Togatas were next, Mirio deciding to take the stage as he declared that Tashinori's son was like a younger brother to him, and he wouldn't let someone like Shigaraki touch him. Mitsuki was surprisingly calm about it as she agreed that the Bakugas would join as well, though Katsuki could tell from the expression on her face that she was slowly becoming displeased how everyone else but them seemed to know who Tashinori's son was. The Aoyamas and the Tokoyamis were the last to agree, with the Tokoyamis requesting that they remain subtle about this so that they could better protect their tribe, came with being the closest to the Blood Prince's territory and all the like. Thank you everyone. Tashinori stood, clapping his hands to signal the end of that part of the discussion. His eyes remained black, as if he were prepared for battle, though he sounded pretty normal so everyone just assumed that he must still be worried about his son. Even if nothing's happened yet, the knowledge that something bad could happen was the most frightening. With your permission, I'd like to send a message back to the Blood Prince alerting him of this new arrangement. For your sakes, I'll keep names out of it and I'm hoping that he'll be intimidated enough to call his threat off. However, unlikely that it is. There were a few murmurs here and there amongst the families. Really, this could go either way. The Blood King was a fierce opponent who didn't give up in his conquest, even when it was clear that he wouldn't be on the winning side of the war. It was possible that he's passed this stubbornness on to his son, who was either less dangerous, or more dangerous. It was really anyone's guess. On the other hand, without his father to guide him further, the Blood Prince probably hasn't had any experience in the field. So even if he was bold enough to continue with his threat, actual fighting might end soon after it began. Send it when you feel it is necessary. Enji settled back into his seat, folding his arms in front of his chest. I would recommend the sooner the better, but it's your choice in the end. Mitsuki disagreed. Allowing him enough time to conjure up his army isn't wise, strategically. If the Blood Prince was anything like his father, then he might possess the ability to raise the dead. And while that may take a lot of energy, as someone whose magic mostly went towards the formation of their quirk, it still supplied an endless amount of soldiers. Heaven forbid that he got his hands on any of their dead. I understand that there might be some benefits to waiting, but don't give him too much time to dash. Apologies, father. A new voice cut in, interrupting Mitsuki mid-sentence. Everyone turned to the source, most surprised while others looked relieved. The source of the conversation had finally made his appearance, soothing the worries that many had for his fate. Confirming that the prince of the Yagi tribe was here instead of with Shigaraki was a lot more settling than anyone could ever know. My deepest apologies for being late everyone, my magic was acting up after I was healed and I wanted to make sure that I had it contained before I came in. With a quick bow, the prince made his way to his father's side, taking his seat between Tashinori and Shudo. Almost immediately, Katsuki recognized that stupid bush of green hair. How could he ever forget it? Disregarding the fact that he's only ever known two people who had green hair, only one of them ever looked so smiley. Bright and wide, with his green eyes sparkling like the most precious gems, it looked as if the sun had born him to walk along the earth as a living representative. Katsuki couldn't bring himself to feel horrified at how incredibly cheesy that thought sounded. Or, if he did, then he didn't put any energy into doing anything about it. All he could do was stare helplessly as the other nature dragon began to ask questions about what he'd missed during his absence. Everything about this felt unreal. Katsuki never thought that he'd ever see the other again unless it was in his dreams and his nightmares. He never thought he'd hear the other again unless he was having flashbacks, twisted by his own guilt so that accusations and cruel words of hate were being thrown his way. Yet here he was in front of him. Breathing, talking, smiling, moving, he was here. He was here and he was real. He was alive. How? Katsuki heard his mother whisper, her hand coming up to cover her mouth as shock and grief passed over her face. How has this come about? Masaru had different concerns for his wife, though he copied her motions in using his hands to cover his face. Oh dear, what will Inko say? How can we even tell her? Katsuki didn't want to imagine how that would go, though he could make some connections now that Inko was mentioned. For starters, it explained why she never went feral or started feeling suicidal. Her hatchling was still alive, so maybe their bond hadn't been severed as many others have. Even if he was being parented by another and their bond was weak, it hadn't snapped in a way that would cause Inko to lose it. The second thing he realized, this is why they never knew. His mother wasn't the only one to realize that everyone seemed to know who Toshinori's son was except for them. She wasn't the only one to wonder why they were so ill-informed. He just didn't care at the time. If Toshinori wanted to keep secrets about his offspring, then fine. After this meeting, Katsuki could understand why his hatchling wouldn't be in the spotlight. Though, looking at it now, it all made sense to him. Why they didn't know, why Shoyuta always seemed so sad with them, why Inko hadn't gone feral, it's because he was alive. He was alive, safely hidden here and away from them. Away from Katsuki. With all of that sitting heavily in his mind and in his heart, there was really only one appropriate way for Katsuki to react when he made eye contact with Toshinori's hatchling. "Do you?" He roared, leaping across the table to try and get his hands on the young nature dragon. Izuku had known that the reunion wouldn't be the prettiest thing. At best, the Bakugas would just ignore him and he could just treat them as his uncle Shoyuta treated them. Distantly, as allies and not friends. At worst, they'd call him out and everyone else could come to their own conclusions about what happened between them. And if his father was reliable, which he was, then they'd figure things out really quickly and most likely respect Izuku by staying out of it. Some might get involved, but they'd likely be arguing on his side. Yet, out of all of the things that Izuku prepared for when he inevitably made contact with Katsuki and his parents, it wasn't for Katsuki to just lunge at him. In the middle of the meeting. As everyone was staring at him. With his father right there. Admittedly, from what he remembered of the blonde hybrid, Katsuki had always been a bit more daring than what was probably safe. From wandering outside of their borders to challenging adult dragons to full-out duels, Katsuki wasn't exactly like the other hatchlings in his ex-tribe. But still, could he be blamed for gasping in shock when he was lunged at? It was worth mentioning that Katsuki didn't look friendly either. His eyes were blazing with several things at once, so many different emotions that it was difficult for Izuku to pick them individually out. He could say that the strongest had to be surprised, followed by a weird glint of what appeared to be a sense of sadness or longing, which didn't really make sense to him. Why would Katsuki be sad when seeing him? Last time Izuku checked, Katsuki was beyond satisfied when Izuku was sent away. In his words, he was finally free from that useless freak and his creepy stalking. Was Katsuki upset that Izuku lived, or something? Sad that he'd have to deal with someone he used to hate, probably still hated? If that was the case, then that was just hurtful and a bit petty. Izuku knew that the other could be cruel at times and their childhood was certainly complicated, but wishing someone dead was it was something indescribably unsettling. The sound that came out after Katsuki called his name, his old nickname, only solidified Izuku's unease. In response, the younger dragon raised his hand, his signature green glow beginning to shine as he activated his magic. His eyes glowed as well, becoming slits as Katsuki got closer and closer as he flew. Time seemed to stop, the scene before him passing by as if it were a slideshow. First Katsuki was out of his seat, then he was on the table, then his feet left the table, and now he was flying through the air with his arms outstretched. Izuku had no doubts that those hands were aiming for his neck, and as much as he could simply duck to get out of the line of fire, something inside of him wouldn't settle for that. For too long had he just hid or run away when Katsuki hurt him. For too long had he allowed himself to play the defenseless victim while Katsuki got his way. If the hybrid dragon wanted to fight, wanted to hurt Izuku like he used to, then the greenette was prepared to face him head-on now. He had trained, he had become stronger physically and emotionally. He could face Katsuki and his explosive quirk with his will to survive and his newfound magic. Just a little closer. Katsuki just needed to be a little closer and Izuku could shoot his shot without worrying about hurting anyone else. Half a foot. 4 inches. 3 inches. Izuku. Distantly, he heard Shudo shout for him, though what snapped him out of his trance was how a giant wall of ice suddenly separated him from the hands of pain. Snapping his head to the side, he openly gasped at Shudo's actions before realizing how alarmed his friend truly looked. It has never occurred to Izuku that Shudo would ever feel shaken over something like this. From what he observed when he entered the room, the dual-colored boy didn't look all that fazed even though they had been talking about the Blood Prince wanting to force a marriage with the Yagi tribe. He only let himself look worried as Izuku took his seat and asked to be brought up to speed. Here, hands slammed onto the table to form that ice shield, he looked startled. Truly startled. The only other time Izuku had seen that exact look was when Shudo had first tried to show off his new fire skills. He had accidentally burned Izuku's arm, so badly to the point where it would leave a rather long scar along his bicep. It was an accident, for sure, but Shudo was heartbroken that he had done something like that to his own friend. Hours upon hours were spent consoling the crying hybrid. In the end, he was only settled when Izuku placed the blame on himself. He was the one to insist that Shudo show him in the first place. They had been talking about how scared Shudo was about his fire since he was accidentally burned by one of his servants. They had been walking to his room to deliver him some tea when he came crashing out of the room in excitement, causing them to fall as the tea rushed out from the pot and splashed all over his face. Most of his face was bandaged and cooled immediately, preventing the scalding liquid from traveling elsewhere on his body. In the end, there would be a nasty scar around his left eye that their healer was unable to properly mend. And that just it scared Shudo away from his fire since he associated it with burning, and then burning was connected to his new injury. It was so horrible for Izuku, watching his friend be so terrified of a part of himself when everything was just an accident. He needed to show Shudo that accidents happen sometimes. And when they did, the best you could do was apologize, try to fix it, and move on. So he had a scar. What was so bad about that? He'd get dozens more as he got older from sparring matches or duels against enemies. Still, Izuku would never forget the first time that he saw Shudo express any fear of any kind. Much less fear created by someone else and not his own lack of control. What is the matter with you? Shudo stood from his chair, the force strong enough to knock it backwards. It even flew to the wall behind him, hitting the surface hard enough that a loud clack echoed throughout the room. His bicolored eyes were trained on the hole that was quickly melting through his ice, teeth bared when Katsuki finally managed to blast his way through. None of the adults dared to do anything to attack Katsuki in fear of escalating the situation. Enji and Rei both lurched over, prepared to step in to protect their own hatchling and restrain the angry Bakugo heir if the time ever came. Shoyuda had to wait until Katsuki had melted a hole through the ice to use his own quirk, since he couldn't very well do it when there was a thick sheet of ice blocking him from his target. With Katsuki's quirk neutralized, he was now less worried about Izuku being hurt and more annoyed that this was the reaction they had received. He, like Izuku, knew that the reaction wouldn't be the most positive, but come on. Didn't this seem a little immature? He somehow managed to drag Shudo into the issue when it was solely between the Yagi tribe and the Bakugo tribe. Stay out of this. Katsuki moved his hand forward, eyes widening when he realized that his palms weren't sparking like they should have been. A quick glance around and he noticed too late that Shudo's red eyes were trained on him. God damn it. Fucker probably erased his quirk. Shudo wasn't done though. Once he realized that Katsuki was, essentially, helpless quirk-wise, he slammed his hand down once more to create some more ice. This time, he focused less on making it a wall and more on making it sharp. It was almost spear-like as it forced Katsuki back a few paces, just far enough that the eldest Bakugo could reach out to grab his son. The younger one struggled, almost overpowering his father before Mitsuki decided that enough was enough. She swiftly rose from her chair and delivered a harsh smack to Katsuki's back. Brat, what on earth do you think you're doing? When Katsuki turned to address his old hag, it was with a fierce snarl and bared fangs. Clearly, he was challenging his mother's stand on what he should and shouldn't be doing at this moment. Part of him wanted to call her out on her hypocrisy. Surely she was shocked and confused as to how Izuku Midoriya was standing right in front of them. He was probably just faster in doing something about it. Her not being fast enough on her own reaction was not Katsuki's problem. What is the meaning of this? The Yaoyorozu heiress stood from her chair, joining her bonded in defending their younger friend. Her eyes narrowed as she hissed at Katsuki, doing her best to remain composed as she watched him whip around to start snapping at his mother. Really, she could understand that he might be upset with how she just hit him like that, but one shouldn't act like that towards their parents. Not unless they had truly done something awful to him, which she doubts that could have, or they would have been found out long ago, or that was just their family dynamic. If the second idea was the case with the Bakugas, then she didn't even want to begin imagining how they treated their subjects. Their families were allies and acquaintances at most, so she didn't know too much about his tribe just as he knew little of hers. I would like to know as well. Mirio glanced from Izuku to Katsuki, relieved that the greenette was safe and horrified that someone who was supposed to be an ally to the Yagi tribe would try to attack the prince like that. He knew that Bakugas were aggressive, but this was a whole new level. Also, was it just him, or did everyone else hear how Katsuki screamed the word Deku before charging at Izuku? If memory served him correctly, then that word meant useless in the draconian language. Or was it the same as saying, "You can do it"? He couldn't remember off of the top of his head whether or not that was an insult or a compliment. Not that it mattered, since Katsuki still tried to attack Izuku. Tashinori stood from his seat, his palm glowing a grayish-white before it slammed down on the surface of the table. A small but still powerful burst of energy traveled along the wood, bringing everyone's attention back to him. His eyes had returned to normal, even though his hatchling was just attacked, and he took a deep breath. "Everyone, please remain calm," he called out, raising his hands in a placating manner. He waited until everyone was back in their seats, sending each other nervous glances, before continuing. "I know that you all have questions, but please don't do anything too rash." Enji gave his friend a startled look. "Yagi-san, I mean no disrespect, but your hatchling was just attacked." He gestured to Izuku, whom Shudo had now scooted a bit closer to. "Surely you are at least a bit alarmed?" Tashinori was truly. If Shudo hadn't brought up that ice wall to shield his Izuku from Katsuki's lunge, then he would have likely stepped in himself. And, from there, he didn't really know what he'd do. He knew that he wouldn't hurt the young hybrid, but he also wouldn't be in the best of control. But everything worked out, so his next duty was to assure everyone that nothing bad would happen if they all just remained calm. As not difficult as that may be, I would be if I didn't already know the cause. Rest assured, I know why that just happened and will deal with it accordingly. Shoyuda shut off his quirk now that Katsuki was back in his proper seat, though he didn't dare miss the chance to send the Bakuga family a deadly glare. It acted as both a reprimand and a threat against such an action again. He doubted that Katsuki would try now that he's been successfully stood up to by multiple people, but the Bakugas have always known to be bolder. Bolder than what was safe or tolerable at times. Plus, Katsuki was likely feeling a wide range of emotions that tampered with his, already small, ability to make rational decisions. The atmosphere remained tense, even with Tashinori's best attempts at placating everyone. Deep down, he knew that no one would be calmed until an explanation was given, but he didn't want to just say what happened to Izuku in front of everyone. Not like this, at least. They talked about addressing the Bakugu tribe privately, but with that attack, there was no way they could keep this private for too long. Glancing at his hatchling, Tashinori waited until Izuku looked back at him before gesturing to everyone in the room with his head. It was his silent way of asking if Izuku would be alright if everyone knew. Most of them already knew that he wasn't Tashinori's hatchling to begin with, but no one knew who abandoned him or why. So maybe this wouldn't actually be so bad? It was wishful thinking for sure, but there was a chance he could be surprised. The younglings didn't need to know until Izuku was ready to tell them, but it would be beneficial for the adults to have in mind should anything else happen and they are required to step in. Izuku took his time deciding, looking around the room to gauge everyone's reactions. They were all defensive, that much was clear, so maybe exposing the truth was the only way this could end without someone starting another fight. With that in mind, he nodded back to his father and settled back into Shudo when the older dragon laid an arm across his shoulders in comfort. Tashinori nodded back at his hatchling before addressing the group once more. "Izuku, my boy, why don't you take your friends outside to the training grounds? Or perhaps young Eri would like to see her aunts and uncles once more. It's been a while." Izuku laughed lightly at Tashinori's attempt at subtly dismissing them from the conversation. He knew the real reason his father wanted them out of the room, but indulged the older dragon by simply standing and gesturing for all of the younglings to the door. Momo and Shudo were the first to follow, then Fumikage and Yuga. Mirio had insisted that he remain, as he was older and would be taking over the tribe at a sooner time. He felt that it was his responsibility to remain and hear what needed to be said, promising that he'd find Izuku before they left to catch up a bit. The young nature dragon looked a little sad, though he only nodded in understanding. He probably would have made the same choice if in Mirio's shoes, so he wished the blonde and Amajiki luck. The only youngling now left in the room was Katsuki, but Izuku already had an inkling that the blonde wouldn't be leaving with them. After such an explosive display, he doubted that Shoyuda would let him just go with the others anyway. There were words that needed to be exchanged between the two before Shoyuda trusted any of the Bakugas alone with Izuku. The doors shut with a small thud, footsteps. Quickly hurrying down the hall before the room was once again bathed in an awkward silence. All eyes were on Tashinori and Shoyuda, both of whom were struggling to appear unfazed by the intensity behind everyone's eyes. Or, at least Tashinori was struggling, since he was the only one trying to keep the already shaky atmosphere from shattering into violence. Shoyuda was only worried about one thing and it had already left the room, to the safety of his group of friends and away from those who hurt him. Several moments of silence passed. Shoyuda waited for Tashinori to say something, more so out of respect for his chief than any belief that Tashinori had something planned, and Tashinori tried to come up with a non-accusing way of just spilling the beans. Really, how would one politely broach the subject of pointing fingers to the tribe who abandoned a hatching? Never mind the reasons it was done, the very act itself would bring boatloads of outrage among everyone in the room. Especially the dragon families, who all prided themselves in being loyal and honorable beings. There was nothing loyal or honorable about sending defenseless younglings, from their own tribe, off to die. I suppose I should start by reminding everyone that Izuku isn't my hatchling. Toshinori clasped his hands in front of him, leaning forward as he sighed heavily. I found him near the borders of my territory, malnourished and injured after he was sent away by his old tribe. His mental state was fragile, to the point where he didn't see himself as deserving of living. In fact, his first words to me were that no one cared about what happened to him or others like him. His expression was grim, the familiar protective instincts he had for Izuku rising as he remembered that day. It had been ironic that it had been so stormy and rainy, the perfect environment for the sadness that he felt at finding a poor hatchling on the verge of death near his territory. The older Bakugas flinched at his words while the youngest simply looked down, refusing to meet anyone's eyes when they turned to address the family. Toshinori doubted that anyone had made the connection so quickly, but one thing was for sure, the Bakugas knew something about this beforehand. Katsuki attacking Izuku and then flinching as Toshinori retold what happened wasn't a coincidence. There was something they weren't saying. That was fine. They didn't need to say anything yet, Toshinori wasn't done. Izuku was thought to be quirkless and a runt. And as many of you are aware of, very few creatures know what these two signs can mean for a nature dragon hatchling. Very few. Enji scoffed. I beg to differ. We know very well what you're capable of. If someone at this table truly doesn't know about the rare phenomenon with nature dragons by now, after knowing you for so long, then they're either blind or simply fools. It's interesting that you point that out. Shoyuta pressed his lips into a thin line. Because right now, we have a family sitting at this table who truly don't know about that rarity. His sharp gaze cut to the Bakugas so deeply that it was undeniable what he was hinting at. And that's why Izuku was thrown out. Like trash. Shoyuta stood from his chair again and slammed his palms down, eyes an angry red as he glared across the table. Before, he had been a bit irritated with how the Bakugas chose to sit on the opposite side of him and Toshinori because it meant that he'd have to stare at them for most of the time. Now, he could see the appeal. He could easily glare at them without having to adjust his own position. Ignoring how barbaric and horrendous it is that you have been throwing out quirkless hatchlings or runts, the power that Izuku holds was simply move out into the world for anyone to take. A sharp screeching sound followed Shuta's words. His claws had come out and were now scraping against the table as he struggled to bring himself back under control. Anyone could have found him, and if they recognized the signs within him, then they could have put him through unspeakable torture to reach a point where they could freely use him as a weapon. And that's assuming that he wouldn't just kill himself so that he wouldn't have to bear the pain move upon him by an ungrateful tribe that didn't deserve him in the first place. Shoyuta, please. Toshinori's hand easily found the storm dragon's shoulder, beckoning him back into his seat before another fight broke out. I'm not any happier than you are, but they truly didn't know. We can't hold that lack of knowledge against them. Wait, back up. Mirio interrupted, leaning forward so he could bring attention to himself. He looked from the Bakugas to Toshinori, beyond confused at what was being said. He understood a lot about dragon culture. Like a lot. And from what he understood, he knew about what Toshinori was talking about. So why was it that other dragons didn't seem to know? For goodness sake, he was an elf. He wasn't even part of the same species and he knew what Toshinori was talking about. How could the Bakugas, an old dragon family, not know by now? He would have thought it would be common knowledge once dragon magic started shifting to create quirks. You didn't know about Izuku's magic and that's why you threw him out? The look he gave the Bakugas was a mix of incredulous and disappointed. I thought all dragons had naturally strong instincts to protect all hatchlings? We do. Enji spoke up, turning in his seat so he could join Shoyuta in glaring at the Bakugas. He wasn't blind to the old tradition of throwing out hatchlings who were thought to be useless because of their quirklessness or for being runts, but in no way did he ever find himself supporting that practice. His parents had raised him well enough to grow to be a decent dragon at the very least. And what of the parents who lost their hatchlings? Surely that would only mean more death to the tribe. Or at least most of us do. Apparently not all of us are as honorable as we had first assumed. Now wait just a minute. Mitsuki pushed herself up from her seat, using her arm to try and shield her mate once she realized that he had slowly been curling in on himself. She knew what they were being accused of, she knew how other creatures saw them now, and it hurt her deeply. However, as Masaru was a carrier, the wounds inflicted by those cruel words of accusation dug much deeper and would leave a longer-lasting mark on his heart. Carriers did tend to have a stronger bond with hatchlings when compared to the general scale. I know how awful this looks, but this is a tradition that our family had been doing for years. Many other families have also done it, so don't try and be hypocritical by saying . What other family has continued this tradition? Name one. Shoyuta threw his arms up, gesturing to everyone at the table. All of the tribe leaders for dragon clans are sitting in front of you. We are all horrified and disgusted with that tradition, and personally, I can say that the Yagi tribe had gotten rid of that stupid tradition more than 100 years ago. Rei nodded her head, the deep spike of anger pooling at her gut temporarily turning to confusion as she eyed the other female tribe leader. The Todorokis has been without it for 40 years. We have not had it either. For 76 years so far. The Yaoyorozu leader sounded hesitant, but still stood firm when Mitsuki turned to stare at him in shock. We haven't been following that for the past several years. We've only banished traitors. Mirio took Amajiki's hand, allowing his mate to curl in on his side. The other elf was pretty bad with social situations, though dragons terrified him like no other purely because of their intensity. Still, he felt brave enough to hiss and bare his tiny fangs at the Bakugas when they weren't looking, so that was pretty impressive. And even then, we only do that if their crime has been severe. Like murder or RP. A child should never have to suffer such a fate when they haven't done anything wrong. Pardon me for saying, but if the hatchlings you banished were quirkless or runts, then didn't they need the most protection? The Tokoyami matriarch furrowed her brow. And what of the parents? If my understanding is correct, then don't they suffer too from the loss of their hatchling? It is not too different compared to what happens to us harpies if we're separated from our beloved younglings like that. The connection would be severed when the youngling undoubtedly dies without the protection of their tribe. Shoyuta nodded, forcing himself to take deep breaths as he addressed the Tokoyami representative. His eyes were still red with fury with the activation of his quirk, but it settled him a little to know that he wasn't alone in his reaction. Of course, he already had a strong feeling he wouldn't be alone in the first place, but the reassurance was still nice. You wouldn't only lose the hatchling, you'd lose the parents and the sibling if they had one. What a waste of precious life. The mother of the Aoyama tribe gasped in horror, huddling into her mate when he took her in his arms. He shushed her quietly, wings splaying out behind him to wrap around the two of them. Fairies were rather sensitive creatures when it came to these types of things. Their magic was connected to the natural world, so they were constantly keeping track of the balance between life and death. Only, in this situation, there seemed to be more death than life. Life that could have been saved. You all screwed up big time. Shoyuta returned to the Bakugas, eyes now back to normal as he remained hunched over the table. His voice was strained, as if he was struggling to keep it down to a normal volume. We've all probably made our point about how that tradition you still follow is disgusting, but let me tell you about how Izuku's case was much worse. Shoyuta turned to Toshinori, raising a brow in silent request. He knew that Toshinori probably had more qualifications talking about this since he's actually been through this while Shoyuta himself was a bystander, but he felt that he knew enough about the subject to at least deliver an accurate summary. It wouldn't be like he'd deny Toshinori the chance to add in his 2 cents if he wished. That, and this also felt unfair to the older nature dragon, as Izuku had been his son for the longest time. Making him explain all of this, so far, felt like he was being forced to relive all of Izuku's pain and his own frustration at not being able to do anything to prevent it. Toshinori looked hesitant, but at Shuta's imploring look, he relented and prepared himself for what was about to occur. In the back of his mind, he could hear a tiny voice warning him that Shoyuta would make this as accusing as possible. He'd allow himself to be angry and nasty because he truly wanted the Bakugas to understand the severity of their actions, and he was said, but that was beside the point. As someone with a big heart, he could sympathize a bit with how the Bakugas were feeling. Old traditions could be hard to let go and, from the sound of things, they truly lacked awareness of what was going on around them instead of actively trying to be malicious. His heart went out to them now that they understood just how much trouble they were in with the other tribes, but Izuku was his hatchling. Between an ally and his hatchling, it should be obvious what Toshinori would pick. Nature dragons are like fairies in a sense that they're more connected to the earth in which we walk. Because of this deeper connection, the magic that we all started out with never fully shifted out of them when other dragon species started acquiring quirks. In many nature dragons, that magic remains dormant because of the dominant traits that force the magic to shift to quirks, passed down through parents. For those who keep their magic instead of having it forcibly shifted to create some type of quirk, they may first appear quickly and possess the build of a runt until they reach around 10 years of age. Why would that happen though? Masaru spoke up for the first time in what felt like forever. He tilted his head, trying to wrap his thoughts around the information he was just given. If nature dragons kept the magic that all dragons started out with, then why did they appear weaker? The magic that they all had was stronger before it was forced into the limitations of quirks, so that just didn't make any sense to him. If nature dragons kept their original magic, then how dash? Well, obviously their magic isn't forced towards the creation of a quirk, so there's where the quirklessness comes in. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, his voice conveying just how done he was with the situation. If he were allowed to just say everything without interruptions, then he could have answered this after he took a breath. As for having the build of a runt, think of it like this. Hatchlings don't start showing signs with their quirks until they're at least 4 years of age. And after that, they start to learn how to train them with time so that power and restraint is built up to avoid damaging themselves, right? Masaru nodded slowly, starting to understand where this was going. Meanwhile, Mitsuki was struggling to keep herself from saying anything more. She understood, now more than ever, that Shoyuta was set at him. His reasons were logical and he didn't appear to be alone in his argument. But did he really need to address them as if they were completely brainless? He had the right to be upset, not this demeaning. To her, that just seemed pettier than it did anything else. They were just trying to learn information that somehow literally everyone else except for them knows. She made a mental note to ask about that later. How did their tribe go this long without hearing about any of this? Nature dragons that keep their magic can't actually HRSS it until it's grown enough in power. Since it's stronger, it takes longer to reach that point. Shoyuta remembers the first time that Izuku accidentally released a bit of his magic. Yikes, even a bit went so far in terms of destruction. They spent the following 2 months rebuilding a third of the overall capital. And while it does that, most of the nutrients in the body go to the developing magic to keep it stable within the hatchling. Energy normally used for growing would go towards keeping the magic inside of the hatchling instead of just allowing it to burst out. It's a survival strategy, one that you should be aware of if you've ever touched a history book. Seriously, this was basic stuff. Before the development of quirks, it was common knowledge that not all dragons started off looking like the powerful creatures they'd grow to become. The magic inside of them needed time to grow, it didn't just pop out of thin air. And the body's way of keeping the magic stable inside instead of just exploding outwards and possibly killing the hatchling was forcing its energy towards that purpose. Hence, not growing or looking frilier than they should for several years until they had finally reached the point where they could HRSS their magic and learn to control it themselves. They still taught this stuff in schools. Well, at least the Yagi tribe did, and the Todoroki tribe from what Shoyuta could remember. At this point, he couldn't confidently say he knew anything about what the Bakugu tribe did with their education. Quirklessness and that beginning stage of looking like a runt are the 2 signs that nature dragon hatchlings need to have together to prove that they may be those rare dragons. Shoyuta sat back down, secretly glad that he had gotten all of that out. There was definitely more he wanted to say about how he was still sad about Izuku's banishment and the supposed other hundreds of hatchlings that had been sent to their deaths, but that would just be counterproductive at this point. There were other tribes here that had places to be. They couldn't go around in circles, even if Shoyuta had prepared himself a good argument if the Bakugas pushed that far. Izuku is one of those rare dragons that has kept their original magic. As I've already said, if he had been discovered by anyone else before Tashinori, there was a high chance he could have been forced to use his power for darker purposes. Or, he could have just taken his own life after realizing that the pain would never stop at that point. Shoyuta caught Tashinori flinching from the corner of his eye and added apologizing to him on the list of things he knew he'd need to do after this meeting was over. God, he'd have to get so much paperwork done since his mate had been called away again to deal with some conflict that 2 tribe council members were having. Then he'd need to check in on Eri to make sure she was alright. That wouldn't be a struggle or something he wouldn't enjoy, it would just be time-consuming. After that, he'd probably need to have a word with his own hatchling about what's happened today before finishing off with making sure that Izuku wasn't emotionally hurt after the encounter he'd had during the meeting. He doubted that Izuku would just crumble. He knew that the nature dragon hatchling had long since strengthened his mental walls. It just never hurt to make sure and show he cared. Having your tribe threatened with war by a seemingly obsessed, murderous blood prince on top of having to deal with your ex-tribe wouldn't be a fun time for anyone. Much less someone who had to deal with both occurrences on the same day. Hope you've learned a few things from today's meeting. Shoyuta took the Bakuga's silence as his cue to end this. If there's nothing else you need to say regarding the situation with the blood prince, then feel free to leave. And don't you dare think about trying to go find Izuku once you're out of this room. I assure you, his friends and his guards know that you're not to be trusted around him. Izunai, why is Papa so mad? Eri hid behind the greenette's leg, poking her head out as she watched her dad try to calm her papa down. The other dragon had stormed into the garden that they all had been playing in. Well, she was playing while Izuku's friends irritated in and out between socializing with each other and playing with her. When he had spotted her, he calmed down a bit before alerting everyone in a rather curt manner that their parents were calling for them to head home. She was a bit sad to see them go, especially Tenya-chan. Watching him bid farewell to Tika-chan with a flower crown on her head and a kiss to her cheek was so romantic. As for the others, it felt like they had only had 5 or 10 minutes to spend time with each other. In reality, it was a few hours. But they were the hatchlings of respected tribe leaders, so she supposed that they did have some responsibility that they would have to get back to in their own lands. After everyone had bid their goodbyes, looking more concerned than she'd ever really seen them, they exited the gardens and went to find their parents. Leaving her, Hito and Ochako-chan, and Aizu and to watch in shock as her papa stewed in whatever mood he was in. Izuku glanced down sorrowfully at the hatchling before looking over to Hitoshi for help. While she had been playing with Momo and Yuga, he had told his main group of friends what had happened in the meeting. They took it surprisingly well, which of course meant that nothing got blown up and Tetsu didn't accidentally destroy one of the walls again by punching it too hard. Izuku had a feeling that they only acted so calmly because Eri was around, but whatever. What he could get. That wasn't to say that they were happy though, or ready to let the matter go so easily. If they reacted that way, unsettled with the complicatedness of this mess, how would Eri fare? And did Izuku even want to bring her into that sort of mess if he could help it? Hitoshi looked to be thinking along the same lines as Izuku and for once, he didn't know what to do. He shrugged at the greenette, sending apologetic glances to him and to his little sister. Ochako and Tetsu weren't really better, mainly because the storm dragon was trying to keep the earth dragon from joining Shoyuda in his mood. All that was left was Izuku, at the mercy of Eri's innocent, inquisitive eyes as she waited for her Izunai to give her answers. And because Izuku was Izuku, he had little will to resist her. There was an accident that I in the meeting today. He blushed as she gave him an unimpressed look, reaching up to scratch the back of his neck. Believe me, you don't want to know. It's really sad. If it's so sad, then you shouldn't bottle it up. Eri huffed. Clutching Izuku's leg tighter, she took one more look at her dad and her papa before pouting up at her Izunai. She had a feeling that whatever he was hiding was super important, and because of that, she just had to know. Normally, she asked Hidanai first when such things came up since Izunai could get so uncomfortable talking about certain things and she wanted to be fair to him. That wasn't an option in this case since he looked just as distracted by Tetsukuin as Ochako-kun did, as now both of them were working to keep the earth dragon calm. Please, Izunai? She tugged at his pant leg. I want to know what made you so sad so I can make it better. Izuku's hesitance softened at that and he sighed as he squatted down to run his fingers through Eri's hair. It was soft to the touch and he would have massaged her skull as a way to soothe her nerves if not for the flowers placed in her hair. Ochako and Momo had spent a long time arranging them so they'd look pretty and wouldn't fall out, so he didn't want to disturb their work. He really didn't want to talk about Katsuki or the Bakugis in general, but he wouldn't deny that Eri was bad at comforting people. Then again, there was also just the matter of not wanting to dump his emotional turmoil onto a child when he had plenty of older friends who'd shoulder the burden of knowledge a little easier. I appreciate your concern, Eri-chan. Izuku hugged her close, shutting his eyes as he felt her arms wrap around him in return. It was always nice to be reminded that she wasn't as scared of skin-to-skin contact like she was when they first met. Her quirk wasn't the most under control as it could be and she constantly worried about hurting people if she touched them. Now, she had better control and she craved the physical affection that she hadn't been able to experience while she was with her blood family. Affection that he was all too willing to give her, especially since he had to deny her request like this. But this is something I need to sort out with myself first before I really start talking about it. He squeezed her when he felt her hands leave his neck and relocate to his shoulders. He felt her lightly begin to push and rush to explain himself. I'll tell you when I know how to tell you, I promise. I just need some time to figure some stuff out. It wasn't a complete lie. What he discussed with everyone else, concerning the Bakugis, was close to a jumble of random sentences and rants that could make sense when strung together but mostly just didn't connect like he wanted them to. The only reason that everyone else understood anything was that they already knew that Izuku was abandoned, they just didn't know by whom. One name and, well, it wasn't difficult to piece together everything else from there. His personal thoughts on the subject were all over the place and he knew it probably didn't help that he didn't know what to think in the first place. Everything was just chaotic now, so there was no real reason to involve Eri if even he didn't understand. Eri seemed to accept that answer and her arms soon returned to Izuku's neck. Feelings are hard to talk about. She murmured into his hair, trying to bury her face in the smooth, curly locks. She never truly understood why, but ever since she had met Izuku, she was obsessed with hiding her face against his body. Unlike everyone else she met, she wasn't immediately afraid of Izuku when she was rescued. He just thought she didn't know how to describe it. He just looked and felt safe, two things that she desperately wanted now that she understood she could have them. Hiding her face or just her whole self in him was like hiding behind an impenetrable shield. He'd help protect her against the world until she was strong enough to fight by his side. I love you, Izunai. She continued to whisper, taking her face out of Izuku's hair so she could look down. She reached down a bit to press her hands against his cheeks, squishing them together and pushing up until they were facing each other. Whenever Izuku made promises to her, he would make sure they had eye contact so that she could see how sincere he was being. It was comforting and she hoped that she was able to reciprocate the gesture correctly. You're one of the best dragons I know. If I ever meet the person who took your smile away, then I'll help everyone kick their butt. You don't deserve whatever happened that made you sad. Izuku chuckled at that, allowing Eri to hold their eye contact for a few more moments before leaning forward to nuzzle her. It was a nice thought, that he had so many friends and family around him that were willing to help him move on from whatever he would end up facing for the future. Not only creature-wise, but emotional-wise as well. Yet, as nice as the thought was, there was something nagging him in the back of his mind. And that was, could this even be something that others could help him with? Only he could truly forgive and move on himself. Nobody else could make that decision for him, not that they would have the right to do so in the first place. So in the end, when all was said and done, why did everyone's support make him feel so hollow? Maybe he hadn't adjusted to his new life as well as he'd originally thought. Inverted lazy s, 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 inverted lazy s with the Bakugas, inverted lazy s, 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 inverted lazy s. Crush. I can't believe you. Crush, crush, clink. Why would you even contemplate hiding this from me, you monsters? Bang, bang, crack. You had no right to keep this information from me. Not after all the damage you've already done. Crush, crush, shatter. So all of this was for nothing. All those hatchlings, that all of our deceased brethren, that all of that pain and misery was for nothing. Shatter, shatter, crush. Wow, she's pretty angry. Idru winced, bringing his hands up to cover his ears as the sound of more pots shattering began to grow in volume. It's been a good 20 minutes ever since everyone else in the council had been dismissed, and they sure as hell ran like they were about to be murdered when they were given the clear to go, which totaled to about 40 minutes since Mitsuki and Masaru broke the news to Inko. So that meant 40 whole minutes of just hearing her anguished, angry screams as she finally unleashed years' worth of misery upon her tormentors. They always say you should watch out for the quiet ones. Denki nodded in agreement, glancing at Katsuki from the corner of his eye. The other blonde had been uncharacteristically silent since they had returned from the meeting with the Yagi tribe, and, at first he had been worried that they were given sad news, only to smack Katsuki when he learned what actually happened. Unsurprisingly, the hybrid was too shocked from the entire thing to yell back at Denki for it. And there was also a chance that guilt prevented Katsuki from lashing out as well, but that was just a guess. Mina only shook her head, leveling Katsuki with a glare. It wasn't nearly as terrifying as his was, but it did the job well since he curled in on himself as she hissed at him. Personally, I find myself agreeing with her. Why would you or your parents be so cruel? She suffered God knows how many years thinking that her hatchling was dead, only to find out he was alive? Being raised by someone else while she was stuck here to deal with the people who caused his disappearance? Hell man, that I knew that you could be an a-hole, but this is a new low. Katsuki had nothing to say to that, though he did nod weakly as Inko continued to berate her parents in the other room. The journey home was filled with varying thoughts of several emotions, really. After the initial shock of seeing Izuku again wore off, a deep numbness settled in until they reached their tribe grounds. From there, the atmosphere shifted drastically because, lo and behold, Inko was the first to greet them. Why would she not be? She was the one chosen to oversee things while they were gone. Of course it would be her duty to report back in as soon as the chiefs got back. And, while she may not have cared about them personally, Katsuki could never tell, she did express concern over why they seemed so gloomy. Maybe she was worried for the Yagi tribe, maybe she had already guessed that something bad had happened that could affect their whole tribe, maybe she was just a better being than Katsuki could ever find himself being. He didn't know. But for whatever reason, as soon as they landed and she sensed that something was wrong, she huddled them into the meeting room and called for their counsel. Explaining things had gone by quickly and, to Katsuki's amazement, everyone took the threat of the Blood Prince quite well. Nobody freaked out or panicked, any worry or fear was carefully masked until the whole story came out. And, well, Katsuki didn't remember what happened after that. All he could focus on was dreading the moment they had to tell Inko that Izuku was alive. Mina was wrong when she claimed that Katsuki agreed with his parents' idea of just hiding it from her. Yeah, he knew he was an a-hole too, he wasn't blind or stupid, no matter what anyone else said. He understood that, as cruel as denying Inko the chance to go see her hatchling in the flesh, it was even crueler to let her go on believing he was dead when they knew better. But he was outranked by his parents on such matters, so in the end it fell onto them. Everyone could tell how well that went. I didn't want to hide it from her. Katsuki flinched when, coincidentally, a harsher crash sounded out from the other room. Inko had either heard him and was subtly telling him she didn't believe that, or she just had good timing. Look, I know how this looks and that I know that this whole thing is effed up, but dash. Mina waved her hand, not in the mood to deal with Katsuki's excuses. Don't get her wrong, she loved the guy like a brother and all that, but when he pulled shit like this she had to speak up. There was no way she'd just stay silent. Why weren't we ever told about this guy anyway? In all of the years that they've been friends, which was a lot, they've never heard of Izuku. It made sense why Inko never talked about him in front of them. How could anyone, a decent creature, expect a mourning mother to talk about her deceased hatchling? Especially when it's been so long. He's our top healer's son and pretty important if your parents' reactions are anything to go by. Yeah, about that. Why is he with the Yagi tribe again? Denki scratched the back of his head, wincing as Inko screamed another insult. This time at Masaru. It seemed like Mitsuki would be getting a break for a moment. If his mother's here, then? Katsuki never thought he'd be sharing this story with anyone. Ever. At first, it was only a matter of never needing to talk about it since Izuku was gone, and his shitty bratty self was overjoyed at that prospect to bring it all back. But as time went on, as years and years of not having Izuku by his side took its toll, it became more of a possessive thing. Izuku was his first and, for the longest time, only real friend. He didn't hold Katsuki on a high pedestal because of his status as the chief's son or as someone with a powerful quirk, as his other followers had. The hybrid always took Izuku's praise for granted, but thinking back on it, there was never a moment that he remembers Izuku's eyes ever being anything but shiny. When he looked at Katsuki, he looked at him like he raised the sun and moon. He looked at the blonde as if he were a god, something that was brought down from the heavens to help protect their tribe. And, maybe to some extent, that was his duty since he would be the future tribe chief. But as a child? It was difficult to say that Izuku was sking up to him when he looked and sounded so goddamn genuine. Sure, looks could be deceiving, but Katsuki knew liars. He knew the difference between friends and mindless sheep. The only reason he never cared about that difference was that, in both cases, he was praised endlessly for whatever reason. Guess he should have known better, huh? Katsuki never talked about Izuku when everything finally passed over because he didn't want to share that part of his life. Izuku.arg, as much as Katsuki used to hate him, maybe not ever hate, for his powerlessness, he was still his. The nature dragon was Katsuki's first friend, he was Katsuki's victim, he was Katsuki's guilty obsession for the past several years, he was so many other things that Katsuki knew, logically, he had no right to claim but couldn't help in doing so anyway. Sharing who Izuku was, especially to him, was the same as giving his jade earrings away. He was giving away something essential to his life, something he needed to keep going. He liked his current friends, but not enough to do such a thing for them. He didn't have Izuku anymore, okay, he could admit to himself that there was a valid reason for that. However, he didn't want anyone else, besides Inko, to have him either if that was the case. As much as he didn't deserve the green net in his life, neither did anyone else who believed him when he said that Izuku being gone was a good thing. It was confusing logic, for sure, but he tried not to think about it too much. One thing was for sure. He was an a-hole and a BS2D, but he would stand his ground on that particular matter. When he was younger we mistook him for being quirkless and a runt. Katsuki shut his eyes as he heard several gasps. They were equal parts shocked, equal parts horrified, and yet there was no anger. How surprising. His friends were like Inko when it came to this matter. A lot of dragons in their tribe were, actually. Banishing hatchlings was never a good thing for anyone, everyone knew that. But the tradition of doing so dated back so long and everyone had just gotten used to the routine that stopping never seemed like an option. Millions of innocent dragons paid the price over the years, but there was just never someone who was willing to really step up and point out how miserable the whole thing was. No one to challenge the most horrible thing that they all willingly participated in because it was just so old it couldn't be stopped so easily. If Izuku were still here, that if we never made him go, could he have been that dragon? As it turns out, there's a different reason for his quirklessness and he wasn't a runt. He's actually a pretty rare type of nature dragon who's kept his magic instead of having it shift to create some type of quirk from his parents. Wait, that can happen? Ijuo had never heard of that before. It was never taught at school, so he couldn't be the only one confused. Why has that never been talked about? Surely that would be a pretty popular mystery to unravel. I don't really understand all of the details, but it's mostly because it's a rare phenomenon that only happens to nature dragons. Apparently, their deeper connection to the earth can sometimes lead to their magic remaining. Katsuki's lips curled a bit. He was glad that they had learned that, but the reason why that only happened to nature dragons still wasn't clicking with him. It made sense from a logical standpoint, and the Yagi tribe had proved that such a thing could happen by having two rare nature dragons present. But even still, oh, I get it. Denki smiled for a moment before frowning in worry. If it was common knowledge, then nature dragons might become targets and their species would be endangered. That must be why it's kept a secret. It's not actually. Katsuki huffed out in frustration, bringing a hand up to rub at his temple. Everything he's learned in the past 24 hours has begun to really sink in now that he's being forced to explain it to his group of idiots. According to everyone at the meeting, we're the only tribe who didn't know. Katsuki neglected to mention that they were, basically, demeaned as they were told everything. Seriously, it felt like everyone in that room had it out for them during the second half or so. Huh. Denki grabbed at his hair, looking even more worried now. Wait, how does that even happen? We're the only ones who didn't know. Why is that? Ijuo tried to keep his own head as he absorbed Katsuki's words. It was difficult to believe that something like that would go unnoticed by them for so long. It wasn't like they were a particularly small tribe, nor were they ones who had any enemies within the dragon community. This piece of information seemed pretty vital, so why wouldn't we be told? This seems pretty important. Everyone assumed that we already knew. Katsuki crossed his arms, shaking his head in disappointment. It was mostly aimed at himself, but some of it was also aimed at his parents. They were as social as need be when it came to interacting with allying tribes. They had all the time before this to get that information, they just didn't care to. Ugh, what a large miscalculation on their part. Of course they wouldn't just be told out of the blue if everyone assumed that they knew. And when Izuku came into their lives, they just got angry and decided that we weren't worth conversing with anymore. That was a bit of a lie. It had to be. Toshinori was Izuku's father now, but he was also a fair dragon. He wasn't known for being petty or particularly angry. His advisor though, Katsuki wouldn't be surprised if that actually was the case for Shoyuta. The storm dragon was one of the angriest in that meeting. None of the other dragon tribes have banished runts or quirkless hatchlings for several years, so when they learned we did it, well. Katsuki sighed, leaving it to the imagination of his friends for a few moments. None of them dared to speak a word about what was going through their heads, but Katsuki could tell by the looks in their eyes that they were imagining the worst. It couldn't be helped on their part. Katsuki didn't usually allow himself to openly show his unsettlement. He kept things bottled up or to himself, so to see him sighing this much and talking like this, his version of a defeated tone, really pushed some red buttons. We're all still allies, but it's pretty clear that our tribe won't be looked at the same way for a good while. Or ever, if Izuku was already great friends with everyone's children. The way that ICBSRD protected the nature dragon spoke volumes to Katsuki, and with how everyone else jumped to his defense led him to believe that they were no mere acquaintances. They had a bond of some kind, a bond powerful enough to push the Todoroki's youngest heir into stepping into danger if it meant keeping Izuku safe. If this was the first impression, then there was a small chance they'd never truly be trusted ever again. Hurting Izuku could have meant that he hurt or offended everyone else. And when he became chief, who knew how much of that hurt or anger would travel into the future? I'll be honest, and don't any of you dare repeat whatever I'm about to say, you fuckers, but I don't really care about the other tribes. I can't bring myself to. Katsuki reached for his earrings, rubbing the surface of the jade for a few moments before removing one. He held it in his palm carefully, gaze softening as he examined its shiny surfaces. He stared at it as he spoke, mesmerized by the feel of the object and the emotions associated with it. How long had Inko had taken to carve this earring? It was beautiful, one of the most beautiful pieces of jewelry he had ever seen throughout his entire life up until now. And, as the chief's son, he's seen many things. Bone necklaces or bracelets, jewel rings and earrings, colorful ornaments made from precious metals. Katsuki has seen a lot of valuable things. He had never really cared for any of it, seeing it as a burden more so than a good thing. You shouldn't wear too much jewelry in battle, they could get caught, lost, or broken. But his jade earrings, that he took them everywhere. Ever since he had turned 10, he had brought it upon himself to always wear his earrings. If he didn't have them with him during a hunt or he misplaced them, large amounts of panic would overtake him and he'd turn over any surface in his way until he found what he needed. All I can really think about now is Izuku. He closed his fingers around the jade earring, forming a gentle fist. The tips of his fingers rubbed against the edge of the earring, bringing him small amounts of comfort. It was the last thing that he had, up until now, that reminded him of Izuku. His mother made the earring to honor his birth in the name of the Midoriya family, but Katsuki still only thought about Izuku and who he was when he looked at the beautiful green piece. A big part of me wants to be mad. Mad at him, mad at myself, mad at my parents. It was well known amongst the tribe that Katsuki had a temper. Like mother, like son. What not a lot of them really cared to acknowledge was that Katsuki's anger wasn't always anger. Rather, it was a misplaced emotion that he didn't know how to express unless it was through anger or some other form of aggression. It was difficult for him. Denki had joked about how Katsuki was emotionally constipated many times before realizing that that could have very well been the case. My thoughts are everywhere. I thought I wanted to be better once I really understood that he was gone. Truly gone. Katsuki could never forget the ache in his chest when everything finally hit him that day. It was positively awful, the hollow feeling wouldn't go away and every day felt more difficult compared to the previous one. There were times where he couldn't breathe without feeling like he was gonna cry. There were moments where he'd swear that he heard Izuku calling his stupid nickname only to remember that the other hatchling wasn't with them anymore. He doesn't remember how old he was at the worst of it, but he did remember that it was just young enough that he hadn't had the proper amount of time to fully train his control over his quirk. Thousands of things went out with a blaze, multiple people were burned trying to calm him down, and he ended up needing to be knocked out for safety. I never got to hear him call to me anymore. I never got to hear him praise me or ask for help on how to write or read. Those moments were the best. Izuku always had so much trust in Katsuki's abilities, even at a young age. He always believed that Katsuki knew everything, that the blonde could do everything, so he constantly made sure that Katsuki knew how much he and his help were appreciated. Not being able to hear that anymore was the first thing that alerted him that something was wrong with Izuku not being present anymore. He had this nickname for me before and God, I nearly lost it when I forgot what it was one day. Katsuki chuckled, though it was a cry and cracking sound. My mom reminded me what it was and that was that, but I never heard it from his lips ever again after he was forced out. And it hurt. By God, it even hurt more than I wanted to acknowledge at that time. What was the nickname? Mina had to fight herself from going over to Katsuki and laying her hand on his clenched fist. She had learned from past experiences that going near Katsuki's earrings, especially when he was feeling like his emotions were out of his control, usually ended very badly. Like, bad enough that not even his parents couldn't do anything other than sending Katsuki to the woods or rivers nearby to train it out. Katsuki shook his head. It's his nickname for me, he asserted, glaring lightly when Denki looked like he was about to whine in protest. You fuckers can come up with one on your own, you already have two each. This one's his. If he were younger, he'd be clawing his eyes out at the mention of actually liking the nickname now. His younger self thought it was too childish for someone as amazing as himself, failing to realize that Izuku was only trying to keep their fragile friendship intact. It was with good intention. I never got to see him smile or laugh again. Katsuki continued when it was clear that he wouldn't be interrupted. His eyes were becoming a bit misty, but he wiped them so that he wouldn't do anything embarrassing. Ironic that he found crying embarrassing while he was explaining this. I used to hate when he cried, it just sounded so wrong. He was always so positive that crying just it was indescribable, the feeling I would get when I caught him crying. Especially when it was because of something I'd done. And with how Katsuki behaved when he was younger, one would imagine how many times that had happened. I loved being able to comfort him. It felt good to say something or do something and somehow magically be able to get the tears to go away. A small smile graced Katsuki's lips at that. He could swear he'd gotten high off of the feeling a few times when he was younger. Being able to do so many things for Izuku made him feel beyond satisfied. It made him feel like he was actually good at something and not just being praised for his power or position. It was different. Instead of being admired like some type of tool or a weapon, Izuku liked Katsuki. The blonde hated how he hoped that Izuku still liked him. Like, it would be a dream come true if he did, then maybe this stupid feeling of awfulness would go away and the good feelings that Izuku brought him would come back. But did he deserve it? Would it possibly be out of pity? I never got to experience any of it ever again. Katsuki unclenched his fist so that he could place his earring back in his ear. He felt his cheeks heat up as he did so, returning to his normal self now that he had gotten everything out. It forced me to realize that I won't have everything I want at all times. When I lose things, they're going to be lost forever if I don't try hard enough to get them back. While Izuku wasn't a thing, their relationship was. Katsuki wanted both back. I didn't try like I should have with Izuku. And I didn't want what happened with him to happen ever again. Katsuki was trying to refer to losing someone he didn't actually want permanently gone. He'd stopped spending time with the others a couple of years later, realizing that they would just let him continue his toxic mindset until it destroyed him. Or they'd destroy him by always encouraging him to act the way he used to. That type of thing was alright with him. He was escaping a bad situation. With Izuku, there was nothing bad. There was nothing ever malicious or toxic about the other dragon. I have you guys now. Katsuki finished, still looking mournful. But he's back. And I don't know what I want to do about that. Inko, please, we haven't been invited back yet. Masaru tried to reason with his fellow carrier, but the nature dragon was just not hearing it. It had been a couple of weeks ever since she had found out that her hatchling was alive, despite Mitsuki's and Masaru's attempts to keep things quiet until a better time presented itself. It wasn't that they were trying to be malicious or cruel, it was just, they still didn't know what to make of it. Everything that they had learned literally slapped them in the face hard enough that it left their heads spinning. They didn't want to tell Inko, only for the other to ask questions, that she deserved answers to, that they couldn't answer. Alas, a tiny slip-up and she found out, becoming enraged when she learned that there was no prior plan to tell her that day. It was understandable, but it made the following days much more difficult. She wouldn't speak to them, no matter what, and she did her best to avoid them as much as possible. All the way up until Masaru went to her room to see her packing her things. And this wasn't just a few things, like how one would pack if they were going on vacation. No, this was almost everything she owned. All of her clothes, her jewelry, the small amount of weapons she owned, her medicine book, and other important things she wouldn't leave behind. The only things that remained undisturbed were the bed, the sheets, and the dresser. Furniture that she wouldn't be able to comfortably bring even if she wanted to. Look, I understand that you want to see him. Masaru made the mistake of walking closer, reaching out to grip Inko's shoulder. He felt her stiffen underneath his grip, but since she didn't move otherwise, he didn't stop trying to convince her to wait. I know that this has probably come as a shock to you, but just showing up out of the blue, uninvited, might not be received well. You think I care about your opinion on this? Inko hissed, whirling around to pin the earth dragon with a venomous glare. I hear that my baby boy is alive and you have the audacity to try and keep him from me? When you and your mate were the ones to take him away in the first place. Masaru took a couple of steps back as Inko advanced on him, eyes flashing in true fear as she jabbed a finger into his chest. He survived the first 2 months of Izuku being gone decently enough. Her wrath wasn't anything new compared to other dragons who had suffered from having their hatchlings sent away. While he was certainly nervous about what she would do, he ultimately had some type of routine memorization of what to expect and how to handle it. Now, as she continued to snarl and hiss in his face about going to see Izuku, whether he liked it or not, he found his mind blank on what to do. He knew he should try to stop her, but he also figured that in the end he wouldn't be able to keep her at bay for long. The gods and goddesses only knew what he would do, how far he would go for Katsuki. And if someone tried to tell him not to? Tried to tell him he couldn't do it? Masaru could imagine himself being worse than his mate and his hatchling combined in terms of applying violence. Inko only graced him a few more minutes of her time before returning to the task at hand. She had been quick about packing, trying to not cause a scene, so all she needed to do was gather a few more books and she'd be ready to go. She glanced around the room, doing a final check before closing her suitcase and lifting it off of the bed. In total, she had about 2. They both had a mix of clothes, jewelry boxes, and books inside. She never owned too much to begin with, but once she had lost Izuku, she could barely find beauty in anything. She stuck to her old clothes until they really needed to be replaced, like if they were ripped or dirty enough that washing them just wasn't worth the effort. I'm going to go see him, Inko declared, taking both suitcases in her hands as she marched past Masaru. He tried to stop her, placing his hands on her shoulders once more and trying to root her in place. It did nothing. She could tell that he knew he'd only be able to do so much before she left, but the fact that he was still putting effort into trying set her off to no end. Arg, she was really starting to sound like Mitsuki by thinking like that. I'm going to fly over there, I'm going to see my baby boy, and I'm going to assure him that I didn't abandon him as you did. Inko made sure to put extra emphasis on abandon as she passed Masaru's now frozen form. I may have been too weak when he was younger, but I won't let that stop me now. I'm going to find him and I'm going to make it up to him. With that, Inko finished crossing the room to the doorway and made her way out. Mitsuki was nowhere in sight, which she found quite strange when she first noticed it. Surely, Masaru wouldn't just come alone if he knew that Inko was thinking of leaving? And yes, she knew that the Earth Dragon was well aware of her intentions. Nobody could just walk into a situation like that and have a list of things to say. Without preparations. That and his eyes gave him away. She scanned the hallways as she walked further towards the door of the main building, alert as ever as she tried to figure out why Mitsuki wasn't with Masaru. Had she truly been unaware of what Inko was doing or had she already accepted it? If the second option was being applied here, then Inko could see where Katsuki's lack of sympathy came from. He dropped Izuku faster than she could beg, please, and after everything they had been through. While she understood that she hasn't made Mitsuki's job any easier by acting how she was for the past 12 years or so, it was still a bit disappointing to know that she was just like Katsuki in that department. Oh well, what was she really expecting? I'm coming for you, sweetie. Inko was quick in her escape, doing her best to avoid other tribe members as she made her way to the forest. There was no way that she'd be able to take off without being detected, so she hoped that everyone would assume that she was going for her usual herb hunting journeys and not pry into the real reason she seemed to be flying away. She could hide her suitcases in her claws easily, so even if she was stopped, she could just talk her way out of it before continuing. Following the usual path that only she knew by heart, other healers knew of it but still needed to be guided or use a map, Inko quickly arrived at a familiar clearing before shifting. Her cloak disappeared, replaced by patches of green and black fur. Her slits narrowed, her face elongating as her snout became more pronounced. Her fingers and toes disappeared, morphing into dormant claws that could come out and sharpen at will. Small, but sleek horns sprouted from her head like plants and with powerful wings to complete the look, her hind legs left the ground with a powerful wind gust in her wake. She was not the fastest flyer by any means, but with the large amounts of determination flowing through her veins and Izuku's smiling baby face in her mind, she made do with what she could. She had been to the Yagi tribe territory for meetings before, so she had a good idea of where to go. However, it's been a long enough time that the court wasn't familiar enough with her. Masaru also did have a point when he said that showing up uninvited might not be received well, and on top of that she was alone. She wasn't with her tribal chiefs, so that could immediately come out as suspicious. Or just simply strange, but she had to be prepared for the worst so she wouldn't come out as a threat to whoever greeted her. Without any way to keep track of time, Inko continued to fly for what felt like hours until she spotted the tribe. She decided to land a few meters away from the border and shift back so that she could walk in and wouldn't catch too much attention by flying overhead. As much as she trusted everyone to remain calm at the sight of another dragon, she assumed that they might be on edge because of the Blood Prince. Which reminded her she really needed to get on that. The Blood Prince going after her precious hatchling. That was serious, and she was willing to fight the Yagi tribe leader if need be if he didn't allow her to help. She may not have raised Izuku like she wanted to, but she was still his mother. It was still her duty and desire to protect her hatchling. Carrying her things, she swiftly made her way to the capital. There were a few stops here and there, dragons that didn't recognize her and saw that she had suitcases, but no one had been unfriendly so far. All she needed to do was explain that she was here as a representative of her own chief, and they took one sniff before letting her pass. As one of the top healers of the Bakuga tribe, she was constantly coated in the scent of herbs and other medicines. It made her position easily noticeable and her ruse all the more believable. On any other day, Inko would be worried about how nonchalant everyone was about her presence. Today though, she was only grateful that no one tried to stop her from entering until she reached the building. As she neared the doors, she knocked meekly before stepping back. They opened with a quiet hum and the young woman who poked her head out ushered Inko in with no words. It was pretty suspicious, though Inko had no time to think about it before she was being questioned. The servant explained that she didn't want to do the interrogation outside, otherwise that would attract public attention and possibly create a chaotic environment, preventing Inko from answering. The hindsight was very thoughtful, especially since what Inko was about to explain wasn't easy. It took some convincing, but what got the servant to let Inko see Tashinori was when she explained that she was here for the prince's safety. With what little knowledge the servant had on the current threat Izuku faced, it was enough that she didn't hesitate before leading Inko to Tashinori's office. It was a brisk journey, and when they arrived, the servant announced Inko's presence before disappearing down the hall. Presumably, they had other duties they needed to tend to and trusted Inko in the careful hands of Chief Yagi. "May I help you?" The older nature dragon rumbled, gentle eyes resting on Inko as she shuffled closer and set her suitcases down. She didn't know whether or not keeping eye contact would be considered respectful or disrespectful, so her safest choice would be to tilt her head in a show of SBMSN until told otherwise. Tashinori only chuckled at Inko's display, gesturing with his hand that such an action wasn't necessary. It made it easier for Inko to breathe, knowing that she was safe until she said something or did something foolish. Not that she would mind you. "I know that this may be too abrupt, but I couldn't wait long." Inko's fingers fussed with the material of her green gown, trying to keep her scent down so Tashinori wouldn't be able to smell how anxious she was. "Please, understand that what I'm about to say may come as a shock, but I request time to explain myself before you react. Miss, I assure you, I wouldn't do anything less than that unless you claim you've been sent here to kill someone." That was pretty extreme, but it did make Inko's job a bit easier, so she didn't comment. "And please, no reason to be scared. Whatever you have to say, I will listen to it until you're ready for me to respond." Tashinori smiled patiently at Inko to help reinforce his words. It did wonders for her nerves, though with every word that passed through his lips, she was ready to just blurt out everything that had been haunting her ever since Mitsuki and Masaru told her that Izuku was alive. Taking a deep breath, Inko tried to steel her nerves before confessing. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku is my hatchling. And I've been told that he's been alive all this time." Inko cringed at the slight stutter, but tried to remain calm as Tashinori's eyes widened at the new information. What she had just dropped on him could have been as shocking as a carrier telling their unprepared mate that they were PR'd in tea. But she couldn't let that affect how this went. She came here to do one thing and she was going to do her best to get her way. "I just want to be clear with this, I never wanted to send him away." Inko's eyes narrowed at the reminder. "I never approved of what the Bakugas did to any of those innocent hatchlings. I'm one of the top healers of the tribe, I brought most of those little darlings into the world. So to see them sent away and then have to watch the remaining family suffer was misery for me." Tashinori stayed dutifully quiet, though his brows furrowed and he began to tap against his desk. It was clear to Inko that he was trying his best to keep his word, though with everything that she shared, it was getting difficult as moments passed. He looked deep in thought and Inko severely hoped that he didn't think that she was lying or trying to trick him. Of course, she wouldn't blame him if he did, this was all rather unexpected. However, if he could truly see the genuineness within her before making any of his own opinions, then that would also be much more preferred. "When my son was sent away, that it broke me. It broke me more than when my own mate had abandoned us." Her mate had been horrible and, to this day, sometimes she still questioned what she saw in him in the past. But that didn't take away any of the pain that came when he broke their connection and just left. At least she had Izuku at the time, though that relief only lasted 4 to 5 years or so. "For the longest time, I thought he had been dead. Because of that, I always questioned why I was somehow able to keep my sanity for so long when other parents only took a month or two to collapse to the grief, but Now you have an answer. Tashinori finished, looking a little more relaxed now. He remained at his desk, finger tapping away on the surface. I won't lie, Ms. Midoriya, what I'm hearing is quite a surprise. When I found him on the edge of my territory, he claimed nobody cared about what happened to hatchlings like him. And, forgive me for sounding rude, but he's not had a track record of bringing you up during his childhood. Inko couldn't hold back her flinch at that. Honestly, a big part of her hoped that Izuku would know that she loved him no matter what and that she detested how he had been forced away from her. She hoped that he understood that she couldn't go against the chief. No matter how much she begged and fought for him, it wouldn't work when Mitsuki's word was final. Unfortunately, a smaller part of her acknowledged that there was no way for a hatchling to know all of that. The most basic understanding that Izuku had, that all hatchlings did really, was that Mitsuki was the chief, so adults listened to her most of the time. There was never really a meter for how much they had to listen to her and what the consequences could be if there was any disobedience. And as heartbreaking as it was, would Izuku believe her if he had understood all of that anyway? A betrayed hatchling is a betrayed hatchling. Despite Inko not wanting to have him forced away, she did stand by as he was forced out. She didn't speak up for him when it was happening, she didn't leave with him even though nothing was physically stopping her, and she didn't try to look for him. All of the reasons as to why this was done, that how could she expect her hatchling to comprehend them at such a young age? It's nice like she ever had the opportunity or desire to sit Izuku down and explain all of the complicatedness when he was only 3 or 4 years old. By now, it's probably been more than long enough for Izuku to reach his own conclusions about whether his mother actually loved him or not. The world could be so small in the eyes of a hatchling. Her not defending him could very well have been the same as the whole world turning its back on him. He had lost Katsuki, then he had lost his mother. Was it fair for her to wish that he understood her perspective when he had been hurt so much? I won't lie and say that I'm not feeling uneasy about letting you see him. Tashinori swiped a hand down his face, sighing out as Inko barely suppressed a distressed gasp. She covered her mouth to muffle it, but it still left her eyes for all to see. Her eyes, which were now shiny with unshed tears as she thought about not being allowed near her hatchling. She had sworn that she'd at least see him while she was here, even if Tashinori didn't let them reunite, but now she wasn't so sure. Now, faced with the dragon who had been caring for her precious baby boy, she felt like she owed him. Maybe she should feel angry at being denied the chance to see her hatchling, but there was plenty of self-guilt running through her mind as Tashinori's words played through her head. She couldn't take care of her hatchling when she should have because of the circumstance, but he lovingly took Izuku in and provided the young nature dragon care that she wished she could reciprocate. Whether she liked it or not, accepted it or not, Tashinori took care of Izuku. He raised Izuku. Even if she was his blood mother, he technically had a more valid say in whether she'd be allowed to see him or not. At least, that's what it seemed like to her. To her surprise, Tashinori took in her silence kindly and smiled at her. It was an uneasy smile, definitely strained, but a smile nonetheless. As it stands, that decision is not mine to make. He clapped his hands, standing from his desk and quickly making his way to Inko's side. He reached down to pick up Inko's suitcases before walking to the door, gesturing with his head that he wanted her to follow. Because Tashinori was carrying her suitcases, even though he didn't have to, she decided that the least she could do was open and close the door behind them. She had to be quick about it so that they wouldn't bump into each other, and as the door clicked quietly behind them, Tashinori began speaking once more. I'm guessing from how weighty these are that you didn't plan to return to your old tribe. He shook the cases a bit, listening to the content give a small rumble as they pushed against the walls of the case. Would you like to stay here or did you have someone else to go? I was hoping I could stay here. Inko continued to play with the fabric of her gown as they walked, blushing as she caught Tashinori giving her subtle glances as they walked down the hall. As they walked, making several turns and traveling down a flight of stairs, Inko took note of her surroundings. On her journey here, she had been so focused on keeping herself calm to really take in everything that she had passed. Now that she was less hurried, she had time to admire the architecture and the paintings lining the walls. Even if Izuku doesn't want to take me back, I don't think I could bear going back to the Bakugis. There was also a chance she wouldn't be welcomed back because of how she treated Masaru on her exit, even if she wanted to go back. But that wasn't important. Inko would take refuge in a random forest and struggle to survive before betraying her baby again. I don't want to be an inconvenience, but please don't forbid me from seeing my hatchling. I just need to see that he's safe and that'll be enough. I know I've failed him and probably don't deserve him in my life again, but I can't dash. Mrs. Midoriya, please. Tashinori paused in his step, turning to give Inko a heartbroken look. As uneasy as he was about letting her see Izuku, he refused to be that cruel. If he asked Izuku and the younger nature dragon suddenly revealed that his mother was horrible, then she wouldn't be allowed to stay and see him. However, with no proof that that's what the case was, he wanted to make this as easy as he could for Inko. Maybe she wouldn't be allowed to interact with him too much to keep him comfortable, but she'd definitely be allowed to see how he was doing to help keep her sane. Look, I didn't mean to imply that he didn't love you or miss you when I said he never brought you up. Toshinori set one of the suitcases down to open an arm, inviting Inko into a hug. It was supposed to be for comfort, though Toshinori could understand if she didn't want to accept it from the person who raised her hatchling for her and was now denying her request to see him immediately. She took a few minutes to think about it and ended up sniffing a bit, but decided not to move forward. That was fair. Please, allow me to help you get settled and we can go talk to him together, okay? Inko bit her bottom lip as Toshinori grabbed the suitcase again before continuing down the hall. She didn't know what to say about any of this. And, while part of her felt terrible for being so rude when Toshinori was trying to make her feel comfortable, the other part of her told her that she was doing the right thing by keeping her distance. Until Izuku made his decision, she was just a guest here. This wasn't her home, these dragons weren't her family. She needed to respect their space and their rules until her baby reached whatever conclusions suited him best. She wouldn't say this out loud in fear of possibly offending the older nature dragon, but with how Toshinori was as a dragon and as a leader, she was at least assured that Izuku had been given a good home. Wait, what? Izuku practically leaped off of his chair as his father entered the room, green eyes wide in shock and a bit of fear as he took in what he was just told. His tutor covered her mouth in shock, the quill she was using to help correct Izuku's work dropping to the table and rolling down onto the floor. Very slowly, she took this as her moment to exit the situation and simply plan a way to move Izuku's lessons a bit further into the Wii without heavily disrupting his schedule. She gathered her books and extra worksheets in her arms before bowing her head in respect. Wishing both leaders farewell, she made her way out of the door and hoped to the gods and goddesses watching them that everything was all right. She's here? As I end the capital. Izuku made a mental note to apologize to his tutor later. For now, he walked so he stood in front of his father and very near pleaded for the older dragon to repeat what he said. A hand reached out to lay itself over Izuku's hair, soothing down the locks as they seemed to spring up with Izuku's current mood. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing happened. His hair rose like Shura's did when he activated his magic. It was a pretty standard reaction. With the magical energy traveling through Izuku's body, the only response available to show that magic was activated was if his body parts reacted to the surge. Calm down, son. Toshinori's eyes glowed for a bit as he helped force down some of Izuku's magic. It wasn't enough to hurt his hatchling or alarm him, just a light scolding. He used to do the same thing when Izuku was younger and he accidentally lost control of bits of magic while he was mumbling about something new he learned. It was adorable then, but now if he lost too much control, he had the potential of inciting some damage. But to answer your question, yes, she is in the capital. She arrived yesterday evening. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku pouted up at his father. She's been here for more than a day and you didn't tell me? We needed to have a discussion before you got involved. Toshinori's eyes faded as he deactivated his own magic, the hand in Izuku's hair clenching and unclenching as he tried to calm his hatchling down. The greenette's usual scent turned watered down and a bit murky with his distress, so Toshinori had to try his best not to cringe at the unpleasantness in an effort not to give Izuku the wrong idea. I want you to understand that we weren't trying to deceive you. I just wanted to make a few things clear before you two met, yeah? Izuku gazed into his father's warm eyes, trying his best to remain indignant about such a thing before hidden from him. You didn't, threaten her, did you? Izuku couldn't see his father doing such a thing in general, let alone to an already suffering mother. However, that would be underestimating how protective dragons could be when the object of their hatchling's discomfort was so close. If threatening the newcomer kept them safe, they'd probably do it. No, I just wanted to hear her side of the story before inserting some rules. Toshinori remembered shedding a few tears as he tried not to sound too unsympathetic as she told her tale. Going into that with an open mind was difficult. He'd only really known her as Izuku's mother who didn't stay with her. Hatchling in his time of need. At the same time, there were obviously outside factors that prevented her from doing so. Hearing her out and trying not to only focus on what he thought sounded like excuses was an experience to say the least. Until you two have discussed things further, I or Shoyuda will be present whenever you two are together. I don't want to invade any private conversations, so we'll be outside of the room you two are in, or something. I just want to be able to come immediately if you feel unsafe in her presence or don't want her near you any longer. Izuku opened his mouth to protest at how ridiculous that sounded. Why would he feel unsafe around his own mother? She never hurt him and he never mentioned anything bad about the bond he shared with her in the past. Then again, he probably didn't talk about his past since he was too busy getting used to the present. Furthermore, he missed her through all these years, even if... now that made more sense. His father was probably worried that all of the misery that Izuku suffered after not having his mother defend him that day would catch up to them when they talked about it. They would be talking about it, no way it could go undiscussed, but there would be plenty of opportunities for old wounds to reopen or new wounds to be created. Izuku's had support ever since he came here, so much so that he almost forgot about how his life used to be at certain points. When faced with a reminder, like he was with the meeting, how would that impact him? With Katsuki, he had been preparing to deal with whatever came his way during the days leading up to everything. He wasn't prepared for his mother to just pop back up. Because of the threat of the Blood Prince, we'll also give her an escort for when she wants to walk around the capital or the village. Toshinori looked a bit fearful as he spoke about that second rule. It'll act as a protection for her and a way to assure me that we can trust her. Again, Izuku wanted to question that second part, but no words escaped him before everything came to him. His mother was still technically a stranger to everyone except for Izuku, so there was no reason for anyone to trust her or her intentions until she proved she was trustworthy. He had a feeling that he'd somehow managed to question every rule his father talked about, but as long as he was given a few moments to think about it, he probably wouldn't say anything stupid. As Toshinori continued to tell his son about the discussion with his mother, he made sure to keep his eyes on Izuku's. The younger nature dragon had worked for years to try and learn to conceal his emotions, courtesy of some advice that Shoyuta gave him. Keep your face blank when dealing with politics, people will look up to you, and if they see you panic they will panic as well. As far as he's come, Toshinori knew the subtle signs that Izuku gave off when it came to his emotions. As he talked, there were no signs of anger or defiance, not that he expected any in the first place. He could see, as well as smell, some distress coming off of Izuku as he continued to list off some more rules and cautions, but Toshinori always knew his hatchling to be a bit anxious. It was also just common sense to realize that the younger one probably just wanted to see his mother already. He made sure to finish the last rule quickly before hugging his son and leading him out of the room. Both of their footsteps were hurried and any servants they came across were silent, even if they were curious, as they made space for them to pass. Inko's door was on the same floor as theirs, even though she had only been here for a day. They had a guest section for the capital, but she'd already made it clear that she wanted to stay if she'd be welcomed. Her name had yet to be engraved on a nameplate and placed on her door, but that hardly mattered when every other door had already been labeled. With a quick knock, Toshinori gave his son one last encouraging smile. "Remember, I'll be right out here if you need me," he assured, squeezing Izuku's shoulder as some rustles came from the other side. The greenette nodded at his father, sending a small smile of his own before the door opened. Nothing could have prepared him for the moment his eyes met that of his mother's. Green snapped to green. Shock met shock. Tears followed tears. "Mom," Izuku whispered, struggling to keep the tremors out of his voice. He breathed as Hitoshi had taught him when they were younger, a steady pattern that really worked wonders for when he was having panic attacks. His chest barely seemed to move as he inhaled and exhaled, too afraid that any movement would cause some type of emotional disaster for either of them. His mother fared no better. Tears had already begun leaking from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like the waterfall that Izuku loved to play in when he was younger. Sometimes he'd still go visit that waterfall with Eri and Hitoshi, but he stopped playing and started just observing. Not only the scenery, but also Eri. She had so much fun flying in and out of the water stream, splashing her brother and Izuku whenever they gave her permission to get them wet. It was so peaceful, the perfect place to have a picnic. The memory brought some comfort to Izuku as he continued to watch his mother cry, arms twitching as if she wanted to move them. "Izuku," she whispered back, sniffing a bit as she tried to blink away her tears. "My baby boy." Izuku nodded, fingers wiggling at his sides as he struggled not to tilt his head down to hide his face. He wanted to keep looking at his mother, afraid that she would disappear if he looked away. However, looking at her only made him sadder and more anxious, not knowing how they'd start this much-needed discussion. Should he start the conversation or should he wait for his mother? It's been a while. Izuku decided to start, for once, allowing his mouth to run without thinking about what it would do in the long run. He's had too much time to contemplate this exact moment, hundreds of pages from his diary filled to the brim of personal thoughts as he tried to make sense of himself. I missed you, you know? Ever since I was sent away, you rarely left my mind. In my dreams, in my nightmares, in my everyday thoughts that there were times where you seemed to be haunting me everywhere. It made sense, right? You were my mother, and it hurt to think that I'd never be able to see you again, but it also didn't because I thought that you agreed with Chief Bakugo. But then that just it didn't make sense. You were so sad and it was obvious that you were crying and I just thought I didn't know what to think. Izuku took a deep breath, shutting his eyes briefly so he wouldn't have to look at his mother or his father. Any tears that slipped out of the corners went ignored, their familiar warmth down his face acting as small caresses. I still don't know what to think. He hugged himself, opening his eyes and staring at the ground. I missed you all those .12-ish, that years that we've been separated and, for reasons I can't even begin to make sense of, I never stopped loving you. Even when I thought about the possibility of you forgetting me or not loving me anymore, I couldn't not love you. It had its ups and downs. Izuku finished quietly, crossing his arms and beginning to rub his hands along them as if he were trying to warm himself. Now the sniffles and barely suppressed cries were almost impossible to pass off as anything but what they were. He still couldn't raise his head to grace his mother or his father a look, something he was both proud and ashamed of. He was proud that he was able to keep himself from completely breaking down into an inconsolable mess, but at the same time he was still showing a lot of heart while he was still uncertain. He was no stranger to risks and what bearing your soul to someone you hope you can trust does, but it felt different here, for some reason. He knew who this was, he knew that she wasn't a bad or malicious person. She was familiar to him, but also not. There were all sorts of contradictions running through his mind, so all he could focus on was his thoughts, which, for the record, were turning sadder and sadder as he took a quick spring through memory lane. I never wanted to keep so much sadness and hatred inside of me. I don't know if I can trust you now, but I want to so badly that it physically hurts me to think about it. You were gone for so long, you left me that day. But I know you're not a bad person and just arg. Izuku shook his head, leaning into his father's hand when he felt the older dragon place it on top of his head. His green curls were ruffled affectionately, giving him some strength as his mother took the needed time to come up with an appropriate response. Several moments passed between the three of them, Inko opening and closing her mouth as she tried to come up with some form of response. Eventually, it reached a point where she didn't care how harsh or unforgiving she sounded, she just blurted out the first thing she hoped would make sense. If I knew you were alive and that you were happy here, I would have abandoned the Bakugas years ago. Izuku couldn't stop himself from gasping at how strong his mother sounded. Against his better judgment, he's whipped his face up to stare at the woman, who was trying her best to keep her own tears at bay. Her hands, which were previously fiddling with themselves as she waited for him to finish speaking, have now become fists that she clenched at her side. Several emotions flashed across her eyes in quick succession, though the most prominent had to be hurt and determination. The same drive that he'd gotten used to as a child when she needed to stay at the healing hut later than usual to tend to patients that had particularly nasty infections or other illnesses. She always found the problem, she always fixed it. This was her own hatchling. You could bet your butt that she was going to do more than what she thought would be necessary to make sure he understood that she loved him. No matter what it looked like on that dreadful day, she would have packed up sooner than yesterday to fly over and help raise him. There was no way she could convince herself that her sense of responsibility would keep her there, even though that's what stopped her from leaving with him in the first place. She thought about it long and hard last night, tossing and turning as she tried to sleep. She only let responsibility get in the way because she saw it as selfish and assumed that he had truly died. Now that she knew he was alive, healthy, and happy, she found herself willing to do far worse things in order to preserve that safety and happiness. Things that she should have done that day, like fly out in the dead of night and not stop searching until she had her hatchling in hand. Then fly away and never look back, never to return to the tribe who had hurt them both. There hasn't been a day, through all these years, where I haven't thought about you. Inko huffed out a sad sigh, shaking her head. I should have fought harder for you that day. And that even if I couldn't win, I could have come after you. I'm so sorry I didn't, Izuku. I'm so sorry I once again acted so selfishly, reasoning that duty required that I stay even though my hatchling was still out there. Alone. In an unfamiliar place. Left to die. Izuku opened his mouth to disagree with his mother's words. He understood that, as the top healer, she had a big responsibility to the tribe. She was a healer and helped other healers. She was an essential part to the continued health and survival for the Bakugas. Not leaving, at least to him, was a show of restraint. A show that she wouldn't let personal feelings block her sense of reason. While it did hurt to know that she chose that over him, he couldn't be mad about it for too long. He was one hatchling she needed to help care for an entire tribe. He didn't agree with the idea of sacrificing the few to save the many, he preferred to get everyone out of trouble and not leave anyone behind. However, that didn't mean he was naive. He understood what sacrifice was and the necessity of it at certain times. Before he could get any words out, his mother shook her head and held a hand up to stop him. I brought you into this world, you were my only son. It was my responsibility to love and care for you, no matter what. Well, that not even responsibility. My desire and wish to give you the best life I could. I failed you, Izuku. There have been days that I longed for death, to be reunited with my hatchling, only to hear that he was still alive. Izuku gasped in horror at the revelation, whipping towards his father to throw the older dragon a questioning look. Did you know about this? He wanted to ask, but nothing came out. Toshinori only nodded his head, looking away guiltily as Izuku's head switched back and forth. Inko had confessed the same thing to him last night. It was awful to think about, to really think about. But was he shocked by it? Not as much as he wanted to. I love you so much, sweetie. I never stopped. Inko lowered her hand, slowly reaching out towards Izuku's shoulder. She made sure to give the younger nature dragon plenty of time to stop her or turn away in case he didn't want her to touch him. When he didn't do either, she pushed herself to fill in the distance until they were finally connected through contact. His shoulder was firm under her grip, the opposite of how he felt the last time she had touched him. Years ago, he was more on the scrawnier side. He really took the appearance of runt, literally, small and fragile looking. Now, he looked at she would say unrecognizable, but she'd never forget those kind green eyes and his curly hair. Hair that she spent so many days and nights combing her fingers through, not only a comfort to him but also as a comfort for herself. Proof that he was still with her, that he was safe from the outside world until he had grown enough to protect himself. It was only his body that had changed, stronger and more capable. Powered not only by his newfound magic, but his determination to push himself and become what he wasn't in the past. His personality, on the other hand, didn't seem that different. He had the option of turning her away, of not wanting to even look at her, let alone speak to her, for abandoning him as she did. She'd also heard from Mitsuki, Masaru, and Toshinori about how he didn't do anything to Katsuki when the blonde hybrid launched himself during the meeting. He may not be as forgiving as he was when he was a kid, but he didn't let that stop him from only acting in defense. Something that younger Izuku would have also done. He didn't mindlessly attack people like Katsuki liked to do as a means of proving his superiority or just for fun. I'll understand if you don't forgive me. Now or if ever. I just thought I wanted to make sure that you knew the truth. I owed you that at the very least. Inko squeezed Izuku's shoulder once before backing up. She intended to wait for a few moments before excusing herself so she wouldn't be disturbing his day anymore and she could spend some time to herself, likely crying after finally able to get that all out. However, before she could pull her hand too far, Izuku reached for her wrist and grasped it firmly. She couldn't give a name to the expression on his face, there were too many things passing over at once. He said nothing for the longest time, content with just randomly squeezing his mother's hand, as if testing to feel that she was real. Real in front of him, touching him, speaking to him. Several moments passed before Izuku sighed, now letting tears begin to fall. It wasn't as quickly or in such large quantities as his mother, restrained as he forced himself to remain strong. If I were younger, I wouldn't know what to make of any of this. He glanced at his father, nothing how the blonde dragon tried to look away to respect their privacy. Like I said, I couldn't stop loving you either, even on those rare days I convinced myself that forgetting who you were would be healthier for my psyche. Inko flinched at that, but didn't comment as Izuku released her wrist. He took a deep inhale, trying to steady himself before wiping away his tears. When he looked up, his eyes were red and puffy, lips a bit swollen from his anxious nibbling. It brought her back to the first time he had gotten hurt from tripping over a rock and cutting some of the skin on his knees as he tumbled down. As a hatchling, it was not unexpected that what got to him most was the shock compared to the actual pain. It was the first time he'd felt such a concept. What was he supposed to other than cry? Nevertheless, he was a good sport about it and tried to be strong as she disinfected it and bandaged it up. It's easy to tell that you're not lying to me, so that helps, I guess. Knowing everything. How much of the truth I've been missing for all of these years that I want to forgive you. I want you back in my life. I can't just reject you now that everything's come to light. Izuku assured, seeing how she flinched. He brought his own hands up to her shoulders, trying to smile as she visibly relaxed in his hold. I just need a day or two to absorb all of this. From the blood prints, to seeing the Bakugas, and now to seeing you. That it's a lot to take in. I don't hate you, I can't even bring myself to dislike you. I just need time to get used to this and it'll be alright in no time. A fresh wave of tears graced Inko's face. She didn't bother to try and hide the sobs of happiness that overtook her form as she began to shake. Her scent had changed drastically, going from dampened due to her sadness to vibrant and sweet as she cried her relief. Her hands trembled the most, itching to wrap around Izuku's body to hug him close. She wanted to wait for his permission, or for him to make the first move. As one would imagine, it was rather difficult. She had her baby back. Her baby was willing to take her back. She'd be able to love him like she was denied in his youth years. She'd be able to help protect him now that they are reunited once more. Izuku seemed to read her mind and, with a less strained smile, he guided her close until she was pressed against him. Immediately, she squeezed him close, relishing in feeling his warmth after years of thinking he was dead. It was beyond comforting to feel his warm body instead of having nightmares about his cold corpse. Toshinori only stood by, his own smile shining as he regarded the two carefully. There would be some complications from this. Inko being integrated into their lives probably wouldn't be too hard. It was clear that as long as Izuku was safe and happy, she'd be alright. And he believed her when she said that she really tried to resist Izuku being sent away, so he doubted that Shoyuta and Hizashi would have any issue accepting her life as they actively resisted accepting the Bakuga's choice. The worst that would come from this would be explaining the situation to the tribe. It would definitely stir some public outcry to know that a tribe that they were allied to still had the practice of banishing quirkless hatchlings or runts, but perhaps he'd be able to work his magic, no pun intended, in maintaining peace? Whatever happened, that they'd deal with it when the time came. For now, Izuku and Inko should only have to focus on each other. The rest of the world owed them a few moments to themselves at the very least. As expected, Inko managed to integrate herself back into Izuku's life with some struggle. Not physically, of course, but emotionally. Moving to a whole new tribe could be a roller coaster of thoughts and emotions no matter the reason for the move. And that was disregarding how there was some noticeable distance between carrier and hatchling for the longest of time. But when it came to other dragons, Inko was relatively safe. She wasn't made to feel unwelcome like Shoyuta had done to the Bakugas, though it was clear that the storm dragon would take a while to trust her. The residents of the capital had taken having a new resident pretty well, despite not having the clearest picture of her situation. All that was left was explaining it to the rest of the tribe, though that would have to be pushed back due to their latest. Oh boy. Tashinori sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as Inko growled at the door. Shoyuta stood silently on his other side, but Tashinori could feel his glare just from being in close proximity. Speaking of Inko's decision to leave her old tribe, the Bakugas didn't waste any time in trying to come get her. She had about a week to settle in before they had flown over, unannounced like she had, and refused to explain why they had arrived to the servants who escorted them to the meeting room. All that was said was that this was about something important and, unfortunately, the servants weren't in the best place to question the leaders of another tribe. Not when there was the potential of the issue actually being in need of immediate attention. At the moment, they waited inside of the meeting room. The very same one that the meeting about the Blood Prince had been discussed in. Tashinori had been informed that all three members were present: carrier, sire, and offspring. That little detail struck him as the tiniest bit suspicious. It could have been him digging too much into the matter, but something told him that this meeting wouldn't just be about getting Inko to come back. Would you like me to handle this? Shoyuta glanced at Tashinori from the corner of his eye, straightening up as both nature dragons fully turned to him. Inko's growls paused, looking a bit confused while Tashinori looked more nervous than anything. No doubt he knew how Shoyuta would handle a situation involving the Bakugas. Or, if he didn't, his mind still supplied a colorful picture. No, I'll do it. I don't want any fights to break out amongst ourselves when Izuku is already in danger from an outside force. They hadn't yet received word from the Blood Prince ever since Shoyuta sent out a little warning about their response to his threat of war. Sure, it's only been 2 weeks, but the Blood Prince had shown, through his letters, that he didn't have the most patience. If they didn't get one by the end of the month, then they'd send another letter out to their allies about having a small check-in. Shoyuta shrugged, not bothering to hide his disappointed look as the three of them walked towards the door. Tashinori took a deep inhale before grasping the handles, giving both Inko and Shoyuta pointed looks before pushing them open. As the situation was a bit more testy, that he found it appropriate to forego his usual booming, overjoyed greeting as 3 pairs of eyes snapped to his towering form. Instinctively, he wanted to step in front of Inko and Shoyuta to keep them from experiencing the full blow of a specific pair of red eyes trying to pierce into all of them. Good afternoon. Tashinori rumbled, stepping away from the door as he tried to smile. Despite how uncomfortable this was surely going to get, he wanted to at least try to be polite and keep things pleasant. As pleasant as he could. How may we help you? The sound of skin smacking skin alarmed Tashinori for 2 seconds before realizing that Shoyuta must have face-bombed. Violently. He could practically feel the aura of good job, idiot coming from somewhere beside him while the Bakugas just gave him a knowing look. Well, at least Mitsuki gave him a knowing look. Masaru stopped looking at him when he registered that Inko was standing right beside him. The Earth Dragon tried to smile, but quickly flinched away and diverted his gaze when Inko hissed at him, which left the youngest Bakugu to gaze at the door behind all of them. His look could almost be described as longing. Did Katsuki want to leave the room? Tashinori had a feeling he knew why, but that exploration would have to come after whatever this was about to become. Chief Yagi. Mitsuki nodded her head in a small greeting, trying to compose herself after noticing how her son and mate were. One discouraged, the other distracted. Biting her bottom lip, she tried to keep herself from growling at her old ahem, her ex-best friend, as the green-haired woman continued to glare at her mate whenever he tried to look up. I understand that our current relationship is somewhat strained. Shoyuta scoffed, though Mitsuki ignored him. She knew that if she called the storm dragon out, then an argument may start and she'd ruin their family's chances of getting at least one out of the few things that they came here for. However, I'm hoping that won't interfere with any future business we might have with one another. Mitsuki gestured to her mate and her hatchling with her hand. Such as now. I see that our tribe healer has come to your village. According to my mate, she appears to want to stay here. Toshinori opened his mouth to ask how the heck Mitsuki knew that without any of them saying anything or even hinting at that possibility, but a quick look at Inko told him he shouldn't question it. Clearly, she was angry now, no longer just frustrated, with Masaru. Besides, maybe the explanation was more simple than he was letting himself believe? Maybe Inko was just caught with her suitcases, or that she felt angry enough to rant out her plan to Masaru. Whatever the case was, he'd revisit later. That was her wish, yes. Toshinori nodded his head, his smile falling. Look, I'm going to go ahead and say it now, we can drop the formalities since this is centered around a more personal issue. Frankly, I'm not gonna budge in terms of allowing Inko to go back anytime soon. She's finally near her hatchling again after years of separation and the misery that came with it. And that's not going into how Izuku feels about losing his carrier when he's finally got her back. I understand that. Mitsuki held up her hand, a silent request for Toshinori to pause in his explanation. It almost sounded like he said all of that in one breath, giving her time to react. Which, by default, gave her no time to properly respond to anything. I'm not a monster. I know how long Inko has been suffering, and whether or not she still sees me as her friend, I still see her as mine. And I don't like seeing my friend in such pain when an opportunity to relieve that pain is presented. Nor am I blind to the fact that you and the other tribes now see us in a negative light. As much as I'd appreciate it more if you understood where we were coming from. Shoyuda couldn't resist the opening. He just couldn't. We would have also appreciated it more if you didn't toss away valuable hatchlings like trash, but that wish wasn't respected. Mitsuki pursed her lips as a way to keep herself from snapping at the other dragon, mentally reminding herself that she spent the 20 minutes prior to coming here preparing herself from the oncoming verbal assaults that Shoyuda would dish out. Undoubtedly. I understand such a thing might be a bit much to ask for right now. Therefore, I'm not here to force Inko to come back. Rather, I'm here to learn why this big misunderstanding occurred. To say that Toshinori was shocked was an understatement. He could have caught dozens of flies in his mouth from how wide it had become after his jaw dropped after Mitsuki's words. That wasn't what he was expecting when the Bakugas were announced to be present in their village. Forgive me for sounding rude, but Toshinori brought a hand up to scratch the side of his head in confusion. I find it extremely difficult to believe that that's the only reason you came here. Mitsuki laughed dryly, eyes fluttering shut as she shook her head. Right to the next point, I see. Her hands found their way to her chest, one crossing over the other as she gestured to her hatchling. The blonde boy looked away from the door he had been staring holes through, for the briefest of moments before blushing lightly and looking down. He wants to apologize. Toshinori felt like he needed to be slapped to make sure that this really wasn't just some sort of weird dream. I know what you're gonna say. Mitsuki pointed towards Shoyuda, whose eyes narrowed almost dangerously at the prospect of letting Izuku's old tormentor anywhere near the tribe prince. I get it, okay? Really? I wouldn't be the fondest of letting my hatchling near anyone who's hurt him in the past, especially if their family now had a bad reputation. The slightest amount of snarkiness made its way into her tone, but for once, Shoyuda didn't get irritated by it. He could only focus on Mitsuki's reasoning, eyes still narrowed as he nodded for her to continue. He wanted to remain strong in his resolution to deny her request, but he wasn't in the position to do such a thing. Loath as he was to admit it, Katsuki wasn't really a danger to Izuku, so he wouldn't have any real probable cause to force his opinion in. The decision remained in Toshinori's hands, and anyone who knew the man knew that he could be too sympathetic sometimes. Maybe there'd be an exception because Izuku was his hatchling or the fact that Inko was standing right next to him, and would likely rip his throat out if he didn't have 100 good reasons for letting Katsuki see Izuku when he knew about their ugly past, but Shoyuda couldn't be sure. He could only switch from glaring challengingly at Mitsuki to sneaking unsure glances towards his chief. What happened between them that I never understood where everything went wrong? Mitsuki's voice turned surprisingly soft as she turned to fully look at her son. Her previous look of uncontent now the tiniest bit more relaxed. He won't tell me when he realized what needed to be done, but I believe him when he says that he stopped being a brat and started owning up to his mistakes. That would have been great years ago. Inko grouched, refusing to back down when she caught Katsuki staring at her with a guilty expression. She's long since built up an immunity to any guilt that used to arise in her chest whenever she did something that caused the blonde hatchling's pain. Don't you think it's a bit too late now for whatever that he's going to do? Isn't that Izuku's choice? Mitsuki challenged. You're his carrier, and for that, you will always possess some authority over what happens to him. But even you can't deny that he needs some independence in his life. He's been plenty independent ever since he was abandoned. Shuda's eyes flashed, turning red as his quirk unintentionally activated. He was starting to sense a trend whenever the Bakugas were involved. He had to survive long enough for Chief Yagi to find him, then had to heal being away from the only family he's ever known by himself since we could never truly help him. No matter what we did and how hard we tried. You're never going to let that go, are you? That could have been phrased better. Like, a lot better. Unfortunately, Mitsuki hadn't realized how badly that came out until she was being pounced on by an angry carrier. Let that go. Inko snarled, reaching out to grip Mitsuki's collar. The blonde sire flinched violently as she was manhandled downwards so that she and Inko were now at eye level. How could you ever say such a thing? This will not simply be let go. Mrs. Midoriya. Toshinori reached out to grab onto the other nature dragon, ignoring her thrashing and growling as he pinned her to his chest. It took a while for her to become quiet enough to harm him, and even longer to reach a point where she could be released. That was poorly phrased, I hope you realize that. Toshinori gave Mitsuki a pointed look, who at least had the decency to look guilty as her mate came to her. His hands were gentle as he helped her adjust her clothes back into their proper state, a bit shaky as well. Katsuki just kept his eyes towards the door, biting his bottom lip as he contemplated walking out while everyone else was distracted. It would definitely break some rules and probably destroy any foundation of trust that the two tribes had with each other, but all he could think of was getting to Izuku. He came here for a reason, and the longer he was denied the chance to follow through, the more anxious he became. Find Izuku, get to Izuku. Find Izuku, get to Izuku. Find Izuku, get to Izuku. Get to Izuku, apologize to Izuku. Get to Izuku, apologize to Izuku. Get to Izuku, apologize. God, it sounded so effing simple in his head when Katsuki knew that that was far from the truth. Literally, walking up to the old hag and embracing her while calling her the best sire in the whole universe would be easier than standing in front of his ex-best friend and saying 3 little words. God damn it. Even that part was a FNG lie. Katsuki knew, more than he wanted to express, that 3 words would do jack's hit for this whatever mess this could be called. Not only would he have to not F up his wording, cause everyone knew how fantastic he was when it came to words, he'd have to make Izuku believe him. No doubt in his head that as soon as he started talking, Izuku would call bullshit and suspect some ulterior motive. And alright, Izuku would be justified in assuming that. Not only because Katsuki has completely shattered any source of trust the two may have previously had, but also because Katsuki had other reasons behind his actions. Maybe Katsuki did have some ulterior motive besides genuinely being sorry. Maybe he wanted Izuku back in his life, even though he understood what a giant piece of shit that made him. Maybe he's gone crazy without having Izuku by his side all these FNG years and the desperation was finally clawing through the armor he had built around his heart and his brain. There were so many things that Katsuki was thinking, that he was feeling. After telling his squad about Izuku and their tricky past, Raccoon Eyes had recommended that he write sheet down in some diary to try and give himself some peace of mind. Getting it all out instead of bottling it up is healthier. She said, maybe you'll be able to have an easier time understanding what you want out of this once you read what you're thinking, which will make talking to him go smoother. She tried to assure him. Within 2 days, he had about a third of that shitty diary filled with a mess of jumbled thoughts, plenty of swear words, subtle confessions, and desires that he's kept locked away in his heart for the longest of time. Desires like never being so stupid in the first place so that none of this would have happened. Or, if he was being more realistic with himself, particularly strong desire for some type of spell or pendant that would allow him to go back in time so he could stop all of this madness from happening. Or maybe he could hunt down someone with a time-traveling quirk. There were so many different quirks in the world, creatures filled to the brim with mutations and variety that a time-traveling quirk couldn't have been that far-fetched, right? Telling you that it's not happening. Katsuki almost jumped as he heard Inko yell, turning in alarm only to deflate when he realized how distracted he allowed himself to become. Ah yes, there were still other people in the room, who were also apparently still yelling at each other. Wonderful. How did he miss almost all of their conversation up until now? Your hellspawn has done enough to my son. Inko's eyes almost glowed as her hands clenched into fists, the furniture in the room starting to wiggle in a sinister way as she slowly began to lose control of herself. Her weak telepathy didn't allow for her to throw things at Mitsuki, which she looked so tempted to do, so Katsuki mentally thanked whoever was listening for that small mercy. Heaven knew how much more shitty this would get if they added a physical fight breaking out between everyone. And that was coming from someone who usually preferred fighting over talking. So, one could imagine just how desperate Katsuki was to do this right. Izuku is finally moving on, he's finally healing. Inko's hands flew up to her hair, clutching the locks so violently that some long strands made themselves out of the bun she had put in place before the meeting. He's finally been given the opportunity to make real friends. Companions that actually care for his well-being, his happiness. Not deadbeats who throw him away just because their parents gave them permission to be sadistic BS/RDS. All conversations stopped at Inko's words, the room freezing as everyone took in just what was spat out. Nobody moved, nobody blinked. Heck, it almost appeared as if nobody was breathing. Only Inko allowed herself to remain alive looking, panting harshly as she continued to glare at the Bakugas. It lessened with each moment that passed, eventually reaching a point where she looked the tiniest bit horrified. She covered her mouth in shock, her following gasps seeming to snap everyone out of whatever stupor they were in. Really, Katsuki probably should have seen this coming. He and Inko that they didn't see eye to eye. They stopped seeing eye to eye a long time ago, even before Izuku was banished. Judging on her word choice, she clearly knew what was happening between the two of them, and looking back, Katsuki could start to remember subtle hints that she gave off that pointed towards her not being as oblivious as everyone had once assumed she had been. But she never came forward and confronted him about it until Izuku was gone. She never showed an ounce of resentment or even disappointment. Whatever her reaction was to finding out about Katsuki's less than favorable traits, she kept it to herself. And yet, even if she hadn't, Katsuki didn't think he would have been upset about it. Like he's admitted to himself thousands of times, like he's said to his friends before, like he's assured his parents before, Izuku Midoriya was a good creature. She was someone who held herself to a good set of moral standards and disallowed herself stoop so low, even in her lowest moments. She was better than his old hag, better than him, better than most of the dragons in their sorrowful tribe. So did Tio hear her sound so venomous? So accusatory and hateful? Not to mention what her exact words were. Demon, even if Katsuki accepted that he deserved it, it still felt like a beach slap. The hardest beach slap he's ever been dealt. And by someone who he never thought would dish it out, purely because of how much of a better creature she was than him. Hell had truly frozen over. It had to have. Why you? Mitsuki's face slowly turned pinker and pinker, flashes of hurt and anger clashing together in her eyes as she regarded Inko. The short woman finally started to look startled as claws started to grow from Mitsuki's fingers, some of the seams of her clothing threatening to tear from how badly she wanted to release her wings. Her fangs had already grown in while the shock had dominated most of her thoughts, defensive instincts screaming at her to protect her mate and her hatchling. Up until now, leaving Inko to her own devices had been difficult, but doable. Mitsuki wanted to try and repair their relationship, and leaving Inko to mourn how she needed to seemed like the best solution. Unfortunately, nothing was ever fixed, no matter how much time had passed. Yet even then, getting angry with Inko over things like keeping her distance or acting extremely cold whenever they had confrontations just didn't seem logical. Not when Mitsuki knew that calling the other out on it would make it worse. But that's what she just said right then. Mitsuki left Inko alone when she threatened to take the earrings away from Katsuki. She left Inko alone when she glared at Katsuki and hissed at how much she disliked him being in her presence, with the subtle hints of "I dislike you" always hanging over all of their heads. She left Inko alone when she ignored their calls for help with bringing Katsuki close after he started to distance himself as well. She left Inko alone when she lashed out and attacked them after hearing news of Izuku's survival and current stay at the Yagi tribe. But this was the last straw. Sympathetic as she was, knowing that every ounce of hate Inko threw at them was pretty deserved from a logical standpoint, she would not allow Inko to verbally attack her hatchling like that. Especially not when he had come here to apologize, to make things right. Every valid reason that Inko had for not trusting Katsuki near her hatchling flew from Mitsuki's mind as the words sadistic BS echoed through her head. It didn't help that Masaru had started to growl and sniff a bit, a signal that he was angry and about to cry. Whatever relationship she had with Inko paled in comparison to the one she had with her mate and her hatchling, no matter how strained that second bond was. "How dare you?" Mitsuki snarled, legs bending as she prepared to launch herself forward. Tashinori and Shoyuda were immediate in placing themselves in front of her, Shuda's eyes glowing a matching set of red as he erased her quirk. She couldn't tell if he was just taking precautions or if he was just stupid in his rush to protect. All she knew was that if he were in his right state of mind, he'd know that his erasing quirk wouldn't help anything against her power. She wouldn't use her quirk to fight, she couldn't anyway. She'd rely on her strength, her speed, and her ruthless tactical mind. "Dear Dash," Masaru tried to step in, placing a hand on Mitsuki's arm as he tried to stop his own tears from falling. He glanced towards his son, noting how Katsuki was staring at the ground with an almost dead look. His expression was lax, though Masaru doubted that it was because he was calm or relaxed in any way. The best he could guess was that Katsuki had become numb now that the blows had been dealt. "Dear, please Dash." "No. I won't calm down," she called out, hatchling a sadistic BCD. Mitsuki aggressively jabbed her finger forward, eyes narrowing as Inko seemed to flinch. "I get it, I wasn't the best parent out there and Katsuki wasn't the perfect dragon. But you don't get accuse us of raising him like some monster that you don't get to accuse him of being some sort of monster. I get it, he hurt people, but he's not a monster. He's not." Mitsuki's own frame shook as she grew more and more distressed. As well as being angry and hurt, she had also started to become more fearful as the tension in the air got thicker. She always knew that they may not have raised Katsuki the best, they definitely spoiled him more than they should have. They let him get away with things with a simple slap on the wrist when they should have forced him to take more responsibility and accept the consequences of his actions. She knew that it was technically their fault for how he came out, why he decided to push them away and go off on his own. However, to know such a thing yourself and to hear someone else spit it at you were two different things. One hurt a lot more than the other did. One made you feel a lot more useless, a lot more horrible than the other did. Masaru's hand left her arm as he heard her voice shake, unable to say anything to console her. For once, words escaped him and all he could do was slowly lower himself to the ground till he was on his knees while Mitsuki launched herself at the group in front of him. He covered his face with his hands, glasses moving around on his face as they were jostled. They fogged up as tears began to come in heavier waves, blurring his vision just enough that he was unable to warn Mitsuki of the light blow behind Inko, Toshinori, and Shoyuta. Stop it! Mitsuki was blocked by a giant dot circle? It didn't look like it should have existed on a physical plane, more like an illusion or a manipulation of light than an actual object. In the center of the circle was a rather large diamond, then inside that diamond was another set of circles. Though instead of being full circles, they looked to resemble the moon cycle. The very top held the new moon and continued all the way through until the waning crescent ended the number of phases. A lovely blend of light emerald green, teal, and turquoise danced across the surface as strong sparks fizzled with power. Izuku! Toshinori gasped, sensing the easily recognizable magical signature within seconds. His own hands, which had started to glow with his own magic, lowered as he turned to gape at the younger nature dragon. When did you get here? Wait, why are you here? I thought that you had lessons with Hizashi and Hitoshi. I did. Izuku kept his hand up, his eyes glowing a deadly hue as he kept the shield up. He tried not to show it, but he was an inch away from losing his nerves and sending a barrage of spears towards Mitsuki to get her to step away from his family. The only reason he didn't was that upon his entry, Katsuki's head had snapped up and the two now held an intense staring contest. Some servants heard an alarming amount of yelling from down the hall and saw it appropriate to alert me. Izuku raised a brow, trying to figure out what had transpired here. I'm glad they did. I don't think I'd want to miss out on this, not when I have a feeling that I'm one of the focuses here. You are. Katsuki didn't dare miss his chance and took a step forward, ignoring the cautious whimper that Masaru sent his way. Look, can we know, wait, we need to talk. Please. I'm probably gonna regret this later. Izuku tried to keep his expression blank as he dragged Katsuki through the halls of the capital and into the garden. Several servants sent them confused looks as questions went unanswered and calls for Izuku to return to the meeting room, courtesy of Inko and Toshinori, when ignored. All Izuku could process was how he didn't want to stay in the meeting room when all of the adults were in whatever mood they were in and that Katsuki needed to talk to him. As much as he knew that whatever Katsuki was gonna say would hurt him, Izuku didn't feel like he had the energy to fight against it anymore. Or actually he did. He did have the energy to fight against it, he just didn't want to win unprovoked. One of the few things that stayed with Izuku, as a hatchling to where he was now, was his unwillingness to be the first one to go off and get defensive. His father had raised him well in that regard, stressing the importance of patience and understanding, especially with the oncoming role of chief. It didn't help that Katsuki had looked so sad when he asked for Izuku's ear, something that the Greenette knew he shouldn't have cared about but for some reason he did. For some inexplicable reason, Izuku cared about when Katsue hurt even though the hybrid had a past of not caring whenever he hurt Izuku. If memory served him well, the blonde did what he did to initiate that pain because he found it fun and all that. Gods, Izuku knew how much chaos this long overdue conversation could cause both of them, but he was doing this anyway. Great. Just great. Internally, Izuku could admit to himself that Katsuki pleading with him also helped make some dents in his emotional armor. He had never known the older dragon to plead for anything, not even when he was a child. He demanded what he wanted or he just got it himself, as a show that he wasn't someone who needed to be coddled and could take care of himself. Katsuki sputtered out random words as he was dragged along, having given up trying to dig his feet into the ground to slow them down or stop them completely. Izuku had gotten stronger since they last saw, not unexpected but still surprising. He also had no doubt in his mind that if he were to resist, even if just to try and make this less tense, which he'd probably fail at anyway, Izuku would either revoke his previous decision to hear Katsuki out or he'd just use his magic to force Katsuki to wherever it was that they were going. So Katsuki stayed relatively limp in Izuku's hold, only moving his legs so that he didn't trip and faceplant should Izuku suddenly pull them to the left or the right. He wasn't able to properly record his surroundings or the paths they took until they reached what looked like an exit, so when the doors were opened and shut behind him, Katsuki couldn't help the woe of awe that escaped him. He's never really been to the capital before, not until he attended that meeting about the Blood Prince and the war threats. And even if he had gone to previous meetings, he'd have no reason or desire to wander around the capital. Now he could see he was a fool for thinking such a thing. The outside area they found themselves in was gorgeous, a variety of flowers, shrubbery, and trees surrounding almost every inch of the area. They were colorful, but not so much so that Kacch-Katsuki wanted to flinch away from being overwhelmed by the sight. Not to mention the many birds that Kacch-Katsuki saw sitting in trees or flying around the flowers, unaffected by the two dragons that were now making their way to the center. Aside from the plants and the wildlife, there were also beautiful archways, conveniently placed stone benches, clean stone pathways, and a decent-sized fountain that emitted small, peaceful splashes whenever the spouts of water hit the main body after escaping the ends. Izuku led the two of them to one of the benches, right in front of the fountain and across from the doorway they came through. It meant that the pitter-pattering from the fountain was right behind them, but that was almost nothing compared to how loud Katsuki's heart beat. He could hear it as well as feel it. Its usual steady beat increased in speed as Izuku released his hand. He left it in midair like an idiot for who knows how long before finally allowing it to drop in his lap, curling around the fabric of his pants as Izuku sighed from beside him. "Alright, we're alone now." Izuku made it a point to face towards the doorway, away from Kacch-Katsuki. It frustrated him the tiniest bit, but mostly just hurt. When they were young, Kacch-Katsuki loved Izuku's eyes. He loved looking at them, looking into them, having them pointed towards him, all of it. They were always so expressive and shiny, mesmerizing to just stare at for hours on end until they needed to be separated. Now that Izuku's grown, he appears to have developed a knack for keeping himself in check body-wise. There was no twitching, trembling, or even the telltale sign of stiffness and tension in his body that gave away any of his current emotions. He looked relaxed, but still alert, something that couldn't have been new to him. Their life as princes of their respective tribes aside, a duty that always required a healthy amount of caution on a daily basis, the whole Blood Prince threat was still in play, and from what Kacch-Katsuki understood, the fucker still hadn't done anything yet. That would have everyone on edge. Anyway, back to the main point, not being able to see Izuku's eyes clearly, without making himself obvious, took away Kacch-Katsuki's ability to tell what the other was feeling. Maybe there was some advantage to this, like if Izuku were getting angrier and Kacch-Katsuki saw, he might start to panic in response, but that also meant that Kacch-Katsuki wouldn't be able to pace himself properly. He knew what he wanted to say, kind of, he just didn't know what to start with. He didn't know what order he wanted to say things in, so he figured that he'd wait until he saw Izuku again and based his apology off of whatever Izuku was feeling towards his previous words. It made sense at the time, gauging what was safe territory and when he needed to slow down or move on would ensure that Izuku didn't harbor any more ill will towards Kacch-Katsuki than he already did. But now, would you like to start or should I? Kacch-Katsuki bit his bottom lip to stop the sound of surprise he felt about to rip from his throat as Izuku's head suddenly whipped around. Now they were face to face, and to Kacch-Katsuki's relief, he could finally see Izuku's eyes clearly. They really didn't change, did they? Still a deep green that put all other shades to shame in terms of beauty, so shiny and void of anything negative that Kacch-Katsuki almost found himself leaning forward to get a better look. He didn't, for the record, but he was tempted to. The way that the sun hit Izuku's face made his freckles a bit more subtle, though the signature for that always seemed to demand to be seen couldn't have been helped. His overall face seemed a bit fuller too, his cheeks looking all too squishable while his jawline remained soft-spoken. Compared to when he was younger, Kacch-Katsuki could say that the only thing that changed about Izuku's face was the sharpness. It was just the tiniest bit more defined in shape, less of a circle and more of a, he didn't have a word to describe it. The best he could say was that Izuku looked like he had matured, though that was probably a given based on how long it's been since they've seen each other and how old they both were. However, when it came to Izuku's body, there was an entirely different story. Younger Izuku was thin and tiny, easily dwarfed by his own mother, who was pretty small herself. Current Izuku was okay, he was still short, but he was more compact. He was still more lithe compared to Kacch-Katsuki, but the blonde could reason that that's probably because Izuku's training must have focused more on his magic. Kacch-Katsuki's quirk was both long-ranged and short-ranged, but either way, using it to his max meant that he had to keep his body top-notch so he wouldn't burn out. He was just also someone who liked getting up close and personal, so learning close combat was more convenient. Based on the little knowledge he had about magic, he could only guess that Izuku's training relied more on the balance between mind and body. Izuku needed to be able to hold his own without his magic, so he had to stay reasonably fit, but the majority of it had to rely on concentration, right? It left him with a less buff build, which probably would have looked a bit off with how short Izuku still was, and more nimble. The sleeveless top Izuku wore outlined the slight broadness of his chest, which slowly began to curve downwards as his hips came into view. The top rode up a bit so that the skin around Izuku's hips were exposed, emphasizing the curves they had. Call Kacch-Katsuki pervy or just a scumbag, but he really wanted to reach out and rub the skin there for some reason. It just looked so soft. Only a bit was peeking out, but it looked so smooth and the way they dipped inwards was just so there. Kacch-Katsuki could also see how Izuku's legs were more toned, thicker in ways that just made his hips pop out more. If Kacch-Katsuki were real bold, or just that much of an a-hole, depending on whose opinion you went with, he'd sneak a peek at Izuku's butt and bet that he'd see it had filled out as well as his thighs had. A slender build with emphasized hips almost made Izuku look more like a carrier, though maybe that wasn't the best place for Katsuki's mind to wander to when they were about to have one of the most awkward, heartbreaking discussions of their entire lives. He couldn't help it. He hasn't seen Izuku properly in forever. Ahem. Katsuki blushed lightly and coughed a bit into his arm to get the lump out of his throat. Alright, right that I'll start. Izuku nodded slowly, expression unmoving as Katsuki struggled to keep eye contact. His skin remained a light pink from his blush, something that Izuku found somewhat endearing as he registered just what was happening. Inside he was low-key panicking. It's been forever since he's seen Katsuki, it's been forever since he's been alone with Katsuki, it's been forever since Katsuki sought out Izuku's company for anything other than having a punching bag. The experience was actually quite nice, though that could also be because Izuku worked himself into an anxious frenzy, convinced that whenever he and Katsuki interacted it would be loud and aggressive. He dared not let his hopes rise up too far, but as of right now, the peace between them, no matter how forced it was much more preferred than what he envisioned. I know I was a little sheet when we were younger. Katsuki, blunt as always, didn't even wince at how easily that description came to him. I was total sheet to you when you didn't do anything to deserve it and a coward for not doing anything to stop myself when I knew I should have. I'm not gonna deny it. Katsuki sighed. But I'm also not gonna lie and say that I've completely changed from who I once was. I still have a huge FING temper, I still curse a sheet ton, and I'm not afraid to talk someone down if they're being a FING idiot. So not the nicest dragon anyone will meet. Yet somehow, through all of that, I still have friends though. So, I hope I'm not as bad as I used to be, but since when has trusting myself with judgment over my actions ever worked out for anyone? At the mention of friends, Izuku's unfazed mask cracked a bit when his eyes twitched in recognition. I yesed at those lovely people who helped Katsuki torment him verbally and physically. The ones who pushed him into a river and laughed when he got cut up by the rocks. The ones who threw stuff at him and taunted him when he tried to dodge them. The ones who used their quirks to cause bodily and psychological harm when no adults were looking, then claimed that useless Deku was just a big clumsy idiot when confronted about what happened. Those friends? You guys got along pretty well if I seem to recall. The words left Izuku's mouth before he had any real chance to think about the consequences that would come as a result. Covering for each other when confronted about bullying other hatchlings does wonders for bonding, doesn't it? And there it was. Katsuki grunted at the obvious jab, the grip on his pant leg tightening as he tried to keep himself from snapping back at Izuku. He would question why Izuku thought he was still with those toxic motherfuckers if he didn't have common sense. How was Izuku supposed to know that Katsuki tried to change when they haven't seen each other? How was Izuku supposed to know anything about who Katsuki was, and trying to be, when he had a permanent picture of a monster representing Katsuki in his mind? Okay, Katsuki didn't know about that second part, but no one could blame him for assuming such a thing. He knew he was bad, like really bad. He wasn't blind to what he did and how much damage it did, so what else would he be seen as other than an absolute FING nightmare? I stopped talking to them after you were banished. Katsuki mumbled, trying to keep himself in check as Izuku's eyes narrowed a bit in suspicion. His old group of cronies were never really friends. To begin with, he mostly saw them as mindless followers who acted more like sheep than dragons. All he could say was that the cutoff was abrupt and ugly. Didn't bother to be gentle about his decision to stop spending time with them, and he made sure that they knew they weren't to go near him anymore. It wasn't a process where they were allowed to adjust to not having Katsuki in their lives, acting as some sort of leader to their group of assholes. I realized that being around creatures like them would only lead me down a dark road. One that I wouldn't be able to come off of in time. That sounded so cheesy out loud, but Katsuki hurried to say the next thing so he wouldn't have time to cringe at himself. I made new friends. They're a lot better than my first group, though that probably wasn't a high standard. Aha. Izuku's glare softened a bit, but he did raise an eyebrow in question. That being said, forgive me if I don't believe that these new friends of yours have really helped you change for the better. How do I know that you're not still as much of a JRK as you used to be and are just better at hiding it now? Oh, I'm still an a-hole. I never claimed I was anything else. I'm just not as much of an a-hole, I guess, is what I'm trying to say? Katsuki held his hands up in an I surrender motion, slightly amused by Izuku's sarcastic tone. It almost felt playful, though he knew that trying to make a joke out of it would end badly. I just looked at the best way I can say this is now I have more of a respect for limits and can acknowledge how far is too far. That's still not very comforting. Or convincing, for the matter. It took you this long to learn basic decency? Look, I get called out my sheet or whenever I'm being worse than a BSD, alright? Katsuki tried to keep the exasperation out of his tone. I'm not perfect, I know that pretty well without needing to be reminded. My friends that they're helping me with my temper and it's a slow process. I'd like to think I'm getting better, but I'm probably too biased to really have a valid answer. Maybe a little. Izuku laughed lightly, the corners of his lips tilting upwards as Katsuki sputtered a few words out in embarrassment. He wouldn't say that this was much better, but he would give Katsuki props for being honest instead of putting himself high on a pedestal in an attempt to convince Izuku. Not that Izuku would believe him if he did, but the blunt honesty of how much of a JRK he could still be helped make his words more believable. I'm not anywhere close to what I'd like to be in terms of attitude and all that shit. Katsuki waved his hand in the air. And there will definitely be shit that I won't be getting rid of, no matter what. It's what makes me that you know. I can respect that. Izuku turned away slightly so Katsuki wouldn't be able to see the small, genuine smile that pulled at his lips. Crinkled eyes and all that. I don't think I can imagine a Katsuki who didn't swear. Ta. Katsuki gave Izuku an unimpressed look, not that the greenette was looking at him. Despite fully knowing that Izuku was taking a jab at him, he couldn't help but be grateful for that. It showed that, even if Izuku hadn't forgiven him, he didn't hate him either. Katsuki really didn't know what he would do if Izuku hated him. He'd understand it if that were the case, but he wouldn't know what to do with himself emotionally. Silence passed between the two of them as Izuku took in what he'd heard so far while Katsuki waited for Izuku to say something. It dawned on him sometime during their bout of silence that he hadn't actually said, "I'm sorry," yet, but figured that he'd wait for Izuku to talk before saying anything else. He wasn't good with words, but usually he was one to follow his gut. In something that he knew he'd mess up in, following his gut seemed like the only way he'd be assured that he wouldn't mess up in catastrophic ways. This felt like the only chance he had to make things right. Well, as right as it could get for them. Izuku really took his time formulating a response to Katsuki, thinking up lines he wanted to say before mentally deleting them once he found something wrong with them. Either they didn't convey what he wanted them to, they didn't flow properly, or they didn't sound right. There was something off about every idea that he came up with for a speech. He knew that he didn't forgive Katsuki, not by a long shot. And he doubted that he'd be able to become friends with him again after everything. All he was confident in was that he no longer felt the strong urge to shove Katsuki away from him or his thoughts after hearing his side of the story. It fixed almost nothing between them, but it did help brighten his image a little. Finally, Izuku knew what he wanted to start with. "I'm never gonna forget what happened when we were younger. Now that I've seen the worst of you, I don't think I'll ever be able to let go of that." Katsuki flinched, looking down at his feet as he heard Izuku's robes rustle against the bench. He could feel Izuku's eyes staring into the side of his head, but he couldn't bring himself to lift his head high enough so that they'd have eye contact. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, knowing full well how pathetic it sounded. His pride shattered as he spoke, but he could harshly care when he heard Izuku exhale deeply. It sounded so disappointed, maybe even a bit irritated. "There are things I'm never gonna be able to forgive either." Izuku took a deep breath back in, as if he was trying to calm his nerves. Was he getting angry? Katsuki hoped not. "You've been honest with me, despite knowing that some of your habits are still less than favorable, and I appreciate that. But that doesn't change how I see you, how I have seen you for these past several years, not by a long shot." Katsuki felt his heart crack at how cold Izuku suddenly sounded, a startling transition from how at ease he had sounded earlier. It was as if he really did hate Katsuki despite how he just said he appreciated something Katsuki had done. Granted, that was a small compliment on a very small thing, but with Izuku he'd take anything he could get. Not to mention that he lightly joked with Katsuki, though that could have been an at-the-moment thing. "I don't want to hurt you, Katsuki. Really, I don't." Izuku stated firmly, narrowing his eyes lightly as he regarded how Katsuki refused to meet his eyes. Sighing, he reached forward, trying not to feel bad when Katsuki flinched at the contact, and gently moved Katsuki's face to the side. It took little effort as Katsuki allowed himself to be moved, though Izuku could still feel Katsuki push against his hand when their eyes finally met. "But I don't think we'll ever be able to reconnect in our relationship." Izuku didn't miss how some of the light in Katsuki's eyes seemed to dim at his words, and he tried his best to ignore the pang in his chest that followed. This decision was for the best. For both of them. There was no use trying to remake something that's already failed to the level their relationship as friends had. It would only lead to more heartbreak on his part and broken hope on Katsuki's. As much as Izuku didn't really like or really trust the other, he's felt enough broken hope, courtesy of Katsuki and his ex-friends, to know the true extent of damage done to one's self-esteem. He didn't wish that on Katsuki, even if some part of him would have thought it to be well-deserved. No, don't think like that. This isn't about revenge. We can't stay out of each other's lives, not with the position we each hold in our respective tribes. Izuku dropped his hand slowly, blushing lightly on how Katsuki chased after it before realizing what he had done. It was cute, and a small memory of Katsue doing the same thing when they were young hatchlings almost had Izuku's eyes watering. "So I promise to be civil and professional when it happens. But friends? I can't promise that. We really can't just fix this?" Katsuki murmured, shaking his head as frustration bubbled in his gut beneath the guilt. He tried not to let pride not guide his actions, but he wasn't one to give up so easily anyway. And not on something as important as this. A small voice in his head also began complaining about how fast Izuku seemed to give up on them, but that was something he'd try to ignore. Questioning Izuku's decision might just make it seem all the more right. I'm sorry, but no. There's too much confusion, too much pain to work past. Izuku shook his head, forcing himself to stand from the bench. He waited for Katsuki to get the hint and join him before walking towards the entrance to the gardens. He didn't grab the other's hand this time, already knowing that he'd follow. And not even if there was hope, right now would be a bad time for us to be treading this thin line. I have the Blood Prince to worry about, and you have your own things to worry about concerning the Bakugu tribe. Izuku left it at that, footsteps silent in the halls as he tried to fast walk back to the meeting room. It was a sharp contrast as Katsuki's boots seemed to click against the floors, alternating between trying to keep up with Izuku's brisk walk and slowing down as if he was distracted. Izuku glanced behind him several times to make sure that they were still with each other and he hadn't just abandoned Katsuki, only to be reassured that the blonde was only a couple of feet behind him if he wasn't beside him. In both cases, he appeared to be stuck in deep thought. His eyebrows were furrowed while a look of intense concentration flashed through his eyes, his lips curled a little in a small pout that occasionally were bitten by his own teeth, and his posture was tense. He seemed content with staring at the floors as they walked, and for a few moments, Izuku humored himself by imagining that Katsuki was counting his own footsteps as some sort of tracking method. It would be something Katsuki would do, he could imagine it. He was in an unfamiliar territory, he'd want to know his way around somehow. Yet, even if that seemed more and more like something Katsuki would do as they kept walking, Izuku knew that something much sadder was festering in that brilliant productive mind. He could tell based on the scent that Katsuki gave off and the way he couldn't meet Izuku's gaze when he called back to check on him. His hands also flexed at his side, fingers wriggling in midair or reaching over to squeeze the fabric of his pant legs. None of them clenched into fists like Izuku was imagining they do. Maybe he was reading Katsuki wrong, but that second observation is what exposed how Katsuki was less angry and more uncontent. The different options that played in Izuku's mind all involved some disappointment at his attempts not working mixed with some hopelessness and either frustration or annoyance. Katsuki never did like to lose. Something Izuku should have focused more on for the future. If he were paying more attention to how Katsuki was and less on his presumptions of how the blonde was likely going to be after this encounter, he would have remembered that Katsuki was not one to easily be deterred. Being disappointed or angry never stopped Katsuki from getting what he wanted or accomplishing what needed to be done before. Sure, there were times where it would take longer to reach his goal if his feelings managed to push him back or discourage him long enough to distract him, but he was relentless. He put 100% into everything he did. There was never an exception that Izuku knew of that from their childhood. He should have focused on that. If he did, he'd be more prepared for what was about to happen. I gave up on you once. I gave up on us. Katsuki lifted his head up the tiniest bit as they took the last turn before walking down the final hall towards the meeting room. Katsuki would soon be forced to return home, but once there, he could start planning. It's not happening again. I'm not losing you again now that I know you're alive, Izukiyagi. You did the right thing, dude. Hitoshi's fingers were meticulous and gentle as they roamed across Izuku's head, making sure to undo the few knots in his rein curls with practiced ease as the other side in his lap. His body relaxed into the bed that they were sitting on, all four of them called to his chambers so he could get his most recent encounter with Katsuki out of his head. Or, more like, it'd still be in his head, he could just have more people to talk about the whole event with and that would hopefully make it more bearable. As he explained what happened, what he felt, and how Katsuki acted, Hitoshi had felt a wide variety of things. Alarm mostly, since he's been Izuku's longest friend, which meant that he learned about what Katsuki had done to the other much earlier than the rest. It gave him more time to fester over the whole thing. He knew that Izuku was strong, both physically and emotionally. He's tried so hard over the years to work through what happened to him in his original tribe and his efforts didn't go unrewarded. It was just, Hitoshi was with him yesterday. He was with Izuku and his dad before some servants came in to insist that Izuku's presence was required. And while he simply continued on with his lesson, only slightly curious about what was happening, Izuku was left to face his childhood nightmare alone. Did that make Hitoshi sound dramatic? Probably. He usually was that one person in the group who liked to make things a bit showier than what was probably necessary to get his point across. What could he say? He had Hisashi Aizawa as a parent. Some amount of drama was one of the things that came naturally to him at this point. It's noble that you tried to take how he'd feel if his attempts didn't work out. Definitely not something I would have easily done. That's because you can be a petty a-hole. Tetsu piped up from where he was leaning against Izuku's door, the corner of his lips pulling up in a faint smirk as he regarded Hitoshi coolly. The storm dragon didn't look the least bit offended at the accusation, only shrugging his shoulders before throwing a quick smirk back. He wasn't gonna deny it. But in all seriousness, you handled that pretty well. Izuku wanted to raise his head and smile in thanks at his friend, but he couldn't do such a thing with Hitoshi's hands still in his hair. Not without risking his hair being pulled out or just enough to leave an unpleasant sting that he'd rather not deal with at the moment. That, and he was too comfortable to want to move. So he settled for calling out a small thanks before his attention was brought to Ochako, who had decided to sit on the plush chair near his balcony doors. I don't want to pressure you into thinking about it so soon. She looked a bit hesitant to speak despite how steady she held herself, and I'm not trying to judge you for the decision you've already made, but don't you know what I mean? Do you think that you might improve your relationship in the future? I know you said that there was too much to work through and it would just be easier on both of you to leave everything behind, but going by that logic, wouldn't that mean that starting over is still on the table? Izuku shrugged, not at all surprised that such a question had come up. He wasn't blind to how his words had double meaning when he said them, he just didn't pay attention to them since Katsuki didn't seem to catch on. In truth, he didn't mean for them to come out that way, but accidents did happen. Or, maybe the part of him that wanted to go back to how they used to be was stronger than he thought? Whatever the case was, he obviously miscalculated how easy it would be to move on. Not that he thought it would be all that simple in the first place. Mind you, he just hoped that time would soften the blow. Besides, he had new friends now. Friends who he could actually count on, no matter what. He had Hitoshi, Ochako, and Tetsu. And after them, he had Shuto, Momo, Tenya, Yuga, Fumikage, Mirio, Amajiki, and many others. While not all of them knew about his trauma, or knew the full story behind it, he knew he could go to them if things ever got tough. That gave him more than enough strength to push Katsuki out, if only until he was forced to confront the matter. Which happened to occur today, but the fact that he walked away unscathed had to count for something. He and Katsuki didn't get into a fight, and as low of a standard as that was, given how things went last time, when Katsuki lunged at him during a meeting, Izuku would count that as progress. Being on the table doesn't mean it has to happen. Or that it will happen. Hitoshi's fingers tightened a fraction from where they remained between locks of Izuku's hair, but he was careful as he continued to twirl them around his fingers. His demeanor was as calm as ever, though everyone could tell that he had tensed with some sort of anticipation when Ochako mentioned Izuku's little Ms. wording. That BSRD had his chance and he blew it to millions of pieces. Why should they start over when Izuku's been happy here with us? If that last part was hissed out, a possessive undertone beneath it, then no one commented. They were all protective of each other, that was just a given dragon trait for the most part. Hitoshi though that it was almost as if he was insinuating some form of claim over having Izuku as a friend compared to Katsuki. Like some sort of contest that he and the others have won, while Katsuki had long since been disqualified. Ochako made a distressed noise, shaking her head and her hands as she tried to soothe the misunderstanding. I said that I wasn't meaning to pressure or judge his decisions. I agree with you when you say that he handled the situation appropriately. I would have handled it way worse. She smiled shakily, laughing a bit as a blush coated her cheeks. They'd all seen her when she got angry. Like really angry. Like messed with her the wrong way, messed with her family, messed with her friends type of anger. The type that you usually wouldn't expect to come from such a sweet dragon working towards being a healer. It was quite funny just how many creatures assumed that healers were the least threatening because of their occupation, when in reality they should probably be some of the most feared due to their extensive knowledge on the body and how to make it tick. The anger in Ochako was more of a show than it was a true danger for now, as she usually stuck to the basics of defense until she had more time to get acquainted with the body's secrets. I'm just saying that when you retold us, you didn't sound like you believed your words all that much. Ochako tilted her head, hands coming down to her lap as Izuku tried to push himself up. Hitoshi ended up having to offer some assistance in getting Izuku up, but when his eyes met Ochako's, he tilted his head in return. A silent request for her to elaborate. I support your decision to move past everything that's happened, but you still sound hopeful. You sound like I don't even know how to describe it. There's a lot of hope in your words. It's almost as if you're forcing yourself to make a decision you don't know you want to make. I've been forcing myself to let it all go for the past 10 years or so. Izuku shrugged, trying to fight the alarm rising in his chest. He couldn't hear himself speak, so naturally, it came as somewhat of a shock to him that he missed what Ochako was pointing out. Then again, a small part of him acknowledged that this whole thing could very well be just him setting himself out for the worst outcome, aka not having any association with Katsuki other than being allies at best. He didn't really believe that he wanted to. Just leave everything from his old life in the past, he didn't want to leave all of that darkness there to possibly fester into grudges for the future. But that he wasn't willing to get his hopes up. It was exciting to hear that Katsuki was trying to apologize, but time and experience had taught Izuku to be cautious. He had thought the same thing when they had their chat, he thought the same thing now. If he put his trust in Katsuki and Katsuki betrayed that trust, once again, then Izuku didn't know what he'd do. He'd be able to move on, sure, but would it ever be the same? He was in a relatively comfortable position where he was in terms of emotions and relationships. Minus the Blood Prince, everything was peaceful for him. Did he want to disrupt that peace for Katsuki? That's what I'm trying to say. Ochako rose from her seat, making her way to Izuku's bed so she could sit beside Hitoshi. They needed to do some adjusting so that Ochako had enough space to sit and they could still have Izuku lay across them comfortably. It ended up with Hitoshi's lap holding Izuku's lower half while Ochako held his upper half. Running her fingers across the many freckles, she sighed softly. I don't like the fact that you're forcing yourself. It feels wrong. To know that you're forcing yourself over something like this. I don't like Katsuki or his family because of what they've done to you, but I also don't like how you're forcing yourself to not like them. Is that really force though? Tetsu pushed himself towards everyone, squatting on the floor so that Hitoshi and Ochako wouldn't have to resituate themselves to keep Izuku comfortable. He rested a hand on Izuku's kneecap, giving everyone a confused look. I mean that granted, moving past this whole thing won't kill you, but it's not horrible to still be a bit resentful about all that's happened. All that you've endured. That's when it hit Tetsu, just what Ochako was trying to say. It was hard to catch on at first, but with the way his own voice seemed to trail off, he could figure it out. He's known that Izuku's just wanted to leave that all behind. For as long as the silver-haired dragon knew his greenette friend, he's known that Izuku strived to be a good creature. He tried not to be hypocritical, he tried to be understanding, he tried to be patient, he tried to be forgiving. He did what he could to be the best dragon he could be, to be someone who could trust and be trusted in return. So that hearing that he might be hanging on to the past, even if he didn't realize how much he was doing it, Ochako's point made sense. You have all right not to forgive him for what he's done. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we probably wouldn't have done anything too far from what you've done. Ochako looked towards the window, almost as if she was begging the sky to give her answers to her thoughts. It sounded more like she was speaking to herself than she was addressing her friends, but no one had any desire to call her out on it. But it's just that I don't know how to describe it other than saying you sound hopeful. You sound like you want things to improve between you two, but it's obvious that you're scared of what'll happen if it doesn't work out. Well, didn't Ochako just hit the nail right on the head? You're right about that. Izuku sat up, pushing his shoulders back and forth to try and stretch. The position that he had previously been, apparently, hadn't been the best for his back in terms of laying down for long periods of time. As comfortable as having Ochako's hand in his hair was, it wasn't comfortable to have knees digging into his spine to keep himself facing upwards. I'll admit, I've been questioning my decision as much as I have because yet I am a bit hopeful. I'd got it I'm gonna sound so crazy when I say this, but guys, I miss him. Everyone seemed to gasp at Izuku's revelation, though only one person was truly surprised that Izuku had felt such a thing. And even then, realization on how they shouldn't have been too surprised was slowly catching up. The greenette sat up completely, facing away from everybody as he tried to collect his thoughts. He missed Katsuki, he knew he did. Even when he was in his I'll never forgive him phase, he could admit that he missed Katsuki. Not the one that tormented him, but the one that used to hold him. The one who cuddled with him despite how far he kept others, the one who helped him with work and gave Izuku hugs whenever he wanted. The one who played with him and planned the future with him, determining that they would always be together. Izuku would have a high position in their capital so that Katsuki could stay close to him. That's the Katsuki he missed. It was strange how he was able to remember all of that after everything that's happened, but then again, happiness was the only thing that kept him sane through all those years. Without remembering the good times, he would succumb to his depression and his self-deprecating thoughts, destined to always be his own worst enemy. I miss what we used to have, but whenever I let myself think too much about it, I just thought I remember why we don't have that now. And that brings up all the ugliness that you'd think would come up and just arg. Izuku's entire arms suddenly glowed, green lightning bolt-like beams of magic shooting down the expanse of his limb before unloading through his fist. As he was sitting on his bed, all he was able to do when his fist hit the mattress was cause it to puff up before dipping again. No feather came out, nothing exploded, nothing caught on fire, and nothing crashed through the walls. Panting heavily, Izuku tried to keep himself under wraps as he felt large hands grab at his waist. By the size and amount of callousness in those hands, he could immediately tell that it was Tetsu who was bringing him into his arms. A hypothesis was further supported when Izuku was allowed to melt into a much larger, solid body, the broad chest that acted as his pillow even in its movement as Ochako and Hitoshi joined in the group hug. You guys are right, I just want to put all of this behind me. I miss him, but I can't just forget, you know? I can't put myself in a position where he has so much power over me emotionally. Not again, not after I've seen what happens when things go south. Tears slipped down Izuku's cheeks as he began to hiccup, trying and failing to force himself to calm down. Two hands found themselves in his hair once again, pressing right into his scalp before beginning to rub. Short nails dug into the skin, scratching lightly in ways that almost made Izuku want to purr alongside sniffling. Tetsu rumbled out some comforting noises since he couldn't rub Izuku's head, his hands holding the smaller green net steady. It was not nice to have such patience, understanding friends while Izuku was trying to sort all of this out, but it also made him extremely insecure about any future decisions he may have to make regarding Katsuki. He always knew that he wouldn't be able to trust the blonde hybrid so easily. He kept up the facade that he would never allow Katsuki to be anything but an ally to him to give himself peace of mind. However, now the playing field has been altered since he's been forced to confront the past and the people in it. He's forced himself to admit that he missed Katsuki. He did in fact want the blonde back in his life even after everything that's happened. Did he have attachment issues? Maybe. He knew he definitely was still working through some abandonment issues. What was one more to add to the list? I guess the question now is, what do I do? Did Izuku trust that part of him that was tired of going on like this and just letting Katsuki prove himself? Or did he trust that part of him that learned from the past and knew better than to allow Katsuki any closer than arm's length? For heaven's sake, why were feelings so difficult? Inverted lazy s, 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 inverted lazy s with the Bakugas, inverted lazy s, 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 inverted lazy s. And he said that he wouldn't be able to be friends again. Katsuki finished with a large exhale, hands falling from where they were previously moving around to help emphasize points. His fingers were itching to wrap around something, anything, as opposed to flexing in the air as he tried not to snap at his friends. They had all been staring at him unrelentingly ever since he opened his mouth, and for once, he couldn't fault them for it. He had warned them ahead of time that he may need help, so in this case they were just doing what he asked. Denki scratched the back of his head, eyes flickering between Mina and Izuku. He'd like to think that they were all good with situations like this. Not to brag, but one of them, minus Katsuki, was relatively social, friendly, and outgoing dragons. While there was some creative chaos that went into that, it was mostly contained enough that nobody felt intimidated or endangered by it. Because of that, he felt almost ashamed to admit to himself that he didn't know what to say. On one hand, if this Izuku guy didn't think they could be friends, it might be less cruel for Katsuki if they just encouraged him to give it time instead of doing anything right now. Maybe he'd learn that Izuku was trying to spare both of them the pain if the attempts to fix things didn't work out well. On the other hand, that sounded super lame and a special brand of hopelessness that none of them wanted to associate with. Sure, it might be less cruel if they didn't lead Katsuki on, or whatever, but giving up was that sounded even worse. So, on the track of fixing things, Denki had nothing. He had no ideas, he didn't even know where to start. They'd already tried an apology and a request for a chance to show Izuku that Katsuki was better, and that strategy seemed to go down the drain. What was the next move, begging? No way. Not only would Katsuki refuse out of pride, that just screamed desperation. And if Izuku's concern that their past toxic relationship was the reason that he didn't want to try giving friendship a go, then what would he think if Katsuki suddenly showed up begging? Denki didn't know for sure what kind of dragon Izuku was, but he had some confidence that no matter what, Izuku wouldn't take that very well in any case. Best case scenario, he remained calm and polite, even if he was confused. Maybe he'd tell Katsuki to give up, or he'd give Katsuki a suggestion for what to do in the future. Worst case scenario, he completely flipped out and ordered Katsuki to never go near him again. Wouldn't that just be great and so completely their fault instead of Katsuki's? That's definitely something. Is what ended up coming out. When Katsuki and Mina both gave him unimpressed looks, he raised his hands into a surrender position and tried to lean back to escape the wrath of their combined disappointment. That was the best he had. He didn't know what they wanted to hear. What? None of us had any clear expectations, so how can I say it went well or badly? Katsuki was rejected. Mina deadpanned, straightening up from her seated position so she could stretch out her back. They had all been subtly leaning closer and closer towards Katsuki as he spoke, so now her spine and her neck were paying the price for her posture. That's as upsetting as it's gonna get in this. Okay, got it. Geez, I got that part. Izuku followed Mina's lead and stretched himself out a bit before turning back towards Katsuki. The hybrid had now taken to staring at the ground, unwilling to meet his eyes as Mina and Denki started to argue about Denki's lack of attention. Izuku could tell that the other had tried to absorb everything he could so they could help Katsuki, but he could also understand how the blonde could have gotten lost. It wasn't exactly nice to hear that Katsuki had faced so many conflicting emotions when Izuku rejected him. And if Denki had gotten a head start with thinking up ideas on how they turned this situation around, then some of Katsuki's words likely went in one ear and out the other. There has to be something you can do. Besides apologizing. Izuku scooted closer, all the way until he and Katsuki's knees were touching. The other didn't move away, so Izuku took that as permission to lay a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. He squeezed in an effort to offer comfort. You guys aren't really enemies anymore, right? We never were enemies, shitty hair. Come on bro, you get what I'm saying? Izuku and Kacch-Katsuki may not have declared them enemies to each other, but the amount of effort that was put into making sure that Kacch-Katsuki never got too close to Izuku could have fooled anyone. You two have gotten the tiniest bit closer than you were before. Maybe this can be used to your advantage. Kacch-Katsuki turned his head, though he refused to raise it when Izuku tried to smile encouragingly at him. He kept his chin tucked in, but his eyes raised so that two pairs of red eyes met head to here in a small battle of reasoning. How do you figure that's gonna FING work? Well, he met with you once, didn't he? Who's to say that he won't meet with you again? And again and again and again and again dash. I get it. Kacch-Katsuki brought a hand up to cover Izuku's mouth, sending the other a warning look to discourage the earth dragon from liking his palm. So he might let me see him again. And I could see him every hour of every demon day, and that doesn't solve the fact that I don't know what to do once I have his FNG attention. Izuku sent a pointed look towards the hand still covering his mouth and waited to be released before answering. Well, for the first step, you can make it clear that you're not going to give up on him again. Your loyalty to him and to your future relationship sounds like one of the steps he's most scared of crossing. Make sure you assure him that you're not just going to kick him to the curb if the smallest thing goes wrong. Kacch-Katsuki could detect the smallest hint of accusation behind Izuku's words, but he understood where it was coming from. As he said, Izuku was probably most afraid of Kacch-Katsuki just leaving if things didn't work out well for him. He needed to assure the Greenette that mistakes were alright, and if things didn't work out like he wanted, Kacch-Katsuki wouldn't just shun him like he did when they were younger. That would take a good portion of time. It might not even be that difficult in terms of what Kacch-Katsuki needed to do, it would just be time-consuming. Once he understands that you're not like that anymore, that you won't just drop him, then move on to finding out what you can do to make it up to him for the past. And if he just says that there's nothing that can be done, then you accept that and move on. Izuku forced Kacch-Katsuki to turn so he could plant both of his hands on Kacch-Katsuki's shoulders. He forced eye contact when Kacch-Katsuki really wanted to look away. It would be nice if you two could somehow become even, it might make things feel safer since you're more balanced. But if he really doesn't want you to try, then just move on to showing him how you've changed. The past might be too murky for his comfort zone. He said something along those lines. If Kacch-Katsuki had to recall exact words, then he was pretty sure that Izuku said that there was too much confusion, too much pain to work past. Okay, so not bringing up their past would be what he did. He knew he still needed to give Izuku a genuine apology, not that the other one he offered was fake, it was half-butted. Kacch-Katsuki wouldn't settle for that. After that, he'd stick to moving forward so that Izuku could learn to trust him. And once that happens, then you gently ask him again if he's sure that you can't be friends. Izuku released Kacch-Katsuki's shoulder to stand up. Mina and Denki were now in each other's faces and one of them needed to split them up before name-calling began. Since Kacch-Katsuki had several things to think about, Izuku would take this one. From what you've told us, it sounds like he's still thinking about who you were in the past instead of looking at what you are, or who you're trying to become. Show him it doesn't have to be that way, show him that you won't betray his trust. His decision might change. And with that, Izuku walked away to separate their other two idiotic friends while Kacch-Katsuki was left to stew in his thoughts. Pretty much every part of Izuku's assisted plan required large spans of time, something that Kacch-Katsuki didn't have right now and probably wouldn't have for a long time. With the threat of the Blood Prince, Izuku couldn't afford to be distracted by Kacch-Katsuki and Kacch-Katsuki couldn't be selfish by taking that time. He wanted to follow Izuku's plan, he wanted Izuku back, but it seemed impossible to do at the moment. Where did that leave him? Hoping or praying that an opportunity would present itself again. He was lucky that Izuku was willing to meet with him last time. What were the odds he'd get so lucky again? A couple of months had passed before the next big thing happened. And with the way things had been moving, everyone predicted it. Starting off slow, large, unknown creatures began making their way to the edge of the Tokoyami's territory. For the first day or so, none moved to enter the village. They remained under the cover of the surrounding landscape before ambushing the border patrol guards. The guards escaped the fight with their lives, but had been infected with some sort of nobody knew. One could describe it as a virus, something composed of dark magic that spread within the body by currently unknown means. But it got worse. As if having dark magic practically radiating off of them, there had also been talk about numerous quirks being stuffed into a single creature. Wings with unhindered strength and stamina. Fangs that seemed to drip with venom while horrifying sonic shrills shook the ground. Claws that could easily tear through almost anything and goop that, when it left the body, would shift into smaller versions of whatever creature it had come from. There were so many combinations of quirks, each seemingly different from the next. The only one that seemed to be consistent in all of the creatures was a regenerating quirk. Fumikage had learned the hard way that slicing the creatures up didn't work in defeating them completely, they would simply heal and get back up, ready to fight. Toshinori had sent out help immediately, followed by Enji and the Tagata family. With the four forces combined, the Tokoyamis were able to detain at least two creatures for study while the rest retreated back to wherever they had come from. The Yaoyorosis had worked tirelessly to produce an explanation for what these creatures were and how they had come to be. And to this day, all they could say was that the creatures couldn't exist without dark magic. There wasn't just one, but several different types of magical beings in each creature, mutated into such a mess that it was impossible to name any specific species. That being said, dark magic is what kept the creature together and functioning instead of succumbing to its unstable mutations. It had been a joint decision to call these creatures Nomus, drawn from how they came to be. The name sounded as atrocious and mysterious as the creatures were, far from silent but still successful in the various ambushes that they had sprung on the Tokoyamis before help had arrived. Now, of course it was obvious who had sent them. The Blood Prince was never going to take another rejection and a warning too kindly. What surprised everyone is how quick he seemed to answer the letter that Toshinori had Shoyuta send back. It had become clear that the Dark Sorcerer had not been as dormant as anyone had suspected he had been. It didn't make sense though. Toshinori had spies sneak into Blood Prince territory to check in with what the guy was doing. Most of them had returned and those who hadn't had sacrificed themselves to make sure that at least some of them were able to report back. Did that mean that they had become some of the participants in whatever sick experimentations that the Blood Prince had been conducting? No one had wanted to stay on that thought for too long, no matter how much mourning had followed when they realized that some of their old tribe members might be within those Nomus. The Blood Prince had already started the war that they all knew would likely take place, no matter how much some people hoped it wouldn't happen. He started off with the Tokoyamis, but quickly pushed his troops to attack the Tagadas and the Aoyamas. All tribes where the majority of the villagers and warriors were dragons. Coincidence? Possibly. The Nomus had been difficult for someone like Enji to defeat, so it wasn't like the Blood Prince couldn't afford to attack any of the dragon tribes. No, he had some alternative reason for starting off how he did. In the case of the Tokoyamis, perhaps it could be blamed on the proximity they had to his territory, but everyone else? It almost seemed like the Blood Prince was the one trying to intimidate them now. It was if he was saying, I can take them out easily so you should surrender while you can, or something along those lines. Maybe there was some guilt tripping in there as well? The Blood Prince knew how much of an empathetic dragon Toshinori was, just as he knew how loyal and caring dragons were overall. Was he hoping to guilt-trip Toshinori into changing his mind? Playing his fragile heart and forcing him to consider if withholding one person was worth the sacrifice of hundreds of others? Loath as Toshinori was to say it, he could sense that happening very quickly after the first attack. He didn't regret choosing to protect Izuku. He would sacrifice millions of things if it meant keeping his hatchling away from Shigaraki's claws. But that still didn't protect him from the brunt of force that guilt would small upon him when he received word that the Tokoyamis had lost more warriors, or that the Tagadas had lost some of their village lands, too destroyed to be used anymore. On top of that, there were also the Yaoyorosis, who had started giving up hope that they'd ever find any weaknesses within the Nomus. The dark magic kept them away from many of the secrets that would benefit their research. No one could dig too deep without infecting themselves. As if to rub salt in the wound, the Blood Prince had chosen to send his response to their invitation of war after he had launched another large-scale attack on the Aoyamas. Needless to say, it was not received well. At all. You just don't like doing things the easy way, do you, Chief Yagi? In truth, I didn't actually want to wage war against you at first. Dear Izuku would never forgive me if I were to destroy his home and annihilate his family. I wanted to do this right, I wanted to gain his eye love. We could have been happy. But now you've pushed me. Now I've been given no choice but to take him by force before burning everything to the ground. I'll find a way to get Izuku to forgive me. There's always a way. Dark magic can do so many useful things, can't it? I'd tell you to prepare yourselves, but there's nothing you can do at this point to stop me. Oh, and by the way, tell Izuku I'm terribly sorry that he had to face the tribe that abandoned him so long ago. Once I have him, I'll be sure to gift their hearts to him as an early wedding present. Maybe those will do a better job of showing him the care he deserved when they still had him. Sincerely, Tomura Shigaraki. Shoyuta reread the letter several times, eyes almost burning through the paper with the amount of precision he had focused on it. His fingers easily creased the edges, almost tearing from the strength behind his grip. This was bad. This was so very bad. Not only had this gone exactly how Toshinori feared it would, but the Blood Prince had once again proved that he was a lot closer than they thought he was. How else could he have known about the Bakugas and the conflict that Izuku had with them? That wasn't exactly spread around their tribe. It didn't leave the walls of the capital. Heck, it didn't leave any of the servants' mouths since they didn't know. Nobody but the heads of their allying clans knew. Nobody. Shoyuta and Toshinori made sure to tell them all thousands of times that Izuku's past couldn't be spread. Not only would it cause public outcry against the Bakugas, but if word reached the Blood Prince, then who knew what that psycho would do? Well, apparently now Shoyuta had gotten his answer. And as much as he didn't like that family or that tribe at the moment, they didn't deserve whatever horrible plans that the Blood Prince no doubt had for them. Why'd he change his signature? Hizashi reached out to take the letter from his mate's hands, forcing himself to reread it as well so he could memorize the words. As he placed it down on Shuta's desk, he took the still tense storm dragon into his arms and tried to look for any patterns or hidden clues within the letter. The only thing he could think of was the new way he ended his letter. He's never had sincerely in any of his letters, just a line and his name. What's new? He's trying to sound sweet, possibly appealing to us or Izuku now that he's chosen to take the next step to his plan. Shuta's voice was a bit muffled in Hizashi's shirt, but he didn't care. He wrapped his arms around his taller mate and inhaled some of his scent to calm his nerves. It didn't work as much as he'd hoped, but now he could migrate from his worry and his murderous thoughts and move on to what was truly important. You read it, he said things like "Dear Izuku" and "He would never forgive me." He wants Izuku's affection. He's convinced that he loves Izuku when in reality he lusts after him. His body, his power, his title, maybe even all of the above. Trying to be appealing when it's obvious he's twisted. Hizashi repeated to himself, trying to wrap his mind around how someone so crazy could ever sound appealing to someone like Izuku. Maybe it made sense in a way. They already knew that Shigaraki was unstable and likely to lash out when his wishes were denied. Since he was convinced that he loved Izuku, he'd do his best to try and remain on the Greenette's good side even when he was acting so horrible. If he even counted that as being horrible, his sense of entitlement might have made it seem like he was doing something right. What do we do? Shoyuta pushed himself back a bit, just enough that he and Hizashi could hold eye contact. It was odd to see him genuinely afraid. By now few things in the world even came close to shocking him. Hizashi could understand why, but it still seemed like there was just something hidden in all of this that they couldn't see. Or they could, but they were underestimating the importance of it. We've known from past letters that Shigaraki had some way of gaining information, someone who spied from the inside and reported back to him, most likely. But this is not now. This feels like it's gotten even more dangerous. Hizashi didn't have an answer for his mate, so all he did was allow Shoyuta to cling to him a bit more before readjusting their positions. With his arm wrapped protectively around Shuta's waist, Hizashi murmured that they needed to speak with Tashinori, Izuku, and the Greenette's group of friends' temporary bodyguards. It was probably a good thing that the letter came to their usual mail area. If it had gone to the hatchling or Tashinori, then only the gods in the sky knew what would happen then. Izuku would faint or work himself into a panicked frenzy, while Tashinori would panic and might become so protective to the point where he was blinded. And if Inko had been caught up to speed, then she'd be quick to follow. And it was pretty obvious just how screwed they'd all be if they let that happen now. They couldn't afford to lose focus. Not even for a second. There's a spy, there has to be. Shoyuta mumbled, more so to himself than to Hizashi. Though that didn't stop him from hearing anyway, dragon senses and all that. Izuku's not safe here. Not until we find out how Shigaraki is getting his information. We'll increase his guard. Hizashi could probably talk to the captain about it. Sure, his son was already doing pretty good with keeping Izuku safe, but would it be terrible to have more guards? But then word would definitely spread about how severe the situation was becoming. And as impossible as it sounded when said, Tashinori couldn't afford to have a widespread panic suddenly overtake the tribe. At least not now. If they wanted to flush out whoever was spying, then keeping this new discovery to themselves would be wise. The spy could easily be scared away if word spread that they would be looking for them. The two storm dragons exited the room they were in and walked through the capital until they found Tashinori's office. All throughout the trip, Hizashi kept the letter clutched into his closed fist. It was difficult to keep the curious servants doing their daily cleaning of the halls from being concerned, as it was obvious by their facial expressions that there was something wrong. While it might not have been fair to get irritated by the hovering, it was a bit endearing since it showed that they genuinely cared about any trouble that could be occurring. Shoyuta only lasted so long before huffing out and growling that everyone just needed to focus on their duties. Nothing more, nothing less. That seemed to get them to scatter, but Hizashi still prayed that no one came up to them until they reached Tashinori's office. Once they arrived, they shared a single look that said that Hizashi would handle the talking. As articulate and to the point as Shoyuta would be, he was a bit better at it than Hizashi was 90% of the time. Hizashi had the best chance of holding in his anxiousness for the time being. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door to find Tashinori looking over one of the reports that must have come back from the captain regarding recent border patrols or warriors that had been sent to other tribes to offer military assistance. He could tell by the marking seal he could see on the top corner. Chief. Hizashi cleared his throat. The other dragon glanced up at him, but only when he realized who had spoken did he set the report he was reading down and gesture for the two storm dragons to come closer to his desk. He tried to smile in a welcoming way, but anyone with half of a brain could tell that he was suffering. All of this Blood Prince activity was finally getting to him, and this new set of news would either break him completely or give him a new sense of determination. What can I help you two with? Tashinori tilted his head. We've received a letter from the Blood Prince. Hisashi unfolded the letter and smoothed it out a bit before handing it over. It felt heavier than a boulder as it left his fist, like he was handing over a death sentence in a court proceeding. Toshinori's eyes moved across the text quickly, going from curious to horrified in a matter of milliseconds. He didn't look too angry, though that could have been because he was more scared for Izuku's safety than he was angry at the Blood Prince for doing this. When in doubt, the hatchling's safety came first. Izuku isn't safe here. Toshinori whispered miserably. Sulking back into his seat, he brought a hand up to wipe away any tired wrinkles from his face. The one place that we could best protect him, and he isn't even safe here. I should have known dash. That's something we should probably address, actually. Hisashi rubbed the back of his head. It's obvious from the implication that Shigaraki has successfully implanted a spy within the capital. It explains how he's known so much about Izuku despite never meeting in person. We could increase his guard to better protect him, but that will only work for so long dash. As long as he's here and we don't know the identity of Shigaraki's spy, there's nothing we can do to ensure his safety. Toshinori finished, groaning into his palms. He allowed the letter to fall from his hands as he tried to massage his temples. Right now wasn't the time to stress, no matter how justified it might be. Now was the time to plan. I think I know what we have to do, but I'm gonna hate it all the way. Inko will as well, but we might not have any other choice. What do you mean? Hisashi shared a nervous look with Shoyuda, unprepared for anything that Toshinori could have suggested. How did the other dragon come up with a plan so quickly? I mean, it wasn't bad that a sire had been coming up with all sorts of plans to ensure his hatchling's safety, but still, this was quick. Too quick to be coincidental. Had he already been planning some sort of contingency plan should Shigaraki ever find himself in their village? If so, then that really spoke volumes on just how scared Toshinori was about all of this. When they faced the Blood King, Toshinori had been scared, but not this scared. Then again, the Blood King had been a long-term enemy that they had all had the chance to study. They knew how he worked, had some idea on how he'd operate. They may have first assumed that they'd understand Shigaraki's planning, but it was clear that the younger version of the Blood King was truly unpredictable. We might need to dash. Chief. Hitoshi suddenly burst into the room, a sobbing Eri clutched in his arms as he eyed all of the adult dragons. He had his own tear streaks running down his cheeks, but it wasn't nearly as bad as his sister's. His right cheek had a smidge of blood on it, and with a quick look downwards, it had obviously come from Eri's hands. The two small limbs were coated in crimson, dripping onto Hitoshi's clothes as he continued to clutch her close. Chief, Izuku was attacked. One of the servants attacked him. Everyone shot from their seats to follow Hitoshi to the medical bay, where Izuku was undoubtedly resting. Though a single thought ran through all of their minds. A servant had attacked the prince? This could complicate flushing the spy out by a lot. Oh, the prince is just as beautiful as Shigi always said. A small giggle escaped Himiko as she crouched behind one of the heavily scented bushes, the number of flowers and other plants doing well to cloak her scent from the three dragons before her. Adorning her body were simple but still elegant robes, subtle patterns of yellow and black swirling around her as if sunlight was dancing across her body. But of course, there was also an actual sun to the left of her chest. They marked her as one of the capital's servants, or, a servant poser at least. She didn't plan on keeping these clothes after she was done with her mission. As lovely as they were, they just weren't her style, get it? Anyway, from what she could tell there were only two juveniles and one that what age group was the youngest in. The girl with white hair looked pretty small, definitely not much older than 8 or 9. The one with silver hair looked pretty large his age, but she had enough background knowledge, from spying and from Shigi, that earth dragons tended to be larger and bulkier compared to other dragons. No matter what age they were, their muscles were said to develop faster and stronger in the end, a true representation of the strength of the physical attributes of the earth. Though the size difference couldn't have been more noticeable with the prince, a young nature dragon, standing next to him. A dragon whose magical abilities were his defining characteristics. Prince Izuku Midoriya. With green hair and even greener eyes, sun-kissed skin and a body that a deity must have had some say in building, he was quite the beautiful specimen of a nature dragon if Himiko had ever seen one. Granted, she hadn't seen many besides Chief Yagi and a few other strays that she had run into in the village, but that hardly mattered. The point was, Izuku was beyond gorgeous. Oh, he just had this shine to him that made Himiko want to take a bite out of that pretty tan skin. It looked so smooth to the touch. She had no doubt that if he pierced the surface with her fangs, the resulting blood would drip out and contrast his skin in an alluring way, one that would just beg her to keep biting him until his body was littered with her marking. And those eyes. Gods, she wanted those eyes trained on her so she could just stare into them, witness the various emotions pass through them. Happiness, fear, pain, anger, sadness, she had no doubt that they'd all look so good shining back at her. But then again Shigi had already claimed him. If Himiko had done anything like she wanted to do, then Shigi would be so mad at her and probably wouldn't let her do anything fun for the rest of her life. For now, all she could settle on was watching, judging each second to tell which one would be perfect for striking. At the moment, the only thing stopping her would be the silver-haired dragon. The child would be easy enough to knock out and, while Izuku might put up a fight, he wouldn't do anything to endanger the small girl's safety. If Himiko were to, say, trade her life for Izuku's, then the nature dragon wouldn't hesitate to bend to her wishes. Right? He seemed to have the perfect personality for manipulating like that. As soon as she had him in hand, then all she'd need to do was knock him out as well and sneak him out of the capital. A task made much easier with the help of some magic, of course. With just the two of them, she would at least be able to portal them to the forest surrounding the village. From there, she could contact Shigi and let her know that she was ready to be picked up. Kurogyri had to have been operational by now, right? Shigi had been hinting that he was so close to being completed, his body had successfully been morphed into the vortex that Shigi wanted, and all that was left was to make sure that said vortex would remain obedient. Hey, I'm gonna head to the restroom. Today's lunch has finally caught up with me, it seems. Himiko was snapped out of her thoughts and brought her focus back to the three dragons. The silver-haired one was chuckling lightly as he rubbed his stomach, as if to emphasize his previous words. Izuku merely laughed along with his friend, nodding his head and assuring that he and the child he was with, Eri, he said her name was, would be fine by themselves for a few moments. Himiko liked over her fangs, sneaking closer as the silver-haired dragon nodded his understanding. If only they knew she was here, then Izuku would think twice before assuring his friend that they'd be fine. Or, well, he'd be fine. She wouldn't be able to hurt him even if she wanted, not that she did. He was far too cute. The child, on the other hand, Himiko didn't really think she'd be opposed to taking a swipe at her if need be. She already needed to knock the little one out to make sure that she didn't see too much. Himiko didn't need to have a hunting party on her tail while she made it out with the prince. With the earth dragon now gone, Himiko was free to get much closer. By now, she was within 12 feet of her target, not nearly enough to grab him but just enough to lunge at him if need be. Not for the first time did she thank the Yagi family for covering their garden with bushes and trees. It gave her plenty of opportunities to duck behind something and hide. Plus, the fragrance of the flowers, and the pollen probably, gave her scent enough cover. Can we make more flower crowns, Izunai? The young girl pulled at the prince's collar, small eyes wide as if she were pleading. The nature dragon only nodded his head with a fond smile, taking her towards one of the bushes to grab some flowers. Coincidentally, it happened to be one of the bushes near Himiko's hiding spot, so all she had to do to get closer was move over a bit. It was difficult, she couldn't move too fast or the bush would rustle like crazy and both dragons would be on high alert. Maybe Izuku would even get ready to fight. While Himiko wasn't helpless to his magic, she would be at a disadvantage. From what she understood, he could cast more spells and his magic was stronger power-wise. If she caught the child, then her previous idea of using her as a hostage could work. She could cast some slicing spells to scare Izuku, maybe make the little one bleed a bit just to make sure. It wouldn't be bad to have her blood either, just in case the worst came to be, given her quirk and all. With a small plan in mind, Himiko arrived just behind the bush that the child and Izuku were picking flowers from. Now, from her place, she could easily reach out and snag the child's arm to pull her into the bush. Eri! Izuku suddenly spoke, just as Himiko had positioned her arm to reach out. Come away from there for a sec. Himiko's lips turned down into a frown. Why did Izuku seem so defensive all of a sudden? Just a moment ago he was laughing and smiling, joining Eri in picking flowers off of the bush to make the crowns with. Now, he was grimacing as he stared at the green gathering of leaves, hands poised in front of him as he positioned himself in front of Eri. Did he smell her? That didn't seem right, not with how she's been able to blend in with the floral fragrances for so long. What changed? Was it because she got closer, so her scent got stronger? Again, she had been practically bathing in the flower bushes. What changed? Doesn't matter. Himiko had to take the chance. Izuku was now backing away, taking Eri with him. If she let this opportunity slide, then she knew she wouldn't get another one. So, with her own hands up and ready, she launched out of the bush. Her original intent was to grab the girl and pull her back quickly, but before she could get her hands on anything, she was being tackled. Hey! She cried out, clawing and punching at whoever had tackled her. Her struggles didn't last too long, as her knuckles and fingertips had begun to hurt extensively from her small attacks. Whoever was holding had pretty solid skin, solid enough that it hurt to hit it. What the dash? You didn't think I was actually stupid enough to leave my prince alone, did you? A rough voice growled. Opening her eyes, Himiko gasped as she came face to face with the silver-haired dragon that had previously left to use the restroom. Something told her that he was lying when he said that. I'd tell you to get better at hiding, but I really could give less of a shit about what happens to you after today. Himiko's lips pushed out in a large pout. That was just mean to say, a bit rude too. If she didn't know any better, she'd think he was insinuating that he wanted terrible things to happen to her. He wanted her to suffer. Then again, they were enemies. So, on that standpoint, it would make sense that her safety wasn't his top priority. Their little wrestling match went on for a while, with Izuku and the little girl standing a good distance away. Why they didn't run in to get help was beyond her, but she supposed that Izuku didn't want to leave his friend behind. He was stubborn that way. Whatever the case, it still worked out in her favor. She may have failed the part of the mission that required her to escape undetected, but there was still a chance she could get away with Izuku. If she could continue to squirm around and eventually force the silver-haired dragon to turn to face Izuku and the child, then a flick of her wrist would send a gashing spell their way. She had it all planned out. She'd miss and be able to divert her captor's attention for long enough to slip away. After she was released, she'd dart forward and touch Izuku, then she could teleport them away and let Shigi know she needed to get out of here. Only that she messed up the part where she was supposed to miss. Aizu and I. The little girl screamed out. Himiko ceased in her struggles for a second, but that was all she needed to realize what had happened. When she had sent her hashing spell, she had aimed to miss Izuku. That didn't translate to missing the girl he had been trying to protect, as it would seem. While Himiko wasn't able to witness the whole procedure, she could guess by how Izuku was laid out in front of the girl that he dove in front of her to protect her from the spell. Why he didn't just summon a shield baffled her, though maybe he wouldn't have been able to cast it fast enough. No matter how good of a spellcaster one was, certain ones required time to gather the energy required, to aim it, and to actually cast it. Attacks usually were faster than defenses too, so that was another factor to take into consideration. Izuku. The silver-haired brute holding her hostage rapidly turned and proceeded to shoulder throw her into one of the walls. It hurt like a beach, but her back received most of the damage. With her luck, she'd be able to teleport out of here and return home, and that would be it. She wouldn't be able to wrestle with the Earth Dragon to collect the prince, nor would she be able to heal the Nature Dragon once they were a safe distance away. Her cover had been compromised and her mission was a failure. Shigi would most certainly not be pleased, not in the slightest, but Himiko didn't feel like dying in the Yagi garden. Picking herself up, she noticed how both the Earth Dragon and the little girl were too busy with Izuku to give her too much of a thought. She took her chance to teleport away to the outer forest, where she'd rush to the meeting point and explain what happened to her leader. Hopefully, the other spies that Shigi managed to sneak in would have more luck than her. After today, they'd definitely have their work cut out for them. It was certainly hard to keep a secret when everyone knew the secret, wasn't it? She had no doubt in her mind that the silver-haired dragon and the little girl would shriek about what happened for the next few weeks. For the unknown amount of time that it took to flush out who was unloyal actually. Damn it. She was so close. Inverted lazy S, 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 inverted lazy S with Izuku, inverted lazy S, 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 inverted lazy S. Double the perimeter guard and trickle around my hatchling's room, the entrances to the capital and the garden. No one rests until we find out where this rogue servant went and her colleagues still present within the capital. Now move. Chief. Toshinori sighed as his captain of the warriors quickly took off, already barking orders to his lieutenants about what he had instructed. Wiping a hand down his face, he walked back to the medical bay and prepared himself for the worst. Inko had been retrieved immediately after Hitoshi had alerted them of what happened, and while she hadn't gone feral at the sight of her hatchling being sliced open, she still wasn't the happiest creature around. Granted, neither was he, but he didn't understand that Izuku was able to heal himself to some extent. It helped some of the worry etch itself away. As he neared the door, he took a large inhale before pushing the double doors open. As he suspected, Inko was sniffling, tears running down her cheeks as Chiyo monitored Ochako's progress in dressing Izuku's wound. It wasn't necessary in the long run since Izuku's magic would eventually heal the large cut, but for now it helped keep most of the bleeding at bay. As much as he hated undermining or downplaying people's suffering, it was a terrible thing to do. He could confidently say that this was one of the few cases where the wound looked worse than it actually was. Izuku was strong, plus he had magic. Hitoshi, Tetsu, and Eri were sitting on other cots nearby, all gazing at Izuku with worried eyes. No one else had been injured, thankfully, but Toshinori wasn't naive enough to believe that they were safe from the Blood Prince. From what Tetsu had relayed, the servant who had attacked Izuku seemed more than willing to harm Eri to get to Izuku. A cowardly move, truly, but there wasn't much else to be expected. This was a follower of the Blood Prince they were talking about. That creature had little to no morals. The conversation that Toshinori had started to have with Hisashi and Shoyuta began to replay in his head. He knew what he needed to do. Not only for Izuku, but for his other friends as well. If Toshinori wanted to keep them safe, he needed to keep them away from the action if he could help it. Now that they all knew how close the Blood Prince was, and how much they underestimated him, it wasn't safe for the hatchlings to remain in the capital. Their best chance for safety was if they were sent elsewhere, preferably to someone else's kingdom. Tashinori could try to hide them somewhere else in their village, but really, how long would it be until they were found there as well? No, the safest option for them was to send them far away. Maybe not only proximity-wise, but also somewhere that the Blood Prince might not think to look. With that in mind, the Tokoyami tribe was out without a doubt. The Dagata tribe as well, and the Ayamas. The Yao-Yorisis or the Todorokis might have been good options if they weren't in the same position as Tashinori. While the two tribes offered top-notch protection, the Blood Prince would easily predict that Izuku would be hiding with them. As trusted allies, it would only seem like common sense that Tashinori would trust them. And that whole case of mind games was disregarding how many warriors or other tribe members were being used to help defend territories or study the nomis. At that point, Tashinori knew that taking care of Izuku and his friends might just be too much to handle. The only other choice was obvious, but executing it would be met with a significant amount of resistance. Hell, Tashinori himself couldn't believe that he had thought it up. Then again, he had only really considered it after he realized that everyone else would be too busy to give Izuku at least 90% of their attention protection. Hopefully, nobody would hate him by the end of this. Was he exaggerating? Maybe, but the situation seemed to be getting more desperate with each battle that the Blood Prince threw at them. Izuku, we might need to send you somewhere else. If the Blood Prince has managed to sneak one spy in, who knows who else he might have lurking behind our walls. Tashinori walked closer, mindful of where Inko and the others were sitting. He tried to make it so that he wasn't blocking anyone's view of his injured hatchling as he laid a hand on his fluffy hair. The capital isn't safe for you, not until we flush out Shigaraki's spies. Izuku's eyes widened at his sire's words, but wordlessly he still nodded his head. Processing Tashinori's words had taken a few minutes, but in Izuku's defense, he was pretty distracted. He had spent most of his time in the medical bay trying to get over the attack. By no means did it traumatize him, but he still couldn't get over how close that rogue servant was to hitting Eri. Beyond anything, he was nervous about his friend's safety, but for the moment he was angry. Seriously, who was so cowardly as to attack a hatchling like that? He understood that the Blood Prince wasn't a good creature, morally or otherwise, but still. Now, his sire had proposed that he needed to be moved and ugh. Likely, his friends would be going with him, which would be a small relief. If they were with him and not in the capital, where it was supposedly pretty dangerous, then he could keep his eyes on them and help protect him, as ironic as that sounded since they were supposed to be protecting him. On the other hand, it was likely that his mother and his sire would need to stay here. Shoyuta and Hizashi too. While Tetsu was probably better educated in the art of conducting such missions, Izuku had the basic military training to understand that keeping things under their control would be imperative. Give the enemy the control and you lose. However, if they could make it appear that they were losing control of the situation, then one of the spies might get cocky enough to mess up. It was wistful thinking, definitely a long shot, but no one was here to say that it couldn't happen. Who knows? Maybe if Izuku had left, then the spies still present would panic and try to act quickly to appease the Blood Prince. Surely, he wouldn't be too pleased to know that they let his bride escape their sights? And once that happened, his sire could take care of them. Well, Izuku didn't actually know. What would happen after that? For sure, he knew that they'd be questioned and imprisoned, some may be executed, but they still had a long way to go before they could bring the Blood Prince down. They already knew that psychopath's goal, his location, and had a pretty good idea of what strategy he was using to bring the tide of the war over to his favor. What they didn't know is how many warriors he had in his arsenal and what kinds of warriors they were. Obviously, the nomis could be added to the list of resources he had at his disposal, but something told Izuku and everyone else that it didn't stop there. The Blood Prince was a dark sorcerer himself, who knew what type of crowd he had pulled to his side. Willing or by force? Do you think that the rogue servant was acting on her own will? It's possible she was a victim of brainwashing. Izuku had a strong feeling he already knew, but he just wanted to be sure. After all, they didn't need to go persecuting innocent creatures if they were being forced against their will. It wouldn't be beneath the Blood Prince to threaten or to brainwash possess. I doubt it. Tetsu pushed himself off of his cot, stretching his legs and his arms as he tried to recollect every detail of the encounter. I got pretty up close and personal with her while trying to restrain her. If she were brainwashed, then it would have worn off after you went down. Why would Shigaraki call her back if she had failed him? That is a possibility. Shoyuta rubbed his chin, narrowing his eyes as he tried to come up with a plan. There were two scenarios here. The rogue spies were willing followers of the Blood Prince and were snuck in at some point, or Shigaraki managed to kidnap some and brainwash them, threaten them into cooperation. He didn't want to sound arrogant, but he highly doubted that Shigaraki had managed to kidnap someone without them noticing. Other servants would have reported someone acting unusual. For now, we should keep brainwashing on a list of possibilities, but remain on the basis that these spies are willing followers of the Blood Prince. Everyone in the room nodded in understanding before Hitoshi sighed. Clearing his throat, he asked the question that some dreaded to know the answer to while others dreaded answering. So what do we do now? If we're not safe here, then where to? All eyes fell to Tashinori, who blushed profusely from the attention. He had just been giving himself a pep talk on how he'd break the details of his plan to the group, yet now he could feel himself clogging up. Is this what getting cold feet felt like? From where he stood, it was quite an accurate phrase. He could feel himself freezing up and all of the weight seemed to drop to the floor, near his feet. Was he stalling with his own thoughts at this point? Yes, definitely yes. I know where we need to send you guys. Tashinori gestured to all hatchlings in the room, sending apologetic looks to the parents present. He'd need to apologize to his captain and to Ochako's parents when the time came, but for now, he needed to get the hatchlings out of the capital. First and foremost, we can't hide you somewhere in the village. It'd only be a matter of time before any spies still present would find out your location and alert Shigaraki that he'd need to attack the entire tribe. And with how things are going for the other tribes, that'd be that last thing we needed. Shoyuda nodded his head, sharing a worried look with Hisashi. It was clear that neither Storm Dragon wanted to send their hatchlings somewhere they couldn't see them, but it would appear that a small sacrifice would need to be made for their overall safety. Based on the letter that you two showed me this morning, Tashinori gestured to his two advisors, his spies have extensive knowledge of our relationship status with other tribes. He knows who we trust best, he knows who we need to send the most support to, he knows who we have a fragile relationship with. That means he can predict your moves. Inko popped in, sighing sadly as she held onto Izuku's hand. It was beyond distressing to know that her hatchling would need to be sent away from her again, just when she had gotten him back. But she could understand what Tashinori was suggesting. He was suggesting because he loved Izuku and he wanted the younger nature dragon as safe as he could be. If that meant being away from the capital, away from the spies, then Inko would tolerate it. He knows who you'll send him to if he learns that Izuku isn't here anymore. He can focus his attacks there and the other tribe will just suffer the same problem we are at the moment. That's exactly what I was thinking. Tashinori smiled in thanks at Inko. Truly, she had articulated his thoughts perfectly. It was uncanny how much she seemed to be able to predict what his motivations and reasons were. We need to do something he won't think we'll do. Something that will throw him off and, hopefully, give us enough time to make the capital safe again. What are you thinking? Shoyuda could understand what route Tashinori wanted to take, but he really hoped that the older dragon wouldn't do anything too dramatic. Like, unpredictable as in sending him to the Tokoyamis or the Tagadas. Sure, Shigaraki wouldn't really expect that, but he might still be able to get to them. I'm sure that none of you will like it. Tashinori wiped a hand down his face set in a grim expression as he tried to steel his nerves. But it's the best option we have. Oh boy, what was about to come out of the chief's mouth? We will send Izuku and his friends to the Bakugu tribe. It grew silent as Tashinori's words sunk in. Cricket could be heard in the distance. A pin could have been dropped and the pin would have echoed so loudly that it scared someone. The Blood Prince knows that our relationship with them is strained and their territory is far enough that it'll be impractical for him to send so many troops over. And even if he does, we can easily intercept them. Tashinori took a deep breath, holding up his hand when several mouths opened to protest. I don't like it, but our hatchling's safety comes first. His eyes turned bright green, his power activating and swirling around his body in a magnificent aura. The Blood Prince cannot get his hands on any of them. It is our duty to do what it takes to keep them safe. He turned to Izuku first, giving him a small nod before turning to the rest of the hatchlings. Eri included. Pack your essentials. You leave immediately so we can get to flushing out any traitors immediately. Katsuki had honestly been joking when he thought about how lucky he'd be if Izuku was willing to see him again so soon after their most recent meeting. So when his sire had barged into his room, demanding that he come help her make sure that the guest rooms were in perfect condition, he thought himself to be justified in his confusion. Which, of course, led to a small yelling match between the two blondes before she just spilled what was going on. Apparently, Izuku and his friends would be staying in their tribe for a few weeks, maybe even months, and Mitsuki hadn't told Katsuki when the decision was first made because she knew he'd freak out. Granted, he freaked out anyway after learning later, but Mitsuki figured that it would be easier on him if he didn't spend days beforehand freaking out. It would just make him more anxious than he needed to be. Katsuki could appreciate the well-intentioned decision, but that didn't mean that he didn't shout at his sire about keeping this information from him after the rooms were reported to be perfect as they could be. Afterward, he had promptly gone to each of his friends' homes so he could drag them to the capital. His plan was certainly rushed, but he'd make do. You're not gonna force us into anything formal, right? Denki whined like all hell about Katsuki's warning about making Izuku's welcoming good, but the hybrid prince could see the glint of excitement shining in the other's eyes. Unlike Katsuki himself, his other friends loved meeting new people, they loved making new friends. They were very, very social creatures as opposed to their introverted leader. Just look friendly and you won't F this up. Katsuki growled, crossing his arms as he faced the doors to the capital. It would still be about a day before Izuku and his party actually got here, but going over some ground rules would take a few hours. And no, not the part where Katsuki would say what those rules were, but the part where his idiots needed to remember them. I don't think I can emphasize this enough, but please, for the love of all of hell, don't mention how I've been talking about him ever since I found out he was alive. You mean fawning over him? Mina smirked, rubbing her hands together almost evilly. Out of all of his friends, Katsuki trusted her the least when it came to keeping her mouth shut. With Denki, a well-placed threat that wasn't always genuine could be enough to get his trap to lock. Mina had mostly stopped fearing Katsuki a while ago. I don't know, won't that just show how remorseful you've been? Or it could creep him out? Idra gave Mina a disapproving look, walking closer to Katsuki so he could lay a hand on the blonde's shoulder. He gave it a comforting squeeze, trying to ignore how Mina and Denki were pouting at his interference. He recognized when appropriate times to tease was and now didn't qualify as one of those times. No matter how correct Mina may have been in her observation. We won't do anything stupid, don't worry. We want to help you get him back while you still have a chance. Katsuki sent his red-haired friend a rare, but extremely open thankful look, soaking up as much comfort as he could from the squeeze delivered to his shoulder. With his group by his side, facing Izuku again seemed less daunting than it would be when the day came. And by God, it came faster than anybody had really anticipated. If Katsuki bothered to keep a calendar, he would have marked the day with all sorts of colors and symbols, yet that still wouldn't have helped him prepare. So here they all stood. Izuku with his luggage, and Katsuki wasn't just talking about the bags, and Katsuki with his friends. His parents had already finished their little welcome meeting before Katsuki's friends had joined the party, with Izuku returning their words with a politeness that Katsuki almost wished he possessed more of himself. What struck him as odd at first was the fact that Izuku only had his friends' guards with him and no adults from his own tribe to be found. Upon further questioning, apparently Toshinori had sent him over via warping to make sure that the green net wouldn't be followed. So no adult accompaniment was technically necessary at that point. With Inko's help, he had the exact coordinates for the process to make sure Izuku arrived just outside of Bakugan territory borders. Katsuki, why don't you show Izuku his company to their rooms? Masaru turned his head to smile at his son, though within the mists of his eyes, Katsuki could detect the smallest hint of pleading behind them. What he was pleading for was unclear, though the best assumption that the blonde could come up with was a plea not to fight. His carrier didn't know the details of the conversation he had with Izuku, only that it didn't go very well. Maybe he thought that Katsuki would be angrier than he's been letting on, which would lead to an argument, which would then lead to a more physical brawl. Whatever the case may be, Katsuki couldn't say that he was angry with his carrier for worrying about such a thing, but he did take it as a small challenge to his already large desire to make things right with Izuku. He felt as if he needed to prove something, not necessarily to his carrier but also to himself. He needed to prove to himself that this whole thing wouldn't go up in flames. Of course. Katsuki made sure to sound neutral, quirking a brow when 3 pairs of eyes threw him some suspicious looks. He had the urge to scowl and flip them off, but withheld it when Izuku glanced back at them and then sent him an apologetic look. As much as he wanted to make a good impression on his friends, they were part of Izuku's life and he knew he needed to respect that to show Izuku that he'd changed. He really didn't care all that much about how they saw him right now. They weren't his targets and, like Izuku, they didn't know him very well. They had all rights to be suspicious, but Katsuki didn't plan on letting their interference divert him from his goal. So he only smiled back at Izuku, slightly gleeful at the surprised look he received in return, before pinning his head to the side. Right this way. He turned and started down the hall, turning his head after a few steps to make sure that Izuku was following. His own group of friends had paused in their walking beside him, Idru and Denki openly staring at 2 of Izuku's friends. From where Katsuki was positioned at the head of the group, it was difficult to try and see the specific people Idru and Denki were at without exposing his observation. To remedy the situation, he slowed his pace and allowed everyone to catch up with him before continuing. As they walked down the halls, he made sure to keep his eyes on Izuku, first and foremost, Idru, and Denki. Mina had sidled up beside the girl with round cheeks and brown hair, beginning to chat away about how it was like living in the Yagi tribe and whether she was okay, despite all the things that Blood Prince was doing. Katsuki reminded himself to thank her later for that, as making friends with Izuku's friends might work towards making them all more comfortable in the capital. Idru looked to be openly drooling, with his eyes, his mouth remained shut, at the silver-haired male of Izuku's group. The big guy was buff as hell, with shark-like teeth that rivaled the redhead's own and a broad chest that Katsuki could imagine his friend burying his face into. Katsuki had always known Idru to be open-minded about types when it came to potential mates, but even then, it wasn't difficult to notice that certain attributes attracted his attention more than others. It probably didn't help that the silver-haired dragon was almost as naked as Idru was when it came to the clothing he wore. With loose-fitting pants and shoulder pads armor, it left his toned stomach and his pecs out for show. The way he carried himself practically shouted confidence and an assertion of authority, a protective barrier between him and his friends. Katsuki could find himself respecting the guy a bit as they continued to walk to the prepared rooms. He hardly knew about the other's personality, but from what he could tell based on his posture and his need to observe everything they passed that what's his name reminded the blonde hybrid of himself. The guy was alert, scanning his surroundings and appearing, based on his expression, to be mapping out every inch of the place for future reference. If Katsuki had to say, he'd guess that the silver-haired dragon had the mind of a tactician, probably specifically trained as some type of special warrior or something. If Katsuki were to ask, then he'd realize he wasn't far off. Tetsu was being trained to take his father's role as the captain of the warriors in his tribe. Moving on from Idru and his obvious interest, Katsuki couldn't really identify what Denki saw in the purple-haired shadow that walked just behind Izuku, but still in front of Idru's eye candy. He kept his eyes forward, never leaving Izuku's form as they walked. His arms were wrapped around a young girl, who looked to be about 5 or 6 years of age. While she trembled as she took in everything new around her, he remained stiff in his posture, almost like a robot. The only sign that he wasn't brain-dead was the hard look he had in his eyes. He was almost unblinking in his focus, silent in his voice and in his steps. While it could be Mina easily drowning out everyone's ears with her one-sided conversation, pink cheeks over their looks a bit too lost to respond, Katsuki doubted that anyone would say anything anyway. It was clear to him that this was a mission to them. Likely, they wouldn't want to socialize. At least, not at first. He could count on his friends' personalities to subtly force Izuku's group out of their tight inner circle, which might give him an opportunity to steal the green net away for a bit. Admittedly, he had a feeling, when his sire announced that Izuku would be coming in the first place, that his ex-friend wouldn't be coming alone. At the same time, that didn't mean he liked having to work through obstacles to reach his target. Oh well, guess he'd just need to work extra hard then? Not too much of an issue when the prize was worth it. Here are your rooms. Katsuki stopped in front of a hallway, turning around and gesturing to the various doors. There were more than 5 doors, obviously, as this was their guest wing, so hopefully Izuku and his friends would take the offering of choice as a sign of goodwill. Feel free to look through them and choose the one that you like the most. Nobody else resides on this floor. Izuku was the only one to nod at his words. His friends were silent as they stood beside him. While before they looked unmovable and neutral, now they looked unsure and in need of direction. It was quite a funny sight. He'd always known Izuku to be an anxious, nervous little thing, someone who was so scared of accidentally offending someone that he always needed confirmation to make sure he wouldn't get in trouble. Now he was the one leading a group, the one making decisions. It had Katsuki's heart shifting in his chest, noting the difference between then and now. The confidence, Katsuki wouldn't lie, was attractive on levels he didn't even know how to start talking about. Thank you. Izuku was the first to walk forward, stopping when he came next to Katsuki. The look he sent the blonde was unreadable, but it still filled him with warmth to know that Izuku would be giving him attention. Did that sound super lame? Perhaps, but Katsuki would take what he could get while on this unsteady ground with the other. In the event that we need your attention, I assume that your room is close by? 2nd floor. Katsuki pointed to the ceiling. It was a bit disheartening to be asked such a question since it probably meant that Izuku didn't remember anything from his old home. Whether he purposefully forced himself to try and forget or it happened naturally was still something up for debate. Want a full tour, or should I just tell you where everything is? He meant it as a joke more than anything else. He wanted any chance he could get to be with Izuku, in person, while the green net was here. However, the green net didn't seem to take it the same way. Izuku furrowed his brow at the question, thinking to himself for a few moments before turning to his friends. They seemed to have a silent conversation with each other, only conveying their thoughts through their eyes and head gestures. Then again, Izuku possessed magical abilities, so it was entirely possible that he was communicating with them telepathically. Whatever was happening, it only lasted a couple seconds or so before Izuku turned back towards Katsuki. It would be nice to have time to settle down into these new rooms, so perhaps a verbal tour would be more preferable. Katsuki was only a tiny bit disappointed, a lie. He was very disappointed, but tried his best not to sound the part when he spoke. As he thought more about it, he supposed that was fair. With a completely new environment and the awkward company, getting as much time to settle as they could make them feel safer. So without further ado, he began his verbal tour of the capital. My room and my parents' room are above you guys, so just take the stairs and make a right. Then go down the last hall and you'll be good. Gesturing to the hall behind them, Katsuki walked forward so that he was once again in front of the group. The meeting room is on the far left, nearly across from your rooms and labeled appropriately. The kitchen is further down the hall from there. It has an open door so it's pretty obvious to spot. The servants' quarters are on the left side of the 2nd floor, though I wouldn't recommend going up there unless you need someone specific. We try to allow them to have their breaks uninterrupted and they have cycling shifts so there should always be someone available. Lastly, we don't exactly have an extravagant garden somewhere in the capital as you guys do, but we do have a good forest for exploring if you ever want to fly around. We have a forest too. The purple-haired zombie raised a brow, adjusting the little girl in his arms. She huddled closer to his chest, eyes fearful as she stared at Katsuki. He didn't know the relationship between the two, they certainly didn't look like siblings, but there was a reason she had been sent here with Izuku. Maybe she was someone else's sibling? Then again, siblings didn't always look alike or related, just most of the time. Whatever the case may be, she must have picked up on the mood of the room and was startled by the tension. You guys aren't special in that regard. I was just giving you your options. Katsuki ground out, struggling to take calming breaths as the purple-haired dragon simply returned his words with an unimpressed look. He wasn't looking for that one's approval, but his lack of anything other than sarcasm was seriously annoying. Near the back of the building is a large open area we use for training. Sometimes we go outside into the forest I just mentioned as well. We have a library next to the training area, but we're working on improving the layout so it's not in the best state right now. Other than that, that's everything you need to know about the capital. Any rooms that I haven't mentioned just don't go in. And everything here is labeled so there shouldn't be any confusion. Silence followed Katsuki's words as everybody did what they needed to do to absorb the new information. As Katsuki had predicted, his friends had become close to useless since two of them were still staring at some of Izuku's friends and Mina had taken the liberty of resting her elbow on the dragon with pink cheeks, trying and failing not to giggle as she eyed Idru and Denki. When Katsuki caught a glance himself, he was unamused. The silver-haired one looked like he was constipated with how stiff he was, the one with purple hair looked dead on his feet, and pink cheeks subtly tried to get Mina's arm off of her shoulder. The only two who weren't making complete fools of themselves were Izuku and the little girl. Alright, thank you. The greenette suddenly spoke, breaking everyone out of their stupor. With a deep breath, he came over to pat Katsuki's shoulder firmly before smiling in thanks. At the sight of it, Katsuki's world seemed to stop on its axis. The last time Izuku smiled at him, it was incredibly short and at a time where Katsuki couldn't spare a few moments to admire how nice it looked on the younger dragon's face. He always loved when Izuku smiled, it was just so expressive and honest, proud and full of respect that Katsuki always wanted to see it. Specifically, see it pointed towards him. Other people could have it too, but he didn't ever want there to be a time where Izuku felt like he couldn't smile at him anymore. Hopefully, by the end of Katsuki's carefully thought-out plan, he'd get his way. Before we put our stuff away, we should get some introductions done, no? Izuku clapped his hands, easily grabbing everyone's attention. His smile had shifted a bit, looking more welcoming than thankful. As you know, my name is Izuku Yagi. I'm the hatchling of Chief Yagi of the Yagi tribe, a full-blooded nature dragon with magic instead of a quirk. This cutie here, Izuku reached towards the little girl being held, rubbing her head gently. This is Eri Aizawa, the one holding her is Hitoshi. They're both storm dragons, just like their parents. Shoyuta and Hizashi adopted them into their care when they were younger. Eri's quirk is called Rewind while Hitoshi's is Brainwashing. Hitoshi propped Eri up a bit with one arm so he could offer a lazy wave, expression unchanging as Katsuki and his friends gave some quick hellos. The little girl, Eri, apparently, nuzzled into Izuku's touch with a small chirp. If Katsuki was feeling bold, he'd let out a pleased rumble at the sight of an obviously safe and well-cared-for hatchling. Or he'd coo like an idiot, as his friends had started to do until Eri retreated into Hitoshi's neck. Now their relationship. Being adopted hatchlings explained why they didn't share many, if any, physical characteristics. And their quirks? Nothing close to Shuta's quirk erasing or Hizashi's deadly loud voice. Katsuki could admit that they were cool though. Rewind was something he had never heard of, there was just nothing like it. Then again, he's never met someone with a time-altering quirk either, so that was that. Her brother, with his brainwashing, confused him a bit. With a quirk like that, wouldn't spies be easier to flush out? While Katsuki understood his parents' desire to keep him safe, wouldn't it be more practical to keep him at the capital to help with questioning? Whatever was happening through Toshinori's head when he made the decision, Katsuki wouldn't question it. He wasn't the tribe chief for nothing, he had his reasons for doing what he did. And this stud behind me is Tetsu. Izuku looked behind him so he could grin as the silver-haired male stuttered. A light blush flew across his cheeks, accompanied by a not-so-heated glare he sent towards his prince. The small tease in Izuku's wording wasn't lost to him. He's the son of the captain of our warriors as well as a full-blooded earth dragon. His quirk is called Steel. It's not exactly what it sounds like. A few dry chuckles made its way out of Tetsu. By the way, what kind of name was that? His voice was a lot gruffer than Katsuki had envisioned, though. Maybe he shouldn't be one to judge. With his arms still crossed over his chest, he gave his prince a fond look before his expression quickly morphed into a stoic one once more. Was this guy trying to play the stone-cold soldier act, or was he genuinely more of a serious character? If so, then Katsuki could only feel sorry for his friend. Pursuing someone like that came with all sorts of challenges. And that was ignoring how much of a social, energetic creature Izuku was. Speaking of which, seriously? That's awesome. Izuku couldn't possibly contain his excitement at the prospect of having a similar quirk to the CC hunk of a dragon guard monitoring Izuku. Punching a fist into his open palm, he grinned, making sure his sharp teeth were on show, before exclaiming, "My quirk's kinda like that too. It's called hardening." At that, everyone in Izuku's group, except for Eri, averted their eyes. Their faces turned a healthy dose of pink or red, hands fidgeting from where they were sitting at their sides and heads tilting up to see what was going on before diverting downwards. At first, Katsuki became a bit worried that something offensive may have been said. Exactly what that was would be confusing to try and figure out since Kirishima only wanted to explain what his quirk but it would be best to nip this in the bud other than leaving it be. Before he could say anything though, Pink Cheeks cleared her throat, laying a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm Ochako Uraraka, a storm dragon as well. My quirk is called zero gravity, so basically, I make things float. And could you maybe explain your quirk a bit more? She pointed towards Izuku with a nervous smile. I don't think any of us will really understand it correctly otherwise. What do you mean? Izuku tilted his head in confusion, playing his words in his own head before realizing what had happened, where the miscommunication had occurred. As it dawned, he groaned loudly and buried his face in his hands, only peeking between his fingers when Denki and Mina made worried noises. I didn't mean it like that. His voice came out a bit muffled since his hands were still covering his face. Releasing one, he held it in front of him so he could activate his quirk, the sharpness of his stone causing Eri to squeak in surprise. I meant my body can turn to stone. Nothing like that. And at that moment, Katsuki understood why everyone in Izuku's group had suddenly blushed before looking away. With a cackle that he couldn't contain even if he tried, he bowled over and allowed it to flow freely. Oh man, this was the most awkward impression ever. He already knew he was on thin ice, but now his friends had the unfortunate opportunity to join him. Poor Izuku. If he could look into Tetsu's eyes without being completely embarrassed for himself, it would be a FING miracle. Only a week later after Izuku had returned to his original home and he'd already started to drive himself into a panicked frenzy. When he had envisioned stepping back into the Bakuga's territory again, he had been worried about never being able to feel comfortable because of how it had gone for him the last time he was here. Quickly, he learned that wasn't what he should have been concerned about. Aside from the daily letters his parents always made sure to send him, along with letters from Shoyuta, Hizashi, Tetsu's parents, and Ochako's parents, he didn't get much contact from the outside world. Mitsuki had taken her given mission seriously, not that he doubted she would do anything else, insisting that Izuku and his friends remain in the capital if it could be helped. Obviously, they couldn't stay put for 24/7, which would drive them all mad. However, the slot of time they could be out flying or exploring the forest that Izuku used to love playing in as a child was reduced to 2 hours at the most. And those 2 hours were normally broken up into 2 increments out of the entire day. Common sense dictated that allowing Izuku and his friends outside while the tribe was going about their daily lives would attract too much attention, far from Toshinori's hope that they'd be able to lay low until it was safer for them to return home. Thus, the schedule followed, 1 hour in the morning 4 to 5 a.m., and 1 hour at night 10 to 11 p.m. Naturally, not everyone had to attend each session. They could choose which hour they wanted to go outside or if they just didn't want to go out that day, but everyone had chosen to go with the mindset of, if we don't do it now, we'll regret it later. In the end, Eri had been the only one to miss more than one trip outside, unable to wake up early enough for the morning session because she had stayed up for the night session. Or vice versa. Her brother and the others, on the other hand, pushed themselves to take advantage of the fact that they didn't need to stay confined all day. Other than that tight scheduling, the day remained relatively bland. Izuku would stay in his room, alone or with his friends, while the Bakugu tribe remained to function as normally as it could. Something he noticed very quickly was how restless everyone seemed. More than once he had heard Mitsuki arguing with one of her captains about not being able to send troops to areas that were being attacked by the Blood Prince. She had confirmed that she disapproved of them just sitting on the sidelines, she hated it as much as they did. However, she didn't have the authority to send them into someone else's territory, even if they were allies. From a political aspect, such a thing made sense and Izuku could tell everyone who came to complain knew just as well. Still that he could understand why they felt terribly guilty or undeniably livid at being stuck in their home. Cruel as the Bakugas could be, more so Hitoshi's words than Izuku's, they weren't cowards. They fought for what they wanted, they weren't afraid to stain their hands with blood if it meant their enemies were slain in the end. So being forced to stay put as creatures were injured or killed by dark magic must have been a huge blow to their integrity as warriors. Izuku would feel sorry for them if he didn't know the true reason the Bakugas were never called out. Just to be clear, it had almost nothing to do with their strained relationship with the other tribes. As much as some tribes, mainly the Todorokis and the Yaoyorosis, no longer trusted them as much, everyone understood that war was no place to hold such grudges. The Bakugis weren't traitors to the alliance, so keeping them out of the war when more troops would definitely be more helpful was just impractical and idiotic. So no, that's not where the issue lied. The issue was that putting all of your pieces on the board before understanding your enemy's strategy and being able to work around it was a sure way to get everyone killed, which would guarantee a loss on their point. As it stood, the Bakugis were acting like storage in the war. With the Tagadas, Aoyamas, and Tokoyamis suffering the most from direct attacks against their territories, their warriors were spoken for. The Yaoyorosis were focused on trying to figure out how to deal with the Nomas, while the Todorokis and the Yagi warriors were trying to help support their allies without wasting too many resources. They needed fresh warriors for when the climax took place, when they faced off the Blood Prince himself and put him down for good. Even more so, with the recent letter that Shoyuda and Hizashi had read, it seemed to work in their favor not to involve the Bakugis too much. He knew that they hadn't treated Izuku well. Following his mindset, he could very well be saving them for last. He certainly made it known that he wanted them to suffer for what they did to Izuku. As long as they stayed out of the spotlight in terms of being attacked, then Izuku and his friends would have a safe place to live while the other tribes would have more support to draw from if they truly needed it. The plan seemed perfect, though it did certainly have its flaws. Flaws that Izuku longed to fix. He spent whatever time he could training his body and his magic, sometimes going as far as to wait until everyone, even his friends, were asleep before sneaking out to the training area and training his control or his energy storing abilities. Before he had left, Toshinori had given him special crystals made from the older nature dragon's magic. The purpose of the crystals was to serve as prisons to dark magic or storage chambers for Izuku's own if he wanted to charge up a large-scale attack. Learning to transfer his magic into them and being able to draw it out again was the perfect exercise for Izuku's nightly sessions. It didn't make any noise other than his tired groaning, so he wouldn't have to worry about waking anyone up. It also acted as a good exercise in his control of spell casting in general, since he was forced to pull his magic from his core and maintain it for every second it was out of him. It was difficult, for sure, but his will to join his tribe and their allies in battle, that was technically being fought over his safety, helped push him through his struggle. There was one thing that no strong will of his could help him with though, and that was how to handle Katsuki. It was beyond relieving that the blonde didn't make things awkward between them during Izuku's stay. The only thing that would heighten his anxiety more than not being able to fight beside his sire to help keep their tribe safe was if Katsuki had started acting weird around him. Well, not weird in a bad way, at least. Because the hybrid prince was acting weird, he was acting super weird compared to what Izuku was expecting. It was just he didn't. It wasn't. It wasn't what Izuku was expecting. Not at all. For all the years that he had known Katsuki, which probably didn't count because of their long separation, but still, he had never known the blonde to be so patient. Was that the way to put it? Basically, ever since Izuku had arrived, he had gone out of his way to give the other space in fear that confrontation would cause some sort of catastrophe that would drag everyone else in. However, Katsuki had either not taken notice, small possibility, or he had not put much energy into caring. He, in response to Izuku's effort, made sure to pursue the greenette when he could. He still had his duties as the chief's son, obviously, but other than that his time was spent trying to be near Izuku. A chart could be made on how Katsuki spent his time. 50% of the time was spent on his tribe duties, 10% with his friends, 15% with his friends and Izuku's group, while the remaining 25% would be attempting to seek Izuku out. It was pretty strange in itself, but what really blew Izuku's mind was how Katsuki would react if his own friends, mainly Tetsu and Hitoshi, tried to subtly get the blonde to back off. Izuku would expect for Katsuki to sneer at them and retort with something along the lines of, "It's none of your concern," or, "You can't tell me what to do." Instead, he would either shrug and invite them to join or he'd back off and wait until a better opportunity presented itself. And present it would. While Izuku knew how much his friends wanted to try to stick with him while they were in Bakugu territory, they had their own needs responsibilities to fulfill. In Hitoshi's case, he had the most work when it came to taking care of Eri. Everyone else would pitch in to try and help, but Hitoshi had big brother status, so it naturally fell onto him to oversee the overall task. Ochako had been speaking with Tenya, over letter, almost non-stop as he tried to check in with her. He didn't know where she was, or that she was even gone, but as everything seemed to be getting worse day by day, they both got increasingly worried about the other's welfare. Tetsu easily became restless in the new area and couldn't stop himself from taking hourly patrols of the perimeter. He had to sneak out to do such patrols, of course. Mitsuki would freak out if she knew what he was doing, but the obstacle didn't stop him. Not even close. Though speaking of Tetsu, Hitoshi as well, Izuku had noticed that two of Katsuki's friends seemed to demand their attention like the Bakugu heir demanded of him. Idra Kirishima and Denki Kaminari, if Izuku remembered them correctly. With Ijiru's case, he could understand where the interest in Tetsu had started. The two of them seemed to have a fair amount in common, going from an appreciation for wrestling that would turn into a full-on brawl to their more carefree, sociable personalities. Tetsu tried to dumb it down a bit, but Ijiru forced it back out. Izuku could swear that he's seen Ijiru accompany Tetsu for those border patrols multiple times, and as much as the larger Earth Dragon might try to deny it, the Greenette could tell that he enjoyed Ijiru's company more than he outwardly expressed it. With Hitoshi and Denki that was a bit more difficult to tell. Of course, Izuku could just ask his friend what was going on, but he feared that pointing it out might discourage Hitoshi from continuing. He already seemed hesitant as it was when it came to spending time with anyone outside of his original friend group, so Izuku didn't want to accidentally push him and Denki apart. From where the green-haired prince stood, the only interaction the two seemed to have was Denki talking Hitoshi's ear off about whatever came to mind, much like how Izuku would do, trying to show him around the village when they were allowed outside, or inquiring about Eri. The hints of a relationship were more well hidden there, but Izuku knew his oldest friend well. With each new day that Denki had something new to talk about or show the two Storm Dragon siblings, Hitoshi would grow more fond. All the way up until yesterday, where he smiled at Denki for the first time. All in all, Izuku could say that he was happy for his friends. They seemed to be adjusting reasonably well to the situation that they had all been forced into. Which only left him to really fret about Katsuki and his apparent mission to spend as much time with Izuku as he could. Time that never seemed to have any purpose. There were days where Katsuki would find Izuku, alone, and just sit with him. If Izuku were writing a letter, reading a book that he borrowed from their library, just thinking in general, Katsuki would just sit there with him. He wouldn't talk and he wouldn't ask Izuku to talk. If a conversation ever truly started up, then Katsuki rarely took the lead and would always go with what Izuku seemed to have on his mind. It was courteous, to say the least, but also confusing. Izuku knew that Katsuki would have something to say when he came to the nature dragon. His facial expression gave any emotions away. Whether he was frustrated after dealing with another affair in his tribe or with his sire over something they disagreed on, he always felt something when he came to Izuku. Yet he refused to discuss it unless Izuku specifically asked him to. What was he hoping to achieve by doing that? Izuku had never come up with a sound answer and he didn't bother asking Katsuki in fear that he'd offend him. The closest thing he could come up with was that Katsuki was trying to make this easier on Izuku. Maybe he felt sorry that the Greenette was going through this and was trying to make things better, to the best of his abilities. It wasn't the most convincing of theories, considering how much Izuku knew Katsuki hated pity, but it was all he had. Why else would the blonde suddenly become quiet and calm when he was known to be expressive and loud? Why else would he want to spend an excessive amount of time with Izuku when the Greenette had hurt him last time by saying that they would probably never be friends again? Why did he keep coming back when he was pushed away by Izuku or his friends? There were so many questions that Izuku had about Katsuki's behavior that he was either too afraid to ask or just didn't know how to. No matter what though, through the confusion and the shock, Izuku was suspicious. Something was going on with Katsuki, he just knew it. Whether it was pity about the situation or a hidden desire he had with something that involved Izuku, Katsuki wasn't slick. He had an ulterior motive for acting how he was. And just because Izuku was trying to keep the peace by not throwing around accusations didn't mean that he wasn't keeping his eye open. Izuku. Speak of the devil. Izuku looked up from one of the letters his mother had sent him, this one going into more depth about how she hated that the Blood Prince was doing this since she just wanted her baby boy to be safe again. The tears previously melting down his cheeks had dried a bit by now, but he still reached up to try and wipe any traces away so that Katsuki wouldn't notice. Can I help you with something? Just wanted to say that your performance today was impressive. Katsuki moved the desk chair around so he could sit across from Izuku, the nature dragon planted on the comfortable bed. By the letter in his hands, Katsuki would tell that something must have been going on in the other's tribe, so he made a mental note to tread carefully so as to not trigger anything within the other dragon. With water being a clear liquid and all, I wasn't convinced that watching it move around or form various shapes would be all that interesting. You can see through it, you know? Yet somehow, you did something with that magic of yours and made it entertaining. Not what Izuku was expecting, though he could understand what Katsuki was saying. Out of all of Katsuki's friends, Mina had been the most verbal about her curiosity over Izuku's magic. She wanted to know how it worked within his body, what he could do, how he controlled it, things like that. Today had been one of the rare days that he had succumbed to her desire for a little show in one of his abilities and decided to show off a few his telekinetic abilities. Since they were in the forest and it had been in the earlier hours of the morning, Izuku didn't want to wake anyone up with the commotion that would come with moving land or trees around. Solution? Just use the water from the river. It made no sound and was rather flexible when it came to performing tricks around the obstacles that the forest provided. Thanks. Izuku rolled up his letter and tied it off, setting it down on his high stand so he could give Katsuki his full attention. While he didn't read through the entire thing, he reasoned that he could come back to it later. Usually, his sire was the one to send letters that contained information that he absolutely needed to read regarding their status on flushing out spies or learning new things about the Nomus. If we're complementing each other, then I'll admit that new focused blast you've developed is also impressive. I'm assuming you focus all of your energy into a single stream, right? Doesn't sound easy to do, knowing how powerful your blasts can be. Katsuki blushed lightly at the praise, hands fidgeting in his lap. Internally, he basked at the positive attention that had left Izuku's lips. It brought back memories to the first day he had developed his quirk, and Izuku had been enamored with the possibilities it would bring. Along those lines, he ached to reach out and grab onto Izuku's hands so he could squeeze them for comfort, since the distant memory seemed to leave him as soon as it popped up, but that would be too bold of a move. He could see that Izuku was starting to get a bit more comfortable here, but it was clear that Katsuki himself still had a long way to go before he could freely touch the greenette. Even if those touches were meant to be affectionate. It's a power move I've been working on for a while now. I call it armor-piercing shot, or AP shot for short. Katsuki moved the index and middle finger from his left hand so they shaped a hole while his right hand came behind. He poked a thumb through to illustrate. All of the energy from one hand is concentrated into a single area. It makes hitting specific targets while still maintaining the power behind the shot easier. You won't believe how much time has been saved when there's little cleanup to do after a battle. I can imagine. Katsuki seemed to have forgotten that Izuku was around when he had less control over the explosions he produced. Trees, bushes, and eventually rocks were easily scattered with one raise of the blonde's hand. As an older dragon, why would it be a surprise that larger, sturdier things would blow to pieces with a single hit? Though, to be fair, that's probably where the name of this power move came from. Armor-piercing shot, huh? Ever tested that theory? On Kirishima? Yes, multiple times. Katsuki could sense the tiniest bit of challenge behind Izuku's tone and couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. He blushed immediately after he did it, but tried to brush it off by scoffing playfully. Now that he's close to perfecting his unbreakable mode, it's getting increasingly more difficult to crack him. But you want to watch me try it on your metal-coated stud? Izuku huffed out a small laugh. If Tetsu heard Katsuki say that, he wouldn't forgive Izuku for using the word stud in his introductions. But he didn't make a comment on Katsuki's tongue swipe, so the blonde hoped that he didn't notice it at all. It wouldn't be very polite of me to volunteer Tetsu up like that when he's not here to defend himself. He pretended to think for a moment before shrugging. So I suppose that I'm offering myself. Think your AP shot can make it through one of my shields? Offering yourself up, huh? Despite knowing what Izuku meant, Katsuki's mind still wandered to another meaning behind those words. A less appropriate meaning. One he'd enjoy if he and Izuku had a better relationship instead of a stitched one. So he shook his head to rid himself of the thought. He liked the calm atmosphere too much to break it. Plus, if he made such a joke, odds were he'd somehow offend Izuku, and that would ruin all of the work he's done so far. Not sure. Your magic's pretty strong. I doubt that something as simple as an explosion would crack the surface, let alone shatter it. At that, Izuku openly gaped at Katsuki. Did he just refer to his quirk as simple as an explosion? Because that didn't sound very much like Katsuki. Sure, he had been experiencing many things that he didn't experience from Katsuki, but this honestly took the cake. Downplaying his quirk's power was not something he expected from Katsuki, from a Bakugo actually. The entire tribe prided themselves with being strong, some of the most capable warriors ever produced for engaging in battle. Loath as Izuku was to admit it, their practice of banishing quirkless hatchlings and runts contributed to that power. There weren't any weaklings in the tribe, so it only left the strong. He hated it, but he had to admit that it made their reputation more credible, in a sick way. So you say? Izuku's eyes narrowed, teeth nipping at his bottom lip as he tried to scan Katsuki. He hadn't learned how to mind read yet, and even if he had, he likely didn't have enough control to push through the defenses of Katsuki's mind. The only thing he could use to gauge Katsuki's emotions and thoughts was the blonde's expressions, the way eyes would flash or glint. Maybe even the most subtle twitch of an eye or a lip. You know, I've been wondering something for a while now. Oh. Katsuki tilted his head, his playful expression still up. It was as if he hadn't caught on to Izuku's mood change from indulgent to serious. You've been acting that strange ever since I got here. Izuku stood from his bed so he could come to stand directly in front of Katsuki, towering over the still-seated hybrid. From his position, he could see Katsuki's expression fall slightly, and he knew he had been right. Katsuki had something to hide, some motive behind his nicer behavior. And goddammit, it was time Izuku found out what was going on. I want answers. Now. Hutta demanding much? Katsuki chuckled internally, making sure that his outward features remained somewhat blank as Izuku stared down at him. The look those beautiful green eyes had morphed into was close to a glower without any true malice or hatred behind it. and Katsuki tried his best not to get Esigi into simply staring into Izuku's eyes as he tried to gauge how the other was feeling, what he was thinking. Strange, you say? I do. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest, trying not to blush from the look that Katsuki was giving him. He still looked playful, but now there was some sort of expectancy mixed into that. It was as confusing as it was nice to look at. Though it begged the question of what the heck did Katsuki expect from Izuku? He was the one asking the question here. Usually, in a conversation that meant that he should be the one expecting something. Katsuki nodded his head lazily, taking a few moments to think about how he was going to phrase this. When he had envisioned having this conversation with Izuku, he had thought he'd be more scared. Maybe even more openly remorseful. Now, as he stared up at Izuku looking down at him, he couldn't help the bloom of challenge that rose within his chest. He wanted to redeem himself, he wanted to make things right, he wanted to make it up to Izuku. But most of all, he wanted to prove to Izuku that it wasn't impossible for them to be friends again. He wanted to make it clear that he wasn't about to give up so easily. And sure, maybe tapping into the more guilty, sorrowful side may make it less like he was joking and more like he was being serious, but he was done being sad and pitiful. He loathed self-pity, but it started coming to him too easily as he thought about how he'd go about fixing things with Izuku. If things were to progress, he needed to be strong. He needed to show Izuku he was determined, that he was going to put his all into this. It was a go big or go home type of situation, and Katsuki didn't plan on handing in the towel. Easily, of course, but at all. Would also be preferable. Okay, I'll admit, I may have been taking advantage of the fact that you're staying with us for a while. That sounded so horrible. Katsuki realized that he probably should have thought his wording through a bit more before just spouting it out, but thinking about it could leave room for things to be worse. When it came to words, the logic seemed to be, if he tried too hard, he'd overthink it and fail. He just needed to talk straight from the heart, a genuinity that couldn't be faked. Visiting your tribe to accomplish my goal would have put us both in unimaginable danger with how fast that FING Blood Prince has been escalating with his violence, so I'm not about to let an opportunity like this go. And what exactly is your goal? Izuku had a feeling he knew what Katsuki would say, but for some reason hearing the other admit it or deny it was too important. It could just be the part of him that refused to believe it until he heard it, but words have never been more important to him than now. The strength behind what came out of Katsuki's might would be enough to bring him to tears or to shock the life out of him. Whatever the blonde let slip would define how Izuku saw him and his actions for the future, what light or suspicious shadow would be necessary for their interactions. The feeling of being completely clueless. The need to have some form of confirmation or rejection. The desire for Katsuki to just say something. It was all getting stronger with each second that passed. Katsuki stared up at Izuku, giving him several unreadable expressions that changed every second without exposing anything he was feeling. He slowly started to stand as he thought, eventually coming to tower over Izuku, changing their positions of the greenette looking down on him to Katsuki looking down on Izuku. Only physically, of course, not literally. Katsuki knew that he would never be willing or able to see Izuku as anything other than an equal for a long time. Hell, he may start seeing the smaller dragon as his superior at some point based on their skill imbalance. My mission is to make things right with you. Right on the moneymaker. Izuku nailed it perfectly, as much as part of him needed more convincing. I know you already said that we didn't have a chance at fixing this. I was ready to accept that at first, you know? Izuku really didn't. The way he understood Katsuki, the blonde could accomplish almost anything he wanted. And one would think that leaving their relationship alone would be easy. Katsuki wouldn't have to trouble himself fixing something that was broken ever since they were hatchlings and Izuku could move on. They'd both win in the end with little to no struggle. So why was Katsuki doing this? The current answer given wasn't enough. If I said I did, would you explain why you didn't just follow through with that? I was getting to that. Katsuki grunted, breaking their stare to look down. Both of his larger hands came to grip Izuku's in a firm, yet gentle grip. Giving the greenette no chance to pull them away, he brought them up so he could force them against his cheeks. They weren't nearly as squishable as Izuku's, his facial features too sharp. I was ready to accept it, but when I actually put any thought into it, giving up didn't sound so appealing. I've made the mistake of giving up on you, of giving up on us, once already. I couldn't do it again. Not when I know how much it screwed us both over. How'd it screw you over? Izuku could see Katsuki being eaten by the guilt of being an a-hole. As mean as the blonde hybrid could be, he wasn't heartless or a monster. He was capable of feeling things like remorse and sympathy, so maybe he just felt extremely guilty when he realized what had happened? As realistic and satisfying as that sounded, Izuku doubted that was enough for Katsuki to describe himself as being screwed over. You were happy when I wasn't there to bother you. I think we can both agree that any happiness I felt was a F-ed-up version of the emotion. And even if any of it was genuine by any means, then it vanished when I realized who it was that I lost. What you represented in my life. It was gone. A punching bag? A good creature. Katsuki squeezed Izuku's hands, eyes shutting as he shook his head. His voice had gotten a bit darker in frustration, though for once, Izuku allowed himself to give Katsuki the benefit of the doubt and assumed that the frustration wasn't aimed towards him. Given where this conversation was headed, it seemed more reasonable that the blonde was angrier with himself than he could be with Izuku. You were a good creature, morally and in personality. Despite being weaker compared to the rest in our group, your resilience and your sense of goodwill was stronger than any of us could ever hope for ourselves. You never ran away, you were so FING loyal that you just kept coming back. You never hated us at the time for how we acted, even though you would have been 100,000% justified in wanting us to just die in a ditch somewhere. You were a good creature. You were an actually good creature that didn't deserve any of the pain that was inflicted on you, be it by my hands or someone else's. To say that Izuku was speechless was putting it lightly. While his brain had managed to catch every one of Katsuki's words and commit them to memory, the function that allowed him to comprehend them seemed to have shut down. Katsuki saw him as something that isn't negative? Yeah, okay, Izuku had kind of figured that the hybrid prince was forced, in a way, to see Izuku as an equal because of their statuses and his newfound magic, but nowhere in there did his moral sense or personality come into play. He remained silent as Katsuki basked in the silence. It gave him plenty of time to get his nerves in check before he started shouting in Izuku's face. I took way too long to realize this and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Katsuki felt a giant weight suddenly leave his chest, but he knew it was far from over. For words didn't make up for the uncountable days he made Izuku's life feel like a living version of hell. Though, as he started his apology, he felt like he couldn't stop. Now that he was letting himself do this, it felt like everything had to come out or he'd never get another opportunity. He had to make the best of this one by letting everything come out. Everything. I effed up. I've spent so many years effing you up when I should have just pulled my head out of my butt. The number of times I could say sorry would probably never be enough to redeem myself for that. Katsuki's eyes opened slowly, afraid of the look that would greet him. To his relief and shock, Izuku's eyes haven't narrowed into a glare or a look of disgust. Instead, they've chosen to look downwards, as if avoiding Katsuki. If his hands weren't holding Izuku's, he would urge Izuku to raise his head. But I'm serious about wanting to make things right. I really want to try being your friend again. I want to care for you how I used to before I let outside influences affect our relationship. I want to spend time with you, I want to earn your trust, I want to be someone who you feel comfortable and safe coming to when you need someone to help you. Izuku remained stock still, words refusing to come to him as Katsuki continued to talk. Like with his words earlier, he was able to hear them and commit them to memory, but comprehending any hidden meanings or direct meanings took more effort than he wanted to admit. Everything just seemed to be going too fast. From believing that Katsuki didn't want to be an a-hole and genuinely being remorseful about his actions in the past to believe that the blonde wanted their relationship to be better in the future, it was a lot to take in. And that was disregarding the two voices clashing in his head. They weren't arguing over whether to believe Katsuki or not though. No, his new problem was trying to figure out if he wanted to see what Katsuki would do or if he wanted to play it safe. Katsuki wouldn't give Izuku an apology like that if he wasn't being serious about his intentions. And even if he was cold enough to do such a thing, then Izuku was as wary as he could be. He'd catch the blonde in his lie and never look his way ever again. Might even take Tetsu's offer up when he casually mentioned that he'd be willing to plant a nice kick where the sun doesn't shine if he ever hurt Izuku while they were here. Please, let me try. Izuku blinked away the conflicting thoughts, close to shaking his head until he realized that Katsuki might take that as a refusal. Finally looking up, he openly gasped at how red-faced Katsuki was. His eyes were close to being fluttered shut, his fangs making a small appearance as they wormed away at his bottom lip. His fingers had begun to knead into whatever area of Izuku's knuckles that they could comfortably reach, unconsciously forcing the tension from them out. It was relaxing, Izuku wouldn't doubt that. And the longer he stared into Katsuki's hopeful eyes, the more he wanted to say yes. But there was still something there. Something that prevented Izuku from saying that one syllable. It had nothing to do with believing or disbelieving Katsuki's intentions. It had nothing to do with weighing out the risks and the rewards. It had nothing to do with any sort of feeling he had about Katsuki. It was more along the lines of curiosity. How far could he push before Katsuki gave up? If Katsuki gave up at all, actually? Izuku wasn't gonna just forgive Katsuki so easily. The blonde was correct when he admitted that he effed up. If he truly wanted everything he just said to Izuku, then he needed to work for it. Somehow, Izuku doubted that Katsuki would really be bothered by that. He could be entitled, but he wasn't blind or stupid. Plus he did ask to if you're being serious about this. Izuku almost took a step back when Katsuki's head nodded enthusiastically. With his hands still pressed against the blonde's cheeks, they were forced to move along with the motion. With a strong sigh, Izuku mentally prepared himself for what the future would bring as he made his decision. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I accept your offer to try and mend the past. Really? The way that Katsuki's eyes lit up temporarily filled Izuku with a deep sense of peace. It was nice to see Katsuki looking genuinely happy. It's been too long since he's seen that sparkle in the other's eyes. When they were younger hatchlings, Izuku only saw that happy spark for a year or two before it turned to a darkened glint of maliciousness. Don't misunderstand, this won't change what happened. Not by a long shot. I don't think I'd be able to forget or necessarily forgive what happened between us even if I wanted to. If you really want to move forward, to rectify the wrongings you've done to me, then prove that you're not still that nightmare from when we were younger. I want to accept you for you, Katsuki, but I can't do that if you're still as you were. I understand completely. Katsuki's grip on Izuku's hands tightened in a reassuring way, his fangs poking out from under his top lip as he grinned. For once, Izuku would trust that he didn't make a mistake when it came to Katsuki. He was always one to preach that creatures deserved a second chance if they were willing to put work into making things right. Why did this seem so different? You won't be disappointed, I promise. Izuku wanted to believe that. Really he did. But just to be sure, and to gain more confidence in his decision, he made sure to warn, don't make that type of promise when you don't know what could happen. I won't be able to trust you ever again if you break a promise. You've really given me a chance to make things right. Trust me, that's more than enough motivation for me to not F this up. And with that, their conversation ended. Katsuki released Izuku's hand so he could sit down again, regaining their usual routine where he'd wait for Izuku to bring something up to talk about or ask the blonde about something that needed to be discussed. It was a nice transition since it meant that Izuku wouldn't have to worry too much about what his future stay here would entail. What still scared Izuku the most out of everything, even after getting through the difficult part of talking part of it out, was how hopeful he had unwillingly started to get. It was dangerous to get hopeful. Even if Katsuki had good intentions, something could go wrong. If it wasn't the blonde's fault, then somehow Izuku could envision that being worse since neither would be able to control the situation at that point. Izuku really hoped he hadn't signed some contract of doom by agreeing to let Katsuki try to make it up to him while they were already going through problems with the Blood Prince. To say that Katsuki was ecstatic about being given a second chance was an understatement. How he managed to keep his cool for the remainder of the time he had stayed with Izuku that day was a miracle. But as soon as he was back in the safety of his own room, he allowed the most stupid smile to pull at his lips as he slid down his door. Everything felt lighter, more hopeful as he recalled his conversation with the greenette. His hand made its way up to his cheeks as he thought, the ghost feeling of Izuku's hands pressing against his skin still present. Really, the fact that Izuku had warned him that redemption would be difficult should probably scare or intimidate him a bit, but all he could feel was a giddiness that refused to simmer. He said yes. He actually said yes. Katsuki could feel his cheeks beginning to hurt from how wide his smile was. He spent a considerable amount of time sitting against the door before forcing himself up and walking over to his desk. Opening his drawer, he fished out his diary and began flipping pages so he could find an empty one. If he happened to bend or slightly rip pages as he searched, then he could hardly care. As soon as he arrived at his destination, he yanked a quill out of his writing utensil holder and began writing. His excitement needed to be contained somehow before he did anything else, lest he wants to appear stupid or insane. I honestly didn't think that our conversation would end as well as it did for me. After our last meeting, I was honestly prepared for him to laugh at me or throw something at me for even suggesting that he give me a second chance. But if he'd in a motherfucking shitty grave he even said yes to my even plead. He even said he'd give my scummy but another even chance and it needs to be even perfect. Katsuki wanted to laugh at how many curse words made their way onto the page as the tip of his quill zipped across the surface. He understood that the purpose of his diary was to get his thoughts out freely and he wasn't ashamed to read those thoughts back over. He just never really thought about how much cursing had made its way into his normal speech pattern as the years went by. Hopefully, when he made it right with Izuku, that part of him wouldn't affect the greenette too much. If it then he could try to tone it down a bit, but it would take years to unlearn something he's been so free in for so long. I can't believe I ever let him go in the first place. Literally, no one else in existence would even think about trying to forgive me, move past everything that's happened between us, but he effing said yes. Oh shit, his followers, groupies, friends are gonna wanna kill my effing but I can't be too mean to them. Deku Izuku would never forgive me. They probably don't trust me at all because he must have told them about how things used to be. Damn it, do I have to make things right with them too? I don't want to have to focus on that when I could be focusing on Izuku. It's already gonna take enough time making it up to him. Will I even have time for his effing friends? I need to stick to the plan I have. This is gonna be such a pain if I need to improvise or work around his friends. But I can't back out now. I have my chance. I'm not gonna even blow it. I just need to try being more patient for now. I need to focus on my task first. His friends can be dealt with tended to later. Or should I speak with them first? They probably have a lot of influence over Izuku's decisions. What am I thinking? Izuku's no puppet. He's strong and capable and independent and he can make his own decisions. But I should probably still try, huh? It might work out in the future if I ever want to go further with him. Do I? I mean, I guess I've been thinking about it after I got a good look at him since last time, and I know that I'd likely never be able to trust anyone like I find myself trusting him. Should I even be thinking this when we're not even friends yet? Priorities are such a heavy pain. Katsuki wrote down a couple more sentences before crossing them out once he realized how idiotic they sounded and shutting his diary. His desk shook as he opened his drawer one more time before slamming it shut after his diary had been thrown in. Okay, he had gotten everything he needed out, so he was in a better position to start talking to people again. At this time, it wouldn't be appropriate to seek out his friends as it was nearing dinner time for everyone. Maybe he could convince them to join him for the nightly outdoor session for Izuku and his friends? That would mean possibly asking them to sneak out of their own homes, but it couldn't be that terrible. They'd only be gone for an hour and it's not like any of them had anything too serious planned for tomorrow, to Katsuki's knowledge. In Ijuku and Denki's case, they could use the opportunity to bond a bit more with Tetsu and Hitoshi after Katsuki had updated them. From what he could tell so far, they were on a pretty steady course on becoming friends with the other two dragons. However, it might take a while for them to realize the depth of his friend's interest in them. Or maybe they figured it out already and just didn't do anything about it because the situation wasn't great in terms of timing. Katsuki could respect that, but seriously, it was extremely sad to watch an interaction and then hear Ijuku or Denki whine later about how they're not coming close to expressing the message that they want. Katsuki decided to spend some time catching up on reading some reports his sire had given him about the status of the war. Dinner would be in about 2 hours, maybe a little less, so he had plenty of time to get through them all. In total, there were 5 with a small 6th one from the Yagi tribe. The first 3 Katsuki figured he'd get out of the way were from the Tokoyami, Tagata, and Aoyama tribes. He didn't like reading either of them as with each journaled attack, sparing no details, he grew more agitated and restless. He'd had countless arguments with his sire about it, but even through his frustration, he understood why they hadn't been dispatched. The best they could do for everyone was wait until the Yagi capital was safe enough for their prince to return and the Bakugu tribe was called in with given specific instructions. Meanwhile, the Yaoyorosis had written that they had finally figured a way to restrain the Nomus. Unfortunately, they predicted that they wouldn't know an effective method of destroying them until they had the Blood Prince in custody. The fact that they were created and held together by dark magic meant that said magic could be extracted in increments until enough of it had left the creature's systems for it to deactivate, so to speak. With narrowed eyes, Katsuki reread the explanation for what deactivating entailed and how that even worked 6 times before understanding. Without magic, the creatures would gradually grow helpless. That part made easy sense to Katsuki. Taking that magic out of it was where it got a lot more complex than he envisioned. As it stood, the only person who could do it without wasting tons of energy was Toshinori, though the Todoroki and Yaoyorozu tribes had members whose quirks involved manipulating absorbing one's energy or interfering with the Nomus ability to function properly as a small defense or time staller. To restrain any Nomu, Toshinori would have to use his own magic to connect to the dark magic in the Nomus and urge it out before trapping it in a special type of crystal. The process in which he made the crystals were left out, but Katsuki was grateful. Usually, he wanted all of the information he could get up front so that appropriate planning could be made, but in this case, he had a strong feeling his head might explode if he was given everything at once. After the dark magic had been trapped in the crystal, it would slowly deteriorate. Katsuki wondered if magic could actually deteriorate or if that was just the word that the Yaoyorosis chose to use as to not confuse anyone, as it was overpowered by Toshinori's magic. There had to be a lot going on with Toshinori bodily wise as he was taking and imprisoning the dark magic within the Nomus. Now, Katsuki was no expert on magic, but he's seen some of the things that Izuku can do. He's seen that it requires almost perfect harmony between the mind and the body. Focus is what drew Izuku's magic to where he needed to go and what spell he was using while his body was a vessel that held it in and let it out when the time came. Magic interacting with magic almost seemed like the embodiment of the saying, an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Maybe it was just him? Yeah, it sounded like he was putting too much thought into it instead of focusing on the relief. Whatever was going on, it was helping. If things started to look up with a new way to restrain the Nomus, this war wouldn't last nearly as long as everyone had originally dreaded it was. The Blood Prince really had surprised them with his tactics. He had yelled to his friends before about that outrage, right? He must have. This whole thing seemed to just come out of nowhere. They were supposed to have the advantage when Shigaraki inevitably declared war. They had numbers, they had power, they had access to more resources, and they all had that fire of blood and brutality flowing through their veins. The original plan was to draw motivation from the fact that the day Shigaraki got his fucking filthy hands anywhere near Izuku's precious being would be the day Katsuki at his own tongue. Yet as days passed and there were no obvious signs of their victory, Katsuki could imagine that day existing. There was no assurance, maybe they could turn the tide, hopefully soon, but the fact that he could imagine it happened at all is what scared him. It felt like he was starting to lose hope. He couldn't afford that. None of them could. They needed to see this to the end even if the end was death. Sir? A few knocks on his door startled Katsuki out of his trance. One of the servants, Takashi? If he remembered correctly. Setting the report down, he turned in his chair as he felt his expression slowly morphing into its usual scowl. He didn't do it on purpose, but without any motivation, Izuku, Katsuki couldn't bring himself to put any effort into looking welcoming. Or even neutral. Not that it mattered anyway since the door still separated the two of them. What is it? Your presence is required for dinner. Katsuki hummed, nodding his head even if the servant couldn't see him. Tell everyone I'll be down in a bit. He stretched his arms up, satisfied to hear a few cracks in his shoulders before pushing himself up. Making his way to his closet, he pulled out the sweatpants that he normally wore to bed and then proceeded to undress out of the clothes he was wearing. Something he found quite amusing was how quickly they all became comfortable with seeing each other without shirts on. Or, more specifically, how Katsuki had grown used to seeing Izuku and his friends without their shirts. The first night they all had dinner together, he had debated dressing in the usual attire he found himself in or dressing properly, formally, as to respect their guests. After a long internal battle, he forced himself into a comfortable-looking, but still formal-looking shirt before finally joining everyone at the dinner table. As it turned out, that long but mental debate was all for nothing. Tetsu freely walked around half-naked, unbothered by the flustered stares he received by passing servants and Katsuki's parents. Izuku ended up explaining, looking completely at ease himself, that Tetsu could normally be found without a shirt on. It had a lot to do with his quirk and how it played a role in combat. If Katsuki understood things correctly, clothing was essentially useless to the Earth Dragon because they tore while his body appeared almost untouched. He'd wear pants if only to not constantly be exposing his gentilesse to strangers. If Idra's eye candy could go shirtless, then that automatically gave Katsuki the right to dress in his night clothes for dinner. Once he was ready, Katsuki tossed his dirty clothes into his hamper before making his way out of his room. The journey down the stairs and to the dining room was too quick to be boring. Katsuki was brisk in his steps and before long, he was throwing open the door and observing the room. For once, none of Izuku's friends were present before him. As it stood, only his parents sat at the two heads of the table, glancing at him curiously. It was as if they expected him to magically summon Izuku and the others to the dining room quicker. While Katsuki wouldn't be too heavily against going to get Izuku, he had a feeling that rushing the greenette to dinner wouldn't be welcomed well. Especially not after he just partially started to make up with the nature dragon. Taking his seat next to his carrier, he nodded his greeting to his sire before turning back to the Earth Dragon. Based on the look that the brunette was sending him, it was obvious that he had something to say to his hatchling. The two males stared at each other for the longest time before Katsuki sighed and leaned back in his chair. He brought his arms up to cross over his chest, fixing his carrier with a stern look. It caused the older dragon to blush a bit, cowering as well when Katsuki's eye refused to relent. The action earned him a warning sound from his sire, but he could hardly bring himself to care. It has been too long since he's been unsettled by anything his sire did. Even her punishment seemed like nothing compared to the mental torment he'd put himself through when it came to thinking about Izuku. What is it? Katsuki let a bit of growl leak into his voice, a sign that he was getting aggravated by the tense silence. He could almost make out what his carrier wanted to say, but words wouldn't make it to his mind. It was life Masaru was sending him vibes, but no actual words, and it was extremely frustrating. Whatever you want to say, just effing say it. Mitsuki rose from her chair, hands slamming down onto the table and easily disturbing the utensils and plates sitting on the surface. Brat, that is no way to talk to your carrier. Katsuki's chair slammed down behind him as he rose with the ferocity of a live volcano. If he wants to say something to me, then what's effing stopping dash? I'm happy for you. Masaru brought his arms up in a placating manner, sending his mate a pleading look until she took her seat once more. She had a disappointed look in her eye at the prospect of being denied the chance to fight to the end, against her own hatchling nonetheless, but she wouldn't deny that Masaru was right to stop them. Izuku and his friends walked in during their possible fight, then they'd no doubt be horrified. She and Katsuki could get pretty vicious with each other even when they were trying to pull punches. Words just endlessly spill until they were both open and raw, vulnerable to someone whom they knew could hurt them until they shattered. While Mitsuki knew that she would never intentionally hurt her hatchling, sometimes she would point things out to help him and end up messing up. Big time. Case in point, Izuku Midoriya. She knew that her hatchling was mourning for him, but at the time, she never quite understood how much her hatchling needed the solitude of him and his memories of the greenette. Whenever she tried to convince Katsuki to move on and honor Izuku's memory instead of forever being upset about his existence, or tried to inspire Katsuki to be happy that Izuku now had a place within the safety of their deities, the younger blonde would lash out. He needed to be left alone with his memories. It was the only way he could comfort himself. At least Masaru didn't seem to have the same issue. Katsuki would never trust either of them if he was as terrible with words as she was. I know how much Izuku being alive affected you. Even a blind creature could see that you were desperate to make things right when you were presented with another opportunity. Masaru's hands lowered once he realized his mate and his hatchling had been successfully calmed. He had to walk out a bit from his chair so he could reach Katsuki, but once his arms were in range he grabbed his hatchling's shoulders and gave them a comforting squeeze. As much as I hate the circumstances, I'm glad that the Yagi tribe had Izuku come stay here while they were figuring things out. Already, I can sense that things are less tense. You may be getting through to him, Katsuki. Just stay determined and there's no doubt in my mind that you two will be closer than ever. Maybe even more so than when you two were younger. Katsuki liked to think that his carrier's sappy ways stopped affecting him once he reached his double digits, but the truth was that they seemed to have a greater impact on him than ever before. Though it would also be important to recognize that Izuku's interference in their conversation also made it harder to not be shaken. As much as his carrier was probably trying to encourage him, it just made Katsuki more nervous. He knew that he was stubborn to a fault. It was one of the few good qualities he had gotten from his sire. However, with little to no direction, that stubbornness could be misplaced and become dangerous. In Katsuki's case, he knew what he wanted in the end and had a vague idea of where to go, but he was still so riddled with doubt that it made it hard to consistently stay strong enough to push forward. Katsuki could appreciate Masaru's thoughtfulness though. Thanks. He mumbled, cheeks heating up lightly as he recollected his seat and dutifully sat back down. The smile his carrier set him had him rolling his eyes fondly, and as he cast a quick glance to his sire, he could see her smiling brightly at their interaction. It had just occurred to him, and maybe to her as well, that could have been the first time in years that he thanked either of them for something. Usually, he did things himself or with his friends, so there would either be no expressions of gratitude or it would be with his friends. Now, at the moment, he had allowed his carrier to do something for him. He offered Katsuki advice that would surely help encourage him for the future. Luckily, before Mitsuki could make a teasing comment, the doors to the dining room opened once more so that Izuku could stroll in comfortably. In his arms, he held a giggling Eri who had taken to fiddling with a green gem that Katsuki couldn't say he'd seen before. Not that he made a habit out of searching through the greenette stuff or anything, but Katsuki figured that something like that would catch his attention. Still, he remained quiet as Izuku took his seat next to him, his friends following his lead. With Eri in Izuku's lap, Hitoshi left the remaining seat next to Izuku empty so she could sit down when it came time to eat. Instead, he took the seat next to that one and waited until Ochako and Tetsutetsu were seated on the opposite side before making himself comfortable. Katsuki didn't understand that choice, but shrugged it off as Hitoshi being courteous. Maybe the storm dragon stood in case someone wanted to switch seats with him? Maybe Eri wanted to remain in Izuku's lap, even when the food was served and he was preparing to take the seat next to his prince. There were many reasons behind his choice, and Katsuki decided to stop giving such a simple action so much thought. I hope none of you were waiting for too long. Izuku spoke up, the first one to speak as always. Were the others quiet because they were trying to be respectful to their prince, or did they always need permission when Izuku was around before speaking? Themselves? Whatever it was, Katsuki couldn't say he liked it. It was a bit irritating that he could still sense everyone being so cautious of him. He wasn't a ticking time bomb all of the time, only when he was surrounded by idiots. And who wouldn't be upset then? Whatever. He'd keep his remarks to himself for Izuku's sake. Maybe Idru and Denki's as well, if he had to. Most of us were writing response letters to our families when we were called for dinner. Mitsuki brought her hand up to wave dismissively. It wasn't long at all. Katsuki had only arrived about 10 minutes or so before you. As her hand lowered, she gave each hatchling, because everyone but her mate were hatchlings in her eyes, a worried look. She didn't question the method that messages were being sent and received. As long as they were safe, then there was no reason to go digging into private business like that. However, at the reminder that the hatchlings' parents were still going day by day without having their young, the instincts she had as a sire ached. She knew that a parent would need to make unsavory decisions sometimes if it meant keeping their hatchlings safe, but even knowing that wouldn't make being separated by Katsuki easier. Are your families all right? Have any traitors been caught? Izuku glanced at his friends, non-verbally asking whether or not they wanted to answer that question. This was a dining hall, anyone could walk in at any moment. Heck, servants would be walking through the doors to bring them their food or take their dirty plates away. Maybe it was the paranoia talking, because Lord knows Toshinori wouldn't send Izuku and his friends to the Bakugu tribe if he was suspicious of spies being present there, but talking about such sensitive matters in such a public setting seemed like a really bad idea. Like, a really bad one. Though it would also be unwise to leave the question unanswered. Not only would it be rude when Mitsuki was trying to express sympathy, but it would also be illogical to withhold information about possible leads to the Blood Prince's plans. You don't have to spill any details if it makes you uncomfortable. Izuku bit his bottom lip to keep from gasping as he felt a hand on his left shoulder. Turning to look, he almost wilted at the concerned look Katsuki was giving him. His lips were still pulled into a tight line, but his eyes were brightly lit with emotion. Not to mention that the grip he had on Izuku's shoulder was the perfect balance between strong and soothing. At the gesture, Izuku could feel his friend's eyes piercing into his body, likely desiring to intervene without making a big scene. He could appreciate their efforts, but seeing as how Katsuki wasn't really doing anything, their worry seemed unneeded. To placate them, he nodded his head with a quick smile before turning back to Eri. The little angel was still playing with the power crystal that Izuku had given her to fiddle with, but her eyes were as calculating as ever. Well, calculating for a hatchling her age. She was hyper-aware of everything that was going on, ranging from her Izuku words to how everyone seemed to react to them. The greenette didn't count on her understanding everything that was going on around here, but she knew enough to be as cautious as he was. Fear was a widely ranged emotion, one that anyone could feel. Not here. Tomorrow morning. Izuku decided to compromise, leaving no room for arguments as the doors were pushed open. The room immediately shifted in smell, going from plain to enticing and savory in a matter of seconds. One of the things he missed from the Bakugu territory, and there were only a few, was the food. Not because it was necessarily better than anyone else's, every territory had their exquisite cuisines that were special to that area, it's what made the food unique, but because Izuku loved the variety. Food was one of the many things that could be shared across cultures and species, though nothing would ever beat eating the food when it was made by natives to the land. As the plates were set in front of everyone, Izuku made sure to check in with Eri. Even with the empty seat available, she requested permission to be moved to Hitoshi's lap during dinner. It was too adorable to even consider denying, and Izuku had to admit, with the height of the chair Eri would have had a difficult time eating anyway. So he helped her move across to her older brother. When the time to actually eat came, he alternated between eating his own food and helping Eri eat via his magic. The first dish was a small salad to get some vegetables in, so stabbing the leafy greens or tomatoes and aiming them towards Eri's mouth presented no struggle whatsoever. If anything, it made things easier for Hitoshi. Sending a grateful smile his friend's way, he happily ate his own food without worrying too much about his little sister. Obviously, if she needed help guiding the fork closer or to the right a little bit, then he'd help. Other than that, everyone was able to eat their dinner pretty smoothly. No words were exchanged as the subtle sound of chewing took up the room. The only interaction that anyone shared was a quick glance upwards to assure that everyone was all right. All too soon was the salad portion done and the main course was brought out. Tonight they had a heaping serving of rabbit, each plate loaded with the meat covered in various cooked vegetables and peas that made the dish positively mouth-watering. And to finish the night off? Vanilla cake with raspberries. Eri had gushed about how her favorite dessert was vanilla cake topped with some type of fruit, but she couldn't decide which fruit was the best since they were all so good. Denki had been present for the conversation. It came up because he was trying to bond with the two Storm Dragon siblings, and found no problem spilling the tea to Katsuki. After all, if they indulged the youngest dragon, then that might be one of the best ways to help build a good relationship. The cake was beyond delicious, but even satiated, no one could stop the excitement that would take place as everyone was leaving for their own rooms. As soon as Katsuki was out of the dining room, he felt a hand on his shoulder urging him to turn around. He had to clench his fist to keep himself from shrugging the hand off, all too used to his own friends pulling at him so they could get him to join them in their stupid shenanigans. When he realized who was pulling him, he was thankful to himself for gathering all of his restraint because the one holding him was none other than Tetsu. The dude didn't necessarily look hostile, but Katsuki could make out a few glints here and there that spelled out a small amount of trouble for him. "We need to talk." Tetsu glanced behind Katsuki, waving at his friends when they turned his way. While Katsuki couldn't see what was going on, he could guess based on the small smile Tetsu sent their way that they must have been sending questioning looks. He'd be curious too if Idru had pulled Tetsu aside after an event like a group dinner. "In private if you don't mind. You're not gonna try to assassinate me when there aren't any witnesses, right?" Katsuki meant that entirely as a joke, trying to appease the larger dragon even if he wasn't really that threatened. Yet, the dead serious look that Tetsu sent him in response let him know that the Earth Dragon wouldn't be treating anything said as something to laugh about. "Sure." Tetsu waited until everyone had left back for their room before pulling Katsuki up the stairs. If the blonde were to hazard a guess, then he'd assume that he was being taken to his own room to get their privacy. A rather bold move of the silver-haired dragon, but Katsuki could understand his reasoning. Nearly every other location of the capital had servants bustling around, and if they began to raise their voices at each other, then his parents had a slightly farther room from him compared to how the guest quarters were situated. There was a less likely chance that anyone would hear what happened. Katsuki ended up leading them to the correct door, but as soon as he motioned for Tetsu to enter, the other was quick about it. He made sure to press himself against the door after Katsuki had closed it, crossing his arms as he stared back at the blonde. "I'll get right to the point." He sighed, shaking his head before his blank look turned to one of warning. With that action alone, Katsuki had a feeling he knew what type of conversation this was going to be. In all honesty, he was surprised he didn't receive this sooner. "I don't trust you. Not even in the slightest. I may not know as much as Hitoshi when it comes to Izuku's past in this tribe, but I know he was treated horribly during a good portion of his stay." Katsuki clenched his fists, willing himself to calm down and not shout back. When looking at the bigger picture, it really wasn't Tetsu's fault that he didn't know what Katsuki was trying to do. He was trying to mend the past, but he supposed that it wouldn't be all fun and games in that department. Certainly, it would be fun to see how he could blow Izuku's mind in the process, but he couldn't allow himself to forget that the Greenette had other dragons here with him. Dragons who really didn't like him. "You haven't done anything to him yet. Izuku even claims that you're being weirdly nice to him. But this better not be fake." Tetsu pushed himself off of Katsuki's door, coming to stand before the hybrid prince in a small show of intimidation. As he was larger, he had to look down a bit while Katsuki just got a face full of brewed chest. "If you hurt him again, in any way, I don't care if we're allies, I'll beat the shit out of you and before shoving my hand through your chest to rip your heart out as my finishing move." And with those lovely words of encouragement, Tetsu gave Katsuki one menacing glare before marching out of the room. Shockingly enough, he had enough restraint to calmly close the door instead of slamming it. How that this was going to prove to be interesting then? Hitoshi and Denki. Hitoshi couldn't say that being in Bakugu territory was hellish. Even if he had her doubts about the company they'd be with, he had to admit that everything unpleasant he had envisioned happening hasn't popped up. The current chiefs were a weird, but a good balance between what he would expect and what he was surprised by based on the tribe's reputation of being fierce and capable. The sire, Mitsuki Bakugu, seemed to be the main decision-maker. She positively radiated strength and confidence, sometimes even an urgency that spoke of how important it was that her orders be followed should the tribe remain safe. She commanded her forces with practiced hands and led the tribe to a continued state of prosperity even in these troubling times. With her quirk less than preferable for combat, she had focused more on her own body when it came to offense and defense. If Hitoshi had to pick one, he'd say that Mitsuki was definitely an offensive fighter. From the few sparring sessions that they've all participated in together, a way to get to know each other better, Mitsuki was always the one to charge first. Whether it was a feint or an actual strike, she was always the first to move. Her mate, on the other hand, seemed more like a behind-the-scenes character. If Mitsuki was closer to the head of the Bakugu clan, then Masaru Bakugu had to be the heart. While he did assist his mate in making big decisions, he mostly stuck to smaller issues that didn't always involve the entire tribe. He was more passive in attitude, but solid when it came to combat. Hitoshi would dare say that he reminded him of Tetsu. They were both unmoving when faced with any sort of barrage, however. When broken down even further, Masaru seemed to have a mindset closely linked to Izuku's tactician one than Tetsu's, charge in and see how it goes from there one. From what he's observed, and it's been very little, Masaru was more calculative than Mitsuki was. Nothing ever went past his watchful eye, no idea ever went unconsidered and analyzed. Truly, the chiefs of the Bakugu territory were benevolent rulers and Hitoshi almost found himself wanting to converse with them more on several occasions. Maybe it came with having his sires in high places of power in his own tribe, but whatever the case, Hitoshi was always interested in the dynamic of tribes. He was well informed a good portion of the time, which only drew his interest in further. Politics, debates, how the tribe ran, etc. He found all of the interesting despite the frustration he felt when a stupid decision was actually being considered. Yet, what stopped him from reaching out to try and connect was or, more like there were a lot of things at play. Aside from the fact that Mitsuki and Masaru had their own duties to attend to, Hitoshi also had Eri and his friends to look after. Eri would be his first concern, obviously, but watching his friends' backs would be the least he could do. Izuku in particular, but he had already assured Hitoshi that Eri would be the most vulnerable if they ever came under fire. Not to mention that she was the most distressed about all of this. Moving from a home that she felt safe in and dragons that she felt secure with was a huge transition. It had all been done so quickly that she had no chance of developing a routine that would keep her calm. Therefore, Hitoshi was practically ordered to remain most vigilant of his little sister while Izuku could mainly be left to Tetsu and Ochako. Though, thinking of Eri, the one thing Hitoshi would say escaped his original concern was the strange blonde that insisted he provides company for the two of them. From day one, Denki Kaminari had somehow brought it upon himself to stick with the two siblings as much as they'd allow. Personally, Hitoshi wasn't nearly in the correct mood to deal with the other's positivity. He got enough from Izuku and sometimes Ochako. There were many things to focus on, and this wasn't a fun getaway. This was a mission assigned by Toshinori. They had to lay low. They weren't here to make friends that they were probably gonna leave anyway when all was said and done. Eri, on the other hand, seemed to disagree with her older brother's stance on the situation. Heavily. She easily welcomed him in as a new playmate and thoroughly enjoyed the blonde's humor. Maybe a little too much since recently, she's been asking Hitoshi when they'd see Denki and his friends next time. Admittedly, Eri's approval of Denki is part of the reason Hitoshi forced himself to open up a bit more to Denki. Anyone who treated his younger sister with such kindness deserved recognition for their efforts. He'd give them that. On the other hand, he was also curious about what Denki's motivations were. They've never met before, yet Denki stuck to him as if they were once childhood friends that were cruelly ripped apart. Granted, he didn't treat Hitoshi like they've known each other and did his best to express his desire to know the other storm dragon without pushing too far. It was strange and, if Hitoshi was allowing his suspicion to run rampant, a bit unnerving. One of the things all of them were fearful of was what would happen when Izuku was forced to endure Katsuki's presence for too long. Their friend was strong and has only been getting stronger ever since he's been placed in a healthier environment, but they still worried about him. Besides, it would be completely ridiculous to not be concerned with how Katsuki suddenly seemed to turn a new leaf. For God's sake, he tormented Izuku for a good portion of their younger years, likely celebrated his absence from his life while Izuku was with them, tried to attack him when his family was called over to discuss the Blood Prince, and now he's trying to play nice? There was something wrong with that picture. There could have been multiple factors that Hitoshi was missing to the equation, but it was hard to envision them. All he could worry about was Izuku's state if Katsuki's little act truly proved itself to be some sort of cover-up that he put on for some reason. Some horrible reason. Oh, Chief Yagi helped them. Hitoshi would rip Katsuki to shreds before he allowed the hybrid prince to pierce Izuku's heart like he's done in the past. From his current place, he would have to be careful of when he decided to observe Katsuki. If the blonde wasn't in a meeting or doing something else for his tribe, then he was with Izuku. While it wouldn't be difficult to say that he wanted to join in, Izuku already knew his true intentions, so it was useless trying to lie about it. Hitoshi had a feeling that Katsuki had enough common sense to keep up the act while he was present. The only way he'd get any real data was if he managed to see Katsuki act while he thought he was alone with Izuku. Which he's been able to do, but it's been too confusing to really take in. The only thing the two of them really did was sit together and talk. Well, not only sit, but Katsuki would also escort the nature dragon around the capital when it was safe to do so. To the training room, to the kitchen, to the library, back to his room, etc. If Izuku wasn't with them, then he was with Katsuki. For the most part, they'd just remain in each other's presence until Izuku said something. Waiting for Izuku to start then, huh? It wasn't what Hitoshi was expecting, but Izuku seemed appeased by it. And as long as Izuku was fine, then he wouldn't need to intervene. Hito and I. Hitoshi blinked away his thoughts as Eri rushed into his room. While her smile should have been the first clue, it took another few seconds after his door had opened to realize that she wasn't alone. She held Denki's right hand in a tight grasp, pulling his hunched-over form over to her older brother. For the blonde's part, he looked the tiniest bit guilty for showing up unexpectedly, but it was unnecessary. Hitoshi was used to him coming over when he had time nowadays. Not only was it impractical, since most of the time Hitoshi was just reading or writing letters while Eri was sitting with him or napping, but it also made Eri happier. If she smiled and laughed more at Denki's antics, then he could pop up as much as he wanted. Look who's here. Eri giggled, releasing Denki's hand so he could bend down to scoop her up. She didn't curl into him as she would with Hitoshi and Izuku, as she still had some time to go before she was comfortable doing that with Denki. However, she did tug at the blonde's collar until the two of them were standing in front of Hitoshi. Can we go play outside? Please? Hitoshi checked his clock. 2:15 p.m. That was, considerably, earlier than when they usually went out. It was still early in the afternoon, so the village would likely be bustling with activity. Which would mean they'd have to sneak out, if they could even do that. And once out, they'd have to remain constantly vigilant to make sure they weren't disturbed, which would take the fun out of even going outside in the first place. I don't know, there's a strong chance we could get caught. At Eri's saddened look, Hitoshi prepared to backpedal and try to suggest a compromise. However, it would appear that Denki had him beat. He easily bounced Eri in his arms before looking towards Hitoshi, as if silently asking permission as he spoke. My friends and I know the forests surrounding the village like the backs of our hands. There are plenty of beautiful, hidden places we could go to play around or make some flower crowns. Those, right? Hitoshi wanted to scoff fondly at the question. Denki already knew the answer to that question. It had been one of the first things that Eri had told the blonde about herself after determining that that type of information wouldn't be unsafe to give out. As she nodded at Denki, Hitoshi contemplated trusting Denki's word. This wouldn't be the first time he snuck out during the day, not even close. Heck, Tetsu was a good testament to how they, even as dragons who didn't have extensive knowledge of the area, to how easily they could sneak around and nobody would ever know unless they told someone. Plus, Denki hasn't given either of them a reason not to trust him. If Tetsu could trust Izuku not to rat him out when he was doing his patrols, then he could probably trust Denki to help Hitoshi keep Eri happy. When you phrase it like that, then there shouldn't be any danger going out. Hitoshi rose from his best so he could change into more appropriate attire for being outside. Taking out his signature purple robe, he quickly tossed his night top into the closet before slipping it on. As he buttoned up the top few buttons, he glanced back to see what Denki and Eri were doing. They stopped talking after he had approved their request to go outside, though Hitoshi had assumed it was because they were joking with each other and he just wasn't paying attention. What he had caught was Denki's wide eyes staring at his back, likely trying to make out the purple marks riding up his body. This would make it the .12th time Hitoshi had caught Denki staring at him with that same gaze. Like he was in deep thought, combined with a sense of longing that Hitoshi had seen many times when his sire was gazing at his carrier. Or vice versa. Ehem. Hitoshi cleared his throat, raising a brow when Denki shook his head. Registering that the purple-haired dragon had caught him staring, he blushed profusely and coughed a bit into his shoulder. Are we ready to go then? Yep. Eri pointed towards the door, past Denki's face. It forced the blonde to turn with her arm unless he wanted to accidentally be poked in the eye. Let's go. Both males nodded, walking out the room separately before Hitoshi locked his door. On the way out of the capital, they all tried their best to remain silent so neither of the Bakugas nor any of the servants would notice what they were doing. During the journey, if Hitoshi noticed Denki intentionally walking a bit closer than what was necessary, then he didn't say anything. For whatever reason, the other storm dragon liked being close to him, and as long as he wasn't disrespectful of his personal space, then Hitoshi had no issue with it. Maybe Denki's presence could further help him and Eri becomes a bit more comfortable here. The stress was getting to him as it was, any chance to help relieve it would be helpful. And maybe if he didn't phrase it in a negative way, he could question Denki about Katsuki. As the hybrid prince's friend, there could be things Denki could point out that would help Hitoshi understand. Tetsu and Izuku. Hey man. You in there? Tetsu nearly dropped the dagger he had been sharpening as several brash knocks assaulted his poor door. His right arm, quirk activated and all, quickly rose from its place against the blade upwards so he could point it towards the door defensively. Despite being assured that the capital didn't have any intruders and didn't allow dragons who had no place here entrance, he couldn't help but remain wary at almost all times. Hello? Tetsu? It's me, man. I was wondering if you had any time to spare today. Sighing in relief, Tetsu deactivated his quirk and set the dagger down on his nightstand. The voice should have given it away, but the affirmation that it was only Izuku at the door made him feel a lot better. Though, for what the other Earth Dragon wanted, he needed to quickly run through his planned day through his head. He had already sent a letter back in response to one he had received from his parents a few days ago, so that could be crossed off. He had wanted to train a bit more today on his speed and technique, hence, why he was sharpening his dagger in the first place. As he looked back at the blade, he could assume that he was almost done sharpening it anyway. No use over-sharpening it. Hold up there, bud. Tetsu walked up and made sure there were no marks on his arm that would alarm Izuku before opening the door. It wasn't the first time he had used his own steel limb to sharpen a weapon. Not only did it work in making the blades nice and deadly, but it also helped him build his endurance. As long as he didn't press too hard and slide too fast, then he wouldn't have to worry about actually cutting through his coating. He remembered the last time he did that, and needless to say that Izuku had all but banned him from sharpening large axes for the rest of his life. Maybe when Tetsu was an adult dragon, he'd be able to convince the Greenette that he was more than sturdy enough to revisit the challenge. What's up? The door opened as Izuku raised his hand to knock again, a bright smile on his face and an excited gleam in his eyes. Tetsu had to resist the urge to flinch back, fearing that it might be taken the wrong way. It was just, Izuku that he was constantly smiling. He always carried himself with a positivity that kept him upbeat while Tetsu himself remained grounded. It kept him alert enough to remain safe, but it was also stressful as hell to keep up with. All of that weight bearing down onto you, then the realization that you were technically the one placing the weight on yourself, and after that even more pressure because of the two realizations clashing together. It was a lot. And that was on top of their already large amount of worry over the Blood Prince. Thought you'd coop yourself up in here again, so I decided to drag you out for some nice fresh air. Izuku pumped his fist into the air, eyes shutting as his smile somehow got bigger. Katsuki might be coming with us too, so maybe we can all have a little King of the Hill match, or something. Right, Tetsu never asked, but he's always been curious about whether or not Katsuki told Izuku about how he threatened him. He assumed, based on how Izuku never mentioned it, that the subject never came up between the two, so that left him responsible for breaking the news. Except, he could never actually bring himself to do it since he was a bit nervous about how Izuku would react. As one would imagine, he was extremely hesitant about being here even though he perfectly understood the necessities behind the decision. The constant, secret patrols helped keep him active and sane, knowing that they were all safe, but Izuku has also proven to provide him with some joy here. It was strange when Tetsu really thought about it. Izuku and Katsuki seemed like best friends and, as he told the blonde earlier in the week, he didn't trust the hybrid prince at all. That being said, when Izuku had started trying to get close to him it got a bit awkward, maybe even a bit aggressive when the redhead started poking into things that Tetsu really didn't want to talk about at the time. Looking back on it now, Tetsu was face-palming internally as he remembered how he handled those moments. He still owed Izuku at least 10 apologies for snapping at the other when he was only trying to acquire information about Izuku's health or the tribe's well-being as a whole. While he could blame it on the stress or on his protective nature in an unfamiliar territory, it would just be a cowardly move to hide behind those two things. But what would be a good time to bring it up? It seemed a bit too nonchalant if he randomly brought them up, and if Tetsu was taught anything, it's that apologies aren't nonchalant. They were full of meaning, sincerity, a show of remorse over a mistake. So when to bring it up? When to bring it up? I hope that's alright? Izuku suddenly looked nervous, his smile turning a little tight and his eyes turning downwards. With the sharpness of the other's teeth, Tetsu could tell that Izuku was biting his bottom one with a vengeance. It was surprising that the thin covering hadn't started bleeding yet. Then again, he's bitten his lip before without ripping the entire thing to shreds. So maybe he already knew the answer, just wasn't thinking hard enough. I know that you two don't interact much and well not to be rude, but I have a feeling I know why. So maybe he does know. Tetsu tried his best not to wince at the smallest hint of accusation that made its way into Izuku's tone. He didn't regret how he avoided Katsuki or how he had threatened him, but he was starting to regret not thinking about how it would affect the other Earth Dragon. If he could help it, he didn't want to make Izuku angry or upset in any way. Especially not if it involved the other dragon's friends. He knew that if someone made him angry and dragged one of his friends into the matter it would eat him up inside. Look Izuku. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Izuku reached out to lay a comforting hand on Tetsu's shoulder. Whatever accusatory tone that had been hidden beneath Izuku's previous words were easily lost to the sympathetic look the redhead was giving him. I know that you're worried about your friends. I'm worried about them and I don't know you guys very well, but even an idiot could understand how much danger everyone's in. Izuku the most, right? A raised brow accompanied Izuku's name and suddenly, Tetsu had a feeling he understood where this conversation was about to turn. The Blood Prince has been after him for years, he's been moved from a place that he finally felt safe in, and he's had to come back to what could be one of his personal nightmares from the past surrounded by dragons who had betrayed his trust. Scary, am I correct? That would be an understatement. Izuku hadn't really let it show, but Tetsu could easily tell that everything going on was slowly eating away at the Greenette's sanity. Everything was too fast and the more creatures that were lost to the Blood Prince, the more guilt he had started to burden. Everyone had already assured Izuku that it wasn't his fault that a psychopath had fallen in love with him. There was nothing wrong with being capable, beautiful, and kind. Yet, nothing could stop that guilt complex from growing whenever they received another distressing letting from one of the tribes about the war. He's definitely not the only one affected by this, but it's hard to feel scared for myself when I remember that I don't technically have any importance to the Blood Prince. It leaves Izuku alone in that way and really he can put up as many barriers as he wants, but he's never been good at lying about how he feels. Yeah, well, neither has Katsuki. Izuku held up a hand as if he were trying to halt any words that would leave Tetsu's mouth. In all honesty, he wasn't planning on saying anything anyway. He kind of figured that if Izuku was going to say something like that to him then he'd follow up with some type of explanation. He trusted the redhead not to leave him hanging. I'm not asking you to like him or become friends with him. Nor am I implying that I completely understand just what he put Izuku through when they were younger. What I do know is that he does want to make things right. That's not something he can fake without us stopping him. Us. Myself, Mina, and Denki. Izuku winked before his expression turned deathly serious. Don't think for a second that we would let Katsuki get away with something so horrible. You might be Izuku's close friends, but that doesn't mean we can't care about him as well. Well, that definitely struck a chord in Tetsu in a good way. It also made a weird tingle begin to resonate within his chest, but he tried not to dwell on it too much in case he missed something important while Izuku was still talking. It would also make us horrible friends to Katsuki if we let him do that. Being a good friend means that we hold his best interests at heart, and his best interest is most certainly not acting like a monster by raising someone's hopes up only to crush them. And with that, Tetsu wasn't even given the chance to return Izuku's statement before the redhead had turned and beckoned for him to follow. Then again, would he have even been able to come up with something as beautiful as Ijuru's heartwarming speech? Probably not. The best he'd probably be able to provide would be a very dumb-looking nod in an attempt to not embarrass himself by stuttering for hundreds of seconds. He had to admit, Ijuru's words had given him a new perspective about Katsuki going forward. Even if he didn't trust the blonde's intentions with Izuku, then he could at least trust Ijuru to help kick his butt if he did something stupid. Bako and Mina. Ochako sighed lovingly as she threw herself back into her mattress, barely missing her pillow in the small amount of excitement dancing across her body. Tenya always wrote her the sweetest messages even if the letter contained some of the most distressing news. Ever since this whole war had started, he had made sure to always start the letters he sent to her with love poems that he thought up himself to remind her that he loved her. That love helped fuel him through all of the hardships thrown his way. It gave him a reason to work harder than ever. Just to come back to her safely and be able to mate properly with her, likely with Izuku as their officiant since he had technically helped introduce the two of them. As much as she tried to write him back with her own poems, she didn't have that talent with words and rhythm. Everything she came up with either sounded dull or more like a small report essay on feelings. Luckily, Tenya had been more than understanding and assured her that he was humbled by how she continued to try expressing her love in a creative form as he was doing. She could feel his desperation through each letter. Not just for them to be reunited once more, but also for this stupid war to just end already. There were so many things to be afraid of and that added more stress than what was healthy for someone. It was probably a given based on how this was a war, but still. What happened to having all of the necessary advantages to win? The Blood Prince wasn't supposed to come close to being on equal ground as they were, let alone have a possibility of winning. Everything was just so difficult. It was awful that she couldn't be at home, helping her tribe, and even more awful that she couldn't comfort her mate in ways that she knew he needed it. Hundreds of times did she write that maybe she could convince Izuku to teleport her to the Todoroki tribe. It had little chance of putting either of them in danger since it would be a quick journey. However, Tenya had quickly shut that down since he was afraid that they could possibly get caught up in the fighting if the Blood Prince happened to choose that day to attack their tribe. From an outside perspective, it sounded completely silly to assume that the Blood Prince would happen to pick the right day when there were so many in a week, hell, a month. Then there was an important factor to consider. The Blood Prince knew that Izuku was missing and the Todorokis was easily assumed to be the ones housing him because of their closeness to the Yagi tribe. When remembering that, Ochako had stopped hoping that she might be able to get Izuku to teleport the two of them to Tenya. She'd settle with sending these letters back and forth, grateful that they could at least do that. While Tenya always updated her on the war, she constantly had stuff to say regarding Izuku and his current state. He was handling it pretty well in her opinion. He hadn't had any breakdowns, like she's had, he hadn't lashed out from stress, like Tetsu had, and he hadn't nearly dissociated, like Hitoshi had. Or, if he did do any of that, then he did it in the privacy of his room where no one would know and no one would intrude on his personal time. It was admirable, especially since it placed him in a stable position to help them work through their emotional issues, but Ochako was getting increasingly worried about him. It wouldn't be bad to rely on them and let himself shatter in front of them. They'd help pick him up and put him back together in a heartbeat. Maybe this had something to do with his status? Everyone knew that in a tribe, the chief was one of the most reliable creatures in the village. If you needed someone and you couldn't trust family or friends, you could trust your chief to take care of your well-being. So maybe Izuku felt as if he needed to be strong so everyone else could allow themselves to be vulnerable? Chiefs were allowed to have their own feelings, but Ochako would be lying if she said that she's seen Chief Yagi express his feelings too dramatically unless it was joy and happiness. Sadness and anger were heavily restrained, only exposed through his eyes or his scent. I should give myself a break. Ochako rubbed at her temples. She could feel a small headache coming on and it could likely be blamed on her insistence to think about so many important things at once. Setting Tenya's letter down, she walked over to her desk to fish out some scroll paper before setting a quill down on the surface. She wouldn't write the letter now, but having everything ready on her desk would make remembering to do it later easier. She learned the first few times that forgetting to write to her bonded within a week would cause him to panic. Admittedly, if the situation were reversed, she would react the same way. As Ochako sat back down on her bed, contemplating how a nap sounded, a familiar voice sang through her door. Is there, by any chance, a Miss Ochako in the premises? A snort followed the fond chuckle that Ochako allowed out. It had taken some time to get used to a good crazy type of energy that radiated off of her new pink-haired friend. Mina was a special type of wild that Ochako couldn't find nerve-wracking or annoying in any way. It was a bit refreshing, actually. It left Ochako unable to contemplate everything that was bothering her from before for too long. One of her favorite things about the other Storm Dragon was that she'd drag her away from the group when they were having their nighttime flights so they could get some alone time. Don't get her wrong, Ochako liked being near her friends. She appreciated how Ijuru, Denki, and even Katsuki tried to make them feel safe and comfortable. However, she had her moments where she preferred being alone or with only one other dragon. There was also just the case of having girl time with Mina, not to be sexist or anything. Despite the original tiredness beginning to creep in mere moments ago, she stood up to answer the door. As expected, Mina was leaning against the door frame so she could smile directly in Ochako's face when she was welcomed in. The two exchanged quick greetings before Mina took a seat at the end of Ochako's bed, leaving the head, mostly the pillow, to the brunette. "What brings you here?" Ochako couldn't remember if they had arranged to do anything together or not. Normally, Mina just popped by whenever she had free time since Ochako had little chance of actually doing anything other than sitting in her room and being bored. However, there were those rare times where Mina would casually mention coming around a certain day or Ochako requesting that Mina be more careful about when she comes over because she was planning on writing a letter within a set PRD of time. "Just wanted to ask you something." Mina kicked our legs outward, her arms crossing behind her head as she leaned back. An easy smile pulled at her lips and her eyes were still the steady golden yellow that they always were. The way she landed allowed her and Ochako to keep eye contact with her laying down. She was the perfect appearance of nonchalance as she tilted her head at Ochako. "You're pretty close with Izuku, aren't ya?" Even though it was phrased as a question, Ochako still felt like it was more of a statement. Maybe it was the strength behind Mina's voice, or the firm resolve she could feel behind the words. Heck, it could have also just been the fact that Ochako already knew that Mina had prior knowledge of her relationship with her prince thanks to their introductions and how she was here with him. Whatever the case may be and for whatever reason Mina was asking, Ochako indulged her. "I'd say so, yes." She reached behind her to grab her pillow, fluffing it up a bit so that she could lean it against the headboard to lay on. That way she was sitting more upright. "I wouldn't say that I'm as close as Hitoshi, but Izuku always tells us not to compare relationships like that." "I know what you mean. I've known Ijiru the longest, but poor Denki likes to point out that it's a bit unfair that he never got the chance to meet us at the same time." Mina huffed out a small laugh, eyes turning fond as she thought about her own friends. Ochako didn't know much about the pink storm dragon, but what she did know, after afternoons upon afternoons of chatting, was that Ijiru and Mina had come to the Bakugu tribe together while Denki came a bit later. They all met Katsuki at relatively the same time and worked together to tag team the hybrid prince until he cracked and began to tolerate them being around him. Then that tolerance turned to enjoyment for their company and voila. Years later, they were some of the closest friends in the entire village. Impressive, considering how Katsuki used to be. If anything Hitoshi retold from Izuku was anything to go by. "You're probably wondering why I asked such an obvious question, right?" Ochako almost didn't want to say yes. The way Mina phrased it made it sound like Ochako was calling her an idiot or blind to the situation. Naive, possibly. "I wouldn't blame ya, I didn't exactly plan this out very well but figured I'd still give it a shot. If only to give you peace of mind." With that, Mina turned onto her stomach. She could rest her chin on her folded hands. The fond look had remained in her eyes, but now it was accompanied by something close to pleading. What was about to happen? "I know that Katsuki and Izuku have been spending a lot of time together." So it was going to be this conversation then? "I can't say that I know exactly what happened between them in the past. You wouldn't be the only one." Ochako kept her thoughts to herself so she wouldn't interrupt Mina. The other girl already admitted to not properly planning this. No reason that Ochako should make it more difficult to get out. "But I do want to assure you that Katsuki is serious about wanting to make things right. He wants to make amends for being a little sheet when the two of them were younger." Mina chuckled dryly. "I will never be able to understand why he treated such a cutie so horribly, but then again, maybe I shouldn't stick to it very much. I just need to make sure that Katsuki understands the consequences should he F this up and we can move on, right?" "Consequences?" Ochako felt a bit bad about digging, but she was beyond curious now. Mina couldn't hurt her own chief, right? There had to be a list of rules that she was breaking if she did something too damaging to Katsuki without it being a training situation. "Oh hell yeah. I and the boys would kick his butt if he was half-butting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Mina made it sound so easy when Ochako was silently freaking out about how much trouble Mina could get into. It wasn't like she didn't play jokes like that with her own friends, but even so, she didn't make it a habit of always implying that she would kick Izuku's butt for making mistakes. "Just thought I'd let you know in case it upset you, you know? I've seen the way that you try to be polite about asking Katsuki to leave or trying to be subtle about watching them while we're out." "Oh shoot, Mina saw that? Did that mean that Ijiru and Denki saw that as well?" "Oh man, if they saw it then Katsuki must have seen it as well. Were they going to be confronted about it later?" "I understand. I wouldn't trust Katsuki if I was in your position. Hell, I'm his friend and I was hesitant about letting him crowd Izuku like he's been doing. But I can tell that he's serious about making things right, so why not just let him do his thing and keep my energy up for if I need to kick his butt?" Ochako never really thought about it like that. "Anyway, thought I'd let you know in case it was upsetting you." You poor dragons already have so much on your plate, it was worth a shot trying to soothe at least one of those concerns. Mina sat up almost as soon as she was finished speaking, stretching her arms upwards so that she could stretch out her arms and her back from being bent. It's a nice day today, wanna sneak to the waterfall again? Tashinori aggressively raked a hand down his face, groaning into his large palm as he felt the previous irritation slowly begin to drip from his body. It was like when he had taken a shower and he could feel the water droplets cascade down his back, down his sides, down his chest, down his arms that it all left him, slowly but surely. He had never envisioned that flushing out the spies in the capital would be easy, especially given how the villagers had easily noticed that their prince was missing. Or, maybe they didn't know he was missing per se, but they did know something was up. Something bad. Izuku was no longer present to visit the orphanages or offer assistance at the medical center. Luckily, no panic or riots had overtaken the area, not that Tashinori really thought that it would. Everyone was too focused on doing what they could in preparation for the Blood Prince invading their territory. It left the council able to continue with their mission with more peace than had been anticipated. Of course, it didn't do them any good when they did manage to capture someone. Not only did they make it difficult to obtain information, but they also made sure to cause a massive scene when they were caught, which, evidently, would alert any other spy immediately, whom of which would flee alone or take a chance at trying to escape with some others. Overall, they had managed to identify at least 6 spies within the capital with 3 who escaped, including the servant who Tetsu encountered. That totaled to at least 10 spies in the capital? Granted, the capital staff was fairly large, so it wasn't like Tashinori and his court were that blind. Blending in, when he really thought about it, wasn't that difficult when you were surrounded by innocent employees and had dark magic to help you out. What was the most disturbing was how they got in to begin with. It took a while, but eventually it was revealed that Shigaraki had been keeping tabs on them ever since the Reconstruction era. Almost immediately after his father had been defeated, filled with rage and a need for vengeance, he had ordered some of his few remaining loyal followers to slip into the Yagi clan and act as victims as a desecrated home, using his plan of placing survivors in different dragon clans to offer the most protection. From there, they just needed to beg that they be allowed to stay in the Yagi clan since it seemed the most logical. Who would be safer to hide from the memory of the Blood Prince than in the metaphorical arms of the one who defeated him? That part had to be ripped out of someone's mind, one of the things that Tashinori hated using his magic for. If someone was actively resisting, which the spies were, heavily, then it wasn't a painless process. And as much as he disliked the spies he had been interrogating, the feeling of having your mind ripped open, raw, and prodded at wasn't really something he'd wish on anybody. In fact, he almost dreaded the day he'd teach Izuku how to mind read. Not because he was worried about the Greenette abusing it or anything, but because it was one of those skills that you couldn't master without a lot of practice. Which would have its ups and downs. When Tashinori heard that, he had never been so upset in his entire life. Ignoring how clever it was, since hundreds of refugees or ex-slaves had come for help now that they had been set free from the Blood King, it was almost as if the Blood Prince was mocking those who he destroyed. There were individuals whose homes were actually destroyed and creatures who did the destroying had no problems acting as the victims. Arg. It shouldn't have been surprising, but Tashinori was honestly shocked at how simple it was for the spies to act as if they needed help when they were the ones who were destroying everything. One would think they'd slip up when the Reconstruction began. Creatures who destroyed things didn't usually take well to having those things rebuilt. Then again, perhaps the Blood Prince was more patient than Tashinori had originally given him credit for. After all, they seem to have already underestimated his numbers with how the Nomis were popping up left and right. Guess that's also how he knew about Izuku. Tashinori grimaced as he lowered his hand. He had nearly killed one of the spies when they admitted to telling Shigaraki about his precious hatchling and giving that maniac weekly reports of Izuku's growth. For goodness sake, some of the spies had turned out to be servants that he trusted with things like bathing the Greenette and delivering him his meals. God damn it. Who knew what they could have done to him had Shigaraki not been as obsessed with him as he was? Loath as Tashinori was to admit it, he was actually grateful that Shigaraki wanted Izuku. If he didn't, then he'd likely have one of his spies finish him off while he was still vulnerable and Tashinori wouldn't be able to save him so easily. But seriously, what the hell? Shigaraki had to be an adult right now while his hatchling was still only Ga. He'd never understand the mind of a psycho. Chief. Shoyuta placed a gentle hand on his friend's shoulder, watching with sympathetic eyes as Tashinori jolted in surprise. Glancing back just as slowly, he made eye contact with the storm dragon before letting out a large exhale and turning around. His powerful form looked wilted, for once, while his expression had gone from hardened to uncertain. We've managed to gather all we could from them. What should we do now? Tashinori was torn between imprisoning them within his crystal prison or just killing them off. Well, the ones that were left, at least. During their capture, some spies had been so scared of being tortured by the Yagi clan. Not that they would do anything like that, they weren't that evil, or imagining what Shigaraki would do to them once he found out they failed, that they killed themselves. There were also those who were Blood King enthusiasts and committed suicide so no one could get anything from them by means of magic. If dark magic allowed the Blood Prince to enter minds, then Tashinori's magic couldn't be that different. Following both of those points, apparently, leaving someone chained to the wall was a bad idea, since that just meant that they were closer to a wall that they could repeatedly slam their heads into. As he looked back on it, Tashinori wanted to smack himself repeatedly for not thinking of that. Shoyuta was patient with him as he contemplated it, something which Tashinori was grateful for. The answer to his concern genuinely baffled the older dragon, filling him with thousands of questions about, would it really be better to take their lives? Or, what if we spare them and they do more damage? There was no correct thing to do when it came to his moral standards, battling against what he knew would be the logical answer. Based on the reactions of the surviving spies, the absolute worst thing he could do was send them back to the Blood Prince. He wouldn't ever think of doing that, obviously, but his original reasons were almost nothing compared to what their captors were concerned about. Whereas Tashinori was afraid of them reporting back any more information about their clan or Izuku, most of the spies were afraid of the Blood Prince putting them through unimaginable horrors as punishment for getting caught. It was awful to think about, since Tashinori could easily envision just what the Blood Prince would do to those who make him angry. His sire was horrid, psychotic, and many other negative things that Tashinori couldn't even come up with. He had no issue turning life to a hell on earth for those who didn't aggravate him at all, so one could only dread to think about what he did to those who did upset him. No doubt that dark creativity was taught to his son. Though, taking that into consideration, if left Tashinori to wonder why that first female servant was so eager to return home. The only reason he could think of was that she had a higher rank in the Blood Prince's forces, so maybe she was more confident that her punishment would be lighter? Nothing else he came up with made sense. It was decided then. Killing them would be the safest option. I don't know how many are truly willing to give up their loyalty and submit to imprisonment just because they're afraid of what the Blood Prince would do to them if they ever returned to his side. Tashinori never liked killing anything or anyone. Life was precious and meant to be cherished until the time naturally came to someone. However, this was war, and with how the nomus already couldn't be killed, it left him needing to take regular soldiers off of the chessboard. They didn't have the time or the resources to take on more than what was already being pushed onto them. Understood. Shoyuta was thinking along the same lines, though he didn't bother mentioning it to his friend. For some reason unknown to both him and his mate, he had an easier time adjusting to the idea of taking someone out if it meant the safety of everyone else. Like Tashinori, he was a survivor from the war with the Blood King, where hundreds of dark forces needed to be eliminated daily if their tribe were to free any slaves or win any battles. Yet, the horror and the trauma only stoned him from the idea of death and loss when it came to someone he considered an enemy. Neither Tashinori nor Hizashi would fault him for it. In fact, it was probably for the best that at least one out of the four of their closest inner circle, the fourth being Chiyo, could force himself to be indifferent about that. If they were all too empathetic, then how would that have affected their victory against the Blood King? Would they even have one? Make sure to only have those who'll help you present. No reason to make a show out of it. There were such things as public executions, but for obvious reasons, they should probably avoid that. Beheading would likely be the most merciful thing to do, but it also meant that the bodies would need to be burned in multiple sessions. One for each body, then one for each head. Wait, speaking of the conclusion of their adventure flushing out spies, I should check on Inko while you do that. Do you have any advice on how to approach the discussion? It was inaccurate to say that all parents reacted the same to their hatchling being threatened. Some were more fearful and paranoid while others were angry and ready to commit murder. Some could be subtle and observant while others actively sought justice for their hatchling. Seeing as how Tashinori still couldn't confidently say that he knew Inko and how she processed these types of things, especially since she's still recovering from seeing her hatchling again after so long, he needed advice of some kind. Hizashi would likely be pretty far from Inko in terms of reactions, but at least Shoyuta had experience having those types of difficult discussions with a mate, aka another parent to their shared hatchling. Tashinori and Inko weren't really mates, but they had grown really close from their shared love for Izuku. Inko had also confessed to wanting to know the dragon who raised her hatchling. From what I can see, Inko can be sensitive? Shoyuta seemed to cringe at his own wording, holding up a hand when Tashinori opened his mouth to question what that meant. Creatures had emotions, expressing those didn't necessarily make them sensitive in that way. But Inko and her hatchling both had. Shoyuta didn't know how to describe it. The two nature dragons seemed to possess an almost unearthly level of empathy when it came to other creatures. They were also more likely to react than to remain indifferent as he had become. She and Izuku share that. They do. Tashinori smiled fondly at the mention of his hatchling. While he was concerned that Izuku's immense care for others and empathetic heart could be a potential weakness for his enemies to exploit, he didn't regret encouraging Izuku to remain in tune with his emotions. A good leader cared immensely for his tribe and allowed that care to be shown so that a deep sense of trust could be formed between the protector and the protected. I suppose ripping the band-aid off would be better then? Leave everything off of the table so that Inko can make her own judgments. That sounds like the best path. It might also help with breaking the news to Izuku. You can see what words work and what'll need to be reworded. It probably sounded mean that Shoyuta was implying that Inko could be a good test subject for disclosing this type of information, but she wasn't the one being directly affected by this. Sure, she was Izuku's carrier, but in a way, he had more to be anxious about. No doubt he'd feel beyond violated by what the spies had informed them about revealing his existence to the Blood Prince. Toshinori nodded, bidding Shoyuta goodbye before they separated. As he made his way to Inko's room, he tried his best to keep his own nerves in check. If he wasn't careful, then Inko would be able to smell his distress and that could make this more difficult than it already needed to be. If he was honest with himself, he didn't think that Inko would really react to what he had to tell her. Not today at the very least. She'd probably take a few moments, or hours at the most, to intake everything that was going on before having her little freakout. He didn't want to sound presumptuous, but everything was moving too fast. Even the creatures at the front lines, suffering directly from all of the chaos, had dissociated from most of the action and come back to it later, when it was safer to really sink into themselves. Maybe I should still be prepared just in case. Toshinori shook his head, inhaling a large puff of air as he finally arrived at Inko's room. He raised his fist and tried to remain gentle as he knocked. All of the confidence that was slowly starting to build up came crashing down when he got a good look at the female nature dragon. Her eyes were a bit puffy and her cheeks were flushed, small bags beginning to form under her droopy eyes. Her fingers appeared fragile as they barely glided over the doorknob. If Toshinori didn't know any better, he'd think that she used her quirk to open the door, but from what he understood she had a weak form of telepathy that pulls objects towards her. Could she push things away? He wouldn't ask for now. Oh, please come in. Inko tried her best to smile and Toshinori tried his best to reciprocate her efforts. It felt awful that he couldn't even offer a decent-looking smile to reassure a possibly traumatized carrier. Right before he was about to tell her about the Blood Prince, of all times. I'm kinda surprised you have time or the energy to visit me. You and your court have spent so much time investigating the servants in the capital and questioning exposed traitors. Are you sure you wouldn't rather rest? Toshinori forced himself to shake his head. The other dragon's concern was beyond heartwarming, but this needed to come out. I'd rather tell you this sooner rather than later so you have plenty of time to process it at your own pace. Oh, all right. Inko shuffled out of the way and swept an arm out as a way to usher Toshinori in. He sent her what he hoped looked like a thank you bow of the head as he entered the room, going straight for her desk chair as she eventually sat at the foot of her bed. Silence enveloped the two as Toshinori tried to gather his words, debating how he should start and what he should just get over with. He knew he should start with how the Blood Prince had discovered Izuku in the first place since it's been one of the oldest questions that everyone's had, but that was the scariest question to answer so it might come off too strong. On the other hand, it could smoothly lead into an assurance that they've gotten all of the spies out and now have the information they need to really strike the Blood Prince where it'll hurt. Mind made up, Toshinori cleared his throat as he straightened up. Now that he had worked past the first obstacle, everything seemed a bit easier to complete. Words flowed almost endlessly from his lips, only stopping when Inko requested some time to take something in or had a question. He explained how the Blood Prince took advantage of the fact that the Yagi clan had been accepting refugees or freed slaves and were sending them to other tribes where they'd be safe, automatically meaning that some would remain in his own tribe. There were those who only felt safe knowing that they'd be close to the one who delivered the killing blow to the dreaded Blood King. Or so that was the original assumption. Predictably, Inko was horrified that creatures would take advantage of the fact that there were others who were genuinely suffering and needed that type of reassurance. Not nearly as horrified, though, when Toshinori broke the news that the Blood Prince had known about Izuku ever since he was brought to the tribe. The Blood Prince watched, through the reports of his spies, Izuku grow. He watched him develop his abilities and his physical traits. In a way, Shigaraki did grow fond of Izuku as he journeyed through the little one's life story. There was no way of telling what exactly he knew or what he had imagined, but what Toshinori could confidently say was that the Blood Prince had won on a small scale. He had proven that he'd been able to kill off the gem of the Yagi tribe if he wanted to long ago. He had proven that he was capable of finishing what his father started, if that wasn't already clear with the Nomus. He had proven that he was an actual threat to the peace that all of the tribes had fought so hard to achieve. Izuku never really was safe, was he? Inko whimpered, tilting her head down so she wouldn't have to look at anything as she felt her eyes water. She sounded so hopeless, but so angry at the same time. Toshinori could relate, though he refused to entertain the thought of not being able to win in the end. Giving up hope would be what the Blood Prince wanted for his victory to be absolute, and as long as he and their allies were holding their own then there was still a chance they could gain the upper hand. The strange stalemate that both sides found themselves on could not have been affecting the Blood Prince, other than enraging him for the fact that he hasn't won yet. What do we do? I'm going to write a letter to the Yaoyorosis after this. Hopefully, with some more experimentation we'll find a more effective way of dealing with the Nomus. He dreaded the answer that they'd send back. He refused to believe that these things were indestructible, but no matter how much he weakened them with his own magic, they never seemed to fall apart. He didn't want to bring Izuku into this, but lately, he's been wondering if their combined power would be able to pull all of the dark magic out, thus removing the only thing keeping the Nomus together. From there, the regular creatures he sends will be easier to take out. The nod that Inko sent back was so weak that Toshinori almost didn't catch it. With everything out of the way, he sat still as he waited for her to respond. With nothing else to attend to other than writing that letter, Toshinori patiently waited for any sign of a reaction. He could have waited minutes or hours, as he didn't bother to take a glance at the clock in fear that he'd miss any body language that Inko let out. Alas, she remained slumped over the edge of the bed, silent except for the whimpers or small sobs. She had never allowed much of her anger or her sadness show, not even when Izuku first left. The way he understood it, she was trying to remain strong and offer her medical knowledge in any way she could in hopes that her spirit would help strengthen others. And it did. It did help. Anyone who kept their heads up as they pushed forward helped motivate their peers. But still that motivation only lasted so long, before everything crumbled. It's times like this that I wish I had just taken him. Inko finally spoke. I know it's no use dwelling on the past, but I just can't stop thinking that all of this is my fault. If I had just taken him away instead of spent that day uselessly crying, then maybe the Blood Prince would never have found him. Was Inko implying that she blamed Izuku's discovery on Toshinori? It sounded a bit far-fetched, but when he took a closer look it made a bit more sense. He was the one who brought Izuku here, which led to the Blood Prince learning about him. Not that Toshinori necessarily regretted it, he wasn't gonna leave the hatchling out in the rain to die. That seemed a lot worse. But Izuku would not have also gotten the chance to make such great friends. To discover the hidden power he held. He wouldn't ever come to feel safe and find out who he was, who he wanted to be. Inko shook her head, looking up so she could find Toshinori's eyes. They offered her comfort even when he wasn't actively trying to do so. He was forcing himself to keep his expression blank so he didn't influence her thoughts. I'm eternally grateful that you found him that day, don't get me wrong. But I can't. She stumbled on her words, a new wave of tears beginning to rain down as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. This is a delicate situation. There are just so many reasons for your mind to come up with what-if thoughts and concerns. Toshinori stood from the chair, walking over so he could lay a comforting hand on Inko's shoulder. It didn't appear to do anything, but he held her shoulder gently as he tried his best to soothe her. Sometimes that even I regret bringing him here. I should have known. I knew that the Blood King had a son. I knew that that son didn't forgive me for terminating his father and informally exiling his remaining family. It should have been obvious that I'd come to make another powerful enemy, but I still took the chance to raise a hatchling when I could have easily sent him to someone safer. But then you'd face the same problems that I can think of. A small smile quirked at Inko's face. She seemed to understand where Toshinori was going with this. There were problems that arose with bringing Izuku to the Yagi tribe, but it was difficult to regret the decision when so many good things came from that. Toshinori couldn't imagine going back in time and stopping himself from wanting to keep Izuku as his own, and Inko didn't want to think about her baby being left to fend for himself. The Blood Prince surely complicated things, but he didn't matter in the long run. They would win. They had to. Toshinori sighed. I want Izuku to come back now that the spies have been exposed, but I doubt he'd be safe. The Blood Prince has proven to be rather crafty, and I hesitate to think about what he's gonna do once he realizes that his spies are no more. Were you able to obtain any information regarding their reporting schedules? Inko wanted her hatchling back, but Toshinori was right. The fact that the Blood Prince had known about her hatchling as soon as he arrived at this tribe without anyone suspecting anything had filled her with a new sense of intense paranoia. Plus, they'd clearly underestimated the Blood Prince once. While things were going on, they needed to assume that their psychopathic enemy had contingency plans for anything that went wrong with his plans. Maybe if we know, then we can send a fake report and lure him out or something. And even if that doesn't work, at the very least, we know how much time we have to figure something out before he strikes again. They didn't really have a schedule, Peresi. Toshinori tried to recollect what exactly was said. What was funny was that they all said something similar. Some of them just decided to make it difficult by talking in some form of riddle style. How they could do such a thing when talking about writing reports was a mystery to him, and should this be a different scenario, he'd actually be impressed. He didn't like paperwork, it could be boring most of the time. They were just expected to report whenever there was something significant occurring. Or whenever they were contacted by the Blood Prince himself. Apparently he had asked a good amount of them to give him almost diary-like reports regarding Izuku and whatever he was doing or what he looked like. Inko grimaced at that. Charming. Extremely. Toshinori chuckled dryly. He gave Inko's shoulder another squeeze before rising from the bed. He didn't like it when they wrote back to him when nothing important was happening. So we can't lure him out then? We just need to get creative. Toshinori added talking to Hisashi to his mental to-do list. The blonde storm dragon was the most creative out of the four of them, and he felt like he was already giving Shoyuta a lot to do compared to his mate. Best even out the workload. For now, we just need to trust that the Blood Prince remains oblivious to what we've done. Chief Bakugo has alerted me that their tribe is oblivious to Izuku's presence as well, only her family and the servants know. Right? Inko still had some issues with Izuku being left alone with the Bakugas, but those are relatively easy to get rid of. With a quick reminder that Izuku wasn't actually alone with the Bakugas and was with his friends, she was able to rely on his friends protecting him. She knew it was kinda unfair to do that to those poor younglings who were likely already stressed with the Blood Prince, but it was the only thing keeping her calm. I know that you must be stressed about the information I just gave you, but please try to get some rest. We may have a new batch of injured warriors arriving soon, and Chio will most definitely require your assistance in the medical ward. You'll want all of the energy you can get. Of course. And just like that, Inko was up and walking beside Toshinori as he aimed to exit the room. He opened the door and turned to thank her for her time, though before he could get a word out he felt two small arms wrapping around his waist. Looking down, he caught Inko nuzzling into his stomach a bit before sighing against the fabric of his robes. Are you alright? Thank you for everything. Really? Inko tilted her head up a bit to give Toshinori a sweet smile. For all that she was crying moments ago, now she looked a bit like her old self again. Meaning, before she had been informed of just how much danger Izuku was in from the Blood Prince. I know how much you and the other tribes are suffering from that monster, yet you still move forward. Izuku and I are both lucky to have met you when we have. Toshinori didn't have anything to say to that, filled with too many conflicting emotions that all he could do was bow his head in respect before hurrying away. If he was blushing when he met back with Shoyuta, then the other dragon didn't say a thing. Izuku tried not to faint as he reread his sire's letter. It took a few tries to confirm that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, but in the end it didn't matter how many times he tried to blink away the words or shake them out of his head. Perhaps in the grand scheme of things, news like this shouldn't have been much of a shock. Or a disappointment, depending on how he looked at it. Now they had an answer as to how the Blood Prince knew so much about him, his looks, his personality, and his powers, without ever having met him in the flesh. Instead of having to worry about having the Blood Prince himself close enough to sneak in, they just had to worry about underlings he sent. Wonderful. Izuku shivered, rolling the letter back up with a surprising amount of control before smacking his forehead with the rolled-up parchment. It was extremely tempting to jump off the bed and rush to the showers, but that would definitely cause some concern. And seeing as how Hitoshi and Tetsutetsu likely got a letter with similar information to his, that concern could quickly shift to something else that no one was prepared to deal with. He wasn't sure if Ochako had gotten the gist of it in her own letter since it was likely from Tenya or her parents, but if she did then she wouldn't be too slow to follow in freaking out. The only one who would remain relatively oblivious to the entire thing would be Eri, but it wouldn't take her long to realize that something had to be wrong. It was just how was he supposed to take this? Creatures that he had trusted, that his sire had trusted, that Uncle Shoyuta and Uncle Hisashi had trusted. Creatures that had helped bathe him, feed him, tutor him, put him to bed. Creatures that had their hands on him, that watched him day in and day out as his sire tried to figure out the best balance between work and being a parent. Izuku shivered. All of that care from the servants was for the Blood Prince. Every time someone laid a hand on him or watched him, it was for the Blood Prince. It felt like he could never escape that monster's radar if he was never away from it in the first place. It felt like eyes had burned themselves into his skin, phantom hands beginning to rub and twist his limbs as they searched for something beneath the skin. It felt like it felt uncomfortable. Everything about this was uncomfortable and wrong and Izuku just wanted to be left alone. Aside from the disappointment and the sadness of being betrayed, there was also a creeping numbness that began to settle as he realized that the Blood Prince had always been with him. He could have killed Izuku if he wanted to. He had held Izuku's life in his hands since he first arrived at the Yagi tribe. Instead, he chose to stalk him until he had deemed him older enough to be mated. Was Izuku being dramatic when he thought about how sick that was? How bad this entire thing was? The Blood Prince was essentially beginning to lust after him when he was still a younger hatchling. Not even a teenager yet, while the other was an adult already? Izuku didn't know how old the Blood Prince was, but he did know that he had to be a young adult when Toshinori had managed to defeat the Blood King. Add that to the fact that he had continued to drag everyone else into this courting game, and that left only destruction and loss in its wake. Hey Manda, you good? Izuku jumped when he felt a large hand settle on his shoulder. Though a quick glance to the side was all he needed to calm down, sighing in relief as Tetsutetsu's concerned face etched its way into his vision. The silver-haired dragon was holding his own letter, a bit crinkled from how tight he had been gripping the paper and how he had been fiddling with it. Izuku tried to shrug the shoulder that Tetsu hadn't grabbed, relishing in the comfort that being gripped like that offered. It kept him grounded, being held, that is. If someone was holding him, they were keeping him in the real world instead of allowing him to journey into the dangerous fantasies and possibilities that his mind loved to torture him with. Izuku scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously as he tried to come up with something to say. At his hesitance, Hitoshi and Ochako had turned their attention towards him as well, carrying expressions of sympathy in their eyes. Hitoshi needed to adjust a napping area in his lap so that he could get in a better position to look at all of his friends while Ochako made herself comfortable at the edge. It left Izuku near the middle and Tetsu in the end. It amused the nature dragon that he almost always found himself in the middle of the formation that they all created when sitting down together. When he was younger, he liked to think that it was a coincidence that he was always the one in the center, but as he grew to understand his position as the tribe's prince, he was forced to acknowledge that to some extent, he did need to be protected. It was a bit embarrassing while he was still getting used to the concept. Even now, it felt a bit out of place to be the one in charge of keeping order and protecting the tribe, but still needing others to watch his back. Trusting others to be there for you was fine, borderline relying on them at times. It felt like he wasn't doing his job correctly. Then again, the perfect being never existed and would never exist in order to maintain the balance. If the world truly was a utopia, then it would crash and burn all the sooner. It's creepy, you know? Also a bit that I don't know that everything just feels worse. Izuku sighed, shoulders slumping. It feels like we never had a chance to win, you know? If they've always been there, then that means that the Blood Prince might know everything. He knows me, he knows my sire, he knows the council members, and he knows how we're working with our allies. We played right into his hands, guys, right into his hands. Hands flew to his hair as Izuku growled, his eyes flashing dangerously as a surge of his magic whipped around in his body. It wasn't nearly enough to actually do anything to anyone or anything in the room, it just looked really scary up close. However, as his friends, no one moved away or moved closer as the nature dragon tried to force himself to calm down. Lungs working overtime, he panted as he tried to recollect his concentration. He wasn't blind to what unfairness was, but he'd always been cautious about whenever applying that concept to himself. Creatures struggled in their lives, so if they complained about how every single obstacle was unfair to them, then they'd be stuck in an unstoppable loop of self-pity. And everyone knew how little self-pity did other than make someone bitter and hateful. At times like this though, Izuku wished he could comfortably say that what was happening to him, to all of them, was pretty unfair. Screaming into his pillow to relieve some of the stress helped when he was younger and getting used to the idea of being the future tribe leader. I know that I can't lose hope. I know that we still have the chance to win, we just need to keep fighting for it. Izuku moved out his hand, summoning his crystal to him so he could analyze it as he spun it in his palm. Looking at it reminded him of his sire and his carrier, how they and their village needed him to be strong in these dark times. The magic still stored within the depths of the shining surface almost begged to be released, to do anything other than sitting idly in a pretty rock while other dragons and creatures risked their lives to live and defend. But that I don't know that every day it just gets harder and harder to fight it. You know. Ochako sounded unsure, though to her credit she was able to keep any wavering or shakiness from her words. Setting her letter aside, she held some of Tenya's encouraging words to heart, to pull strength from them, as Izuku shook his head. The hope that I don't know that maybe, just maybe the Blood Prince will back off if I just hand myself over to him. Izuku tried not to flinch as several gasps followed his words. He realized how horrible that sounded, especially since everyone had long since acknowledged that nothing would make the Blood Prince stop. Not only was he a guaranteed double-crosser, but he was also mad at everyone for keeping Izuku away from him for so long. It didn't matter that Izuku wouldn't want to go to him in the first place, to the Blood Prince the green net already belonged to him. His destruction wouldn't stop when he got what he wanted. If anything, he could find a way to get worse once he realized that being violent had a high chance of pressuring his enemies into submitting to his wishes. I know how stupid that sounds, but so many creatures are dash. Hitoshi cut him off, aggressively handing Eri to Ochako so he could lunge forward and tackle Izuku off of the bed. As delicate as he wanted to be while his little sister was present, he couldn't let Izuku's words slide. With hands fisted into the smaller dragon's shirt, he bared his fangs to really drive home how serious he was. And so many more met a fate worse than death if he gets you. Izuku, what the hell is going on through that head of yours? He shook his friend a little, only lightly aware that Eri had woken up at the sound of the two of them tumbling off of the bed. For whatever reason, Tetsu didn't bother to catch them, and a quick look-up could confirm that he was only looking down at them from his place. He looked worried, but he was only looking, not moving a hand to move Hitoshi off or join him in trying to shake some sense into their prince. Nothing will stop him. You know that. One of Hitoshi's hands moved to cup Izuku's cheek, thumbs stroking soothingly as tears collected in the greenette's eyes. None of them fell, but it wouldn't be long until what Izuku was suggesting fully struck him. Not to say that he didn't understand just what he had said, it was just, Hitoshi didn't want to believe that Izuku would spring an idea like that while thinking clearly. He's a monster, Izuku. He won't stop until everything that's ever stood in his way, in his father's way, is wiped off of the face of the planet. All of the hell that he's put everyone through is him trying to etch away at our perseverance. Once that's gone, he has all of the control. There's no use bargaining with him. Ochako adjusted her grip on a now wide-awake Eri, her smaller form trembling violently in Ochako's arms. Small sniffs and whimpers began to leak, derived from the fear of seeing her Hito and Izu and fighting like this. On top of that, there was also the worried expression on Tetsutetsu's face and the horrified one on Ochako. Exactly! Hitoshi sighed and pulled Izuku up more. Now they were sitting face to face as opposed to one leaning over the other. I know how bad it looks right now, but turning yourself in isn't gonna dash. I don't want Izumi to go with the bad man. Eri pushed herself forward, trying to reach out in a vain attempt to latch onto the greenette. Her voice was what finally got the tears to fall, though to say that the youngest dragon was doing any better. At the prospect of Izuku leaving their side, she started to sob as she squirmed away from Ochako. She managed to get to the end of the bed before Tetsutetsu grabbed her, holding her still as Hitoshi and Izuku tried to right themselves. Don't go, don't go, don't go. I'm not gonna go anywhere, sweetheart. Izuku tried his best to hold his own cries in as he opened his arms. Tetsutetsu took that as the sign to release Eri, helping Hitoshi up onto the bed as the white-haired cutie mimicked her older brother's motions in tackling Izuku to the ground. He was careful not to let her hit the ground, but couldn't keep her from burrowing into him as she begged for him not to leave. See, I'm here, Eri. I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, okay? I was just being silly, yeah? Your eyes when I was just being a silly thing dash. Eri only shook her head, continuing to soak Izuku's shirt with her tears as she begged for him not to leave. This is the reason why Izuku knew better than to bring such a thing up, but was it difficult to see where he was coming from? He knew that his friends were right, and even if they weren't, it would be awful to waste all of the sacrifices that everyone else has taken in an attempt to keep him safe. Hopefully, his sire had worked with the Yaoyorosis enough and had finally come up with something that would effectively kill the Nomus. If not now, then soon. They needed those corrupted creatures gone if they wanted to truly even out the field once more. Maybe even take the advantage. I'm not going anywhere. Izuku tried to coo, hoping that the sound would help calm Eri down. As he was crying himself, he couldn't make the sound correctly, but he kept trying. His friends, bless their hearts, only remained close to offer support from a distance. If they got too close, then that would likely overwhelm both Eri and Izuku. He would never leave them, that much they knew. Where he got the hope that turning himself in would end this, that wasn't difficult to empathize with. Sometimes they found themselves hoping that there was an easier way to end this war. It hadn't been nearly as long as past wars fought by the Yagi clan, but already, it was becoming one of the darkest. Second to the war with the Blood King. Then again, what should they have expected from that psycho's son? Inverted lazy s 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 unknown location. Inverted lazy s 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 inverted lazy s. Dark, active red eyes stared deeply into the waters of the cauldron. Swirls and flashes of purple, black, and navy blue clashed within the clear liquid turned spyglass. It had been hours since he had sent the latest batch of Nomus out, and it was safe to assume by now that they had been detained. Or, maybe not assume since he watched the capture happen through one of their eyes before everything went black. The nice thing about black magic was that there could be endless possibilities provided one was brave enough to cross a few boundaries. The downside? Tamura hadn't had nearly enough time to develop his own tricks, which really showed when he had his Nomus try to fight off Toshinori Yagi. That blonde nuisance was not only physically powerful, but his own magic blocked out whatever effects his black magic gave off from the Nomus. Which was a DMN shame. An annoyance, truly. The massive amounts of dark magic he had been releasing to ensure his creatures would stay together was finally taking its toll on his body. He could make 12 more at the most before he wouldn't have enough to sustain himself. While he could just steal power from his underlings, he didn't trust them to help, and he'd only be wasting energy himself absorbing their life source. The last time he took someone's energy in order to help empower him, he ended up wasting more power than he gained. "What ya doing, Shiggy?" An obnoxiously cutesy pitch echoed in the room, the sounds of shoes thumping against the ground following soon after. Turning around, he caught Himiko skipping towards him with a calmer-looking Kurogiri trailing after her. His yellow orbs looked at ease, for once. Ever since Tamura had taken to sacrificing his own magic to keep the Nomus active, the shadow had been on his, but almost 24 he understood that the other creature had been created for the purpose of protecting him and swore that Tamura would be his main priority after his late father's death, but this concern was breaching new levels of irritation. Being cautious was fine, but paranoia to the point where it was interfering with his work couldn't stand for too much long. The Nomus have been captured. Tamura waved a hand over the surface of the water and it soon became clear again. The various colors that had swirled around vanished just as quickly. I only have the reserves to make a few more, but we can work around that if need be. What of my Izuku's location? Himiko shook her head, pouting. Nothing. All of the spies that could have had something useful have been captured and everyone else is just full of shit. Her bottom lip jutted out in a true look of playful irritation, arms coming up to cross over her chest to complete the look. Though at Tamura's glare she dropped her arms and straightened up her posture. She was well aware that he blamed her for being discovered in the capital and, to an extent, she could understand why. But seriously, couldn't he give her a break? How was she supposed to know that that silver dude didn't actually leave? She had no special hearing, sight, or sense of smell. It leaves her quirk to be her only other hope, which they both know isn't mind reading anyway. Kurohige cleared his throat, fully aware that Himiko was quickly becoming uncomfortable under Tamura's accusing look. Any forces besides the Nomus have been killed or captured as well. Tamura, we need to rethink our strategy before continuing. If the time comes and we need to use our last Nomus, we should do so with at least one of our goals complete. They either needed to take out Tashinori or successfully kidnap Izuku. When this first started out, Izuku being taken off of the chessboard should have easily diverted the path to destroying Tashinori and his force first. Then they could go get the greenette that Tamura had grown so fond of. Yet as time passed, it was becoming increasingly clear that maybe they should have focused more on finding Izuku, sending his sires 6 feet under. And that was ignoring how easy it would be to lure Tashinori to them, and to his death, if they did think of fetching Izuku first. Tamura grunted in frustration, hands clenched into fists as he tried to think up a plan. It would be so easy to just destroy everything in his path, then not only would his enemies be eliminated but the very earth could be remolded to his will. The only reason he hasn't ripped every piece of land apart was because he needed Izuku safely in his arms. He risked accidentally harming his green beauty otherwise. But at this point, maybe some destruction would force Izuku out. If memory served him well, it served him perfectly when it came to his Izuku. He could recall a very important detail to Izuku's personality. He had a heart of gold and could almost never leave someone if they needed his help. While he had gone into some pretty good hiding, he could possibly be coaxed out. They just needed to find the right target, which, conveniently, was the target that they couldn't currently kill because of Tamura's lack of power. Perhaps it was time to bring out his father's last secret. It's time. Tamura walked past Kurohige and Himiko, gesturing for his 2 lieutenants to follow him closely. They walked down the hall and made a few left turns before arriving at a large, oak-wood door that held his family crest on it. Reaching up and pressing his palm to the center of the symbol, he murmured the correct spell and stepped back as a series of circles began to trace the surface of the door. The entire thing ended with his family crest glowing purple, flashing a few times before the door opening completely. The sole object standing in the room stood proudly, the gorgeous power piece nearly reflecting the moonlight. "Father," Tamura murmured adoringly, taking a few steps forward so he could grab the staff being held on the pedestal. He stroked along the side, fingers digging into the various grooves and swirls in the wood. "I'm finally ready. I'll take the glory that should have been ours long ago." With the release of the Blood King's staff, Tamura had immediately gotten to work training his body to control the magic. Day in and day out, he'd be screaming in the vault as a response to powerful magical surges threatening to rip his body apart. His practice had taken almost a month to actually start showing signs, though he supposed that's what he got for working so hard. Holding it inside of him and commanding it for short periods of time was almost no trouble, save for the few times it overwhelmed him and he fainted. It certainly helped that he had been around dark magic his whole life, conditioned to see it as more than a powerful weapon but rather a lifestyle to bask in. To those who understood it, who knew how to use it to the extent of its power, the dark magic held within his father's most powerful, unstable weapon would surely be enough to wipe his foolish enemies off of the face of the universe. Tashinori would be a pain to deal with, and if given enough time to prepare, he could potentially drain the power of his father's staff before Tamura even did anything. It might cost the older dragon his own magic, but Tashinori was such a self-sacrificing fool. It was one of the only qualities that Tamura could tolerate, since it meant that Izuku also carried that high level of empathy and protective nature. As soon as he had the greenette in his arms, he'd bask in the attention that Izuku gave him. He'd relish in the feeling of wholeness and warmth that would undoubtedly assault him when Izuku ruled by his side, helping to squash any opposition into the ground with a simple snap of his fingers. It would take years of training before he could get his love to be so willing to destroy anything that wasn't Tamura, but he only liked his lips at the thought. The training would be fun, he'd see to it. And with nothing to go back to, Izuku would be forced to accept everything that he had to offer, eventually leading to true dependence and affection. Back to the original point though, Tamura couldn't risk his sire being alive for too much longer. Toshinori would need to be taken out first, followed by the rest of his clan. Then he'd deal with the Todorokis, then the Yaoyorosis, and so on. As promised in his final letter to the Yagi clan, he'd leave the Bakugas for last so Izuku could finally get the closure he needed from the tribe that left him for dead. Now, if only Tamura could actually leave his palace without being interrupted. Young master please. You don't know how to hold the power yet. Kurojirai hurried after Tamura, his non-existent hands trying to grab at the prince's robe as the three of them hurried down the hall. While he admired Tamura's excitement and determination to get this done quickly, this seemed a bit too rushed. Yes, he could handle the power his father's crystal held but only for short PRDS of time. There was no telling how Tamura's body would react to handling all of the magic at once. Himiko nodded in agreement, flinching back whenever the gem in the staff violently spasmed. She had never seen that staff to begin with, so watching Tamura wield it so violently as he was training terrified her. She trusted Kurojirei's judgment 100% on this one. If he had reason to fear for Tamura, and maybe them, when he normally stuck back and only advised when necessary, then she didn't need any other reason to help him with hounding their dark prince. Come on Shigi, we're winning. We don't need to do anything too hasty. Tamura ignored them both, the end of the staff lightly swinging above the ground as his arms moved back and forth. His free hand held a ceremonial dagger, glinting when the lights along the hall hit the surface just right. It gave it an ominous glow, made worse with how it was moving with Tamura's arm movements. He wouldn't allow himself to be talked out of this. Not only was he getting impatient with his lack of one Izuku Yagi in his arms, but he was also growing fearful of when the enemy figured out how to destroy the Nomus. He had held back from sending his last reserves, but after today, he wouldn't have to worry about holding them back anymore. In fact, if everything went how he wanted, he'd be able to create millions of whatever he wanted without having to worry about the repercussions. Or, since there would be no repercussions, he wouldn't have to worry about anything actually. The door to the vault was quickly becoming larger and larger, almost to the point where it was practically in his face. Forcing the unlocked door open, he placed himself in the middle before finally turning around. Kurojirai and Himiko's words had gone in one ear and out the other, but now they had his full attention. Not that he'd actually obey what they recommended, but he needed to gauge their reactions to what he was about to perform. He needed to have them as witnesses, as his most trusted lieutenants that would help him teach Izuku to rule the new world. They'd stand together, with absolutely no one to even think of rivaling their power. He'd finally get everything he wanted and Izuku would feel what true power tasted like. No longer would be blinded or held back by his moronic sire and his pathetic followers. But for the two of them to finally get their happy ending, he needed to finish this first. I am Tamura Shigaraki, the sole holder of the Shigaraki bloodline. He raised the staff in front of him, his dagger remaining still at his side as he tilted his head down. His eyes closed almost peacefully, chest heaving as he took a few deep inhales. He was finally doing this. As excited as he was, he needed to focus in order to get this done correctly. Luckily, Kurojirai and Himiko had taken the hint and had silenced themselves. It just made things easier than having to shut them up himself. I am the descendant of pure power, the strength and the wit gifted to me by the Shigarakis before me. I call upon you, O wickedness of the earth, held together by the sun and the day, unleashed upon the unworthy mortal world. As Tamura continued, lifeless shadows began to crawl down the walls and make their way to Tamura's body. Easily swerving around Kurojirai and Himiko's shocked forms, they pushed themselves up the steps and made their way to his feet. From there, it was unclear of where they had gone, even to Tamura himself. But it mattered not. He could feel their presence with him, he could feel the will that powered him forward as he began to mumble words that he had never heard before. The gem in the staff could be the only thing giving him the knowledge on how to continue. It's not like his father had written a book or an instruction manual that explained every little detail to one of his greatest weapons. Even to his only son, who would grow to continue their legacy, he didn't give the slightest clue on what to do. Maybe he had thought he'd find a way to stay in control forever. Maybe he was waiting until Tamura was older before disclosing their family's biggest secret. Maybe it just slipped his mind because he was too busy fighting or establishing his partially formed empire. Whatever the case. Maybe, Tamura didn't know what the hell he was doing. His only guidance was the gem in his father's staff, which fed him lines via some type of telepathic connection that grew in volume as he got closer to his goal. The gem in the staff knocked along the wood that encased it, flashing brightly as it attempted to free itself from its prison. His words began to echo through the room, calling upon more lifeless shadows to give him strength. The dagger in his other hand had started to shake as he trembled, finally feeling the power beginning to travel through his veins. It was uncomfortable at first, though it quickly shifted to a growing pain as he continued to absorb all of the darkness within the gem. The words continued to echo through the walls, but Tamura could only feel his chest heave with loud shrieks. "Young master!" Tamura distantly heard Kurogiri's voice break through the echoed mantras. "Stop. It's too dangerous. It will kill you." Tamura disagreed. This is exactly what he needed. Though he was in terrible pain, it was only a mask. Under that pain, he could feel something making its way to his core. It was slow, steady, but definitely there. "Young master dash. Shigi, this is getting freaky." Did Himiko even understand what was happening? It was dark magic, she had it flowing through her own blood. Didn't she understand how not normal this was probably going to look? He was to be one of the most powerful beings in all of existence. This was no time to worry about appearances. The ceremony needed to continue, no matter how freaky it looked. "Hold your tongues, and watch." The last word came out as a roar, the final surge striking him so suddenly that he dropped the staff. It was left to clatter to the ground as the gem had finally broken out of its container, spinning around in front of Tamura. Streams of light shot out from the surface, thin cracks beginning to scatter as Tamura threw his head back. His arms move out, the dagger still gripped tightly. "I will not let arg. Anything get in t, the way of my mission. My will is absolute." The gem cracked more. "Izuku Yagi is mine. My dragon to take for myself." The streams of light began to multiply in their streaks. "These lands should have been Father's. They were stolen, I'm taking them back." The lifeless shadows began to crawl all over him, taking hold of his arms and positioning them in front of his torso. The dagger he had been clutching so tightly finally made a show, aimed directly towards his core. "No one will stop me." And with that, he knew it was time. He plunged the dagger as deep as it could go, crying out in pain as a new sensation began to burn under his skin. The shadows traveled along the blade of the dagger, digging themselves deep into Tamura's body as he forced himself to stay upright. The mantras had ceased in their echoing, only playing the words in his head. He blinked several times as dark spots began to swim in his vision, unsure if that was part of the power transfer or if he was close to passing out because of the fact that he just stabbed himself. Kurogiri and Himiko stood stock still as they watched their prince, eyes wide and, in Himiko's case, mouth hanging open. There were no words to explain what had just happened and how they felt about it. All they could do was stare dumbly at each other before looking back. Tamura was still shaking horribly, but he was still alive. He rotated between yelling out in agony or murmuring to himself, unaware of how the gem had slowly begun to dim until it was completely colorless. It fell to the ground with a sharp clack, shattering into an uncountable amount of pieces. "Shigi." Himiko was the first to break the silence, hesitantly reaching her arms out as the lifeless shadows disappeared into Tamura. With the crystal no longer shooting streaks of light, the room was bathed in a darkness only broken by Tamura's growing power. It took a while to force herself up the few steps that it took to get to Tamura, but when she tried to poke at him he grasped her wrist in a bloody hand. Now, Himiko was deeply fascinated and fond of blood. Yet, as she felt it sliding against her skin, she couldn't help but squeal. And it wasn't the cute type of squeal, it was the scared type of squeal. I've done it. I have it." Tamura's tilted head tilted down a bit. The smile that curled at his lips was unlike anything she had ever seen before. And that was saying something, considering that she's seen some pretty creepy expressions overtake his face. "The power that I can feel it." As he spoke, his clothes began to slowly burn away. The phrase made an ugly sound as they were disintegrated, tatters falling to the ground before turning to ash. The numerous scars obtained from trying to fight alongside his father or practicing himself were exposed to the chilling air, his skin beginning to develop spiderweb-like lines dancing across. The dagger still remained lodged in his core, but looking closely Himiko could see it slowly beginning to disappear altogether as if it were being absorbed into Tamura's body. She's never seen anything like this happen before. Even when they were forcibly fusing creatures together to make the Nomus, none of those bodies reacted like Tamura's was. "Get ready, Toshinori Yagi." Tamura released Himiko's wrist, if only to hold both of his hands up. Dark blotches began to form, eventually growing large enough to surround both of his hands. It was as if he had spherical boxing gloves on. Ones that rose and fell as if they were breathing. "Victory!" Shadows crawled down Tamura's body, spreading out in circles across the floor. Once they found a comfortable spot, they began to rise and mold themselves into large bodies. There was no definite shape other than having arms and legs. Hands and feet were replaced with pointed tips, like those of spiders. The shadow creatures walked to stand next to Kurogiri, kneeling down as if trying to bow to their master. Given Tamura's current state, it wouldn't surprise him if these creatures shared some sort of mental link with him. Thus, granting him full control of their thoughts and their actions. Or, to be more accurate, maybe he was their thoughts and their actions. They couldn't think actively. They needed to rely on Tamura's dark magic to keep them active. Much like how the Nomus needed it to stay together. B. The room lit up as the final few of the shadow creatures fell to their knees. With all of their new warriors created, they had all of the resources they needed to finally launch a direct attack against Yagi and his clan of allies. It would be beautiful. Mine. Tamura's body rose with the light, beginning to flash with electrical currents as everything finally fell into place. The power had accepted his body as its vessel, no longer causing him mass amounts of pain as it circulated through him. He would take the time to learn how to control it better if he actually cared for preserving anything or anyone. Kurogyari and Himiko were his only concerns when it came to his side in the war, and he would make sure that Izuku wasn't in the line of fire when they met up. Everyone else could burn in hell for all he cared. The earth could be turned to ash for all he cared. If he or Izuku really needed to repair anything, then the Greenette could do it with enough energy. But he could worry about all of that later. It was time to acquaint himself with the battlefield once more. Lowering himself back to the ground, Tamura made his way down the steps so he could exit the vault. Already knowing that everyone would follow him, he kept his pace brisk as he made his way out of his palace. His home. There was no need to consult any maps. He had several pathways to the Yagi village memorized for a day like this. A day where he'd be the one to take charge instead of relying on his creatures. I trust that you two are prepared for battle. In all of the years that Tamura has known Himiko and Kurogyari, there was never a day where he'd consider them unprepared for having some sort of rumble. Maybe Himiko would be tired or in a mood to not get messy, but in terms of being armed and armored, the two should be fine. All Kurogyari had to do was strip out of his clothes so that he could expand as much as he needed, while Himiko, well, Tamura still didn't understand what her deal was. She didn't need clothes either, but she insisted on having some on hand for when she reverted back, even if it was likely that she'd only steal another appearance seconds later. All that was important was that she had her blades though. Which she always did, so they were all good. Sure. Himiko glanced at Kurogyari, silently asking if they should really be allowing this. Tamura could be as powerful as he wanted, but without some form of a plan, what were the rest of them supposed to do? She never thought she'd say this, but they needed a plan before proceeding. They couldn't just charge in like this, not while Tamura was still fresh with the whole father's greatest legacy thing. The magic could still rip him apart from the power. Kurogyari only shook his head at her, beginning to disrobe so that his shadowy form was exposed in all its glory. He doubted he could stop Tamura if he tried. The young master seemed too determined to end this quickly. Plus, he did understand that Tamura wasn't going into this for the sake of being careful. He wanted to destroy the old one to build a new, better one. He couldn't very well be doing that sitting on his butt, twiddling his thumbs. The Nomus taken prisoner are likely too weak to offer any support. So we leave them behind until the battle is over. That was easy enough to do. None of them had any connection to the creatures other than needing them as troops who didn't need training to destroy things. The chiefs of each tribe are mine to destroy, but everyone else is free game. What about their kids? Himiko had run into quite a few when she was spying for the capital, and she could confidently say that she had grown fond of some of them. There was a brunette with pink cheeks that would look so lovely covered in blood. She wanted that one alive if it could be helped, only so the two of them could have fun together in the future. Get to them before I do and you can have them. Tamura waved his hand dismissively. If he was going to get Izuku, then he figured that it wouldn't kill them if Himiko had taken a few that she wanted as well. It may actually work in their favor. He could train his mate-to-be and the rest could all train their pets by using Izuku against his friends and vice versa. Surely, the little Greenette would do anything to make sure his friends stayed alive? Father, that you have worked so hard. Yet, you couldn't help but fall. I refuse to fail. I'll do what you couldn't. You better be watching, Father. You better watch my victory from the depths of hell. Izuku tried to keep his mind away from any dark thoughts. He really did. Any hopes that he'd be able to end all of this suffering by turning himself had been long gone ever since he confessed. Eri had refused to let go of him for the rest of the afternoon. All the way until dinner, where she refused to touch any of her food until Izuku decided to play along. He refused to touch a piece on his plate until she took a bite. It felt awful to manipulate her like that, but it proved to be the only way to get her to cooperate. A long dinner later, and they had all returned to their rooms with little sleep awaiting them. No one was in the mood to go flying, and he had a feeling that the only reason Tetsu could bring himself to be active was that he knew that someone needed to keep up patrol duties. Unfortunately, just because no one was in the mood to go out flying meant that they were content with sitting in their rooms either. Oftentimes, Izuku would wake up to the sound of someone pacing outside of his room. A quick check would confirm that it was Hitoshi, muttering about how he was worried that Izuku would sneak off and turn himself in if they weren't careful. It hurt a bit to know that Hitoshi didn't trust Izuku to listen to their advice, but he could understand where the fear came from. He probably wouldn't be any better if he was in Hitoshi's place. Eri had also taken to sneaking into his bed when nightmares had begun to sneak into her dreams. More often than not, the only way to get her back to sleep was if she was pressed right up against Izuku's chest so she could hear the nature dragon's heartbeat. The only one not too affected was Ochako, though it was only a sliver. She had still constantly asked him how Izuku was doing and found random times of the day to check in on him, but outside of that, she didn't take to pacing too much or suffering from nightmares. And if she did, then she didn't talk about it. All of it, no matter how extreme or small, made Izuku feel like the worst creature on the planet. He had opened his big mouth and now this happened. He knew that they were as worried and as scared as he was and he just ugh. It's how he found himself in the training center late into the night. His focus was out of whack big time. He didn't dare try to practice HRS's magic out of the crystal or pushing any into it, afraid that his nerves might just cause a small slip-up. And with him, the smallest slip-up could easily lead to the biggest consequences. I need to stop this. Izuku took a deep breath in, holding it for a few moments before slowly letting it out. It brought him momentary comfort before the pressure of responsibility, guilt, and boatloads of alternating anger or sadness. It was all a large cycle of destructive thoughts that Izuku knew he needed to work past. It was difficult though, difficult to just stop his thoughts or steer them in a different direction. Why was it that he was so good at alleviating other people of needless guilt, but his own self-destruction was impossible to escape? The Blood Prince needs to be stopped. But what can I do from here? I shouldn't leave, I can't. I'm completely useless here. What should I do? What should I do? Demenu. Izuku suddenly growled out loud, completely disregarding any fear that someone may have heard him. His magic glitched on and off of his arms, exposing the struggle it took to keep everything inside of him. It went without saying that all he wanted to do when he first stepped into the room was meditate to try and clear his mind, hoping that it would help him think up something more useful. Clearly, he was wrong to raise his hopes up like that. Why? Why you like this? What in heaven's name gives you the right to dash? Mid-shout, Izuku whipped around without really knowing what he was trying to do. Luckily, when he opened his eyes, whatever loud thing he was gonna say clogged itself in his throat. Standing before him, a mere 10 feet away, was Katsuki. The hybrid prince was leaning against the doorframe, a somber look in his eyes. His arms were crossed over his chest as he stared forward, seeming to debate whether he should walk over or not. Just watching Katsuki forced Izuku to rethink his own interactions with the other dragon, though that shouldn't have been a surprise. Given just how much of a mess his thoughts were, looking at anything could easily influence his thoughts. Katsuki had kept his word well when he promised he'd work towards his redemption. There hasn't been a moment where Izuku felt like the blonde was forcing him in any way or trying to insert himself back into his life. Everything was relatively well-paced, considering the circumstance. It made Izuku feel safer on that field, but also a little nervous. It was so obvious that there were times where Katsuki wanted to ask him something or check up on him, only to be discouraged when he remembered their current relationship. While it was admirable that he was respecting Izuku's space to the extent that he was, Izuku wouldn't lie by saying that he liked how Katsuki avoided certain subjects. Even if their relationship was a bit awkward right now, being assured that Katsuki cared enough to check on him would have been a little more comforting. Well, that was probably another area where Izuku was at fault. Maybe if he had clarified what Katsuki could or couldn't bring up earlier, then the other dragon would know instead of dancing around him. It couldn't be helped at this point, unfortunately. All Izuku could feel as Katsuki stared at him was overly exposed and upset, nearly demanding the other to just say what he was going to say so that he could leave. Everything was a mess, and as thoughtful as it was for Katsuki to wait for Izuku to initiate anything, it wasn't what the greenette needed. It's not what he wanted. What is it? Izuku grunted out, unfolding his legs and lowering himself until his feet touched the ground. The magic within him was still swirling with his aggravated state, all the way as he walked up to confront Katsuki. The blonde hybrid neither shielded away nor rose to an unspoken challenge. He only stood his ground and dipped his chin as a sign of compliance. You came here for something. What is it? If Izuku were less scared, he'd be horrified at how he was addressing the other. He knew how cold he sounded, so void of any emotion other than exhaustion mixed with annoyance. I think you know. Katsuki sounded so calm as he spoke. It was almost unfair. Between the two of them, Izuku always considered himself the more patient one. Yet here he was, ready to let his magic explode out as Katsuki just stared at him. There was nothing short of remorse and worry in those red rubies that normally held so much intensity. It almost felt wrong to see them so dulled down. I may not know the details, but it would take a blind man to not notice how jumpy you've been. Jumpy? Izuku never really thought of himself as jumpy when thinking over the past few days, but maybe he was a bit too biased to really make a credible opinion. If he had to summarize his behavior with anything, he'd say he was closer to out of it than jumpy. I know you have friends that you can trust more than I. I know that I can't even come close to understanding how you're feeling. Katsuki uncrossed his arms and carefully brought them up so he could cup Izuku's face. He kept his movements slow to make sure that Izuku had enough time to move away if he didn't want to be touched. When he did no such thing, Katsuki closed the remaining distance within milliseconds. While his movements may have been gentle, his grip turned firm so that Izuku wouldn't turn his head away. He wanted to see those beautiful emerald eyes as he spoke. He needed Izuku to know that he was being genuine, completely serious with what he was saying. But watching you like this, Izuku, you have no idea how painful it is to know that there might be something I can do, but haven't yet. Izuku huffed at that. Was this some subtle form of blaming or something? It wasn't like he was whining that he needed Katsuki to do anything and left him to the wolves if asked how assistance could be offered. You're feeling horrible? How do you think I feel? I'm stuck here, unable to do anything, as hundreds of innocent creatures are forced against the Blood Prince. If you really want to help me, then use your common sense and stop reminding me how useless I am right now. He growled, eyes flashing briefly before he realized what he had done. He covered his mouth in shock, his magic beginning to simmer down as all of his anger promptly flushed itself out. I didn't. Katsuki, that I'm so sorry. I didn't dash. Katsuki shook his head, sighing softly as he leaned forward and rested his forehead against Izuku's. He felt Izuku tremble under his touch, likely about to start crying. He shushed him once more before nuzzling. Were this any other situation, he'd feel irritated at the very least or full-on angry at being yelled at like that at the most. However, given that this was Izuku and that it was obvious that he was suffering from his own destructive thoughts, Katsuki could only feel empathetic. He might not have understood the depth of what Izuku was feeling, but he did know what being helpless felt like. It's how he's been feeling ever since Izuku arrived, even before he confessed to wanting to fix their relationship. It felt awful to know that all he could do to help the Greenette was remain with him when he wanted to join the fight and end it quicker. Not only would it finally end everyone's suffering, but he and Izuku could actually do this right. It was only by luck that he had gotten to see Izuku so soon after he failed the first apology attempt. For some reason, he knew the reason, he was still shocked. Toshinori had trusted his clan to hide Izuku away until it was safer to return home. Now, it was confirmed that it wouldn't be safe until the Blood Prince was defeated entirely. Taking advantage of their close proximity seemed like such a scumbag move, but Katsuki didn't think he'd be able to help anything if he and Izuku were still at odds with each other. And he wanted to help. By God, he wanted to help even if it killed him inside. Listen to me, all right? Katsuki kept his voice low and quiet, close to a wiper without actually being one. You're not useless here, okay? Believe me when I say that. Your safety is what's keeping everyone going. Knowing that that monster hasn't gotten his filthy FNG paws on you yet gives everyone hope that as long as we remain resilient and strong, then we'll win this shitty war and put that motherfucking BSRD down for good. Izuku sniffed a little, tears springing to his eyes as Katsuki rubbed circles along the area under his eyes. It was almost as if he was preparing himself to catch any tears that were ready to fall down freckled cheeks. Granted, it affects that so many creatures are getting hurt. Katsuki allowed a bit of growl to coat his words, expressing his own displeasure of the situation. And it looks bad as F-, but we can't stop. None of us can stop, we'll stop. Not until we're dead or he's dead. Izuku fussed a bit at that, trying to pull Katsuki's hands off so he could shake his head in denial. He didn't want anyone else to die. The number of deaths was high enough as it was. Not to mention that if anyone else died, then they were potentially giving the Blood Prince more warriors to tinker around with to bring back. Such disrespect for the dead. Why couldn't they just be left to rest in peace? They've done more than their fair share for the world. Please just let me help you. Katsuki leaned back a bit so that he could lean down. Before, he was almost looking down into Izuku's eyes because of the height difference. Now, he had hunched a bit so that he was face to face. The tears that had gathered began to fall, but their descent was nearly peaceful. It was as if they were shed in happiness when Katsuki knew that Izuku was filled with nothing but misery. The tears were so steady because Izuku was trying to stay strong, that much Katsuki knew. From one prince to another, from one warrior to another, please let me help you. That shitty piece of FNG trash doesn't deserve you. Hell, he wouldn't even deserve a speck of dirt off of your FING boot. Don't waste your thoughts on him. Izuku started to lean in close as Katsuki spoke, entranced by the words leaving the other's lips. He had never put too much thought into it due to his increasingly growing worry over the war and if he was making a mistake by trusting Katsuki again, but looking at it now he couldn't stop mentally kicking himself. Deep down, he knew that there was never a moment where his hope for the blonde-haired prince had faltered enough to diminish completely. He knew that against his better judgment he had never let himself truly give up on Katsuki. Even if he knew better, even if he wanted to just move on, there were always days where all he could think about was his past life and how Katsuki fit into that. How he hoped that Katsuki still had a place in his future. Comparing his thoughts then to his thoughts now, Izuku could confidently say that all of the confusion and mind-changing was worth it. To get to this point, to get his old Kaken back, was worth it. Even if it wasn't in their best interest, or possible, to revert back to how things used to be, the familiarity of the situation still helped. The path was clear now, less murky and filled with doubt. It would take a long time to build anything too strong, but this was a good start. It felt like something had clicked back into place as Katsuki continued to hold him in place, willing him to stand when all Izuku wanted to do was crumble underneath the weight of everything going on. Was he going too fast? Maybe. But could he be blamed? He could use every bit of strength he could get right now, and having the old Kaken back, if only for a few moments, opened a door he had forced himself to shut long ago. It was a door to the happiness he never thought he'd experience again, a door to old memories and future hopes that had been blocked off for so long that they'd have cobwebs and cracks covering them if they were physical objects. For once, time seemed to slow down enough for Izuku to process things. I see can't. Izuku whimpered softly, shutting his eyes tightly so he wouldn't have to stare at Katsuki as he started to cry. He had brought his own hands up to cover Katsuki's, pressing against them tightly to help keep him grounded. He wanted so badly to be able to listen to Katsuki's advice and focus on something else so that he didn't fill himself with such negativity, but it was so difficult. There was almost nothing else he could think about when everything was, plainly, going to shit. It's so hard, Katsuki. Everything is so bad, I see can't help it. Katsuki remained quiet as Izuku spoke, subtly beginning to lower the two of them when it became apparent that Izuku was relying on him to hold them both upright. As they reached the ground, he adjusted their positions so that he could hug the nature dragon close and bury his face in the other's fluffy green hair. It felt like his face was being caressed by the softest fabric, or even a cloud. It was light and warm, but still solid, with strength and materialization. Due to Izuku's face being forced into his chest as a result of their new position, his words came out a bit muffled. But Katsuki only made sure to listen extra carefully for any chance he could take to say something encouraging. It never came. Izuku could only cry his heart out about how awful he was feeling and how he knew he shouldn't be feeling like it's all his fault, but it does. Talk like that. Katsuki didn't know what to say. Denying it wouldn't help with anything. Izuku could just insist that Katsuki was only trying to be nice about it or something equally distressing. Keeping Izuku quiet was a terrible idea as well, since it just meant that he'd be bottling everything up again. All that felt safe to do was sit here and take in everything that Izuku was feeling before moving on from there. During their moment, Katsuki couldn't really pinpoint what he was feeling. It could have been the fact that the topic of discussion revolved around a psychotic motherfucker who thought himself to be in love with Izuku, but if Katsuki didn't know any better, then he'd say he was starting to feel a new type of anger. One that he hasn't ever been faced with before. Jealousy would be the closest thing he could connect it to, but he gagged at the thought of being jealous of the Blood Prince or of Izuku. He didn't want to be in the Blood Prince's place, and he didn't want to have someone who was that crazy proclaiming their love to him. So if he wasn't jealous of the individuals within the conflict, then the only thing that was left was the actual situation. It was crazy as he thought about it, but in a slide of what could be insanity, Katsuki had figured it out. Maybe it wouldn't make sense to anyone else, but to Katsuki, the only reasonable explanation of this new anger was that he didn't want Izuku's anywhere else except for here. In Katsuki's arms. With all of the talk about wanting to turn himself in and plead for a peaceful deal, it only made sense that everything in Katsuki would scream no. He had just gotten the greenette back. He wasn't going to let him go. Even if they weren't waging war against someone like the FING Blood Prince, he wouldn't accept Izuku leaving his side again. If he had the chance to do this, he had the chance to keep Izuku close. He wanted to take it. Ultimately, it was Izuku's choice of whether he wanted the same thing. And while Katsuki would be heartbroken if it turned out that he couldn't handle fixing their relationship, he'd remind himself that he needed to respect that choice. He needed to respect Izuku. Just everything felt right. In this moment, with the world devolving into chaos as the Blood Prince pushed to continue his father's legacy, everything felt right. He held Izuku as the other cried, a small, but strong sign that Izuku must have trusted him to some extent. It felt powerful, even more powerful than when they were children, young, reckless, stupid, and not mature enough to take in the importance of these types of bonds. Everything fell into place with only a few big things to change before it could be called perfect. Katsuki had always known that he wanted Izuku back. At the time of that discovery, that just meant back in his life, and he'd respect it if Izuku wanted nothing to do with him. Now, sitting on the ground and holding the sobbing nature dragon, a new desire had barreled itself to the front of his mind. With Izuku back in his life, what would happen in the future? Katsuki may have planned for friendship, but that was only a temporary checkpoint. The future held endless possibilities that he was beyond eager to explore once they both had some stability. And yeah, Izuku sobbing his heart out at Katsuki may not have exactly been the most stable situation, but Katsuki counted it as a win. There was trust, there was hope. Sometimes I can't help it, I just. Izuku pushed back a bit so he could wipe some of the tears from his eyes. The outside was red and swollen, but that was nothing compared to the deep green glints that could only expel sadness and a sense of hopelessness. Sometimes I just thought I wish that I had died in that forest before Toshinori found me. Katsuki's brain froze at those words, and when it had resettled, he needed to repeat the last few seconds back to make sure he heard correctly. I know how horrible that sounds. Yeah, that. Please don't tell me you actually mean that. Please, I am begging you. But I feel like if I had, then none of this would have happened. You'd define idiot. Motherfucking, stubborn but think. If I had died, then Toshinori wouldn't have brought me to his tribe. Yeah, he also wouldn't get the chance to experience the glory of taking care of a hatchling. You wouldn't have the chance at a good family. The happiness you deserve, shithead. If that didn't happen, then the spies wouldn't have found out about me. Nobody knew about them. That isn't anybody's fault. And if they didn't, then the Blood Prince wouldn't be tearing through innocent villages to get to me. Well, you're worth it. Just not. From him. All of this is just because I survived when I shouldn't have. Katsuki had heard enough at that point. Roughly forcing Izuku's head up, he only had a fraction to gaze into startled eyes before he pressed his lips to the greenettes. It was incredibly messy, the kiss and the idea, but Katsuki couldn't let Izuku continue. As someone who wanted him alive, who needed him to live, he couldn't let Izuku's thoughts continue on like that. He hoped that all of the relief he felt at Izuku's survival and desire for the other to stay by his side was portrayed through the kiss, as sloppy as it was. Kacch-Katsuki. Izuku tried to speak, but all of his words were swallowed by Katsuki's lips. He wasn't pulling away nor was he pushing closer, too startled to do anything other than speak his thoughts. What? Please don't leave. Katsuki finally pulled back, resting their foreheads together once more as he let his own tears begin to slide down his face. Please don't leave me again. Izuku's mind could never travel far from the kiss. It had only been a few days later, so perhaps one could say that it was reasonable. No matter how much he knew he should be concerned about his home and the Blood Prince, all that's plagued him for the last 120 or so hours has been that kiss. What makes things even worse, or better, depending on how it's looked at, is how Katsuki has been acting. He doesn't appear too fazed by what's happened, his routine of keeping Izuku company. Silently, when he realizes that the other is having a moment, has remained unchanged. If anything, he's taken Izuku's lack of a breakdown as an assurance that there wasn't any conflict between them. Which there wasn't, to be clear. Izuku wasn't mad at Katsuki about what he did, though he was a bit weirded out that a kiss is what Katsuki came up with. Their relationship wasn't NTMT enough where Izuku could confidently describe how he felt about Katsuki. He appreciated the other's company and could bring himself to admit that he was slowly starting to become more fond of how he's grown. And only an idiot could deny that Katsuki wasn't visually appealing. While his personality was a bit rough around the edges, Izuku was well aware of the softer side and how safe it felt when you had been accepted close. The kiss changed everything though. Izuku could hardly care about how he saw Katsuki and could only think about how Katsuki saw him. He had always known that Katsuki wanted him back in his life, most likely as a friend. As a lover or a potential mate. The thought never crossed his mind. Admittedly, perhaps he should have started to become more suspicious with the amount of effort Katsuki put into grooming him to be more comfortable. But come on. Katsuki was a tenacious individual. His actions were easily blamed on his refusal to give up when he really wanted something. Asking Hitoshi, Tetsu, or Ochako didn't help either. Not that he tried, they'd probably freak out and do something like attack Katsuki before giving him an answer that helps him figure all of this out. It was all on his shoulders to find out how he felt and how long Katsuki's been feeling whatever he was feeling. There's no way it started when he realized I was alive. Izuku crossed the caption off of his diagram. He had spent the whole day yesterday filling one of his larger letter pages with timelines and guesses as to when this could have happened. He had thought about a possible love beginning to form when they were younger and maybe that twisted into hatred when outside forces began interfering with their relationship, but that idea had many problems. The biggest was the fact that they were so young that there was no way that either of them had any real knowledge of how that type of love worked. And even if they did, then Katsuki would have just come clean by now. His recent theory about it being when Katsuki realized that he had another chance at being friends with Izuku was much too sloppy, but what else was there? This was all too much to consider. He likes Katsuki really? If that's what the universe wanted him to admit, then there it was. He liked Katsuki Bakugo, he thought that there was a strong chance that they could actually go back to being on good terms. But loving him? Wanting a relationship other than friendship? That was a whole different level that Izuku didn't feel like he's upgraded to. It felt like it's the same thing as trying to build a structure, but starting with the roof or the walls without the base. There was no grounding that Izuku could stand on, with no certainty. His own ideas were crap, he didn't have the courage to approach Katsuki or anyone else, and there was too much going on around this whole mess as it stood. Of all the times, Izuku wanted to be mad at Katsuki for doing this to him, but as he thought back to their interactions during his stay at the Bakugo tribe, he realized that the blonde wasn't the only one at fault. If there was any fault, at least, the timing was inconvenient, but the situation couldn't be helped. Sometimes, love worked in mysterious ways and it couldn't be predicted or forced in accordance with how the world was. That's what made emotions beautiful as well as dangerous. If only his own feelings could be as clear as Katsuki's were. Or, perhaps more accurately, if only Izuku had the knowledge about how to face them as Katsuki seemed to have figured out. He could only wish that this matter. Izuku! Tetsu barreled in, practically through the door, as Izuku crossed out another time zone. He was panting heavily, eyes turned to slits as he hunched forward a bit. His body had half-shifted itself, presenting two powerful silver wings and a bulky, but flexible tail that moved from side to side in an aggravated manner. Horns had sprouted from Tetsu's head, near his hairline, and the hands thrown in front of them each adorned 5 claws for each finger. The little clothes he wore were ripped, likely due to the size increase that came with shifting. We got a problem. Izuku was up and to the door immediately, noticing how Hitoshi, Ochako, and Eri had placed themselves behind Tetsu. Everyone's birthmarks were glowing fiercely, occasionally flashing as if they were fireflies and sending coded messages to each other. Eri was the only one who hadn't shifted, and Izuku wasn't sure if that was due to her not having the best control over her transformations or if it was due to her mood. To hazard a guess, he needed to guess the former since the poor thing still looked terrified. From her place in Ochako's arms, Izuku could see the tears beginning to wet Ochako's shoulder pads, making their way down the older storm dragon's arms. A message came through. The Blood Prince attacked our tribe. Tetsu helped Izuku out of his room, where he could now see clearly how much everyone else in the Bakugo capital was rushing around. Izuku didn't know how he couldn't hear them earlier, when he was tearing his hair out about his freaking feelings. Perhaps his own thoughts were too loud. Servants were running around as warriors rushed out to take flight. He couldn't see Mitsuki, Masaru, or Katsuki, but he had to guess that they were rounding up their subjects to get them to safety. Or something equally important. There weren't any details on how he could have gotten so powerful so quickly, but it's bad. Really effing bad. Now. Of all times now. Why? How? Izuku couldn't be the only one who thought that the speed at which the Blood Prince was orchestrating his plan was too fast to be real. Alas, they were all suffering from their previous arrogance when it came to guessing that Shigaraki would be vulnerable due to his lack of resources. Why didn't he see this coming again? Since when has underestimating your opponent been a good thing? The panic was palpable, but the urgency to do something to fix the situation was stronger. It's probably why everyone was moving as opposed to freaking out. We think that this is why the Blood Prince was hiding. He was using his force as a small shield to keep us occupied so we wouldn't see this attack coming. Hitoshi led the group to the capital's entrance, ignoring how some of the servants dropped what they were doing to try and stop them. Their cries of distress were heartbreaking, especially considering how they were only following Mitsuki's orders to keep Izuku and his friends safe. But in the end, it didn't matter what their motivations were, nobody could stop any of the Yagi tribe members from moving forward. All tribes have been informed and probably got back to help stop whatever's going on. But there was blood on the letter, so I don't think they're doing too well. Ochako held Eri closer, forcing her smaller head into her neck. Aizawa also wasn't the one to send it either, so it's safe to assume that he's pretty occupied. Then how did it get here? My sire. Tetsu ground out. His eyes flashed at the thought that the Blood Prince had finally managed to get his hands on his family. His sire had been pretty lucky when leading missions, obvious from the fact that he was able to bring everyone back for the most part. It seemed like that luck had run out with the direct assault on their home. He had one of our guards hand deliver it over there. When Chief Bakugo called, she told me that the messenger had gone back in hopes to continue helping with the fight. They were in pretty bad condition though, so she doubts they made it. We need to get home. Now. Hitoshi's wings extended as he looked towards the sky. He glared at it as if it had personally wronged him, with his teeth bared and his claws out in perfect position for sinking into flesh. We can't just hide now that we have a chance to end this. No effing way, are you crazy? Izuku and his friends halted in their steps. No one had noticed how far they were from the capital until they all began to turn, looking for the voice that had called out to them. With so much going on, hundreds of different voices were flying around. It was just assumed that no one was directly addressing them as they walked, though the timing of that shout was just too coincidental to be for anyone else. You guys are probably the Blood Prince's targets. Ochako whipped around. Mina. Everyone followed her lead, turning as they saw 3 familiar bodies rushing towards them. No one had shifted yet, but it was clear that Aijuru was pretty close to. Mina too, now that she was getting close and easier to look at. Guys, what are you doing here? You need to take care of your families. They'll be fine. The fact that Mina sounded so sure of that made Izuku feel a bit better about their situation. If anything else, at least the Bakuga's citizens were safe. You won't be if you just go charging in. Yeah, you guys don't know what it's like there. None of us do. Denki threw his hands up. You could be walking into a trap and not realize it until it's too late. Then we're all dead for sure. We're not just gonna hide here as our home is ripped apart. Hitoshi tried to keep his voice down as he addressed Denki. He was upset that he was being denied, but he wouldn't lie and say that the concern evident on those soft features didn't make him feel a bit loved. That, and Eri would give him an earful if he screamed at one of her new favorite playmates. Would you stay away if this place was being torn to shreds? This is a different situation. Denki looked pained as he spoke, but there was a certain stone to his look that told everyone he wouldn't be backing down. Then again, would any of them be? They wouldn't be here as the world was collapsing around them if that was the case. You guys are who the Blood Prince is probably looking for. Best case scenario? He knew you guys would return and he's holding your home hostage. Worst case scenario? He captures you before you can try to negotiate or help ward him off and everything's gone. There is no negotiating with someone like him. At least if we go now we can try to dash. Guys. Ichiro placed himself between Denki and Hitoshi, who were slowly beginning to move closer to each other as their shouting match continued. The most bizarre part of the argument was that it sounded too close to a comedy lover's spat, the one where the two lovers were about to part due to a dangerous situation and needed the assurance of one another before making that final step. It's why Ichiro needed to step in, he couldn't let it escalate. Everything's going wrong right now and we get it. That won't be changed by staying here or going back to the Yagi tribe, but we need to be smart about this. Ichiro zeroed in on Tetsu, eyes practically begging for the other Earth Dragon's support. He knew how stubborn the silver-haired dragon could be, but that stubbornness couldn't block out his tactical knowledge. Plus, Ichiro wasn't asking him to not go, he was just asking him to think about the approach he was taking. It took a few moments, but eventually, Tetsu's glare softened to a stern look. The hard frown he previously had slowly morphed into a thin, flat line until he looked more concentrated than angry. It was a good sign, but Ichiro still took the opportunity to walk over and place a hand on the other's cheek. He whispered soothingly to him, gesturing for Denki and Mina to copy his motions. Yelling at each other wouldn't help anyone, but if they could remain calm then they'd be able to keep the Yagi dragons calm as well. It was obvious that they already had their attention, they just needed to know how to use that attention properly. Coming to a compromise sounded impossible at first glance, but it only took some carefully chosen words and some nuzzling before Tetsu and Hitoshi had calmed down. Ochako was a bit more difficult to convince since she knew, more than anyone, that he wouldn't change his stance on whether he'd be returning. It was bad enough that he felt so much unneeded guilt when it came to the Blood Prince's actions, but knowing his home and his family was being killed because of him would be the final straw. The Greenette's silence only confirmed. Where's Izuku? Izu and I. Eri began to cry, trying to push herself across Ochako's shoulders. She spotted him just as he was opening a portal, probably one that led back home. None of them knew the full capability of his portal creation since it was Tashinori that brought them here, but it went without saying that Izuku leaving their sights would be bad enough. It didn't matter if he could make it back with one journey. Or multiple. Izanite. Izu and I. Effing hell dash. Tetsu forced himself to look away from Ichiro, wings rising as he dove for his idiot prince. He didn't plan on staying here, but the redhead had managed to convince him to wait a bit as opposed to simply charging like he originally wanted to. Don't you dare, you moron. Don't you effing dare. Izuku turned around, tears in his eyes as he shook his head. He didn't want to leave his friends behind, but he agreed with Denki and Ichiro. They were all targets of the Blood Prince, but at least he'd be left alive. He wouldn't know the fate of his friends and, from how things were, he didn't fancy finding out. Hitoshi may have claimed that the Blood Prince couldn't be reasoned with, but Izuku was prepared to bring out some big guns if it meant that he could save even a bit of their homes. I'm sorry, he whispered, stepping through as Tetsu quickly closed the distance. As soon as his body was through, the portal closed and Tetsu was crashing into the tree that Izuku had placed the portal in front of. Unsurprisingly, the wood did nothing to stop him from standing right back up and roaring into the sky. He knows that they all possess the ability to fly to the Yagi tribe grounds with little issue, but will they beat Izuku to the area and stop him from doing something stupid? Probably not. Damn it, Izuku. Tetsu's chest moves harshly as he pants, turning when he hears several people land behind him. Glancing around, he's relieved to see that only his friends and Ichiro's friends are the ones beginning to crowd him. He didn't know how he'd react or explain himself if anyone else from the Bakugo clan had confronted him about what happened. Though, as he gave himself more time to take in his surroundings, he noticed that no one else seemed to care what they were doing. No one saw Izuku create a portal and walk through it. Good up but also bad. How were they going to explain this to... What's going on here? Katsuki's voice caused everyone to wince, even Tetsu. Seeing him completely human while everyone else, mostly, had half-shifted was a bit of a slap back into reality, but one couldn't dwell too much on that when those red eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Sharp fangs were exposed as he growled, snapping his teeth a few times when no one bothered to answer him. And where the F is Izuku? Out of all the times to not have him in sight, now is the worst. We know. Ochako tried her best to cover Eri's ears, but she doubted that she was actually successful in preventing the younger hatchling from hearing any of that. If how Eri cuddled closer was any sign. He slipped away when we were arguing with each other. I think he portaled back home, but there's a small chance he could also be going to check on the other clans to see who's still fighting. As concerned as Izuku is, I doubt he'd waste time like that when we all know where the Blood Prince is. Despite his words, Hitoshi wanted to agree with Ochako. If Izuku truly had gone to check on other clans, then they had an opportunity for some interception before he did something that they'd all regret. Not that he planned on letting the Blood Prince take Izuku in the first place. Even more so before Hitoshi could kill him for just vanishing like that. I don't think he has enough skill to portal directly back. He might have to make multiple trips, and that's where we have a small advantage of catching up with him. Why did he leave though? If Katsuki's voice cracked, then no one made any comments about it. The lines pulling across his face were still as strong as ever, signaling his continued distress and aggression as everyone looked at each other. If they all knew Izuku, which they did, then the answer was obvious. It didn't need to be verbalized. Katsuki was only asking because he was trying so hard to convince himself that Izuku didn't leave. Not after that night in the training room. Not after their heartfelt conversation. Not after Katsuki had exposed the beginning of his feelings. He couldn't lose Izuku. Not again. He refused to let that stubborn nature dragon walk out of his life when he just got him back. Izuku could preach that he only wanted to help everyone in the Grand End, but Katsuki could sense another game at play. It wasn't only his concern leading him, it was his guilt. Even after being told by multiple people that the best thing for Izuku was to just stay safe, he still felt like this whole thing was his fault. This had to be some sort of atonement for actions that Izuku had nothing to do with. Katsuki was gonna wring that fucker's neck, god damn it. Or knock his skull a few times to try and kick the idiocy out. We're following him. Katsuki's tone left no room for arguments, not that anyone was really quick enough to follow his words as he shifted to his dragon form. They were a bit too busy absorbing the fact that Izuku had just disappeared into a green glowing circle and was about to walk into a trap set by a psychotic murderer. Katsuki's limbs cracked a bit as they extended or reshaped themselves, but otherwise, it was mostly a smooth process. With how much practice Katsuki had shifting on the fly, from his younger years when he needed to escape his parents or the idiots he surrounded himself with to calm down before someone got hurt, he was up in the air mere moments after his command. With the rate at which his wings were flapping and the adrenaline slowly growing more and more present in his blood, he could see himself getting to the Yagi clan grounds close to when Izuku arrived. Maybe not close enough that he'd be able to talk him out of doing whatever he was gonna do, but something was better than nothing. To anyone listening, let me help him. Gods above, who gives us all the strength of mountains and the wisdom of rivers and trees, don't let me fail him. Wait for me, Izuku. Please that you can't leave me. Not now. Not ever again. Please. Izuku was rightfully horrified when he got back home. While slightly exhausted by overusing his magic to create long-distance portals, he stood tall and rushed to his warrior's aid when he noticed several of them being blasted away with black streaks of shadows. He managed to break most of their falls so they didn't go crashing directly into the ground, but upon further examination he found that the impact wouldn't have been their biggest issue. Those black shadows that hit them must have been spells of some kind, traveling through their bodies and turning them against their original masters. Eyes turned black. With pure hate, roars of pain and struggle turning off completely as a sign that those shadows had won the battle of will. It was horrible to watch, but what was even more awful was how Izuku didn't know how to help stop it from happening. All he could do was jump back when those now dark-possessed creatures swiped at him before trapping them into domes created by the ground. His arms and body moved in a flurry of motions, bringing the earth up and over like a blanket. Hopefully, the small cracks and holes that naturally formed in the ground would provide enough oxygen. Assuming that even though they were possessed, they weren't undead, Izuku didn't want to be the cause for their murder. Sire, the young nature dragon called out, flying over the battlefield with little care about who saw him. There were so many things to see, be it their allies managing to defeat their enemies only to be surrounded by more or watching the Blood Prince himself take out entire fields with just a swipe of his hands. As much as he wanted to go for the source, he knew he needed to get to his sire before he did anything. He needed to know that his carrier was safe, that there was still anything left to save and his destroyed home wasn't all there was. Sire, where are Dash? What are you doing here? Izuku looked to his side, smiling widely when he noticed Amajiki calling up to him. He noticed that the older male had bloodied wings, which must have meant that he had been grounded sometime during the fight. Looking around, it was also clear that the skies weren't any safer than the ground. One of his hands had been configured into some mighty bird talons while the other looked like a clam. He did always mention that clams were great for offense and defense, so he tried to incorporate them into his diet for his quirk. Amajiki! Izuku flew down to face the other, moving around quickly so he could get an assessment of how bad the injuries on his wings were. They weren't mangled in any way, no twists or pops that he could see. With all of the blood, he could assume that some of the skin must have been sliced off. The less surface area must have made it hard for Amajiki to fly, not to mention that the lack of wing meant lack of muscle. Here, hold still. I can fix this dash. No, you need to leave. Now. Amajiki turned just as Izuku reached out to touch his wing. His hands had begun to glow with his magic, determined to fix Amajiki's wings so that the other could fly once more. Now, with his actions forcefully halted, his hands had fritzed out a bit as his magic had nowhere to go. Izuku, listen to me, that he's here for you. All of this destruction is because he couldn't find you. He had to have known you'd come back if he attacked your home. We can't let him see you. I can't sit by as he destroys everything though. Izuku understood that everyone was trying to protect him, but enough was enough. He wanted to believe Katsuki's words that night. He wanted to hope that him being safe and away from the Blood Prince would help motivate everyone to keep going and win. He also knew that the Blood Prince was quite the trickster. They had no way to guarantee he'd keep a promise if Izuku tried to bargain. But this just proved how much Izuku needed to try. If all else, he'd do what he could to help kill that monster. We've all lost so much already, we can't afford any more. Maybe I can convince him to back off. In exchange for what? Amajiki wasn't normally one to talk, but now he seemed so eager that he didn't even look embarrassed when he interrupted. Not that Izuku could really blame him, this wasn't exactly an easy situation to hold back in. He was already planning to force you to go with him or use some other type of manipulation. Even if we could trust that he'd actually follow through with some sort of deal, there's nothing you could offer that he hasn't already planned on taking. Izuku really wanted to argue with that. Because as horrible as it sounded, there was something that the Blood Prince couldn't take. Or, maybe he could, but he was pretty sure that personal interest would keep him from succeeding. There's one thing. Izuku's eyes were hard as he pulled his hands out of Amajiki's grip. He spared no more words after that, only silently forcing his hands onto those bloodied wings so that he could heal them. Amajiki's words went through one ear and then out of the other. Nothing could change his mind about what he was about to do. He had been wrong so many times when it came to the Blood Prince, he was desperate for this to be the one right call. The one shot that he had at saving what was left of their home and the rest of their villagers. After Amajiki's wings were healed, Izuku took to the sky. He heard the older elf call to him a few times before threatening to get Mirio on his butt. Not that the blonde would be able to do much, something they both knew, though Amajiki didn't want to acknowledge it. In the small chance that Amajiki would actually be able to pull his mate from his own battle, Izuku would have already gotten to the Blood Prince. This time, he didn't bother trying to find any of the tribe leaders or his friends. Heck, he even passed over Shudo and Momo covering for each other without saying anything. He knew that if he called attention to himself, then there was a chance he could be talked out of his decision. This was something he needed to try, at the very least. Shigaraki! Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, wings working overtime as the Blood Prince only continued his path of destruction. He trailed behind for a bit before making a sharp turn, eyes glowing as he finally came face to face with the being that's been causing all of this suffering. The eyes that met his own were blank for a second, not even the sick glee that he had imagined could be found. Though, as moments passed and recognition began to flow in, that blank stare turned, well, that actually, Izuku didn't know how to describe it. He didn't want to either. The gleam of lust was obvious, but accompanying that was a spark that Izuku wouldn't exactly say was loving. Obsessed was the best adjective he could use. Shigaraki, the sole heir to the Blood King. Izuku Yagi, the only other magical-wielding nature dragon. The Blood Prince purred, rough hands reaching out to take Izuku's arms. He pulled the younger creature close, nuzzling a freckled cheek when he was in reach. It felt smoother than he ever could have imagined in his dreams. He couldn't wait to get further acquainted with the rest of the Greenette's body if his face was already sewed up perfect. It's nice to finally meet you in the flesh. Words cannot describe how happy I am to finally feast my eyes on the real thing instead of only relying on the words of others. Charming. Izuku ground out, trying not to flinch back as he felt the Blood Prince's lips begin to travel along his face. They felt as dry and as chapped as they looked, but he couldn't let the disgust overpower his mission. Stealing his nerves, he used his hands to grab onto the Blood Prince's elbows to draw his attention back. I'm here to make a deal with you. The Blood Prince pulled back only a bit to raise a brow. A generous deal, actually. Izuku swallowed audibly, sending a quick look downwards to the battlefield. The continued yells and screams of misery hadn't gone unnoticed, he just needed to make sure that the Blood Prince was really listening to him. But before I can tell you, I need you to call your forces off. At least for a minute. Oh. There was some teasing undertone to it, but Izuku knew to look deeper. The grips on his arms tightened a fraction and the various gleams in the Blood Prince's eyes sharpened into a dangerous glint. It was odd to watch, but Izuku tried his best not to comment. And why would I do that? Because I don't want to turn around and see all of my creatures dead after explaining what the deal is. Izuku deadpanned, trying his best to sound the most done he could. I'll tell mine to stop too if it really bothers you. Think of it as a stalemate until you agree or disagree with my proposition. The Blood Prince contemplated Izuku's words for a bit, tilting his head or shaking it as he mumbled to himself. While Izuku was close enough to hear what was being said, he actively tried to ignore it in favor of looking down. Or around him. Those who were in the air were too preoccupied with dodging stabby shadows of flying gnomes, while those on the ground were they actually weren't in a better or worse place. What the Blood Prince had brought to the table was pretty normal when being compared to what he's been sending forward up until this point. The exception could be the shadows, but when Izuku really thought about it, they could be the same as the gnomes. Nobody knew how to destroy them, and the best that could be done was fight your way through until they disappeared, likely in need of recharging. I suppose there's no harm in giving you my full attention. Hard to do that when there's so much noise around us. The Blood Prince smiled once more before backing up a bit. Raising his hand, magic began to gather in his palm. Izuku had no way of telling what he was planning to do, but once the Blood Prince had deemed himself ready with whatever he was doing, he released it all into the air. It started off small, but eventually, circles began forming throughout the ski with the Blood Prince's hand acting as a beacon. It easily forced everyone's attention to them, several gasps taking place when it was discovered that Izuku had come back. In the back of his head, Izuku could envision that his sire's gasp had to be one of the loudest. He wanted to regret disobeying the older dragon's orders, especially now that he'd been found out. But he couldn't. I would like to call for a timeout. The Blood Prince's voice echoed across the battlefield. It was if he had a microphone of some kind hidden on his person. Izuku had never heard of any magic spell or incantation that could cause your voice to project, but he wouldn't be surprised if the Blood Prince had found something along those lines. Not only was he an older wielder of magic, but it was made clear through the gnomes that he wasn't as afraid of experimentation with his energy as some others were. We need to have a little discussion. Izuku! Toshinori's voice rang out, causing the Blood Prince to snarl in annoyance. His eyes flashed and he clenched his fists as if ready to attack. Izuku made sure to position himself in between his newly discovered sire and the murderer in front of him, fixing them both pleading looks for different reasons. His father's wings were out, but they were covering someone as if to shield them, while the Blood Prince didn't really need an explanation. What are you doing back here? Why aren't you at your safety spot? Please, just not let me try to talk, alright? Izuku flew towards his sire, ignoring how the Blood Prince whined at their parting. As he got closer and closer, he came to see that his sire had been shielding an unconscious Enji. The damage was quite extensive, and with the angle that he was laying at, it was impossible to miss just what type of injuries he'd gotten. His left eye had a horrible scar beginning to form around it. With the skin still open and dripping down his face at an alarming rate, it was hard to tell whether or not he'd be able to use it again. His body, the entire thing, looked to have sustained a series of lacerations, and if Izuku had to look under his gear, then he would bet his own left eye that he'd see litters upon litters of bruising. Thankfully, nothing looked too twisted or bent the incorrect way, so maybe the fire dragon had been spared from any serious shattered or broken bones. The fact that he was unconscious still nagged at Izuku. He hoped, for the rest of the Todoroki family's sake, that he'd be able to convince the Blood Prince to leave the survivors alone. I have an idea on how to end this. Izuku sighed when his ire reached for his shoulder. His wings had dropped a bit as he opened his mouth to protest, but Izuku only shook his head. Sire, we messed up so bad. We underestimated him, his power, we failed to be properly prepared for his attacks, and now we're suffering for it. If this fight continues, there will be nothing left to save. I need to try and salvage what remains for now. I refuse to hand you over like your property. And even if we really have no choice, you know we can't trust him. Toshinori dispelled his weapon so he could grasp both of his hatchling's shoulders. Assuming you can get him to agree with whatever you have planned, how can you be sure he'll respect the deal? Because I have something he can't risk. I have something to. Izuku swallowed once more. He couldn't believe he was suggesting this, but he was willing to do anything to end this. If it put him as low as the Blood Prince, then so be it. He'd give it all for his tribe and for their allies. I have something to bargain with. Something he can't lose. My boy, what do you speak about? Tick-tock, little one. The Blood Prince interrupted, sounding plenty impatient. Izuku could hear the others snap sharply a few times, likely attracting the attention of his own troops. If you've decided to back out, then I feel like we should No, I haven't. Izuku gave his sire the quietest apology he could muster before turning around, forcing Toshinori's hands off of his shoulders. I just wanted to explain why this was so important to my sire. You've had one before, surely you'd want to keep him in the loop, right? Because you respect him and all that. The Blood Prince's eye twitched at the mention of his late father, but he tried not to let it get to him when Izuku smiled at him. Were he not so desperate for any kind of positivity from his beloved, then maybe he'd notice it was a bit too forced. It was also a pretty good ego boost to be acknowledged for his relationship with his father. He was a good son. Maybe not perfect at first, but his father knew he was trying and was always patient with him. For that, he was eternally grateful and even more determined to achieve victory from this whole ordeal. With that in mind, all he could do was return the smile and nod in understanding. Just wanted to say a few more things and I'll be right back. Izuku glanced back at his sire. I'm sorry, sire. I really tried to believe that there was another way, but now not too many creatures that they're all gone. I have to do this. So, please, tell my carrier I love her, alright? Please tell all of the friends who survive that I love them and I miss them. Forever. Izuku. Please. I'm coming. Izuku sniffed as he tried to withhold his tears. His beautiful green feathered wings extended in a dramatic show of determination before they pushed him off the ground. He found himself back in his original spot in a matter of seconds, holding out his hands for the Blood Prince to take. He'd hate every second of their contact, but he wanted to try and keep the Blood Prince comfortable when he breached the subject. So, about the deal? Yes. The Blood Prince was quick to take Izuku's hands and place them against his cheeks, rubbing against them to breathe in the greenette scent. Even when surrounded by the heavy scent of iron, from blood, and ash, Izuku was like a fresh breeze to his dulled senses. It forced them to open and truly notice the other. It helped that, instead of scales, Izuku possessed soft fur on most of his body when he had half-shifted. Made it more soothing to hold on to. I want you to leave the tribes alone. For good. Izuku's hands tightened on the Blood Prince's face when he felt the older sorcerer tense under them. I'm giving myself to you now, but I won't be able to try and love you if you kill them. Don't you want that? He did. The Blood Prince would be lying if Izuku loving him, willingly, wasn't one of the only things that he wanted from this. However, the other thing was the destruction of his father's enemies. Specifically, the one who killed the oldest Shigaraki, Toshinori Yagi. Yet, Izuku did have a point. He wouldn't be able to forgive him, let alone love him, if he killed the Greenette's sire. Lord knows how he's taken the murder of his own. He didn't want Izuku's hatred aimed at him like that. I'll go with you. I'll love you. Izuku brought the Blood Prince's face close when it was clear that the gears were turning in his head. He just couldn't let up. He couldn't let the Blood Prince think about it too much or the effect would be broken. But you need to swear on your life that when all is said and done, that you'll leave my creatures alone. Otherwise... Izuku glanced down a bit, eyes aimed at his wrist where he knew several delicate veins lay. Otherwise, I'll have to take myself out of the equation. He growled, releasing some of his magic to let the other know how serious he was being. I'll take my own life if you take my family away from me. I'm not playing with you. If I can't have them in this life, I will take my own to be with them again. The Blood Prince felt his blood freeze at that, eyes that had originally been soft as they gazed at his love narrowing at the threat. It was cute that the younger nature dragon thought that his growl sounded intimidating, but the message that came after that was enough to snap him out of his stupor. It wouldn't do to have Izuku threaten his own life like that, and while he knew that it would be easy to hold everyone hostage, as some type of backtracking, he could see a way around it. If they made this deal and Izuku really did come to love him, which he would since he doubted the nature dragon was lying when he said he could come to, then he'd want him to be happy. Once they had been together long enough to isolate Izuku from those who would hold him back, then he'd be able to negotiate their lives some more. After all, if he got Izuku to the point where he valued his happiness above all else, then it shouldn't be too difficult to convince him that some murder would be necessary. Right? Sure, it would take a while, but the reward seemed worth it now that he looked at it. Say it. Louder. The Blood Prince pulled back again so that when Izuku released his vows, he wouldn't get screamed at directly. For everyone to hear. They will be our witnesses to our ceremony, yes. Izuku bit his bottom lip, but nodded anyway. He hated everything about this. Absolutely hated it. But he could understand why the Blood Prince needed it, and staying on the other's good side was the best option. So, taking a deep breath, he began, I, Izukiyagi, willingly hand my body and my heart over to you in exchange for the sparing of my tribe and our allies. I swear that I will stay with you until our days end and try to offer you my affection. In the event that our agreement is broken, I retain the right to take my own life in payment. Do you accept these terms, Tamura Shigaraki of the Shigaraki tribe? So formal. The Blood Prince liked his lips in excitement. When he was hinting at a ceremony, he had actually meant a wedding-like thing. He knew that Izuku would project their deal for all to hear, but it was still surprising to hear. He wanted to save those types of vows for their ceremony, otherwise, it wouldn't sound as special anymore. But what could he do? Izuku had already done it, and as powerful as he was at the moment, he couldn't go back in time to correct himself in how he wanted the nature dragon to go about it. Well then, if Izuku wanted to make it sound like a mating ceremony while they were here, then the Blood Prince would play along. I, the sole heir of the Shigaraki throne, do accept these terms to dash. No, the F you don't. The Blood Prince turned away on instinct at the addition of a new voice. It was unlike anything he'd heard before, deep, gravely, and so full of malice that he was almost shocked that someone not from his forces could come up with it. Meanwhile, Izuku could only feel fear as a familiar blaze of red and gold flew towards them. It was like one of his sire's energy blasts, with how fast those gorgeous wings were flapping. Red eyes went from Izuku to the Blood Prince, pupils turning smaller and smaller until they were nearly invisible within the red of the irises. Izuku, don't if they do this. The hybrid prince closed distance fast, using the Blood Prince's shock to his advantage as he slipped his way behind Izuku. The nature dragon's hands released their grip on the other's face so that they could relocate themselves to Katsuki's face. He had flown over in his half-shifted form, so it was really a wonder how he got here so fast. Unless time had flown past Izuku so fast that he didn't notice? Or was it the fact that Katsuki's body was smaller, therefore, making it less weight to carry? No, that didn't make sense. His wings were also smaller, so they didn't exert nearly the same amount of power. Whatever the case may be, Katsuki couldn't have arrived at a worse time. Or better time. Izuku supposed he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he hadn't been able to say goodbye to the other dragon. Right after they had started making up too. You can't do this. Katsuki sounded desperate, eyes wide with fear now that he only had Izuku to look at. His clawed hands came up to grab at Izuku's biceps, squeezing lightly. It was the perfect amount of strength for keeping Izuku close, but not constricting him either. I know you don't want to do this. You know you don't want to do this. There's another way, I just know dash. Katsuki, don't. Izuku glared lightly. Hearing that so many times used to fill him with hope and a will to make it through this whole thing without begging the enemy to retreat on their own volition. Now, it was just a reminder of how they had all failed in finding an actual solution and filled themselves with so much false hope that it cost them greatly. It was one of the biggest disappointments and horrors of the century, truly. What I want or don't want doesn't matter. This needs to be done. While there are still creatures and homes to save. Don't turn this into some self-sacrificing bullshit. Katsuki looked over Izuku's shoulders to bare his fangs at the Blood Prince. It was his version of warning the other away from interrupting their moment. There was no doubt that if the other came forward and reminded Izuku of their deal, then there would be no hope of talking him out of this crazy plan. Katsuki had a chance, be it a small one. Your friends, your family. Me. You can't leave us all behind like this. Not to walk into that fucker's arms. You can't give him the satisfaction while the rest of us are forced to suffer through not having you. Don't do that to us. Please. Izuku could sense the tiniest bit of guilt tripping in that, but he didn't have the heart to call Katsuki out on it. It was made worse when the blonde brought their foreheads together, their lips centimeters apart. The posture brought Izuku back to a few nights ago, when he felt Katsuki's lips against his own and began forcing himself to consider where he stood with the other dragon. The conflict was confusing and, at times, upsetting, but in the end he always found a positive outcome. He'd either be pleased with the conclusion that he had developed for the evening or brave enough to seek out Katsuki for something. Don't leave us. Don't leave me. Katsuki moved his hands up to Izuku's neck, forbidding the nature dragon from turning his head to see what the Blood Prince was doing. They could both hear how the other was snarling, but he was probably so confident that Izuku would push Katsuki away that he didn't bother interfering. It was most likely accurate, but Katsuki never did like the idea of determined destiny. He was gonna change this, damn it. Stay. Katsuki searched for Izuku's eyes as he tilted his head, sneaking a glance towards the Blood Prince in a challenge. He wanted the other to see this. He had already taken a kiss before and regretted that it was mostly nonsense. Now, he had a better plan and he wouldn't allow himself to regret anything. Because it would be genuine, because it would portray what he wanted, because he wanted Izuku with him. Not with the Blood Prince, where he'd never be able to see him ever again. He couldn't let that light leave his life. Not again. You've never given up on anything in your life. Not even on me. So, please stay. And with that final plea, a number of things happened seemingly at once. It was so quick that Izuku wasn't able to keep track of it before losing his own mind, but he could remember Katsuki's lips touching his for a few moments. He was reacquainted with the smooth, warm feeling that came with the first kiss. Only this time, there was more strength behind it instead of anything unsure or timid. It made Izuku want to stay, it really did. It reinforced how much he was needed, not only by his friends and family but by those he had left behind once before. He knew he needed to do what was right for everyone, but Katsuki's kiss made him question it all over again. Unfortunately, before he could do anything in response, like reciprocate or enjoy the feeling before handing himself over, He heard an outraged shrill before black tendrils were pulling him back and shooting towards Katsuki. From there, he felt himself screaming in horror as he saw Katsuki's arm and torso split in various places from where those stupid spikes had pushed their way through. Despite how fast the action seemed, the scene itself played through Izuku's head like some horrible picture book whose pages were being flipped carelessly. He saw everything in sickening clarity: Katsuki's blissed-out face after they had been disconnected, his eyes narrowing again when he realized that Izuku had been forced away, his eyes widening in shock when he saw things shooting at him, and the absolute lack of anything other than content as he was stabbed. A variety of emotions passed through Izuku as Katsuki was thrown down after being cut up, but he wasn't allowed to work through them as he was brought back to the Blood Prince. Sharp nails, though never as sharp as dragons, dug into his scalp as he was forced to face the nightmare of the situation. He didn't care to search through any eyes or scan any facial expressions to understand how screwed he and his deal were. All he could focus on was how his oldest friend, even if Katsuki wasn't always seen as a friend, had possibly been killed right in front of him, and the one who did it was getting closer and closer to his face. If the Blood Prince thought he could force himself on Izuku above killing all of his loved ones, then he had another thing coming. Izuku's pupils disappeared, his eyes completely overtaken by the green of his irises. His birthmarks had started to glow and spark dangerous, nearly burning the restraints keeping him down off. The energy he was releasing was enough to push whatever was close to him back, be it the Blood Prince or any other creatures that were still in the sky. The rage was cold to the touch, worse than any ice attack that Shudo or Rei could produce. His mercy was at an all-time low, and all he could remember before everything went black for him was his last words: "I'm gonna kill you." The light was the first opponent that Katsuki was forced to overthrow when he came to. It was positively blinding, and for the briefest of moments, Katsuki was convinced that he had joined his fallen ancestors in the realm. It made sense at the time, considering that his last memory was a piercing pain traveling through every particle of his body before everything went black. He had confronted Izuku about his agreement with the Blood Prince and paid the price for kissing him in front of the Bieki. He didn't regret it. Not one bit. If he had to die, then he wanted to go after sharing that NTMT moment one last time. A reminder to Izuku about just how important the younger dragon was to him, despite all of the strain and unknowns around their relationship. As luck would have it, it turned out he didn't need to die. No, instead he needed to be screamed at to wake up when, as soon as he had gotten over the blinding experience of seeing light once again after so long of being submerged in darkness. His sire's voice had never been so loud, so cracky and high-pitched as she called his name or swore. He didn't know whether to blame that on just being sensitive in general, or if she was actually louder thanks to the emotions that must have been coursing through her. His carrier's voice, on the other hand, seemed softer. Katsuki could hear him, even over his loud as sire, but it was distinctively softer compared to the fire dragon. While she sounded more like she was commanding him to continue fighting his way to life, his carrier was begging for the gods not to take their hatchling yet. Katsuki heard it all. He may not have been able to process everything when it was said, but he heard it all regardless and was left to think about the words when those voices faded. They were replaced by one he hadn't heard before in his life, but it reminded him of Inko's voice. Not in pitch or tone, but in characteristic. This newcomer sounded much older, if the way her voice dipped up and down was anything to go by. There were also some drawls to her words, as if they were falling off of her tongue instead of being spit out. Her words were wise and comforting, but stern and forceful at the same time. She hustled whoever was in the room with him out before returning to his side. Katsuki? Katsuki Bakugu? That was his name. Katsuki understood that he was being addressed, but he felt like he couldn't do anything to signal that acknowledgement. Good. You're doing very well. Keep trying to open your eyes, all right, dearie? There are so many creatures who are anxious to see you alive. Creatures? There were creatures here to see him? Did that mean that they won? Did Izuku not end up having to take that crazy deal? Or was Katsuki being called to say goodbye? Had Izuku's mating ceremony with that BSRD already passed and Katsuki was being called upon to congratulate them or some shit? If that were the case, then he was just gonna off himself by overexertion before having to face that messed up situation. Come now, young chief. Open your eyes for me. You're safe here, no one can hurt you or anyone else right now. Prince Izuku has made sure of that. Izuku? Katsuki could feel himself trying to leap off of whatever he was on, but his muscles refused to obey his mind. It felt like he was trapped within his own body, unable to do anything other than want. He wanted to get up. He wanted to see Izuku again. He wanted to walk around, go outside and confirm that whoever was talking to him told him the correct thing. He wanted to confirm that he was really safe. He wanted. That's it, very good. Keep going, you're almost there. He was almost there? That was good. Katsuki felt like he was getting nowhere as more light came into view. It hurt either way, so how was he supposed to know how well he was really doing? It was by pure willpower alone that he could keep trying, but the longer he couldn't see anything clearly, the more discouraged he got. It wasn't until blurred colors began making appearances did he start to feel more than believing. Excellent. Excellent work. Katsuki felt the person move closer, and from the blurry bit of white and gray he could see, they looked extremely small in size. Here, I need to examine your eyes to make sure that your pupils are dilating correctly. May I touch your face, please? Katsuki wasn't the most excited about that. In fact, he found it necessary to growl out his displeasure, only stopping when he heard an amused chuckle in return. This wasn't funny. He couldn't see very well, and someone was asking to touch his face. Someone he couldn't say he knew. This was the worst time to be joking around and laughing. Dearie, I'm a healer. I promise I know what I'm doing. I won't hurt you. Oops. If it makes you feel better, I've treated Prince Izuku's wounds many times. He trusts me to help get him back into tip-top shape. Oh, well, if Izuku could find himself to trust whoever this was, then maybe it wasn't actually that bad. Granted, Izuku could be too trusting at times, but even he had his limits. Katsuki could imagine that when it came to his injuries, it also wasn't only Izuku who had to trust whoever this was. Toshinori wouldn't let someone inexperienced or dangerous lay a hand on his hatchling. With that in mind, Katsuki nodded his head lightly so that he wouldn't accidentally hurt himself with the effort. Thank you, Prince Katsuki. I promise to try and be quick so you can have your space again. With that, gentle hands patted his cheeks as if warning him about what was going to happen. Though healer had already told him and Katsuki had come to expect the fingers circling his eyes, it was nice to be warned just exactly when he was about to be touched. Nimble, but still somewhat chubby fingers massaged the muscles in his face for a few moments before prying his eyes open a bit more. The light was extensive now, but it only lasted a few seconds before he was given a chance to rest. The process was repeated a few times before it was time for his other eye to suffer. Dilations are as they should be. Impressive. Considering the fall you took, it was assumed you'd have a concussion. Thank our lucky stars that's not the case. It makes healing everything else much easier. No concussion? Thank the stars indeed, healer. He didn't remember the pain of hitting the ground, but he doubted his fall was soft by any means. Combine that with the fact that he was already fragile, physically, when he was falling, and he fully expected some things to be beyond repair if he found himself living from the experience. I'll let you rest now, dear. He felt a hand on his forehead rub soothingly before a cool towel was placed down. He couldn't say he was hot, yet the cool and smooth texture still did wonders for calming him down. It helped that it was scented as well. The lavender was just right so that it wasn't overpowering, but it still forced his nerves to settle down and his mind to deactivate from its current panic. Before he knew it, Katsuki was once again slipping into the darkness. Only this time it was a welcomed occasion. If he had time to not only be treated but to rest, then it was pretty safe to assume that they didn't have to worry about being conquered by the Blood Prince. That story of why and how would come later though. For now, he could sleep and hopefully dream peacefully of when he was finally able to walk around and see everyone. Especially a certain nature dragon. Inverted lazy s 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 inverted lazy s. The second time Katsuki woke up, he was more prepared for the expected reactions. His sire and his carrier were attached to him as he tried to sit up, helping to prop his rested, but fatigued body so that they could get a good look at him. Healer Chiyo, another nature dragon who served as the main healer for the Yagi tribe, alerted him that he had been recovering quite nicely compared to her initial concern. Obviously, there were some drawbacks at times because of the sheer amount he'd bled and how much of his body had been torn, but it was an easy fix since he had been under surveillance 24. That part was a bit flattering since Katsuki just knew there had to be those in worse conditions. As his hair was ruffled and his face squished or kissed, all he could do was remain quiet and listen to what everyone was telling him. His parents were, rightfully, furious with him for leaving without telling them. If he wanted to dive into danger, he could at least do it with backup. On the other hand, they were a bit too relieved that he was alive to really punish him for it. Many promises that he'd be alright with enough time was passed around, but Katsuki didn't feel prepared to deal with that. He knew he was in bad shape. He didn't want to spend too much time worrying about the future when he could acknowledge that he was okay for now. If something came up, then he trusted his parents and healer Chiyo would be able to fix it. His friends, on the other hand, weren't in any condition to do anything. Injured as well, though not as extensively, they were hobbling towards him so badly that some volunteers helping healer Chiyo had to be called in so they could carry the group to Katsuki's resting place. Once there, wheelchairs were brought in so that they could comfortably sit down and move around if need be. His parents did well in providing him some emotional comfort, but his friends had to take the cake for providing him with the information he needed to remain calm for the rest of his recovery PRD. According to his group, mainly Izuku had gone positively berserk after Katsuki had hit the ground. No one knew what exactly happened with him or his magic, But he had gone from a crying, desperate to end the war bride to the beast offspring of war and power itself. Fully shifted into his dragon form, his wings grew to largely disproportionate sizes, as if he had unlocked some new super quirk that caused only part of his body to get bigger. His birthmarks had started to fizzle and snap with light, turning from green to black every time he used a different spell. It was almost like fireworks, watching their fight. Every time someone went down, they were immediately back up and ready for more. There were several moments where their bodies disappeared from how fast they were moving. The magic flowing between both of their bodies was so thick that it pushed everyone within a 100-mile radius back. The surrounded forest bent to their wills. Several gnomes and shadows were taken out whenever Izuku managed to land a critical hit to the Blood Prince. It scared the hell out of Katsuki. As exciting as it sounded to be there while Izuku kicked butt, he'd be the first to freak out if he had to watch in person. The unstoppable offensive strategy didn't sound like the green net at all. He was always one for hanging back to analyze his opponent and focus on defense until he could figure out a clean way to bring them down. With the way his friends made it out to be, Izuku just didn't let up. The most defense he had was flying out of reach of the Blood Prince's attacks, and when he couldn't, he'd just take them head-on before returning with one of his own. The amount of dark magic that came into contact with him almost killed him. Mina recalled hearing from Toshinori. Even if he won, there was a small chance he'd come out of the fight alive because of how the magic had begun eating up his life force. Denki nodded, shaking a bit as a horrifying thought came to him. Yeah, Shigaraki really didn't want Izuku to separate from him. Guess he felt like he needed to take his almost bride into the afterlife with him if he couldn't win the war. As if I'd let that FNG happen. Katsuki would for sure join them and drag Izuku's butt back to the land of the living. If he had to take that idiot's place suffering with the Blood Prince to death, then he would. But he's okay now though, right? He made it out. He's still out and will probably remain that way for an unseeable amount of time, but he'll make it. Izuku looked down, rubbing at his arm. A few tears made their way to his eyes, but he didn't let them fall. Tetsu's been coming in to visit me here and there. He always says that Izuku's too stubborn to let this get him down, especially when he knows that there are creatures waiting for him to come back. But it's still terrifying to think about, you know? Toshi said the same thing. Denki gave both Katsuki and Izuku a sad look. He didn't want to turn this into some sort of competition, because that would be effed up, but he could not think about how it wasn't only Hitoshi who came to see him. He'd bring Eri along with him since she was the closest to him, out of the rest of Katsuki's friends. And while she was there, she'd beg for him to do something to make Izuku wake up. Anything, she'd yell. There had to be something that they could all do to force him awake. There really wasn't, but Denki never knew how to tell her that. Or if he could at all. He's trying to make it sound like he's completely sure Izuku will make it. I think it's his way of staying hopeful even if he wants to break down about it. Well, props to them for that. Katsuki wanted to scream and cry about Izuku not waking up either, but he knew it would do nothing. Nothing but stress everyone out more so than they already were. Izuku would come back to them when his body had fully healed and he was ready. Keeping their cool might be what saves us all. Imagine how it would be if everyone was in such a fragile state. Nobody wanted to answer that. Ignoring how obvious the answer was, it was as Katsuki had said. Imagining it could make it worse, more discouraging and hopeless. How are the other villagers from the tribes? Are they all right? Katsuki didn't pay the most attention when he was flying over the battlefield, but he was confident in Toshinori's ability as a chief. The older dragon had to have enough sense to evacuate those who weren't fighting and get them to their shelter. None of the villagers died, thankfully. The warriors though, Izuku looked to Mina and Denki, silently asking permission to be the one to tell Katsuki. He got the numbers of the Yagi tribe from Tetsu, with his sire being the captain of the guard in his tribe. Then, with more time and information gathered, Tetsu returned to give him the full amount. Again, from his sire communicating with other captains or chiefs and chiefesses. Needless to say, it wasn't a pretty number. When he received affirmative and grateful nods, he swallowed audibly. Overall, the total amount of casualties was about 45,000. If Katsuki didn't know any better, he'd have to say that entire armies had to be wiped out to get that number. As it stood, he knew that each of the tribe's warrior groups had about 100,000 to 200,000 warriors who were broken down into 3 main groups. It's one of the reasons there were so many in the first place. So out of the possibly 1,400,000 or so warriors, 45,000 of them were reported dead. Horrible, Katsuki wouldn't deny that. But a small part of him was glad that it was only that many and not all of their numbers. Not only would that leave them even more defenseless should anyone prey on them in their vulnerable time, but it would also mean that more hatchlings and mates had to lose vital members of their families. I know you said that it was great that Tetsu and Hitoshi were keeping their cool, but none of us will judge you or tell anyone if you want to let yourself go for a bit. Izuku forced himself up so he could give Katsuki an awkward hug. He winced as his stiff muscles protested to the action and one of his bruised ribs screamed that it needed to rest more, but it was all worth it when he felt Katsuki squeeze him back. We all care about Izuku, but well that it's obvious that the type of care you have for him is deeper. More intimate. Knowing that he hasn't woken up yet is hitting us all, but it's gotta be smashing into you. Katsuki took a deep breath and nodded. It really did hurt that he couldn't see Izuku immediately when he was in the proper state to do so. He needed to know that the other was okay. He needed to see it, he needed to feel the other against him, to feel the heart beating into his own chest. He could live without it, sure, but not peacefully. Far from peacefully and settled. I kissed him. Katsuki didn't know what possessed him to confess that, but he could easily blame it on the fact that Idru encouraged him to let himself go. He leaned back from the hug, sighing as he leaned back into his pillow. His friends were all staring wide-eyed at him, so he offered a half-hearted shrug. It wasn't my first time. I knew I didn't want to lose him and, well, emotions flew, I guess. There was more he wasn't willing to say at the moment, but his friends had known him long enough not to call him out on it. Though Mina did laugh lightly and wink at him. Guess the cliché about childhood friends coming together in the end isn't so mythical as the fairy tales seem to have made it out to be, huh? Nice save. In opposition to Katsuki's awakening, Izuku didn't need to wait as long to see his loved ones. Well, at least not wait while he was conscious. He remained under for about a month after the fight before coming to. At that point, everyone was practically vibrating by his medical bed as he sat up and tried to piece his memories together. They were no better than a scattered puzzle for the first couple of days. Unfortunately, when he managed to get everything in order, the realization of what he had done beach slapped him in the face before he was ready to dodge. And no, not just in a metaphorical sense. Everyone had been instructed to try and keep their explanations brief so as to not overwhelm him when he first came to his senses, but no warning would have stopped Tetsu from smacking him, lightly, upside the head for portaling away when they were in the Bakugu tribe. Oh, and there was also Hitoshi smacking the head of his head while Ochako punched him in the chest. Nothing too surprising when Izuku was given the chance to think about why they were so angry at him, but still pretty painful. It took a lot of explaining and a lot of crying for all of them, but Izuku could guess that his friends were too happy that he was alive to really hold his attempt at self-sacrificing against him. It also helped that, in a moment of madness, they all realized that had they been in Izuku's place they would have tried the same thing. Being on the outside made noticing bad decisions easier, while being the target sometimes clouded one's judgment. So, even if some trust was lost, Izuku was reassured that he'd be able to get it back. It would just take some time. Speaking of time, there was something he needed to do as soon as he could get himself out of his bed. After all of his family members and his friends had come to give him their support, he threw his blanket off and opened up a portal. It was pretty surprising to know that most of the injured had been allowed to stay in the Yagi territory instead of wanting to return home, but then he really thought about it and mentally slapped himself. Their homes had a strong chance of being in ruins, and if they weren't, then there was an issue with their healers that needed to be considered. Healer Chio not only worked fast because of her quirk, but many of the warriors were in their home territory anyway for the war. Keeping them here was safer and less likely to backfire compared to if they were to be transported. The only ones who returned home were the ones who could technically consider themselves healed, meaning that all they needed was plenty of rest to allow their bodies to recuperate. Along those lines, Katsuki should still be here. Izuku didn't know for sure how long he'd be here, but no reason to put off their overdue meeting while they both had time. Admittedly, he had no idea where the blonde's room was, but he hypothesized that it would be near his own. After all, Healer Chio was a rather organized dragon, so she had this thing called a system for assigning rooms. Given that he and Katsuki had both suffered some pretty severe injuries, they'd be in the intensive care section of her ward. As long as he stayed on the same floor, he was bound to not miss his desired room. Izuku portaled his way out to the first room and began his search. It took a while, reasonably, which only made the moment he found the correct room all the sweeter. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Izuku pushed the door open before shutting it immediately. He pressed his back against it and turned the lock, relishing as the click echoed through the room. Katsuki was asleep, so Izuku would need to be careful in how he approached the other. He hadn't heard of any of the injured waking up too violently since they knew that they were in a healing ward, but there was always a first time for anything. That, and this was Katsuki they were talking about. Just because he didn't react didn't mean he didn't feel. The nature dragon's steps were timed and silent as he approached the bed. The chair set to the side was a bit warm when he took his seat, indicating that someone must have been here quite recently. It made him hesitate to wake the blonde, afraid that he'd be disturbing much-needed rest. What stopped him was the knowledge that he needed to get this meeting over with. He knew Katsuki and he knew himself. They'd both be battling themselves internally, debating on whether to wait for the other to breach the subject or be the one to make the dive. And the longer they left this alone, the more likely they'd manage to create another rift. It was the last thing either of them needed considering the action they left off on. The kiss. Izuku wanted to say that it's all he could think about. Not only during his battle with the Blood Prince, where he supposedly killed the BSTRD by expelling all of his magic out of the other's body before destroying every bit of it, but also during his recovery. With all of the time spent with nothing to do other than rest and think, it felt pathetic to confess that the kiss never crossed his mind until he woke up. Basically, he was sorta going into this without any form or idea of a plan on how to address all of the thoughts he had swirling around the subject. It would be absolutely tactless to just blurt out what he wanted to without a care in the world, as if he was vomiting his mind out. But that was the only way Izuku could see himself getting this done. Though, maybe if he tried talking about the battle and what Katsuki said, he could lead into the kiss, which would then provide him a good chance to bring up the first one. "You're mumbling." A sleep-laced voice interrupted Izuku's thoughts, which he supposedly said out loud. Covering his mouth as his face heated up with embarrassment, Izuku groaned into his palms and shut his eyes. He heard a deep chuckle, followed by the rustling of some sheets. Katsuki was probably sitting up by now, prepared to start teasing Izuku about his mumbling habit or what exactly he just said. When neither came, even after several moments, Izuku risked a glance up and leaned back when he saw one of the softest looks he had ever seen aimed at him. Katsuki's eyes were glowing in a way that Izuku had never seen. It was like the embodiment of reassurance and love was staring at him, trying to force any sense of ease into his very being. The intense fire he was used to seeing when associating with Katsuki was nowhere to be found. Izuku was almost tempted to call the dragon sitting in front of him a Katsuki imposter, but Katsuki leaned forward to grab onto his arms before he could. The blonde pulled Izuku down a bit so that he was forced to kneel on the edge of the bed. "You really want to talk about the kisses now?" Katsuki sounded the tiniest bit amused, but mostly amazed. Not in a good or a bad way, just purely astonished that Izuku was bringing that up after everything that had happened. And, okay, point to Katsuki for having a more put-together mind when it came to the situation. But Izuku wasn't the only one who had this nagging him. He couldn't be. There was no way Katsuki was just cool with everything that had gone on. The battles or the kisses. Izuku refused to believe it, and he'd knock Katsuki's face in if the hybrid prince tried to convince him otherwise. "We're both stuck in medical beds, waiting to be let back out into the field." Izuku tried to keep his voice level, but not even his best efforts could keep some of the wavers out of it. He felt so messy and stupid going about the discussion like this, it really interfered with his ability to keep his head on his shoulders. How Katsuki was able to keep himself composed was a miracle. For once, Izuku wouldn't question where it came from. "You have a better time in mind to address what's happened?" "I suppose I don't." Katsuki's head shook slightly. He continued to pull Izuku close until they were sitting in front of each other. Katsuki had to turn on his side for it to work, but when he was done they were both comfortably situated and perfectly accessible. Whatever that meant would come later. "Well, what do you want to ask? I can't promise you that the answers I give you will be what you want, but I'll keep everything plain and simple. No wordplay, no leaving anything out, nothing of the sort. I doubt you try anything like that. Surely, you understand how much I am not in the mood to deal with anything like that?" Izuku tried to sound humorously sarcastic, but whether his intention made it through was up for debate. Katsuki tilted his head with something akin to being startled crossing over his features before his look settled once more. If he was stunned, in a bad way, about what Izuku just said and how he said that, then he recovered quickly. "I'll cut to the chase." Izuku rubbed a heavy hand down his face. He was already sending his apologies to everyone he could think of for the confusion he was about to cause them. There was absolutely no doubt that he and Katsuki's relationship would change again, which would likely cause a chain reaction with everyone else. He could only hope that if the ending came out bad for him, it didn't come out bad for his friends. He knew Tetsu and Hitoshi would miss Aijuru and Denki terribly if their respective tribes were once again forced into a strained relationship because of the heirs. "What in the world pushed you to kiss me?" "The first time and the second, to be clear." Katsuki shrugged. "The first time was mainly thanks to nerves. I was scared that you'd leave me if I couldn't prove that I cared enough about you, and I acted without really thinking." It wouldn't be the first time he had done such a thing, so Izuku could believe that. It was strange to hear Katsuki admit to it, but oddly satisfying as well. The second time was, well, there were two reasons there. The first one was that I realized how much you meant to me and I couldn't let you leave me again. The second thing was that I really wanted to show the Blood Prince that there were a lot of other creatures who deserve you more than he did. Deserved? Izuku narrowed his eyes a bit. Sounds a bit entitled there. What, with how you ended up being the one to kiss me? I can't say I regret the gesture. I just regret that I didn't fully have your complete consent when it happened. So far so good. Izuku couldn't say he could fully agree with Katsuki's reasoning since he couldn't say he was completely clear on what he wanted from the blonde. But that he could respect Katsuki's bravery to express himself in a way that left everything out there. In a way, it sounded like Katsuki was rolling the ball into Izuku's court and waiting for the greenette to return it before making his next move. What does this make us? Izuku shifted a bit so that he was looking down, one arm coming up to hold onto the other. We were barely friends when I arrived at your tribe and now you're talking about needing me in your life. I want to say that the kisses make you sound interested like that when it seems like we've just gotten to know each other again. How does that even? Izuku stopped trying to speak when it was sure that he wouldn't be able to finish his question. Katsuki was smart, he'd figure out what Izuku was trying to say. Moments of silence were shared between them. Izuku couldn't look up, he couldn't risk exposing himself when he was so unsure. On the other hand, Katsuki was as confident as ever. He knew he didn't know what he wanted for the future, but he knew what he wanted now. He wanted Izuku close, he's always known that. Now it was just made clear how close he needed it to be. The question was whether Izuku would let him remain that close or not. You're right, it's only been a little while since we've gotten back into each other's good graces. How the heck can we be expected to be 100% sure of any future decisions we can make when I've already initiated something? Katsuki wanted to reach forward to pull Izuku close so that they could hug, but he doubted the younger dragon wanted to be caged in like that. Something that seemed to escape his notice was how much he was shaking as he waited for Katsuki to elaborate. It was as if he was cold when the room was close to the perfect temperature. Look, Izuku, I'm not asking for a lifelong commitment. It's too early to tell how anything in the future will work now that we have to focus on rebuilding what the Blood Prince destroyed. But I want you to know that I'm not pretending or trying to project anything onto you. I do want you back in my life and I do want you standing beside me in the way you're thinking. Izuku bit his bottom lip, further tilting his head down when Katsuki pressed their foreheads together. I don't expect an answer right now. That wouldn't be fair to you. Katsuki sighed, relieved at finally having gotten that off his chest. With that confession out in the air, it felt like they were on the same page even as there was more to explain. It felt like the new adventure could begin, waiting for Izuku to figure out what he wanted. But I'm not scared away by the prospect of time. I'll wait for as long as I need to get your answer on what you want with me. With us. It was a heavy promise, one that Izuku wanted to call out. Not only did it seem impossible to keep since Izuku could technically take forever to decide, but it also sounded unfair right back at Katsuki. While he was trying to sort out his own sheet, Katsuki could be exploring other options that would bring him happiness instead of eternal confusion. He knew he wanted the blonde back in his life, especially after seeing Katsuki almost die in front of him. Maybe if they experiment a little, then Izuku would have more chances to get a faster answer to Katsuki. Alas, the world wasn't perfect. Katsuki had brought up another good point, they had to focus on rebuilding. Now was not anywhere close to being a good time to contemplate a romantic relationship. Yet, the more Izuku thought about how well it could work, the more tempted he became to ask Katsuki to give it a shot. It was definitely impulsive and one of the stupidest ideas that he's ever had. In his head, it looked beautiful as it did frighteningly. What it came down to was whether Katsuki and their potential happy future was worth the tragic heartbreak that Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to recover from. Goddammit, he hated surrendering when the answer was so unknown. Don't get angry with yourself. Katsuki brought his hands up to cup Izuku's cheeks. Instead of forcing the younger nature dragon to look up, he only kept his grip firm so that Izuku could lean forward into him without having to worry about falling forward too much. He squeezed those freckled slabs of flesh, relishing in how warm it was to the touch. He could produce explosions from his hands, so he wasn't ill-acquainted with the idea of heat despite being a cold-blooded creature, reptiles and all. But Izuku's heat was a warmth different than what he had ever felt. Be patient with yourself. Let yourself feel. Katsuki couldn't believe that everything seemed to be going right so far. He might as well take advantage of the good fortune and keep going until his luck runs out. They were both high on the joyous adrenaline of being alive after an intense battle, so emotions had to be high. I fought with myself so long like a effing coward. It cost me you when I really needed someone good to pull my shitty self out of my own, but trust me that sometimes, reason hurts more than you want. Reason could also protect them, though Izuku could understand the meat of Katsuki's argument. He was quite the emotional individual himself, so letting himself feel emotions could be done with ease. He cried when he needed to cry, he acknowledged when he was angry, and he let himself laugh or smile endlessly when words didn't properly express his positivity. So why did Katsuki's words sound so foreign to him? The blonde was not one to show much other than mild appeasement and anger in most cases. Only the most intense emotions came to light. Yet here, he was as calm as he could be while somehow retelling Izuku that he did love him, and this wasn't some sort of numbed confession that came from misguided desire. At this point, what was the point of trying to figure this out? They'd go when they were meant to go, they'd see what they were meant to see, they'd feel what they were meant to feel. You couldn't force emotion like that. Love couldn't be forced by anyone, not even yourself. If Izuku wanted to open his eyes, he knew he needed to take the leap. Everything up until now just needed belief and effort to work out. Why was this so different? The truth was that it wasn't supposed to be. I can't say I understand everything I'm feeling right now, but I know that if I wasn't at least a bit smitten with you then the uncertainty wouldn't bother me so much. Izuku finally looked up, fixing Katsuki with a playful look. He was completely serious about what he was about to say, but he didn't want to scare Katsuki into acting like someone he wasn't for his sake. That in mind, you break my heart and I'll break both of your hands. Katsuki sat stock still as he processed Izuku's words, his grip on the other's cheeks falling slowly until Izuku caught them. He held them softly, as if they were precious objects that needed to be treated with the utmost care or they would shatter. While that could be taken literally, with how Katsuki's hands and wrists were bandaged from his healing session, it could also be taken emotionally. They had begun to shake as Izuku adjusted his hold to be more solid, almost as if they were afraid to do anything. When the nature dragon leaned down to nuzzle them in an effort to keep them from straining themselves, Katsuki had gained enough sense to ask for a repeat of what had been said. Izuku indulged him, if only so that he could deliver his threat again and watch Katsuki try to smile and flinch at the same time. Not to get anyone's hopes up, Katsuki's smile was shaky and awkward to look at. It looked nothing like his nice-looking, genuine, confident grin that would take place when something went the way he wanted. But given the situation, it seemed appropriate that Katsuki look like a bit of a mess. After all, Izuku doubted he was all that pretty to look at either. You know how many creatures were gonna drive up the wall, right? Katsuki could already envision his sire's gobsmacked expression while his carrier would likely faint. It would be one of the funniest things known to creature kind. A bit sad too, considering that their own relationships with their Midoriya was still horrible. Aoe and Sheet. That still needed to be fixed. Yeah, I've considered that. Izuku knew that his carrier would be the toughest to convince out of everyone. She may have wanted Izuku happy and safe in the end, but grudges didn't just go away. Even after fighting alongside each other and Katsuki saving his marital status from the Blood Prince, he knew Inko would want some more of an apology and a reason to trust the Bakugas after everything that's happened. He supposed he owed her 1-2 for putting her through all of this new stuff when it came down to it. But hey, if we get killed by angry mobs, then we go down together. Yeah. Katsuki pressed himself as close as he could to Izuku, breathing in the other's scent. It was a bit tangy from all of the herbs and bandages covering his beautiful skin, but it was still better than what he probably smelled like when he was first delivered to the medical ward. Katsuki could imagine himself sinking into an uncontrollable despair if he was forced to look and smell what Izuku was like on the verge of death. Together, like it should have stayed. Both dragons could swear they heard distant hatchlings' laughter, but that's only what made the moment their lips met more special. More meaningful. They started their story together, maybe it was time to continue it together. Stronger than ever, what could go wrong at this point? They've already been through one of the biggest challenges the world could throw at them. Izuku. Shoyuta sounded tired as he called out for his prince, but when Izuku had flown over, he could detect the smallest hints of amusement within his eyes. It was flickering in and out, suggesting that it would only last for so long before vanishing completely. So, the greenette straightened up so as to not irritate his uncle and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Katsuki is here with his band of troublemakers. The last word came out as a small growl, but Izuku was too busy laughing to take notice of any true heat behind it. Come now, they haven't been making that much trouble. He knew he'd never be able to convince the older storm dragon to see Mina, Ijuru, or Denki in the most positive light given their first impressions. They had practically come crashing to the capital in excitement when Katsuki first brought them over, wanting to see everyone and everything. Unfortunately, in their rush to do so, some things may have been broken and some servants and council members may have been trampled over. Many were willing to blame it on childish eagerness to learn a new culture, but at the time Shoyuta had been far from impressed. It probably didn't help that he was still at odds with the Bakugu tribe despite being assured that they'd do what needed to be done to mend their relationship. That, and discovering his own hatchling had developed feelings for one of Katsuki's loudest friends, Denki, had caused a few glares to be thrown around. Looking back on it, Izuku was sure that Uncle Hizashi was the reason that Denki hadn't been killed yet. While uneasy about his hatchling pursuing a relationship with someone they didn't know well, he didn't want to interfere with Hitoshi's happiness. There was also Eri, who appreciated having another companion to play with or talk with that was also close to her older sibling. Lastly, Izuku may or may not have joked about Denki being a younger version of Hizashi because of his humorous nature, his loud expressiveness, and his blonde hair. It probably calmed Shoyuta down when jokes about Hitoshi and Denki were basically younger versions of him and his own mate. After all, their mating worked out, didn't it? There could be some hope for Hitoshi and Denki, as long as they put effort into it. I'm waiting to see how long that lasts. Shoyuta rolled his eyes fondly. Stuffing his hands back into his pockets, he gestured for Izuku to follow him down the hall towards the entrance. I have work to attend to, so be a dear and do the dropping off for me? In case it wasn't clear, Shoyuta was referencing how Denki normally went to find Hitoshi, Ijuru went to Tetsu, and Mina enjoyed spending time with Ochako. It was scary how easy it was for everyone to find some form of a routine after only 2 visits. Then again, Izuku couldn't say he was complaining. Tetsu and Hitoshi were certainly happy with the arrangement, even if they had a hard time showing it, and Ochako seemed to enjoy Mina's company after spending so much time with male dragons. Hot, very funny Ochako. I have it under control. As they arrived at the door, Izuku bowed his head in respect as Shoyuta nodded to him. When he walked away, Izuku glanced over his shoulder to prepare himself. No matter how many times he's gone over to the Bakugo tribe to visit Katsuki or had the blonde come over to visit him, it was always daunting to see the other. Izuku didn't understand why and for the life of him, couldn't accept the reasoning provided by others. He knew he wasn't afraid of Katsuki doing anything to him. He made it quite clear early on that some SS would be kicked if he acted like an a-hole. He wasn't uncomfortable with Katsuki's presence since he's actively trying to keep his promise of putting effort into their relationship, which is working by the way. Lastly, Katsuki hasn't really done anything too extravagant or overwhelming during their time together. All in all, everything's been going rather smoothly. Perhaps it's because of the extremely slow pacing, but whatever works. Reaching out to open the door, Izuku had approximately 2.5 seconds to prepare himself before someone was launching themselves into him. He stumbled back and instinctively wrapped his arms around the unknown torso. When he had managed to find his proper footing, he could make out Mina's curly pink hair and let out a small sigh of exasperation. Why didn't he realize it sooner? Katsuki was never the one for springing onto him, and Idru always waited until Izuku was ready before giving him hearty pats, which left Mina and Denki to spontaneously launch themselves at him. No warning, no way to tell if he'd catch them, just endless energy and legs to push them. Hello, Mina. Izuku ruffled her hair affectionately before pushing her away gently. Denki was on him in record time, though he removed himself willingly so that Idru could get in his greeting before Katsuki got too grumpy. How have you all been? Pretty psyched, actually. Denki threw his arm around Katsuki's shoulders, barely flinching when the other blonde growled harshly at the action. It was really confusing, staring between the two. Denki looked the part for being psyched, while Katsuki looked more tired and a tiny bit angry. Like, genuine anger and not that temporary frustration or irritation that Izuku had gotten used to seeing recently. It's been a while since he's seen the fury from their childhood. But I'll leave the reason as to why for Blasty to explain. Pretty sure he might just blow me up if I spoiled it before he could. Fair enough. You guys have other dragons waiting for you anyway. Izuku smirked when Idru and Denki perked up. Mina giggled as bright blushes painted their already excited looks and cooed the whole duration of their journey further into the capital. It took a while to get Katsuki alone since, for some reason, no one was where Izuku originally thought they'd be. Tetsu wasn't training, rather, he had decided to migrate to the weapons room to do some stock and check if any needed to be replaced or repaired. Hitoshi wasn't in his room reading over his scrolls and had taken Eri to the garden to play with her a bit before she had to go to her lessons. Ochako was in her room instead of helping healer Chio, though in her defense, she had been dismissed because of how much work she had done the previous night. A well-deserved break, as some would call it. With everyone gone and happy with their company, Izuku took Katsuki's hand and led the hybrid prince to his quarters. Denki's word echoed in his head all the way, filling Izuku's head with endless possibilities for what could have happened. Katsuki's hands were slowly relaxing in his hold, but there was no ignoring how tense it was when Izuku first grabbed on. To his knowledge, Katsuki's friends only took pleasure in the mock pain that their teasing could cause. If Katsuki was ever in true pain, then they wouldn't be laughing and joking about it. So what could have happened that caused them so much joy while Katsuki was still gloomy? Izuku hoped that bringing it up in his room would make Katsuki more comfortable because of the privacy. When they had arrived, Izuku pushed Katsuki towards his bed before going to close the door. He wanted to make sure that Katsuki had a few moments to get comfortable before bringing up the issue. Had a chat with the old hag today. Then again, it would appear that that idea went out of the window. Maybe that's not how Katsuki wanted to do things. Turned ugly real quick, but I expect nothing less. It's getting more stressful for both of us as I get older and more prepared to take over the tribe. Right? Izuku almost forgot how much they had come by. It had been a year or so since the Blood Prince was defeated, so the time taken to rebuild and heal was an in-and-out operation. It felt so slow during the moment, but looking back on it seemed so quick. At this point in time, both he and Katsuki had to be about normally. Tribe heirs took over at 19 or 20 depending on how ready they were deemed by their parents. 2 or 3 years, that how scary. I had an idea for an implement I wanted to make during my ceremony as a sign of pushing the tribe forward into a better era. But then, like an idiot, I realized that the issue I wanted to address was too important to put off for much longer. Katsuki took off his boots so he could bring his legs up on Izuku's bed. He leaned back into the pillows with a soft groan, holding out his arms in a silent plea for Izuku to cuddle into him. The action was too adorable for Izuku not to giggle at, not that he let that stop him from obliging. He was quick to make it back from the doorway and kicked off his own shoes, ignoring how one of them went far enough to hit some type of furniture that he didn't check on. When he got close enough for Katsuki to grab, the blonde did so with such speed that Izuku fell into him as opposed to crawling to him. Not that the new position bothered either of them. Izuku's head was well cushioned on Katsuki's chest while Katsuki was in the perfect position to nuzzle Izuku's hair. The scent calmed him immensely, his breath slowing and his posture turning more relaxed until he was glued to the bedding below him. You gonna specify? There were many ways that Izuku would improve each tribe, but he wasn't blind to how the change would need to go slowly. Aside from the fact that all of them still barred open wounds from the recent war, customs and traditions were always difficult things to break. Just because the many could recognize that change was needed didn't mean that the actual practice would go successfully. If it were that simple, then their world wouldn't still have as many issues as it did. Utopia was a non-existent place, no matter how hard they tried. I know you and your sire get into fights a lot, but your friends looked so happy. Katsuki inhaled deeply, as if he were preparing himself to accept the unknown reaction that Izuku would have to his words. It was understandable but also a bit saddening. Izuku hoped that Katsuki would be less nervous about telling him things now that their relationship had gotten much better, but he supposed that no amount of time would take away that fear completely. It was also worth considering that the subject was a sensible one for Katsuki. At that point, it seemed less of a situation of trust and more like one of personal struggle. In any case, Izuku reminded himself to remain as understandable as possible. Even if he didn't agree, he'd try to remain open-minded to respect his counterpart. We argued about hatchlings. Katsuki blushed lightly, looking away when Izuku raised a brow. Specifically, quirkless hatchlings and runts. Oh boy. Izuku suddenly considered the possibility that he understood where this conversation would be going. I wanted to end the banishments. Katsuki's grip on Izuku tightened considerably, almost to the point where the nature dragon began to struggle to breathe a bit. It's that you probably know this more than I, but it's awful. It's insane that it took so many of being wiped out by a second tribal war to realize that we were being so stupid by killing our own kind ourselves. It's a tradition, but so many of our allies have gotten rid of it years ago. Izuku bit his lip to stop himself from mumbling. He didn't want to make it sound like he was being pessimistic or that he was trying to trash-talk the other clans when they weren't here to defend themselves, but Katsuki really touched upon a sore spot that would take quite some time to forgive. If he recalled, his carrier had exchanged some strong words with his sire over whether they were ready to formally forgive the Bakugas for harming their hatchlings so much. His sire wanted to give the tribe the chance to redeem themselves, given that it was partially everyone's fault that they were misinformed. Or, rather, not informed at all. His carrier, on the other hand, was pretty insistent that they work to earn that chance themselves. She had been a supporter of stopping the tradition for a long time, so just handing over forgiveness felt like giving up on the cause she wanted to keep fighting for. Both of his parents brought forth brilliant, logical points. However, if Izuku had to pick his side, he'd pick his sire's. Keeping all of that anger and resistance to forgiveness wouldn't fix anything. If they were willing to move forward together instead of keeping each other secluded, then there was more hope for the future. Hatchlings in the next generations were counting on them. My old man was, more or less, ready to admit that he was tired of watching innocent hatchlings being sent away as the rest of their family succumbed to the feral or suicidal behavior. The old hag, unfortunately, just needed to bring up the fact that such a thing couldn't simply be thrown away. Not that I agree with her. At all. A loud tisk coming from Katsuki had Izuku wincing. He doubted that his biped prince knew, but that was directly into his ear, which flicked a bit in discomfort. Other tribes have done it. So I know it's possible. Whether dragons want to conform or not is another issue, but I doubt anyone wants to really argue in support of a cause that leads to so many deaths. Katsuki sniffed a bit. He really didn't think his tribe was that stupid, but he's been wrong many times before. That, and not being stupid didn't mean not being stubborn. Your carrier had been right for so long, but no one bothered to listen. The quirkless and the runts aren't weak, they have things to contribute as we all do. Sending them away was a sign of weakness and idiocy on the rest of our parts. I can't let it continue. Katsuki's voice turned distant and breathy as he allowed himself to ramble, missing Izuku's reactions as he went on. His eyes were glazed over with rotating emotions, but the one that Izuku could detect the most was remorse. He was probably working through some past memories that he never got over between him and Izuku's past selves. Their falling out, their long separation, their reunion, and then their confusing following years. So much had happened, but sometimes it still felt like they were stuck in an inescapable time lapse that kept bringing them back. Izuku bore no more ill will towards Katsuki, not anymore. Not by a long shot. And while his magic was powerful, he couldn't think of any spell that would soothe Katsuki's worries. Not that he'd use it even if he did have that ability. Messing with emotions was just too unstable and unpredictable. She warned me that I should wait longer before making such a decision, but I was too upset by her lack of compassion to really think about why. In the end, I just called her a coward who wasn't willing to do what was best for the future of our clan. Katsuki's tone hardened again. It sent Izuku's mind into a small frenzy as he tried to think about how Kacch-Katsuki could go from one tone to another so quickly. The shift was immediate. I know I'm not excluded from blame, but at least I'm trying to fix it. All I could think about when I was shouting at her was how she helped hurt you and, by default, her own best friend. Then the villagers she was supposed to be protecting suffered for years. Izuku pushed himself up so that he could reach Katsuki's face. It took some maneuvering on both of their parts, but it ended with Izuku sitting directly across from Katsuki with his legs wrapped around a surprisingly slim waist. His hands came to rest on Katsuki's cheeks, brushing against the markings on his face. He rubbed his hands down Katsuki's birthmarks, knowing from past experience that markings were sensitive. They weren't like scars and that touch could be directly felt, but Izuku would pass his magic through them in a teasing manner much easier. He didn't understand why or how, but he was glad when he felt Katsuki shiver underneath his fingertips. She got angry, as expected, and we just ended up throwing insults back and forth until my old man recommended I come visit you. Basically, his way of requesting time to calm her down without having to worry about me. Katsuki didn't compliment either of his parents often. Not only did he find it awkward, but his moods around them were still prone to extreme fluctuations. One moment he could feel like he actually meant what he said, while the other times it felt like he was just spouting bullshit. At least this time we didn't begin exchanging blows. Izuku really didn't want to point out how bad it sounded that Katsuki was used to physically fighting his sire. As someone who had a relatively peaceful relationship with his own, it felt like unnecessary judgment on a subject he had no experience in. Therefore, he was partially uncredible as a source. I know that I hurt her with some of the things I said. I'm not sorry about it now, but I'll probably be in the future. Katsuki leaned into Izuku's touch as he felt the nature dragon's claws begin to lightly trace the area around his lips. The motion was tempting. Katsuki had learned how quickly he could get Izuku to yelp and squeal if he took one of his fingers onto his tongue. Or, if he was feeling really bold, he'd turn his head so that he could place a few kisses along the inside of Izuku's wrist. I just thought I really want to get my way with this. It sounds so childish when I say it like that, but dash. What you're fighting for is hardly childish. Not only is it significant, but it's going to be difficult to see through. Izuku withdrew his fingers so he could press their foreheads together. Nuzzling for a few moments, he tried to press as much love into his partner as he could before pulling back once more. It was easy to tell that Katsuki wanted a kiss, but Izuku wanted to say a few things first. He knew that once they started kissing, it'd be difficult to pull away to finish their conversation. No matter how shy he was about physical affection or how careful Katsuki was with his own shows, it was hard to stop once started. No matter what. I want you to know that I'll support you in any way I can. Be it actually being with you when you wanted to start your enforcement or talking with the other clan leaders to help your tribe settle. I just need you with me, physically and spiritually, to keep me going. Katsuki knew that sounds so strange considering that Izuku actually was learning telepathy by now. If he had started hearing Izuku's voice pop into his head at random times, he couldn't say he'd complain too much. If anything, there might be oncoming times where he needed the other to feed him lines or keep him calm without letting anyone know he was present. Stay with me, Izuku. Stay with me. I'm with you, Katsuki. I'll be with you as much as I can. With that final promise, Izuku sealed their lips together in a passionate kiss. His hands crept up to blonde locks, tangling themselves in so that he could hold on for dear life while Katsuki's larger hands had gripped his hips. They moved in tandem, heads tilting so that they were both granted deeper access to each other's mouths. Tongues didn't make an appearance for quite some time, but once they did, Katsuki was all too ready to flip their positions so that Izuku was under him. He hovered over the smaller dragon, using his body to shield the one beneath him from anything that could disturb them, outside eyes, surprise attacks, or boisterous friends who didn't always understand private time. Izuku could have never felt safer. They would protect each other whenever the time came. Whether it be physical battles or political ones, Izuku now understood perfectly that Katsuki would always be there for him. Just as he would always be there for Katsuki. They had fought through the ice and snow to come out on top of the summit. They had wandered the maze of mines to reap the rewards at the end. Love was discovered, trust was solidified. The balance had finally been found, and now the future was all the more clear.